Chapter 1. Transmigration. Li Xiaobo, a commendable youth who has just embarked on his college journey, had just finished dinner this evening and ventured to the antique street, where he purchased a tattered landscape painting that in an instant. He was struck by a large truck, and everything faded to black as he transcended time and space. The absurdity of it all left him bewildered. How had he returned to the womb? He attempted to move his limbs, only to find himself curled up. An enveloping darkness surrounded him, warm and accompanied by the gentle rhythm of his mother's heartbeat. As he pondered the cause of his inexplicable transmigration, a sudden sharp pain pierced his head, followed by the emergence of a faint point of light in his mind. This flickering light seemed to harbor endless secrets that a sense of alarm surged within him. What could this phenomenon be? Could it be connected to his transmigration? He concentrated intently, striving to approach the light. As he drew nearer, the point of light expanded, revealing vague images reminiscent of ancient runes or enigmatic chaos. Just as he was wholly absorbed in his exploration, a strong contraction jolted him. An external voice remarked, "Madam, the fetus is quite active. Could it be that an early delivery is imminent?" Startled, Li Xiaobo hastily ceased his investigation, fearing that his reckless curiosity might jeopardize his mother's safety. The prospect of an early birth in this unfamiliar ancient realm raised concerns about his survival. Thus, he resolved to temporarily set aside his curiosity about the light and patiently await the moment of his birth. Li Xiaobo was intrigued by the spherical object he sensed around him and endeavored to touch it with his consciousness. The instant his awareness made contact, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. It became clear that this sphere functioned as a repository of memories, containing fragments of recollections from its previous owner. Through these memories, he discovered that this world was vastly different from Earth, imbued with peculiar spiritual energies and boundless expanses. After assimilating this knowledge, he turned his consciousness once more towards the sphere. To his astonishment, he found himself able to enter the inner space of the sphere. As he stepped into this realm, a brilliant light flashed, and an ancient scroll gracefully descended before him. He reached out to catch it, and, upon opening it, discovered a profound technique. The script within was arcane and difficult to comprehend, yet each character seemed imbued with an enchanting allure that captivated his spirit. Following the guidance of the technique, he attempted to circulate the energy within him, and soon, the sparse spiritual energy began to converge around him. Elation surged within him, for he understood the extraordinary nature of this technique. As he delved deeper into his practice, he sensed his strength gradually augmenting, and even the energy that had previously constrained him within the womb began to loosen. At that moment, an ethereal voice resonated within the space. To the fated one, "This is the Chaos Pearl. May you wield it wisely." Li Xiaobo was astounded, never having anticipated acquiring such a treasure. He resolved to diligently cultivate this technique, determined to carve out his own domain in this extraordinary world. Immersed in this wondrous sensation, he continued to absorb the spiritual energy, losing track of time until fatigue washed over him. After all, he had yet to truly be born, and such exertion was taxing in his current state. He exited the realm of the Chaos Pearl, his consciousness returning to the maternal vessel that this moment. The surroundings were warm and tranquil, yet his body felt as though it had endured an arduous battle, his eyelids growing heavier until he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he beheld scenes from his infancy with the aid of the Chaos Pearl and profound techniques. He swiftly rose to prominence as a formidable figure in the locality. He effortlessly commanded various spiritual energies, traversing the majestic mountains with ease, while the peculiar creatures before him appeared remarkably docile. However, peril was ever looming, as formidable dark forces coveted the Chaos Pearl in his possession, intent on seizing it. Undaunted, he wielded his sword, surrounded by a halo of spiritual energy, poised to confront the impending challenges. Just as the battle was about to ignite, he felt a sudden jolt. It was merely his mother unintentionally shifting in her slumber, abruptly shattering his dream. Awakened with a start, Li Xiaobo felt a lingering trepidation. He recognized that the future would undoubtedly be fraught with trials and tribulations, yet it also brimmed with opportunities. He re-entered the space of the Chaos Pearl, eager to explore its myriad functionalities. He discovered that, in addition to cultivation, there existed a compact storage area within. He mused to himself that this was indeed a valuable asset, suitable for safeguarding precious items or herbs. As days turned into weeks, Li Xiaobo diligently continued his cultivation within the maternal womb. At long last, the moment of his birth arrived. With a resounding cry, he entered the world of Douluo continent. Upon his arrival, he was immediately enveloped by the rich spiritual energy of the external realm. Eager to showcase his capabilities, he was nonetheless constrained by his infantile form, forced to temper his fervent aspirations. Upon gazing at him for the first time, his parents instinctively sensed that this child was extraordinary. Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with clarity and depth, as if harboring boundless wisdom. Meanwhile, he silently devised a plan for his own growth, determined to enhance his strength and discover means to protect the Chaos Pearl against the encroaching dark forces. Li Xiaobo meticulously sifted through the fragments of memory, feeling a mixture of astonishment and elation. He was astonished by his arrival in such a perilous and unfamiliar world, yet pleased that he possessed some semblance of resources to navigate it. At long last, Li Xiaobo was born. The brilliance of the outside world was blinding, rendering him unable to open his eyes. He could only hear the respectful murmurs of those around him referring to him as young master and similar titles. With each passing day, Li Xiaobo gradually grew and acclimated to the lifestyle of this world. One afternoon, while resting alone in his room, he suddenly heard a faint whisper of wind outside the window. Instinctively alert, he stealthily approached the window to peer outside, catching a glimpse of a shadow flitting by. Chapter 2. The sister's prank. He gently approached the window, extending his hand to slowly push open the tightly shut panes. As the window creaked open, a narrow slit appeared before him. Through this gap, he curiously peered outside. The world beyond seemed to crystallize in an instant. A gentle breeze caressed his cheeks, bringing with it a refreshing and invigorating essence. The distant sky shimmered like a sapphire, while fluffy white clouds drifted lazily, reminiscent of cotton candy. Below, the streets bustled with hurried pedestrians and a continuous stream of vehicles, their myriad sounds intertwining to compose a symphony of urban life, a vibrant tableau of existence. After a thorough observation, he discerned no anomalies, allowing the tension that had gripped his heart to finally dissipate, his anxious spirit gently settling back within him. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of ease and tranquility, as if a heavy burden had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo felt as though he were enveloped by an ominous shadow, an inexplicable chill coursing down his spine. Almost immediately, he sensed a hand lightly resting upon his shoulder. Its icy, unfamiliar touch sent a shiver through his body. With a heart full of confusion and a hint of fear, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his head. Upon recognizing the newcomer, his surprise swiftly transformed into joy. It was his sister, whom he had not seen in ages. She stood there, smiling at him, her eyes radiating warmth and familiarity from their long-awaited reunion. Li Xiaobo embraced her tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, how wonderful to see you! I've missed you so much." She affectionately ruffled his hair and replied, "Little brother, of course I had to come back to see you. Moreover, I am now a 34th level soul master. My powers have greatly increased, enabling me to protect you better." Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Sister, you're truly impressive. I too long to awaken my martial spirit and become a powerful soul master like you." She encouraged him with a pat on his shoulder. "You will certainly achieve it, little brother. Your talent is remarkable. With diligent training, you will undoubtedly excel after your martial spirit awakens." As she spoke, she produced a radiant orb that emanated an otherworldly glow and handed it to Li Xiaobo. "This orb will assist you in your martial spirit awakening. Take it and prepare well." He carefully accepted the orb, feeling a mysterious energy coursing through his grasp. Firmly holding it, he declared, "Sister, I will make the best use of it and strive for my martial spirit awakening as soon as possible." The siblings exchanged a knowing smile, their eyes gleaming with anticipation for the future. Li Xiaobo followed his sister on the path home, exhilarated by the prospect of spending time together after such a long separation. Soon, their home came into view. As they pushed open the door, the robust wave of their father's soul power enveloped them, and upon seeing Li Yuanmei return, Li Lingfeng erupted into a hearty laugh. Their mother, Feng Linger, tenderly pulled Li Yuanmei close, scrutinizing her for any signs of injury or change. Then, Li Yuanmei turned to her parents, her eyes glistening with emotion. "Mom, Dad, I've missed you and little brother so much." Mother gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and comforted, "Xiaobo, focus on your training. Perhaps one day, you'll have the opportunity to fight side by side with your sister, and then our family will have more time to be together." Xiaobo clenched his fists and nodded earnestly. "Yes, I will certainly strive to improve." At that moment, sunlight streamed into the room, illuminating the hopeful faces of the family. The family sat together, enveloped in a warm and harmonious atmosphere. Unable to contain his curiosity, Li Xiaobo asked his sister, "Sister, have you encountered any particularly formidable opponents at the academy?" Li Yuanmei took a sip of water and slowly replied, "Of course. During one practical training session, my opponent was Zhao Geng, who possesses a powerful assault-type martial soul. His attack power was incredibly strong. As soon as the battle commenced, he launched a fierce assault, and I could only rely on the power of the primordial pearl to defend myself continuously. As she spoke, Li Yuanmei picked up the primordial pearl to show her family. This pearl not only enhances my defensive capabilities, but also allows me to rebound a portion of the damage at critical moments that time. I seized the opportunity and used the pearl's ability to reflect some of his attacks back at him, catching him off guard and ultimately winning by a narrow margin. Everyone listened with rapt attention, and their father stroked his beard, nodding in approval. My daughter truly possesses both wisdom and courage. Then, Li Yuanmei shared amusing tales about her intriguing teachers and classmates at the academy, as well as the various bizarre martial souls. Listening to his sister's stories, Li Xiaobo felt an even stronger yearning for the awakening of his own martial soul, silently resolving to train diligently so that one day he could shine brightly at the academy, just like his sister. As Li Yuanmei spoke animatedly, they suddenly heard a rumbling sound from Li Xiaobo's stomach. He awkwardly scratched his head, and upon seeing this, everyone burst into laughter. Amidst all the chatter, we completely forgot that Xiaobo hasn't eaten yet, Mother chuckled. Thus, the family rose and headed to the dining room. The table was adorned with a sumptuous array of dishes, emanating an enticing aroma. Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up as he eagerly sat down, ready to indulge. Eat slowly, don't choke, his sister kindly reminded him as he stuffed food into his mouth. Li Xiaobo mumbled indistinctly, "Sister, the food at the academy must not be as delicious as home-cooked meals." Indeed, home-cooked meals are infused with all of Mom and Dad's love, Li Yuanmei teased. Father suddenly set down his chopsticks, his expression turning solemn as he gazed at Li Xiaobo and said, "Xiaobo, next week you will awaken your martial soul. This is a significant event in your life, and you must prepare in advance." Li Xiaobo's eyes lit up, a mix of anxiety and excitement coursing through him. "Dad, how should I prepare?" After a moment of contemplation, his father replied, "First, you must adjust your mindset. Your mental state is crucial during the awakening of your martial soul. Secondly, focus on strengthening your physical condition during this time, ensuring that your body is in its optimal state, as it may be able to withstand the arrival of a more powerful martial soul." His mother chimed in, "Yes, yes. Eat nutritious foods. I will prepare delicious meals for you every day." Li Yuanmei encouraged, "Broder, don't worry. With your talent, you will surely awaken an extraordinary martial soul. If you encounter anything you don't understand, feel free to discuss it with me. I have learned quite a bit about martial soul awakening at the academy." Li Xiaobo nodded vigorously. "Thank you, Mom and Dad. Thank you, sister. I will give it my all." Subsequently, the family joyfully reminisced about the powerful martial souls that had once appeared in their lineage. Li Xiaobo's heart brimmed with anticipation, as if he could envision a future where he wielded a formidable martial soul, galloping across the world. Chapter 3. The Awakening of the Martial Soul. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, swiftly passing by in the blink of an eye. A week had slipped away, ephemeral as a momentary glance. At last, the long-awaited and exhilarating day of martial soul awakening had arrived. The entire Count's estate was enveloped in a tense yet exhilarating atmosphere, as people eagerly discussed the impending significant moment. Children were awakened early by their parents, donning their most splendid attire, their hearts filled with trepidation as they made their way to the martial soul awakening hall. Crowds gathered on either side of the entrance, some peering curiously, while others cast blessings and encouraging glances toward the children participating in the awakening ceremony. Sunlight bathed the ancient architecture, casting a golden hue, as if heralding a day brimming with miracles and possibilities. Li Xiaobo followed his father to the central martial soul awakening chamber of the Count's estate. Numerous peers had already gathered, their faces reflecting a mixture of tension and anticipation. The elder presiding over the awakening ceremony stood before an ancient and mysterious array, his demeanor solemn. Upon seeing Li Xiaobo and his father arrive, he gestured for Li Xiaobo to step forward. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo slowly entered the array, which instantly illuminated with radiant light, enveloping him in its glow. He felt a peculiar force surging within him, as if every corner of his body was being explored. Suddenly, a dazzling blue light shot up into the sky, eliciting gasps of astonishment from those around. Before Li Xiaobo, a golden martial soul resembling him gradually materialized behind him. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears brimming in his eyes. This was an exceptionally powerful and rare martial soul. The elder nodded in approval, remarking, "This child possesses limitless potential." Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, his heart brimming with excitement and determination. He understood that the path of his martial soul had only just begun, and countless challenges and opportunities awaited him in the future. Just as the crowd believed the awakening of the martial soul was nearing its conclusion, a brilliant golden light suddenly flickered intensely, transforming into strands of golden silk that spread outward. Wherever these strands touched, the very fabric of space rippled in response. The elder's expression shifted. Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Li Xiaobo felt an even greater force tugging at him, and though he attempted to struggle, he found himself utterly immobilized like a tea that moment. The golden martial soul erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors, intertwining with the blue strands. As the hues merged, the martial soul began to transform, its singular forms split apart, giving rise to multiple smaller golden figures that danced around Li Xiaobo. In his astonishment, the elder murmured, "Could it be the legendary evolution of a martial soul? What extraordinary constitution does this child possess?" Li Xiaobo gazed at the wondrous spectacle before him, his heart swelling with curiosity. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He understood that regardless of the outcome, this was a pivotal opportunity on his path to becoming a formidable warrior. As the onlookers stood in awe, the small golden figures suddenly coalesced into a colossal golden apparition, wielding a long spear that radiated a chilling luminescence. Li Xiaobo could distinctly feel the tremendous power emanating from the spear, as if a mere flick could rend the very void. The elder inhaled deeply before proclaiming, "This signifies the manifestation of a divine-level martial soul. This child is surely chosen by the heavens." The crowd erupted in astonishment. However, Li Xiaobo remained undeterred, extending his hand toward the spear held by the golden apparition. The instant his fingers brushed against the spear's surface, a torrent of memories surged into his mind. These were ancient and enigmatic battle scenes, featuring a colossal figure wielding a similar weapon against malevolent forces. From this, Li Xiaobo gleaned various techniques of spear combat. With a resolute gaze, he drew the spear with a sudden motion. In that instant, the skies darkened, and thunder rumbled ominously. Li Xiaobo realized he had embraced a new mission from this moment forward. He would embark on a journey to explore the mysteries of martial souls and safeguard this continent. Armed with this unexpectedly acquired formidable martial soul and divine spirit, Li Xiaobo awakened his martial soul. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, and after a flash of light, an extraordinary silhouette emerged around him. The crowd gasped in astonishment as they beheld a spear emanating an ethereal blue glow, its shaft adorned with mysterious, flowing runes. The soul master responsible for the awakening was taken aback, his eyes lighting up with astonishment after testing the soul power. It was innate super soul power, indeed. This revelation sent ripples of excitement throughout the crowd. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed with emotion, tears welling in his eyes, while his sister, Li Yuanmei, wore a proud expression on her face. Meanwhile, the children possessing the Nanhuan Yuan Pearl martial soul clenched their fists in quiet determination, aware that this boy named Li Xiaobo would become the target of their ambitions. Whispers of speculation filled the air as onlookers pondered the future accomplishments of Li Xiaobo. Standing firm, he was brimming with exhilaration and anticipation, his fists tightly clenched as he silently vowed to carve out his own realm in this world of martial souls. Li Lingtian, with a grave expression, surveyed his surroundings and lowered his voice to address the gathered individuals. "This matter is of utmost significance. It pertains to the future of the Zhong family. I implore you all to keep this confidential." The others exchanged glances and nodded in understanding. Subsequently, they filed out one by one, leaving the room in a matter of moments, with only Li Xiaobo and his father, Li Lingtian, remaining. Li Lingtian's demeanor was serious, his gaze firmly fixed on Li Xiaobo, as if he had something of great importance to communicate to him in private. Li Lingtian gazed at Li Xiaobo with a grave expression, earnestly warning him, "Xiaobo, there is a matter of utmost importance that I must bring to your attention. At all times and in all places, you must never reveal your twin martial souls or that innate super soul power to anyone. This is a secret that pertains to our very survival. Should it fall into the wrong hands, it could invite countless troubles and dangers." He grasped Li Xiaobo's shoulders firmly, as if to convey the gravity of the situation through this physical connection. Lowering his voice, Li Lingtian continued, "Do you understand? Twin martial souls are exceedingly rare. An innate super soul power is even more unique, a phenomenon found among the millions. Once such a talent is exposed, it will undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of various factions, leading to fierce competition and strife. Those with ill intentions will stop at nothing to seize this power, and we would find ourselves ensnared in an unending quagmire. Therefore, remember to keep this a closely guarded secret, even from those closest to you. Only in this way can we navigate this perilous world filled with challenges and survive unscathed. Then, narrowing his eyes slightly, Li Ling Tian fixed his intense gaze on Li Xiaobo and, with a tone tinged with curiosity and anticipation, inquired, Xiaobo, may I ask what your awakened martial soul is? His voice echoed in the air, imbued with a sense of urgency to unravel this enigma. Chapter 4. The Martial Soul of the Divine Spear and the Herbal Diagram Dad. Li Xiaobo exclaimed with excitement, my martial soul is called the Reversal Divine Spear. It belongs to the assault category of martial souls. As he spoke, pride and anticipation sparkled in his eyes. This Reversal Divine Spear seemed to possess boundless power. Its sharp tip radiated a chilling brilliance, while the shaft was inscribed with mysterious and ancient runes, each one seemingly brimming with formidable energy. And look at my physique, he continued, after merging and tempering with the martial soul, I have become stronger than ever. My muscles are well-defined, exuding explosive potential, as if I could unleash astonishing strength at any moment. Furthermore, with my increasing mastery over the martial soul, I can feel significant enhancements in my speed, reaction time, and endurance. Even more astonishingly, I possess a mysterious and powerful martial soul. At that moment, my left hand slowly began to rise, as if an invisible force was guiding it. As my left hand ascended, the air around me seemed to tremble slightly, and a faint glow emanated from my palm. Initially dim, this light gradually intensified, resembling a star awakening from slumber. Li Ling Tian was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. Incredulously gazing at Li Xiaobo, who turned out not to possess a dual martial soul, but rather a tri-spiritual martial soul, a phenomenon unprecedented in the annals of Douluo continent. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo spoke eloquently, describing this martial soul as akin to a mysterious herbal diagram, containing within it a realm that resembled an extraordinary treasure box, destined to expand boundlessly in accordance with his cultivation. Furthermore, time within this martial soul flowed at an astonishing rate. While merely a day passed outside, a full 10 days elapsed within. As his cultivation advanced, this temporal ratio was set to increase even further. Following this revelation, Li Ling Tian proceeded to assess Li Xiaobo's innate soul power. For the earlier crystal ball had been incapable of measuring power beyond the 10th level. When Li Xiaobo placed his hand upon the crystal ball, it illuminated 2/5 of its capacity. Given that this orb could gauge up to the 50th level, it indicated that Li Xiaobo's innate soul power reached an impressive level of 20. A sense of quiet satisfaction welled within him. For possessing a divine-level martial soul made such a level of innate power seem entirely reasonable, though he knew better than to voice this thought aloud. Li Ling Tian regained his senses and addressed Li Xiaobo, saying, Xiaobo, you must never disclose your innate soul power to anyone. From now on, you shall present yourself as possessing full innate strength. This will help you avoid inciting jealousy, as only a few possess full innate soul power every few years. Li Xiaobo nodded in understanding. Li Ling Tian continued, Xiaobo, you mentioned earlier that there exists a vast space within your herbal diagram. Ah, indeed. Li Xiaobo replied. The space within it grows alongside my cultivation. Subsequently, Li Ling Tian guided Li Xiaobo to the Earl's Estate's offering hall, where the elders exhibited a keen interest in the herbal diagram martial spirit. The Grand Elder, Li Qinghua, arranged for a variety of rare plant seeds to be brought forth, encouraging Li Xiaobo to experiment with them, and indeed, he succeeded with all. To validate the extraordinary capabilities of the herbal diagram martial spirit, Li Qinghua specifically selected a batch of rare plant seeds from a herb garden located 1,000 miles away, entrusting them to Li Xiaobo for experimentation. Li Xiaobo planted the seeds within the martial spirit space, and within 3 days, the seeds remarkably sprouted and grew at a visible pace, even evolving into new varieties within the space. He then proposed the idea of cultivating plant-type soul beasts within this space. The family elders were both astonished and intrigued, prompting them to gather a few young plant-type soul beasts. These soul beasts thrived remarkably within the herbal diagram, even displaying unprecedented mutation abilities. The family elders were taken aback by this revelation and decided to classify Li Xiaobo's martial spirit as a family treasure, pledging additional resources for his continued research. Upon planting the seeds within the herbal diagram martial spirit, Li Xiaobo unexpectedly discovered not only the rapid growth of plants, but also their remarkable enhancement in grade. Li Qinghua and the elders were astounded by this discovery and resolved to lend their full support to Li Xiaobo's research. When Li Xiaobo proposed the cultivation of plant-type soul beasts, Li Qihua deemed it a bold endeavor and commanded the collection of several rare young plant-type soul beasts. Under Li Xiaobo's meticulous care, these soul beasts not only grew swiftly, but also exhibited unprecedented abilities during their evolution. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo's herbal diagram martial spirit became the family's secret weapon. Li Qinghua, tomorrow, take Xiaobo to obtain the soul ring. We must not delay his growth. Li Lingtian, I will take Xiaobo tomorrow. He then instructed someone to take Li Xiaobo back to rest. Chapter 6. An unexpected delight. The night was as dark as ink, deep and heavy. In the profound silence of this night, Li Xiaobo was suddenly engulfed by an unprecedented wave of excruciating pain. As if something deep within him was striving to break free. He doubled over in agony, clutching himself tightly, hoping that this would alleviate the tearing pain. However, the torment did not dissipate as he had wished. Instead, it intensified with each passing moment. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo could no longer bear it. His knees buckled, and he collapsed heavily to the ground. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, mingling with the dust on the earth. He opened his mouth, attempting to scream. But all that emerged was a hoarse and anguished howl, a sound that echoed hauntingly through the stillness of the night sky. Li Lingtian stood not far away, witnessing the unfolding events with a sudden jolt of alarm. Just as he intended to approach and ascertain Li Xiaobo's condition, he was taken aback by a transformation occurring behind the latter. A pair of obsidian wings unfurled slowly, emanating a faint, ethereal blue glow, resembling the sinister wings of a demon from the abyss. Li Lingtian stood frozen in place, his eyes brimming with astonishment. As a distinguished figure in the realm of soul masters, he was acutely aware of the implications of this phenomenon. The external soul bone, a treasure comparable to one that has existed for 100,000 years, is coveted by countless soul masters. Yet, at this moment, it manifested upon Li Xiaobo. What could possibly be the explanation for this? At this moment, Li Xiaobo's inner world was tumultuous. He could distinctly sense the formidable power bestowed by those wings. A potent and thunderous force capable of annihilating everything in its path. His heart was a blend of astonishment and elation. He was astonished by the abruptness of this transformation and elated by the unprecedented strength he seemed to have acquired. Yet, this power was not easily tamed. Li Xiaobo soon realized that his consciousness was being gradually eroded by the ferocious energy. He struggled to maintain clarity, but felt increasingly overwhelmed. He understood that he must swiftly make a choice, either succumb to this force and become a mere shell of his former self, or endure this trial. Truly harness the power and emerge as a genuine warrior. Li Lingtian observed the agonizing struggle of Li Xiaobo, his heart a tumult of emotions. He yearned to step forward and offer assistance, yet he was acutely aware of his own impotence in this moment. All he could do was watch helplessly as Li Xiaobo underwent such a profound transformation before his very eyes, hoping fervently that he would persevere through this trial. Time seemed to stretch infinitely in this fleeting moment. The anguished cries of Li Xiaobo gradually diminished, replaced by the sound of his labored breaths. The once flapping black wings slowly ceased their movement, hanging silently at his back. Everything appeared to return to a state of tranquility. But Li Lingtian understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. At last, Li Xiaobo rose slowly to his feet. His gaze transformed into one of depth and resolve, as though he had undergone a metamorphosis. The black wings behind him gently stirred in accordance with his will, heralding the dawn of a new era. Li Lingtian gazed at Li Xiaobo before him, and a profound sense of emotion welled up within his heart. Li Xiaobo stood in the pitch-black soul hunter forest, his eyes shimmering with anticipation and trepidation. He took a deep breath and gradually unfurled the pair of newly formed wings upon his back. These wings were imbued with formidable power, as if they contained the most ferocious thunderous might of the heavens and earth. With each flap, the surrounding air seemed to vibrate with an electric pulse. Slowly, Li Xiaobo's body began to ascend, feeling as though an invisible force was lifting him, liberating him from the confines of gravity. It was an unprecedented experience, evoking a blend of exhilaration and a hint of fear towards the unknown. Yet he understood that this moment marked a significant turning point in his life. In a brief moment, Li Xiaobo found himself hovering in the sky, resembling a newly birthed deity. Behind him, thunder manifested, resembling great silver dragons weaving through the clouds. Should a mortal gaze upon this scene, they would surely perceive it as a divine visitation, utterly incomprehensible. Pausing briefly in midair, Li Xiaobo began to experiment with the control of his wings, wobbling slightly as he descended. Though his movements appeared somewhat clumsy, they already bore an air of majestic power. Upon landing, he dashed eagerly towards his father, Li Lingtian, a radiant expression of excitement illuminating his face. "Father, look!" Li Xiaobo exclaimed, pointing animatedly at the wings upon his back. "This external soul bone has granted me two formidable skills. The first is 3,000 thunder moves, which can enhance my speed by 300. Just imagine how swift my movements will be in the future." Listening to his son's account, Li Lingtian's eyes flickered with a hint of surprise, yet more so with a sense of gratification and pride. He understood that his son had embarked upon an extraordinary journey. "And what is the second skill?" Li Lingtian inquired with curiosity. "The second skill is called Thunder Radiance Across the Heavens," Li Xiaobo replied, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. "It is a domain-type skill. Within the realm of Thunder Radiance Across the Heavens, I can significantly amplify my power of the lightning element and launch indiscriminate attacks on enemies within the domain. It is truly my ultimate weapon." Li Lingtian, upon hearing this, could not help but feel a swell of pride for his son. He understood that these two skills would serve as crucial pillars in Li Xiaobo's journey of growth. What brought him even greater solace was the realization that Li Xiaobo had not succumbed to arrogance or complacency due to his newfound power. Rather, he cherished it and worked even harder. From this moment forth, Li Xiaobo's life would unfurl a new chapter. He would embark on a path to divinity, accompanied by the spirit of thunder, a journey brimming with challenges and opportunities. All of this began on that dark night, with the gentle flutter of his wings. Li Lingtian gazed proudly at his son, Li Xiaobo, and earnestly advised him, "Xiaobo, it is imperative that you conceal your external soul bone well. It is a treasure of the blood river, as precious as 100,000-year soul bone." Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly in agreement. Li Lingtian continued, "Your two skills are quite remarkable. You should diligently practice them in secluded corners." The night was as dark as ink, punctuated by a myriad of stars. The two walked side by side, the path beneath their feet seeming even more familiar than before, leading them towards Soul Hunting Town. Their steps bore a hint of urgency, yet they could not mask their fatigue. After a day of relentless travel, both body and spirit had reached their limits. The outline of Soul Hunting Town gradually emerged. But the hour was already late, the night had descended, and the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow. They exchanged a knowing smile, fully aware that they could only pause here for the night. The Soul Hunting Hotel became their sole option, within the embrace of the night. The hotel's lights shimmered warmly and softly, infusing a touch of vitality and warmth into the shadowy edge of the forest. Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo entered the hotel lobby, where the wooden floor creaked softly beneath their feet. The walls were adorned with murals depicting the legends of the soul-cleaving forest, each artwork vibrant and enigmatic. The air within the hotel was infused with a subtle aroma of timber, harmonizing beautifully with the essence of the forest. After completing their check-in, they proceeded to a spacious and immaculate guest room. Although the furnishings were modest, they exuded a timeless charm. Moonlight streamed through the gaps in the curtains, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon the wooden floor, creating a mesmerizing tableau. Li Lingtian sat on the edge of the bed, gazing affectionately at Li Xiaobo, who was busily packing his belongings. His eyes sparkled with love and anticipation. He understood deeply that this son not only bore his bloodline but also exhibited an unprecedented talent in martial spirits. The external soul bone represented not merely a symbol of strength but also a profound responsibility. "Xiaobo, remember this. With great power comes great responsibility," Li Lingtian imparted earnestly. "The strength granted to you by this soul bone is not for the purpose of ostentation or abuse. Rather, it is to be wielded in the protection of those in need and to uphold peace and justice in this world." Li Xiaobo paused his actions, lifting his gaze to his father, his eyes shimmering with resolute determination. "I understand now, father. I shall cherish this power and wield it to pursue what is just." Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction, gently stroking his son's hair. "I believe in you, Xiaobo. It's getting late. You should rest early. Tomorrow we must rise early to continue our journey." As the night deepened, the moonlight cascaded like water over every corner of the soul-shattering forest. In this serene night, both Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo were immersed in their respective beautiful dreams, eagerly anticipating the arrival of tomorrow and the adventures and challenges that lay ahead. Chapter 5. The Hunt for Soul Beasts. At the break of dawn, Li Xiaobo arose, filled with excitement at the prospect of officially becoming a soul master. After hastily washing his face, he eagerly sought out Li Lingtian. Upon arriving in the living room, he discovered that his mother, Feng Ling'er, had already prepared breakfast, and his sister was already eating. Feng Ling'er urged Li Xiaobo to sit down and eat quickly. After finishing his meal, he inquired about the whereabouts of his father, Li Lingtian, as his anticipation was palpable. Shortly thereafter, Li Ling Tian entered from outside, asking, "Xiaobo, are you ready?" Li Xiaobo nodded and followed his father as they set out for the soul-hunting forest. Due to Li Ling Tian's attentive care along the way, the duo reached soul-hunting town by evening. They spent the night at the Fierce Soul Tavern, replenishing their energy in preparation for the following day. At dawn the next day, Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo ventured into the soul-hunting forest. The ancient trees loomed high, obscuring the sun. Li Ling Tian guided Li Xiaobo through the forest, searching for the perfect soul ring that resonated with him. In the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, soul rings are coveted treasures for every soul master. They not only signify the strength of the soul master, but also symbolize their honor and status. However, the process of hunting for soul rings is fraught with uncertainty and danger. Each soul-hunting expedition is a rigorous test of a soul master's courage and wisdom. Today, Li Ling Tian stands as an eminent figure in the realm of soul masters, embarking on a journey to the soul-hunting forest with a clear objective to acquire the legendary and exceedingly rare high-level soul ring to enhance Li Xiaobo's abilities. The soul-hunting forest, a place both mysterious and perilous, is shrouded in dense trees that block out the sun. Rays of sunlight filter through the layered leaves, casting dappled shadows. In this dim environment, various soul beasts lurk, some cunning and others ferocious, ever poised to deliver a lethal strike to any intruder. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo cautiously navigated through the forest, one following closely behind the other. His gaze was sharp, and his ears twitched, not allowing the slightest rustle of leaves or whisper of wind to escape his attention. Years of experience in hunting spirits had instilled in him the knowledge that any lapse in vigilance within this forest could lead to dire consequences. Suddenly, a deep, rumbling roar echoed from nearby, causing leaves to tremble and fall. Li Ling Tian's expression hardened as he whispered to Li Xiaobo, "Be cautious. A rare soul beast is lurking nearby." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's spirits were instantly lifted. Their journey was precisely aimed at seeking rare soul beasts to harvest their soul rings. Although fraught with peril, the venture was laden with opportunities and challenges alike. He gripped the soul tool tightly in his hand, prepared for battle at a moment's notice. The sounds of combat echoed from two colossal soul beasts, the Nether Serpent and the Thunder Eagle, as they vied for a territory rich in energy. Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo concealed themselves, observing the fierce clash between the two soul beasts. The Nether Serpent was inadvertently struck at its vital point by the Thunder Eagle, leading to its defeat, while the Thunder Eagle emerged victorious. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ling Tian sprang into action to subdue the Thunder Eagle, urging Li Xiaobo to swiftly dispatch this soul beast. After all, although the Thunder Eagle did not rival the Diamond Titan, it was still a top-tier soul beast. Li Xiaobo firmly grasped a uniquely designed soul-guiding dagger. Under the faint glow of the setting sun, the dagger shimmered with a cold, piercing light, as if whispering untold secrets. Not far away, a Thunder Hawk, ensnared by the special techniques of Li Xiaobo's father, Li Ling Tian, glared with its sharp eyes, struggling in furious defiance. Its wings were ensnared by an invisible restraint, rendering each flap feeble and filled with despair. Li Xiaobo inhaled deeply, his steps heavy as he approached the Thunder Hawk. At this moment, his heart was engulfed in tumultuous emotions. Yet today, he was compelled to extinguish its life with his own hands. Why must he do this? Li Xiaobo questioned himself countless times. Was it the unwavering command of his father, or was it in pursuit of his own so-called breakthrough? He could find no answer, merely moving mechanically closer to the enraged creature. In the eyes of the Thunder Hawk, Li Xiaobo's reflection seemed to materialize. What a gaze it was, one of fury intertwined with profound sorrow. It stirred a cascade of ripples within Li Xiaobo's heart. At last, he stood before the Thunder Hawk. He slowly raised the soul-guiding dagger in his hand, its blade tracing a mournful arc through the air. In that instant, time appeared to stand still, leaving only him, the Thunder Hawk, and the dagger poised to descend. The sound of the dagger piercing flesh resonated starkly in the silent night sky. The Thunder Hawk emitted a piercing wail of anguish before gradually collapsing to the ground. Li Xiaobo stood there, staring vacantly at his hands and the lifeless Thunder Eagle beside him. An indescribable emotion surged within him. What it was, he could not ascertain. He simply remained silent, allowing the evening breeze to disperse the confusion in his heart. On this day, Li Xiaobo made the most arduous choice of his life, embarking on a path fraught with uncertainty and challenges. The soul-guiding dagger would forever symbolize his pain and memory. Absorbing a soul ring was no trivial matter. Standing before the colossal carcass of the Thunder Eagle, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and slowly extended his hands. He understood that what lay ahead was unprecedented suffering and trials. As his soul power circulated, the might contained within the Thunder Eagle's soul ring gradually flowed into his body. At that instant, it felt as though he had been struck by lightning, causing his entire being to tremble violently. Within his meridians, the lightning elements roamed like ferocious beasts, rampaging without restraint. Li Xiaobo felt as if this power were about to rend his body asunder. He gritted his teeth tightly, beads of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Yet he persevered. He knew this was an essential path towards strengthening himself. Only by enduring could he attain the formidable strength of thunder. Time ticked by, and Li Xiaobo's consciousness began to blur. Yet, at this moment of life and death, a powerful suction force erupted from within his soul power, completely absorbing the last vestige of energy from the Thunder Eagle's soul ring. As a wave of warmth surged throughout his body, Li Xiaobo realized he had succeeded. Upon completing the absorption, Li Xiaobo rose, feeling the surging soul power within him. He discovered not only had his strength significantly increased, but he had also acquired a new skill, Thunderous Might. This ability allowed him to harness the lightning energy surrounding him, amplifying his own power, rendering each of his attacks infused with the potency of thunder. Li Xiaobo excitedly showcased his newly acquired skill to his father, Li Lingtian. With a mere wave of his hand, a bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, striking the distance with immense force. The sheer power of it left even Li Lingtian astounded. He understood well that his young son had embarked on a path uniquely his own, one destined for greatness. Li Xiaobo absorbed the soul ring of the Thunder Eagle, a remarkable gift that not only fortified his physique, but also bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to wield the forces of lightning. Chapter 7. Recuperation. One morning, upon awakening in the Soul Hunting Hotel, Li Xiaobo joined Li Lingtian for breakfast. After their meal, they hurried back home. As soon as they arrived, Li Xiaobo could not contain his excitement and began to boast about his martial soul's abilities. He declared, "My primary martial soul skill is called Thunderous Might. This technique allows me to harness the ambient power of lightning, amplifying my strength, so that each of my strikes resonates with the force of electricity." Upon hearing this, Feng Linger was astonished, exclaiming that such a soul skill was extraordinary. It was rare to find a skill of this caliber, even among the soul rings of 10,000-year soul beasts, and it was indeed a rare enhancement skill. She remarked that even a century-old enhancement skill could elevate one to the level of a title Douluo. However, Feng Linger cautioned, "Xiaobo, you must not let this newfound power inflate your ego. Although your skill is formidable, you remain relatively weak and would struggle against many opponents." Li Xiaobo nodded in acknowledgement. Then he stated, "I need to practice my soul skill to ensure that I can wield it with finesse in the future, thus enhancing my combat capabilities." With that, he dashed towards the training grounds to begin honing his soul technique. Li Xiaobo arrived at the training ground and sought a secluded corner to dedicate himself to practice. He closed his eyes, attempting to guide the soul power within him. As the energy flowed, faint currents of electricity flickered in the surrounding air. However, his initial progress was fraught with difficulties. The soul power often spiraled out of control at critical moments, causing erratic bursts of lightning. Yet, undeterred, Li Xiaobo made several adjustments and ultimately succeeded in gathering a small surge of lightning energy in his palm. With a sudden opening of his eyes, he struck a nearby boulder with this lightning force, resulting in a resounding explosion that left a charred mark on the stone surface. At that moment, a commotion arose from the opposite side of the training ground. A group of young heirs from various families were engaged in a contest, one of whom showcased an exceptionally powerful defensive soul technique, rendering all attacks from his opponents futile. Observing this, Li Xiaobo pondered to himself that, despite the potency of his offensive techniques, overcoming such a defensive master would pose a significant challenge. It was evident that he needed to refine his skills and contemplate strategies to counter such defenses. Taking a deep breath, he immersed himself once more into the cultivation of his soul techniques. As night descended, the moonlight cascaded over the earth like flowing water. Inside, Li Xiaobo was wholly absorbed in his training, with time slipping away unnoticed until it was well past midnight. When he finally ceased his practice, he felt utterly exhausted. Yet his spirit was invigorated. After a brief respite, he trudged to the kitchen and prepared a simple dinner to satiate his hunger. Following the meal, a wave of drowsiness washed over him, and without a second thought, he hurried to bed, quickly succumbing to a deep slumber. However, just as he was enveloped in dreams, a sudden, urgent knocking at the door jolted him awake. Rubbing his bleary eyes, annoyance crept into his mind. Who could be knocking at this hour? Grumbling, He reluctantly got out of bed and hastened to the door, opening it with a swift motion. The moment the door swung open, a strong scent of herbs wafted in. To his surprise, he found Li Lingtian standing at the threshold, holding a wooden bucket from which steam billowed, clearly containing something special. Xiaobo, I brought you a medicinal bath, Li Lingtian declared, striding into the room and placing the bucket on the floor. It turned out to be a concoction specifically prepared for Li Xiaobo, infused with various precious herbs and spiritual medicines that could significantly enhance the cultivation speed of a practitioner. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's face instantly radiated with joy. That's wonderful. Thank you, father. Li Lingtian smiled gently and nodded, saying, Xiaobo, you have just finished your workout, and your body is in dire need of nourishment. Quickly immerse yourself in the medicinal bath. It will enhance the absorption of the therapeutic benefits. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaobo swiftly shed his garments and leapt into the wooden tub. The warm medicinal liquid enveloped his body, bestowing upon him an unparalleled sense of comfort. Following the instructions of Li Lingtian, he discreetly began to channel the cultivation technique he had mastered. As he engaged in this practice, Li Xiaobo was elated to discover that the potency of the medicinal bath seemed to be drawn towards him, continuously flowing into his body. The previously sluggish rate of absorption now surged dramatically, and this sensation was nothing short of exquisite. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, observing that Li Xiaobo had successfully entered a state of cultivation, nodded with satisfaction and softly remarked, Focus on your training. I shall take my leave for now. Should you encounter any issues, do not hesitate to seek me out. With that, he turned and exited the room, gently closing the door behind him. Li Xiaobo was enveloped in the wondrous sensations brought forth by the medicinal bath, his very soul seemingly nourished by its essence. As time progressed, the potency of the herbal infusion was gradually absorbed by him. Slowly, he opened his eyes, feeling an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his body. His spiritual energy now far more robust than before. Rising to his feet, he stretched his limbs, and upon sensing the tumultuous power within him, he resolved to return to the practice arena to test his skills. Upon arriving at the arena, he encountered once more the formidable descendant of the Soul Clan he had previously seen, renowned for his exceptional defensive prowess. A glimmer of provocation flickered in the eyes of the clan member upon spotting Li Xiaobo. Undeterred, Li Xiaobo boldly issued a challenge. As the battle commenced, he unleashed an enhanced lightning-based soul technique, torrents of electricity coiling and darting towards his opponent like ethereal serpents. The clan member responded with his customary defensive technique, erecting a formidable barrier. However, this time, Li Xiaobo's lightning strikes were relentless, each blow more powerful than the last. As the fierce confrontation ensued, the clan member gradually exhibited signs of strain, his defenses beginning to show the faintest of fractures. Ultimately, with a resounding cry, Li Xiaobo unleashed a robust bolt of lightning that shattered the barrier and struck his adversary. Gasps of astonishment echoed from the onlookers. While Li Xiaobo stood at the center of the arena, his heart brimming with anticipation for the journey of cultivation that lay ahead. Li Xiaobo reveled in the euphoria of his victory, yet he was acutely aware that a long journey still lay ahead of him. At this moment, Li Lingtian, who had consistently observed his growth, re-emerged. Li Xiaobo, Thunderous Armies. This skill harnesses the power of thunder, converging it into the might of countless legions. Not only is its strength formidable, but its range is also remarkably extensive. Li Xiaobo commenced his demonstration, his hands gracefully orchestrating an intricate dance as countless bolts of lightning coalesced around him, instantaneously transforming into a magnificent army galloping forth with an overwhelming presence, as if capable of shattering mountains and rivers. When he unleashed the thunderous legion, the entire training ground was illuminated by the brilliance of lightning, and a formidable aura radiated outward, capturing the attention of all onlookers. Sensing this immense power, Li Xiaobo's heart brimmed with renewed confidence for the future. Resolutely vowing to wield this skill as he traversed the arduous path of cultivation, overcoming all obstacles in his way, Li Xiaobo was about to speak again when Li Lingtian raised his hand to signal him to be quiet. Xiaobo, your progress is commendable, yet you must not become arrogant. This Douluo continent is teeming with hidden talents, and many formidable opponents await you. Li Xiaobo respectfully replied, Yes, father, I understand. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted at the edge of the training grounds. Everyone turned to see a young man clad in a black robe striding forward. He emanated an aura of mystery, and his gaze was both cold and piercing. Who is this person? He appears quite formidable, whispered some young members of the family. The black-robed youth approached Li Xiaobo directly, halting before him and coldly stating, "I have heard that your lightning-based soul skills are impressive. I wish to challenge you." Li Xiaobo felt a jolt of surprise, sensing the pressure emanating from the individual before him. Yet his innate pride surged forth. "Then come at me." The two stood face to face, and an intense atmosphere enveloped the training grounds, with everyone holding their breath in anticipation of the impending clash. Chapter 8. The Black-Robed Youth. Li Yangjia, hailing from the illustrious Earl's residence, stands as a remarkable figure within the lineage of the Second Elder, a prodigious talent seldom seen in a century. In his early years, he exhibited astonishing innate abilities, with a soul power that soared to an impressive 9.5 levels. Such extraordinary gifts led him to be unequivocally designated as a core disciple for intensive training by his family. As time has passed, the now 13-year-old Li Yangjia has remarkably ascended to the 40th level of the Soul Master realm, his cultivation speed defying the imagination of ordinary individuals. Even more noteworthy is his unique and formidable martial soul, the Golden Unicorn Beetle. Typically, a standard Golden Unicorn Beetle martial soul possesses considerable offensive and defensive capabilities. But Li Yongjia's variant manifests as a top-tier assault-type martial soul, its mutation significantly amplifying its power, rendering it a lethal weapon in his battles. This morning, as sunlight bathed the ancient and dignified family gates, casting mottled shadows, Li Yangjia returned, weary yet resolute after a lengthy and arduous journey of external trials. Upon entering the family territory, his keen instincts immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. The usually tranquil training grounds were now bustling with energy. A group of spirited youths had gathered closely, their voices filled with awe and cheers echoing in the air. Curiosity piqued, Li Yangjia hastened towards the training grounds. In the midst of the crowd, a figure was passionately showcasing his skills. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Li Xiaobo was demonstrating his remarkable soul technique. With the grace of a swallow, Li Xiaobo moved fluidly, each strike resonating with the surge of soul energy, causing the surrounding air to quiver ever so slightly. Li Yongjia observed quietly, secretly admiring the rapid progress of Li Xiaobo's prowess. However, a fierce spirit of competition surged within him. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and declared with a resonant voice, "Brother Xiaobo, such splendid soul skills ignite a yearning within me. Might I have the honor of sparring with you?" Li Xiaobo gazed intently at the black-robed youth before him, his gaze gradually shifting to Li Lingtian, who stood nearby. Li Lingtian gave a slight nod, signifying his consent. Subsequently, both parties ascended the arena, with Li Xiaobo solemnly declaring, "Martial Soul Manifestation, a Level 12 Assault System Soul Master." Li Yangjia responded with a resounding voice, "Martial Soul. Golden Unicorn Beetle, with a soul power of Level 43. Without hesitation, Li Xiaobo initiated the offensive with his first soul skill, Thunderbolt, surging towards Li Yongjia's cheek like a bolt of lightning. In response, Li Yongjia bellowed, "First soul skill, Shattering Smoke, enhanced thrice, doubling attack power and launching the opponent." Li Xiaobo was instantly propelled backward. However, he did not succumb to despair. As he landed, he charged once more towards Yongjia. Just as Li Yongjia intended to gauge the potency of Li Xiaobo's soul skill, Li Xiaobo unleashed Thunderbolt again. In that moment, Li Yongjia felt a formidable current coursing through his body, rendering him paralyzed and powerless, witnessing Li Xiaobo's resurgence. Li Yongjia, not daring to underestimate the situation, shouted, "Third soul skill, Fierce 10,000 Troops, a powerful strike against the ground, inflicting 150% damage and imposing a 1-second control." Just as Li Xiaobo charged again, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force restraining him, hindering his movement. Instantly recognizing this as Li Yongjia's soul skill, Li Xiaobo hastily activated his own. Li Yongjia proclaimed, "Unstoppable Charge, a brief charging dash, inflicting 40% damage and launching the enemy." Seeing this, Li Xiaobo quickly employed Thunderbolt to bolster his defensive capabilities. Li Yongjia launched an attack directly at Li Xiaobo's chest, sending him flying once more. Li Yongjia swiftly followed up, striking Li Xiaobo again. As Li Xiaobo descended, he unleashed Thunderbolt again, launching another offensive. Although he fought valiantly, his stamina began to wane. In contrast, Li Yongjia grew increasingly emboldened, his soul power fluctuations intensifying. Fourth soul skill, Golden Armored Insect Tide, summoning numerous golden armored insects to charge at the enemy. Each inflicting 30% damage, Li Yongjia shouted. Countless glimmering golden beetles surged toward Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, summoning every ounce of strength for one final thunderous effort to break through the tide of insects. Yet, The disparity in power proved insurmountable as the golden-armored beetles swarmed over him, inflicting excruciating pain that sent him crashing to the ground. You are formidable, but alas, the chasm between us is too vast, Li Yongjia stated as he approached Li Xiaobo. Struggling to rise, Li Xiaobo fell back down, managing a wry smile as he said, "Today's battle has illuminated my shortcomings. I shall strive diligently to cultivate my abilities and return to fight another day." Li Yongjia nodded slightly, admiring Li Xiaobo's indomitable spirit. "I look forward to that day," he said before turning away, leaving Li Xiaobo on the ground, his eyes filled with a mix of reluctance and resolve, silently vowing to grow stronger. Soon after, Li Lingtian strode purposefully towards Li Xiaobo, his expression grave as he regarded the somewhat youthful boy before him. "Child," he began softly, "gaze upon this vast and boundless world, where talents abound like countless stars in the night sky. Therefore, you must not allow even the slightest hint of complacency. You must dedicate yourself wholeheartedly to your training. Only those who continuously grow and become truly powerful will earn the genuine respect and admiration of others." As his words resonated, Li Lingdian gently opened his arms and embraced Li Xiaobo with tenderness and strength, before slowly turning and walking with steady steps toward Li Xiaobo's bedroom. Throughout the journey, the father and son shared a profound, unspoken understanding that flowed between them. Upon reaching the bedroom, Li Lingdian carefully laid Li Xiaobo on the bed and tucked him in. Gazing for a moment at the youthful face radiating vitality and determination, before quietly exiting the room and softly closing the door behind him. However, Li Xiaobo, lying in bed, did not succumb to sleep immediately. He stared at the ceiling, silently vowing, "I must double my efforts in training, for one day I shall become a renowned titled Douluo. Only then will I be worthy to stand atop this world, gazing down upon all beings." With this thought, he clenched his fists, his eyes sparkling with unwavering resolve. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, gradually closing his eyes as he adjusted his breathing rhythm, preparing to immerse himself wholeheartedly in his cultivation. He was acutely aware that in the world of Douluo continent, to rise above the masses, one must exert far greater effort than the ordinary. Moreover, he was fortunate enough to possess a coveted advantage, often referred to as a golden finger, which undoubtedly bestowed upon him boundless confidence and motivation to pursue the exalted realm of the deity king. As time slipped away, the night deepened, enveloping the surroundings in silence. Yet, Li Xiaobo sat there like a statue, utterly motionless. His mind was entirely absorbed in the operation of the techniques, his aura circulating, faint glimmers of light shimmering around him. Thus, the night passed in the blink of an eye. When the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window and fell upon him, he finally opened his eyes. After an entire night of cultivation, although his body felt slightly fatigued, his spirit was remarkably invigorated. Reflecting on the fierce confrontation he had with Li Yongjia the previous day, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a sense of relief. It was this contest that had restored the equilibrium of his previously inflated ego. At that moment, Li Xiaobo understood that even with the extraordinary advantage of a golden finger, he must never succumb to arrogance. The path ahead was long and arduous. Only through perseverance and relentless cultivation could he truly embark on the journey toward becoming a deity king. Without hesitation, he rose, stretched his limbs, and once again plunged into the rigors of training. Chapter 9. Well, glue time swiftly passed, and a week had flown by in an instant. Throughout this lengthy week, Li Xiaobo had diligently engaged in arduous training. However, despite his tremendous efforts, the enhancement of his abilities was minimal, leaving him feeling quite disheartened and perplexed. Just as he found himself engulfed in confusion, a sudden flash of inspiration struck. A remarkable treasure mentioned in the Douluo series surfaced in his mind: whale glue. Allegedly, this precious substance was a closely guarded secret among the nobility, renowned for its astonishing effects, particularly revered as an exceptional enhancer of vigor. With this thought, a spark of hope ignited within Li Xiaobo, as if he had glimpsed the dawn of a solution to his current predicament. Li Xiaobo turned around and strode purposefully towards the study of the Earl's residence. Fully aware that the majority of Li Lingtian's time was devoted to tending to a myriad of intricate affairs within that very room. Before long, Li Xiaobo arrived at the threshold of the study. He gently pushed open the door and immediately caught sight of Li Lingtian, who was engrossed in his work, tirelessly attending to his duties. At that moment, Li Lingtian, keenly sensing another's presence, looked up and was greeted by the sight of his son, Li Xiaobo. Consequently, he paused in his writing, a smile gracing his face as he inquired, "Xiaobo, what brings you to seek me today?" Have you encountered difficulties in your training? Li Xiaobo strode briskly to the desk, slightly bowing in reverence before responding, Indeed, father. In recent days, I have diligently devoted myself to rigorous training. Yet my progress remains astonishingly meager, with results scarcely discernible. Thus, I humbly beseech your assistance in procuring a certain item. Li Ling Tian nodded with keen interest and inquired, Oh, what is this significant object that necessitates my intervention? Pray, enlighten me, so that I may ponder whether it is worthy of my assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, summoning his courage to respond, Father, what I require is whale glue. As soon as the words left his lips, Li Ling Tian's previously gentle demeanor transformed drastically. His brows furrowed, his eyes widened in fury, and he bellowed, You audacious young fool. At such a tender age, you dare to speak of whale glue? Speak plainly. Who has led you to knowledge of such matters? If you fail to clarify, do not expect leniency from me. I shall ensure that the instigator is apprehended and punished severely. Seeing his father in a rage, Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, and he quickly bowed, exclaiming, Father, please quell your anger. You have misunderstood my intention. Whale glue is far more than a mere aphrodisiac. In truth, it possesses even more significant benefits. Firstly, it can enhance physical fitness and strengthen the body. Secondly, it notably extends the duration for which a person can absorb soul rings. Moreover, the older the whale glue, the more potent its effects. However, such a precious substance must be meticulously refined by a high-ranking soul master before it can be consumed. Upon hearing this, Li Ling Tian's previously tense expression gradually softened, though a trace of skepticism lingered in his eyes as he softly remarked, Is it true that whale glue possesses such miraculous properties? Why have I never heard of this before? Very well. I shall grant you the benefit of the doubt this once. With that, he gestured to the attendants nearby, instructing them to hasten and procure whale glue. Before long, a servant rushed back, cradling several pieces of whale glue. Upon closer inspection, one piece emitted a soft glow, entirely translucent and radiant, a millennium-old whale glue. Alongside it were two somewhat lesser pieces, approximately 5,000 years old, and 5 pieces of a 1,000-year variety, as well as 3 pieces aged a century, all arranged neatly together. With a wave of his hand, Li Ling Tian dismissed the servant and turned to Li Xiaobo, inquiring, Xiaobo, which specific age of the whale fish do you desire? Furthermore, what preparations must be undertaken prior to its consumption? Li Xiaobo responded thoughtfully, Father, a specimen of greater age is beyond my capacity to endure. Thus, I shall select one that is 5,000 years old. Though I must also prepare several barrels of ice water. Li Ling Tian promptly arranged for the ice water to be ready. Once all was in place, Li Xiaobo grasped the 5,000-year-old whale fish in his hand. The moment it touched his palm, it radiated a soothing warmth. Taking a deep breath, he slowly placed the whale fish into his mouth. Instantly, a surge of searing energy coursed down his throat. He hastily employed the method he had learned to guide this power through his body. However, the energy proved to be far more tumultuous than he had anticipated. In no time, Li Xiaobo was flushed, beads of sweat cascading down his face. Observing this, Li Ling Tian was filled with concern yet refrained from interrupting. Just as Li Xiaobo felt on the verge of collapse, he dashed towards the prepared bucket of ice water. With a splash, he plunged into the frigid depths, the icy water enveloping him in an instant. The contrasting sensations of heat and cold made him shudder, yet under this duel of extremes, the power of the whale fish gradually subdued, beginning to nourish his body and merge with his spiritual energy. After what felt like an eternity, the surface of the water calmed, and Li Xiaobo emerged from the bucket, his form shimmering with a faint aura of spiritual energy. A confident smile illuminating his face as he sensed a significant enhancement in his strength. Donning his clothes, he approached Li Ling Tian and declared, Father, my spiritual energy has ascended by 2 levels, and I feel my physique has grown considerably stronger. Li Ling Tian, observing the situation, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, Your soul power has indeed ascended by 2 levels, and your physical strength has significantly improved. It is truly commendable progress. Li Xiaobo, filled with excitement, clenched his fists and, feeling the surging soul power within him, eagerly inquired, Father, when shall we embark on the quest to procure my second soul ring? I can hardly contain my anticipation to further enhance my prowess. Li Ling Tian paced thoughtfully with his hands clasped behind his back. After a moment, he replied, Do not rush. Although you have made some progress, the pursuit of soul rings remains fraught with peril. We must select suitable soul beasts, which requires some time for preparation. However, given your current condition, we shall be ready to set forth in 3 days. During this interval, you must consolidate your soul power and familiarize yourself with the application of your enhanced abilities. Li Xiaobo's gaze was resolute as he responded emphatically, "Yes, father. I shall not falter in these 3 days." He then turned and made his way toward the training room, his heart brimming with anticipation for the impending hunting expedition. He silently vowed to secure a formidable second spirit ring, taking a significant step toward becoming a greater warrior. After Li Xiaobo departed, Li Lingtian quietly perused the family's invaluable collection of advanced spirit beasts. It is essential to understand that obtaining a spirit ring is no trivial matter, and one must never act hastily. He needed to contemplate carefully to select an appropriate spirit beast for Li Xiaobo. After all, the previous failure to capture the Diamond Titan, resulting in the fortuitous acquisition of the Thunder Eagle, was purely a stroke of luck. Spirit beasts of the caliber of the Thunder Eagle are exceedingly rare. Without the struggle of 2 tigers, how could one hope to gain such an exceptional spirit ring? Now, to acquire the second ring, meticulous research was imperative for strategic planning. Subsequently, Li Lingtian settled down to study Diamond Tiger, Fearsome Claw Bear, Blazing Lion, Whiteboard Rhino, Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus. After 3 days of preparation, Li Xiaobo, under the guidance of his father, set forth. Along the journey, Li Lingdian elaborately explained the perils of the soul-hunting forest and the essentials of hunting spirit beasts, particularly emphasizing the need to respect spirit beasts and avoid the needless slaughter of the innocent. They traversed mountains and valleys until they finally reached the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Li Lingdian meticulously surveyed the surrounding environment and selected a relatively safe entrance, leading Li Xiaobo into the forest. Inside, they encountered some low-level spirit beasts, which Li Xiaobo handled effortlessly under his father's tutelage. At the forest's edge, Li Lingdian instructed Li Xiaobo on how to identify and evade the dangerous plants within, as well as how to utilize these plants for crafting traps and potions. When they encountered a pack of foraging phantom wolves, Li Lingtian demonstrated his spirit saint prowess, effortlessly repelling the wolves and imparting to Li Xiaobo the harsh realities of survival in the forest. As they delved deeper, they stumbled upon an ancient, forgotten relic, and Li Lingtian seized the opportunity to allow Li Xiaobo to hone his exploration skills. Chapter 10. The Gift of the Time and Space God King in the Early Morning. As sunlight gently kissed the earth, Li Lingtian led Li Xiaobo into the enigmatic and ancient ruins. As they gradually approached the relic, the first sight to greet them was a dilapidated and crumbling city wall. This wall seemed to have endured countless years of erosion and the ravages of war, with its mottled surface marred by deep crevices, some sections even having collapsed to form gaping voids. Beyond the wall lay an expansive area strewn with numerous abandoned houses. Some of these structures had roofs that had long since caved in, supported only by a few solitary beams. Others had walls weathered beyond recognition, leaving only faint outlines discernible. The entire scene evoked a sense of desolation and decay, as if a horrific calamity had once unfolded here. However, Li Lingtian was undeterred by the sight before him. He cautiously held Li Xiaobo's hand and slowly ventured deeper into the ruins, each step taken with utmost care, wary of triggering any hidden traps or awakening dormant, unknown forces. As they continued their journey, the atmosphere around them grew increasingly oppressive, an ancient and decayed scent permeating the air, rendering each breath a challenge. Before them stood a magnificent complex of palaces, grand in scale and awe-inspiring in presence. Though the passage of time had left its mottled marks upon this ancient edifice, glimpses of its former glory and splendor could still be discerned. The towering halls and pavilions rose majestically, arranged in harmonious disarray. Exquisite carvings and opulent adornments seemed to whisper tales of a once thriving grandeur. Li Lingtian turned his gaze towards his son, Li Xiaobo, a solemn expression adorning his face as he spoke. "Xiaobo, behold this relic. In my humble opinion, it must be a precious treasure left behind from ancient times. Let us take a moment, and then we shall venture forth separately to explore. Remember to remain vigilant of your surroundings, observing for any traces of soul-guiding devices. It is essential to note that the majority of the soul-guiding devices we employ today have been discovered in remnants akin to this one." Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly and replied, "Understood, father. Rest assured, your son will meticulously investigate and leave no stone unturned." After exchanging a knowing glance, the father and son turned in unison, embarking on their respective paths, each commencing a treasure hunt fraught with uncertainty and peril. Li Xiaobo approached the grand palace at the center with a heart filled with trepidation and curiosity. Above the palace, a plaque hung prominently, adorned with the powerful calligraphy of the three characters Tai Chi Hall. As he gently pushed open the heavy palace door, an ancient and mysterious aura enveloped him. In that fleeting moment, a vivid illusion seemed to unfold before his eyes, vividly depicting the scenes that had transpired here in years gone by. Li Xiaobo fixed his gaze upon the grand hall, where 9 robust pillars of purple gold stood majestically, each intricately adorned with lifelike carvings of coiling dragons, fierce and formidable in their postures. At the pinnacle of the hall, there resided a resplendent dragon throne, exuding an aura of unparalleled authority and reverence. With deliberate and resolute steps, he approached the throne, an emblem of supreme power. As he drew near, he noticed a large table upon which lay a purple gold token. In the dim light, the token shimmered faintly, as if silently recounting the tumultuous history it had once witnessed. Li Xiaobo cautiously extended his hand, grasping the enigmatic token. Upon flipping it over, he beheld 2 ancient characters, Hylan, intricately engraved on its reverse side. As he scrutinized these characters, the token inexplicably seemed to come alive, abruptly breaking free from his grasp and soaring into the air. As it ascended, a dazzling radiance erupted, illuminating the entire dim hall. The brilliance resembled a bolt of lightning cleaving through the nocturnal sky, rendering it nearly impossible to open one's eyes. Gradually, the light subsided until it vanished completely, revealing a vague silhouette that slowly materialized. The figure appeared as though it had awakened from a primordial slumber, its movements slow and solemn. When it finally became fully visible, it donned an ancient and mysterious robe, its sleeves fluttering gently in the breeze. The silhouette turned slowly to face Li Xiaobo, its voice resonating as if traversing through the annals of time. I never imagined that in this world, there would still be someone capable of discovering this place. Upon reflection, it has likely been millions of years since anyone last ventured here. With that, it tilted its head slightly, gazing thoughtfully into the distance, as if reminiscing about nearly forgotten epochs. After a brief pause, the figure turned back, scanning the surroundings, observing this once familiar yet now alien locale. It couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Alas, one cannot ultimately withstand the relentless erosion and wear of time. However, at that moment, its gaze fell upon Li Xiaobo, a flicker of barely perceptible astonishment crossing its features. After a moment of silence, the figure seemed to reach a decision, raising its right hand and extending its index finger, gently pointing towards Li Xiaobo. In an instant, a brilliant beam of light shot forth like lightning, striking swiftly towards Li Xiaobo and, in the blink of an eye, merging into his forehead. Subsequently, the light rapidly expanded, enveloping Li Xiaobo in a soft halo. Following this series of actions, the figure appeared increasingly frail and weary. Its form began to grow transparent, ultimately transforming into a myriad of starlight, slowly dissipating into the air, leaving behind only a subtle ripple as evidence of its existence. Li Xiaobo gradually emerged from his state of shock, his heart still racing and a thin sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He dared not delay for even a moment. Hastily, he sought a place to sit, closed his eyes, and calmed his mind, beginning to circulate the techniques he had cultivated. For any solitary individual, particularly in the presence of such a formidable stranger, it was imperative to remain in a state of heightened vigilance. As he engaged in the practice of his techniques, his consciousness gradually sank into the sea of awareness. This sea resembled an infinite expanse of ocean, profound and enigmatic. When his gaze finally reached the depths of this sea, he was astonished to discover that, aside from the ever-present chaos pearl, there lay a token, quietly resting, a token he had just held in his hand. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and cautiously extended his consciousness, gently touching the enigmatic token. The moment his consciousness made contact with the token, a tremendous force erupted violently, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the night sky, directly penetrating Li Xiaobo's sea of consciousness. Subsequently, a torrent of intricate and multifaceted information surged into his mind. Chapter 11. The Divine Position from Another Realm. It turned out that this seemingly unremarkable token concealed a staggering secret. It was, in fact, a conduit for divine inheritance. The deity associated with this inheritance was known as Hylan, a remarkably powerful divine king. Even more astonishing was the revelation that upon acquiring this divine position, the path to divinity would no longer necessitate the conventional ascension to the divine realm. This was due to the fact that this divine king did not originate from the present world, but hailed from the distant, mysterious realm of the primordial. The legendary primordial world is an unparalleled and formidable domain. Within that realm, deities abound like countless stars, beyond enumeration. Among them, There exist beings of even greater power than those in the current world. The great Pangu, with his earth-shattering might, carved the heavens and the earth, Nuwa. With her deft hands, fashioned humanity. The ancient celestial court towered majestically, alongside numerous unmatched saints. These mythic tales have been passed down through generations, deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. When Li Xiaobo learned that the divine inheritance represented by this token was connected to the primordial, a tumult of emotions surged within him. After all, in his past life, tales of the primordial were already familiar to him. However, he could hardly fathom that this divine king named Highland truly originated from the legendary realm of the primordial. At that moment, his eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting the profound upheaval of his entire worldview. At that very instant, in a distant location, a terrifying figure seemed to sense something amiss, displaying a look of bewilderment. After all, he never anticipated encountering someone he recognized in the world of Douluo, let alone receiving his inheritance. Li Xiaobo gradually emerged from his shock, and a surge of excitement coursed through him. He had long contemplated acquiring the divine legacy or even establishing his own divine position. Yet, the notion of achieving divinity meant he could not remain by the side of his loved ones. For the laws of this world dictated that once one ascended to divinity, their time here would be limited to a mere century. Moreover, even if he were to attain such a status, the potential of this realm was finite. Had he been devoid of memories from his past life, it might have been bearable, but he was acutely aware of the myriad realms that existed beyond. The divine positions within this world would inevitably constrain his power. However, at this moment, he need not fret, for he was in the presence of a being from the primordial chaos. Just as Li Xiaobo reveled in his fantasies, a sudden, faint sound of footsteps reached his ears from behind. Startled, he quickly turned to ascertain the source of the noise. Upon discovering that it was Li Lingtian who approached, his racing heart settled, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Li Lingtian strode towards him, a look of curiosity etched upon his face. This relic is truly peculiar. I have wandered here for quite some time and have yet to uncover a single useful item. Xiaobo, how about you? Have you come across any treasures? Perhaps a soul-guiding device? Li Lingtian inquired, directing his gaze towards Li Xiaobo. Upon hearing his father's question, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, but soon, an uncontrollable excitement illuminated his countenance. He dashed to Li Lingtian's side, lowering his voice as he declared, "Father, I have wonderful news. I have obtained the divine legacy." Initially, Li Lingtian seemed to dismiss Li Xiaobo's words, merely responding with a casual, "Oh, I see." Yet, moments later, as if struck by a sudden realization, he whirled around, his eyes wide with disbelief as he fixed his gaze on Li Xiaobo, exclaiming, "Wait, what did you just say? Divine legacy? Is this truly the case?" In response to Li Lingtian's fervent reaction, Li Xiaobo feigned indifference, nodding slightly before responding with a nonchalant air, "Well, it's nothing much, just a divine legacy." Li Lingtian, upon witnessing Li Xiaobo's pretentious demeanor, was instantly consumed by a surge of anger. Without uttering a word, he raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to Li Xiaobo's face. The sharp crack echoed, causing Li Xiaobo to see stars. "You insolent brat! What are you pretending for? This is a divine inheritance. Countless individuals yearn for this opportunity, and here you are, putting on airs. What do you truly mean?" Li Lingtian thundered, his fury palpable. Li Xiaobo, clutching his cheek, gazed at Li Lingtian with an expression of innocence and grievance, yet secretly reveled in mirth. Then he noticed Li Lingtian's serious countenance, which bore the weight of tremendous gravity. Slowly, he spoke. "Xiaobo, you must never mention this matter to anyone else. Should news of this slip out, those with nefarious intentions will undoubtedly harbor murderous thoughts against you. Understand that with the potential you have displayed and the achievements you are destined to reach, you are akin to a living deity gracing this world. However, in this realm, who would genuinely wish to witness the rise of a new god? They will surely devise every possible means to extinguish such a threat in its infancy." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly in response, "Father, please rest assured. I fully comprehend the gravity of this matter and the implications it entails. Even when confronted by those closest to me, I shall not utter a single word regarding the divine position." Li Lingtian let out a long sigh of relief. Nodding in satisfaction, he then said, "It is good that you can comprehend this. Now, time is of the essence. Let us hasten our return. We must swiftly procure your second soul ring to elevate your strength to new heights." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded once more in acknowledgement, indicating his understanding. Subsequently, the father and son strode together towards the entrance. As they approached the doorway, Li Xiaobo suddenly halted, turning around to face the magnificent Taiji hall behind him. With utmost reverence, he bent down and performed 3 deep bows, each infused with his profound respect for this palace and the black-scaled divine king residing within. After completing his bows, he straightened his posture and resolutely turned to depart, following his father on their journey home. At midday, the blazing sun hung high in the sky, generously casting its scorching rays upon the vast expanse of the soul-hunting forest. The entire forest appeared to be enveloped in a golden veil, shimmering brilliantly. As Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo emerged from the enigmatic ruins, they could not help but exhale deeply. Having spent an extended period in dim surroundings, their eyes struggled to adjust to the intense sunlight. Squinting, they shielded their foreheads with their hands, striving to alleviate the discomfort of their vision. After a brief period of adjustment, they managed to open their eyes slightly, yet they were still overwhelmed by a blinding whiteness. However, with their mission pressing upon them, they had little time to fully acclimatize to the sudden shift in luminosity. Thus, they steeled themselves and began to diligently seek out a suitable spirit beast for Li Xiaobo. The entire afternoon slipped away as they navigated through the dense woods, meticulously searching every nook and cranny. Yet, their efforts yielded disappointing results. Either the encountered spirit beasts did not meet their criteria, or they were simply not the types they had envisioned. As time wore on, the sun gradually dipped towards the west, painting the horizon with a vibrant tapestry of twilight hues. The afterglow cascaded like shards of gold, draping the forest in a resplendent cloak, rendering the scene ethereal and breathtaking. Just as Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo took a moment to rest, a thunderous roar suddenly shattered the tranquil atmosphere, reverberating through the skies. They instinctively lifted their heads, their gazes converging on the source of the sound, their expressions revealing a blend of astonishment and exhilaration. Almost in unison, they exclaimed, "The Diamond Titan!" Without a moment's hesitation, Li Ling Tian and Li Xiaobo sprang to their feet, racing towards the direction of the sound like arrows released from a bow. Before long, they arrived at the source of the commotion and beheld a colossal Diamond Titan. Its body enveloped in a hide as impenetrable as steel, leisurely indulging in a sumptuous feast of forest venison. The creature exuded a palpable aura of power, its muscular contours suggesting an endless reservoir of strength. As Li Lingtian beheld the scene before him, a glimmer of icy resolve flickered in his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed his martial soul embodiment skill. In an instant, a formidable surge of soul power erupted from within him, enveloping his form. He then called out with conviction, "Martial soul embodiment. First soul skill, Dark Crown Devour." As his words resonated, a colossal entity of dark energy materialized from thin air. This energy manifestation resembled a ferocious beast, lunging with claws bared towards the Golden Titan. Under the full force of Li Lingtian, a soul sage of exceptional prowess, the impact was nothing short of astonishing. The Golden Titan, which had been indulging in its feast, was caught off guard and struck by the terrifying energy before it could react. A resounding crash echoed as the Titan's massive form quivered violently, collapsing to the ground and instantaneously losing its ability to move. Chapter 13. The pitiful child's sunlight cascaded down upon the bustling streets, illuminating Li Xiaobo's light-hearted strides. With a beaming smile and a heart full of joy, he strolled through the vibrant thoroughfare, his bright eyes curiously surveying the myriad of sights around him. The lively calls of street vendors, the cheerful laughter of children at play, and the array of unfamiliar yet intriguing spectacles filled him with boundless excitement. At that moment, Li Xiaobo inadvertently caught sight of a group of elegantly dressed individuals strutting with an air of superiority not far ahead. Surrounding them was a throng of tattered, weary souls, their eyes betraying a sense of helplessness and confusion. A wave of curiosity surged within Li Xiaobo, prompting him to hasten his steps to uncover the truth. As he approached, he discovered that this group was making their way towards a narrow alleyway. Li Xiaobo halted, turning to address the servants of the count's household trailing behind him, inquiring, "Who are these people? What purpose does that place serve?" The servant's expression shifted slightly, and in a hushed tone, he replied, "Young master, that is a den where human traffickers buy and sell slaves. Among those people, some are impoverished citizens from the Tiando Empire or other remote regions. Others are the women from families within our Xinglua Empire that have been exterminated for their misdeeds." Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming surge of anger rush to his head, his chest heaving violently. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had flourished as a promising youth under the vibrant red flag adorned with 5 stars. Having consistently received a commendable education and nurturing, he found it utterly intolerable to witness such injustice and inhumanity. However, as he began to regain his composure. He could not help but recall that he now found himself in the fantastical and unknown realm of Douluo continent. Here, it seemed that all the rules were starkly divergent from those of the world he had once known. Contemplating this, a profound sense of frustration washed over him. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo did not allow this emotion to linger for long. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the timid servant behind him and said, "Let us proceed and take a look." With that, he disregarded the terror evident on the servant's face and strode directly towards the narrow, dimly lit alley ahead. The moment Li Xiaobo stepped into the alley, the scene before him momentarily stunned him. He beheld a group of elegantly dressed individuals huddled together, eagerly selecting what they deemed suitable slaves. Their expressions varied. Some appeared haughty, as if assessing mere goods, while others wore faces of disdain, occasionally pointing and critiquing a particular slave. Li Xiaobo slowly approached the throng, his gaze sweeping over one slave before shifting to another. He meticulously scrutinized the eyes of each individual, yearning to discern some subtle clue. As anticipated, a flicker of faint light still resided in the eyes of a few, perhaps indicating that they had not entirely relinquished their yearning for freedom and dignity. However, the majority appeared vacant, resembling mere shells of existence, their depths filled solely with boundless despair and apathy. Shortly thereafter, a man with a wide, yellowed grin, exuding a sycophantic demeanor, hastily approached Li Xiaobo. With a slight bow, he said with a fawning smile, "Esteemed sir, my name is Wang Jinping. May I inquire what kind of child you are seeking? Perhaps I could provide you with a detailed introduction." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo gently nodded in agreement. Witnessing this, Wang Jinping could not help but feel an overwhelming surge of joy. It was evident that, judging by Li Xiaobo's attire and demeanor, he was certainly not someone in financial need. Consequently, Wang Jinping eagerly took the lead, guiding Li Xiaobo deeper into the establishment. As they walked, Wang Jinping continued to enthusiastically introduce, "Esteemed sir, the offerings here are indeed our finest selections. All of these young ones are the offspring of soul masters. Look, these little ones have yet to reach the age of 6, and thus have not awakened their martial souls. However, rest assured, when the time comes for them to awaken, their potential will undoubtedly be remarkable. Moreover, they are quite reasonably priced at merely 100 gold soul coins each. Would you care to select a few to take home?" Li Xiaobo followed the direction indicated by Wang Jinping's finger and, indeed, beheld a dozen or so charming and innocent children confined within. The children huddled together, their eyes brimming with fear and helplessness. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo extended his hand to point at several of the children, then directed his finger toward the one nestled in the far corner, articulating, "Let us first bring out those few, along with the child in the corner, so I may have a look." Upon hearing this, Wang Jinping's smile brightened even further. It is worth noting that Li Xiaobo had selected no fewer than 7 children. This implied a considerable commission for him. With this thought in mind, Wang Jinping eagerly agreed and hurriedly unlocked the cage, bringing forth each of the chosen children in turn. Before long, the selected individuals emerged slowly from the room, their faces a canvas of curiosity, their eyes filled with questions and bewilderment. Upon observing their expressions, Li Xiaobo's lips curved slightly upwards, revealing a hint of satisfaction. He nodded gently, indicating his approval of their performance. Subsequently, he turned his gaze towards a servant behind him and, with a steady tone, instructed, "Please settle the payment with him, and then we shall return to the Count's residence." Without hesitation, he pivoted and strode towards the direction of the Count's estate. As Li Xiaobo stepped into the Count's abode, a melodious chime of wind bells echoed in his ears. Following the sound, he noticed the wind chime girl hastily approaching him, her face etched with concern. She quickly reached Li Xiaobo and, unable to contain her curiosity, inquired, "Xiaobo, what exactly is happening? I heard from the servants that you brought back several individuals." Li Xiaobo gazed at his mother's anxious expression, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he softly explained, "Mother, today I happened to pass by a human trafficker conducting his nefarious business on the street. The sight of those children was truly heart-wrenching, and I could not bear to stand idly by. Thus, I purchased them." As he spoke, he gestured towards the group of children standing a short distance away. Turning his attention back to Feng Linger, he continued, "Upon my observation, I have discovered that they have yet to awaken their martial souls. Therefore, I propose that we assist them in this awakening. Perhaps among them lies a child of exceptional talent." Feng Linger nodded in agreement, her silence conveying her understanding. Without uttering another word, she turned and made her way towards the martial soul awakening chamber, while Li Xiaobo followed closely behind with the group of children, their figures gradually fading into the distance. Chapter 12. The second soul skill. Upon witnessing that the Diamond Titan had lost its capacity for movement, Li Lingtian turned to his companion, Li Xiaobo, and spoke solemnly, "Quickly end its life. Do not allow it to endure unnecessary suffering." In response, Li Xiaobo drew forth a soul-guiding dagger and stepped toward the Diamond Titan. With a swift motion, he brought the blade down, swiftly extinguishing the Titan's life. As the Diamond Titan breathed its last, a deep yellow soul ring emerged above its lifeless form. Noticing this, Li Xiaobo immediately activated his technique to absorb the soul ring. As the ring enveloped him, an immense pressure descended upon him. However, he adapted within moments. Having previously endured the refinement of 5,000-year-old whale glue in his quest to absorb a second soul ring, gradually, he began to channel his full energy into the absorption process, feeling a surge of energy coursing through his body. After 2 hours, upon completing the absorption, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance flashing within them. Clenching his fist and reveling in the newfound power within him, he approached Li Lingtian with a radiant expression, exclaiming, "Father, I have acquired a second soul skill named Indestructible Diamond. Once unleashed, it forms an impenetrable shield upon my body. This shield is formidable. As long as the opponent's soul power does not exceed 2 ranks above mine, they stand no chance of breaking through." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian raised an eyebrow, a hint of admiration gleaming in his eyes as he remarked, "This soul technique is indeed remarkable. Firstly, it provides robust defense, safeguarding oneself against formidable foes. Secondly, if employed unexpectedly during combat, it can disrupt the opponent's rhythm. However, do not allow this to breed complacency. Although this soul technique boasts considerable defensive capabilities, your offensive strategies remain somewhat lacking. After all, it is only by mastering both attack and defense that one can truly thrive in this world. At present, you must continue to practice this soul technique until it becomes second nature, for it will undoubtedly serve as one of your trump cards in the future." Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly in agreement, secretly resolving to diligently hone this soul technique. At that moment, Li Lingtian patted Li Xiaobo on the shoulder and said, "Though your strength has increased, you must not let your guard down. The Soul Hunter Forest is fraught with danger. We must hasten our return." Li Xiaobo respectfully nodded in acknowledgement. However, just as they prepared to depart, the nearby trees began to shake violently, accompanied by a deep, menacing growl. The two men exchanged glances, their expressions shifting as they realized that a powerful soul beast had been drawn to the commotion. Li Xiaobo grasped the dagger tightly in his hand, his gaze resolutely directed towards the source of the sound. Li Lingtian formed hand seals, bracing himself for the impending battle. Before them emerged a colossal wolf, radiating an eerie azure glow, its blood-red eyes fixated intently on the two, saliva incessantly dripping from its maw. A new crisis had arrived, and Li Xiaobo understood that this was the moment to test the new powers he had acquired. Li Xiaobo initiated the assault with remarkable swiftness, his form akin to a streak of lightning as he surged towards the phantom wolf. Concurrently, his soul energy surged forth, enabling him to unleash the formidable thunderclap. In an instant, arcs of lightning erupted from his palms, striking towards the phantom wolf. Yet, the creature nimbly evaded the onslaught, lunging with its gaping maw aimed at Li Xiaobo. Unperturbed, Li Xiaobo harnessed his soul energy, causing his skin to emanate a metallic sheen. This was his second soul skill, the Indestructible Diamond. The phantom wolf's bite met his body with a resounding clash of metal, its teeth utterly incapable of breaching his defenses. Taking advantage of the moment, Li Xiaobo retaliated fiercely, delivering a powerful punch to the head of the wraith wolf. The creature yelped in pain and staggered back several steps. However, it swiftly lunged forward once more, its claws glinting with a chilling brilliance as they aimed for Li Xiaobo. With a nimble step, Li Xiaobo soared into the air, once again unleashing a thunderous strike. This time, the bolt of lightning struck the wraith wolf with precision, causing its body to convulse violently. Li Xiaobo seized the opportune moment and, upon landing, unleashed a flurry of powerful punches, each infused with formidable strength and crackling lightning. Ultimately, the spectral wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground, a yellow soul ring materializing, its life force extinguished. Witnessing this, Li Lingtian nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. Now we can depart with peace of mind." Subsequently, the two swiftly made their way toward the outskirts of the soul-hunting forest. Upon exiting the forest, they proceeded along a narrow path. As twilight descended, a delicate mist began to envelop the surroundings. Entering the quaint town, they were greeted by a vibrant atmosphere, with various stalls lining the streets. The two sought refuge in a hotel that appeared notably clean. That night, Li Xiaobo diligently consolidated the gains of the day. Before long, the rising sun cast its radiant light across the continent. Li Xiaobo gradually awoke from his slumber, blinking to adjust to the ambient light. As his vision acclimated to the environment, he swiftly rose and tidied his attire. He hurried off to find Li Lingtian. Not long after, Li Xiaobo located Li Lingtian, who was enjoying breakfast. Upon noticing Li Xiaobo's arrival, Li Lingtian gestured for him to join. After finishing their meal, the duo embarked on their journey homeward. They pressed on without pause, not daring to linger even for a moment. The sun illuminated the earth, reflecting their hurried silhouettes as beads of sweat trickled down their foreheads. Yet, they remained undeterred, focused solely on one thought: to return to the Count as swiftly as possible. Thus, they galloped forward, and before they knew it, midday was upon them. After a long and arduous trek, they finally beheld the Count's estate in the distance. Gazing at the residence so near, a sigh of relief escaped them, prompting Xia Xia to unconsciously quicken her pace. As they approached the Count's estate, they fortuitously encountered Feng Linger, who looked at them with astonishment and inquired, "Why have you returned so early? I had thought this soul-hunting mission would take several days." In response to Feng Linger's question, Li Lingtian chuckled and replied, "We were indeed fortunate. We found a suitable soul beast in merely 2 days. During this time, Xiaobo's strength has significantly increased, allowing us to hasten our return." He patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder, his eyes gleaming with admiration. Feng Linger smiled and exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could I forget to ask if you had lunch? If not, we should dine together." Li Lingtian responded with a grin. "It seems we have returned just in time. To be honest, Xiaobo and I have been braving the elements for the past 2 days." Before long, Feng Lingo led Li Lingtian and Li Xiaobo into the parlor. Upon entering, they were instantly captivated by the lavish spread of lunch laid out before them. The aroma of the delectable dishes wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Eagerly, Li Xiaobo dove into the feast, devouring his meal with such gusto that one might think he had not eaten for days. In contrast, Li Lingtian and Feng Linger appeared far more graceful, leisurely savoring the delights that the exquisite cuisine offered. Once Li Xiaobo had devoured the food with a voraciousness akin to a whirlwind, he contentedly extended his right hand to gently wipe the glistening corners of his mouth. Subsequently, he lifted his gaze towards his parents seated across the table, a smile of eager anticipation illuminating his face as he softly spoke. "Father, Mother, I wish to take a stroll through the streets. Look at me, I have grown into adulthood. Yet I have yet to properly explore the vast expanse of Douluo City. Now that I have successfully ascended to the rank of a Grand Soul Master, venturing out alone should pose no significant risk, should it?" Sitting beside him, Feng Linger was momentarily taken aback by his words, her delicate brows furrowing as if she were weighing her thoughts. After a brief pause, a hint of a smile finally graced her beautiful visage, and she gently replied, "Indeed, it is permissible, but Mother must assign some individuals to accompany you, for only then can your safety be assured." Upon hearing his mother's consent, Li Xiaobo could hardly contain his joy, his excitement palpable. He sprang to his feet, akin to a jubilant little bird, eagerly darting toward the door. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished beyond the threshold. The moment Li Xiaobo set foot on the bustling street, he found himself momentarily paralyzed. As though turned to stone, his eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed upon the vibrant thoroughfare teeming with life, an unprecedented sense of awe washing over him. As he surveyed the scene, he noted the shops lining the road, each one closely nestled against the next, pedestrians jostled against one another, an unending string. The cacophony of vendors hawking their wares formed a lively symphony infused with the essence of daily life. For Li Xiaobo, who had long resided in a tranquil and secluded environment, witnessing such opulence and vibrancy left him utterly astounded. It is worth noting that this was no ordinary town, but rather one of the illustrious capitals of the Douluo continent, Douluo City. Chapter 14. Yin Yuesher. With a gentle smile, Feng Lingo addressed the children, saying, "Before I awaken your martial souls, please line up in an orderly fashion." At her tender words, the children sprang into action, quickly forming a neat queue. Soon after, a spirited child with a round face stepped forward and approached the awakening platform. Feng Linger offered a slight nod, then gracefully raised her delicate hand, enveloping the child in a soft, luminous glow. Moments later, a heavy and sturdy iron hammer began to materialize above the child's right hand. Feng Lingo observed closely and remarked softly, "Your martial soul is an iron hammer. Next," she continued, "let us test your innate soul power." With that, She gently placed a crystalline orb before the child. Almost simultaneously, the crystal orb illuminated as if drawn by some mysterious force. As the light intensified, a satisfied smile graced Feng Linger's face. Excellent. Your innate soul power is an impressive level 5. You are indeed a child of great potential. With that, she instructed, you may step down now, allowing the next child to proceed. Elated by the affirmation, the child descended from the platform, followed by others who took their turns for the martial soul awakening. Before long, an array of extraordinary martial souls unfolded before the gathered crowd. Some children awakened powerful battle tiger martial souls, boasting innate soul power of level 4. Others possessed healing staff martial souls, with innate soul power reaching level 6. Yet another wielded a razor-sharp wind sword martial soul, equally endowed with level 6 innate soul power. Most astonishingly, one child manifested a formidable fire shield martial soul, achieving an astounding innate soul power of level 7. At this moment, apart from 2 children yet to awaken, the rest had successfully completed their martial soul awakening. The remaining 2 individuals consist of a slender boy with resolute eyes and a girl whose demeanor is strikingly aloof. Feng Linger smiled gently at these 2 charming children and softly said, "All right, now it is just the 2 of you. Brave little boy, please come forward first." Upon hearing Feng Linger's tender words, the boy nervously swallowed, took a deep breath, and with determined yet slightly trembling steps, swiftly approached the awakening platform, standing firmly upon it. At the very moment the boy stepped onto the platform, an extraordinary surge of energy erupted from his small frame. Subsequently, to the astonishment of all present, a magnificent and imposing steed materialized behind him seemingly out of thin air. This majestic horse was adorned with shimmering dragon scales, each scale radiating an aura of boundless power and majesty, instilling awe in all who beheld it. Witnessing this miraculous sight, Feng Linger momentarily froze, a flicker of astonishment blossoming within her. It is worth noting that summoning such a formidable spirit is exceedingly rare and could very well signify a top-tier martial soul. However, as an experienced martial soul awakener, she quickly regained her composure and began assessing the boy's innate soul power level. After meticulous observation and perception, a smile of delight graced Feng Linger's face as she nodded and declared, "Innate level 8. Quite impressive, my young friend. With such remarkable talent, if you diligently cultivate in the future, you hold great promise of becoming a formidable soul Douluo that will command respect across the continent." With that, she turned her hopeful gaze towards the girl, who had remained expressionless and notably indifferent. "All right, dear child, it is your turn now. Do not be afraid, relax your mind, for I am about to awaken your martial soul." Feng Linger once again bestowed a warm smile, encouraging the girl to ascend the awakening platform. The girl silently advanced, stepping onto the platform with quiet determination. As Feng Linger initiated the awakening ceremony, the girl closed her eyes tightly, focusing intently on the surging power within her. Soon, a dazzling flame began to swirl around her right hand. Upon closer inspection, a beautifully crafted fan, ablaze with roaring flames, gracefully appeared in her grasp. Simultaneously, the girl clenched her left hand tightly, seemingly striving to restrain a surge of emotion or a powerful force yearning for release, as if something was attempting to break free to test her innate soul power. At that moment, the crystalline orb suddenly erupted in a dazzling display of brilliance. The radiance was so intense that the entire room was illuminated as if it were day. Feng Linger, taken aback, gasped, "Incredible! It is a full innate soul power." Her face reflected sheer astonishment as she stared at the unfolding scene, marveling at the emergence of such a rare talent. Quickly regaining her composure, Feng Lingo glanced over the row of children standing before her and gestured for the first few to step outside. After their departure, only 2 children and she remained in the room. Feng Linger took a deep breath, steadied her mind, and spoke softly. "All right, now it is just the 2 of you left. Please tell me your names and what are your martial souls?" The slender boy spoke first, his voice tinged with nervousness as he fidgeted with his hands. "My name is Ma Rongwa, and my martial soul is the Golden Dragon Horse." Meanwhile, the little girl appeared somewhat hesitant, remaining silent for a considerable time before softly replying, "I am Yin Wesher, and my martial soul is the 5 Fire 7 Bird Fan." As if fearing disbelief, she hastily added, "My martial soul can control 5 types of flames and the powers of 7 kinds of birds." Feng Linger smiled and nodded. "Indeed, that is quite impressive. This is an exceptionally high-tier martial soul. Rest assured, tomorrow I shall arrange for someone to guide you in obtaining your soul rings. As for you, there is no need to rush. Once you successfully advance to level 10, I will also send someone to assist you in acquiring your soul ring. With that, she turned her gaze to Li Xiaobo and gently instructed, Xiaobo, please take them to your residence. From this day forth, they will reside here with you. So it is essential that you all live harmoniously together. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo promptly nodded in agreement, saying certainly, no problem. I shall lead them over at once. With that, he warmly gestured to the two individuals and then turned to stride towards the direction of his home. In no time, the trio arrived at the spacious and tranquil courtyard. Once Li Xiaobo had firmly established his stance, he pointed to the left and remarked, Ma Rongwa, look over here. The room on the left is yours, while Yin Yuesher's chamber is to the right. As for the room in the middle, that naturally belongs to me. Should you encounter any matters requiring assistance, feel free to approach me. By the way, considering the exertions of today's journey, it would be wise to retire early. Especially for the two of you, as you will need to be busy acquiring your soul rings tomorrow. Li Xiaobo gazed at the extraordinarily gifted youth before him, who possessed innate soul power at the 8th level, and spoke earnestly, you might as well attempt to experience the process of capturing a soul ring. It is crucial to understand that with your current strength and level, you will soon embark on the true path of soul ring hunting. After saying this, he gently shook his head and turned to leave the room. However, just a few steps away, he suddenly seemed to recall something of great importance. Abruptly tapping his head and exclaiming, oh dear, how could I forget such a significant matter? You two haven't had a drop to drink today. You must be starving. Come, let me escort you to the cafeteria to satisfy your hunger. In no time, the three arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. It was the dinner hour, and the place was bustling with activity. As he surveyed the scene, he observed numerous tables filled with patrons enjoying their meals. Some were engaged in lively conversations in small groups, while others dined in solitude, savoring their dishes. Clearly, for these individuals, who were preoccupied with training and various affairs, cooking was not a wise choice. Thus, the cafeteria naturally became their preferred venue for addressing their basic sustenance needs. Chapter 15. Soul Hunting at Dawn. As the sun gently rose above the horizon, its warm rays filtered through the window, bathing the room in a soft glow. Li Xiaobo stirred awake, stretched languidly, and quickly rolled out of bed to freshen up. After a brief period of preparation, he approached the door of Yin Yuesher's room with renewed vigor. Standing before the door, he lifted his hand and gently knocked a few times while calling out, rise and shine. Hurry and get ready for breakfast. Once we finish eating, we must set out for soul hunting. It is quite a distance, and we will need the entire day to travel. After delivering his message, he turned and headed in the opposite direction to awaken Ma Rongwa. Before long, a faint rustling sound emanated from within the room, and soon after, Yin Yuesher, still groggy from sleep, opened the door. With slightly disheveled hair, she looked at Li Xiaobo and asked with a hint of confusion, is it just you? Are the three of us going together? Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, responding, of course not. Besides the three of us, there is another individual accompanying us, a seasoned housekeeper from the manor. Despite his advanced age, his prowess should not be underestimated. He is, after all, a genuine soul emperor. However, under normal circumstances, he seldom intervenes. With that, he winked at Yin Yuesher. Her eyes sparkled at the thought of having a soul emperor by their side, providing an added layer of security. At that moment, Ma Rongwa emerged, rubbing his eyes. The four of them proceeded to the dining hall, where a lavish spread awaited them. The old housekeeper had long been waiting there and greeted them with a slight bow as they entered. They began their meal in silence, and before long, their appetites were satisfied, and they prepared to embark on their journey. As they exited the grand entrance, a number of horses were already saddled and ready. They mounted their steeds and galloped toward their destination. The scenery along the way transformed continuously, beginning with bustling market towns and then transitioning into a dense forest. Suddenly, a low growl echoed from ahead, startling the horses into whinnies. Li Xiaobo calmed the steeds and cautiously scanned the path ahead. Emerging from the thicket was a decades-old shadow demon wolf, its eerie green eyes fixated on them, drool dripping from its jaws. The housekeeper remained composed, stepping forward to unleash a wave of formidable soul energy. The wolf, sensing the overwhelming pressure, let out a low howl and retreated into the depths of the forest. Continuing their journey, they drew ever closer to the fabled soul hunting ground. After a full day of relentless travel as the sun began to set, they finally arrived at the enigmatic soul hunting town. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Li Xiaobo gazed up at the darkening sky and sighed with relief. Ah, the hour is late. Let us take a moment to rest here, replenish our energy, and commence our soul hunting endeavors at dawn. No sooner had he spoken than he strode purposefully toward an impressively grand hotel by the roadside. Upon entering the hotel, Li Xiaobo adeptly negotiated with the front desk and swiftly secured several comfortable rooms. Subsequently, the four of them gathered in the spacious, well-lit lobby, each finding a seat in anticipation of a sumptuous dinner. The dining table was laden with a variety of delectable dishes, including fragrant roasted meats, steaming fresh soup, and exquisite pastries. As they indulged in the feast, they exchanged stories about their journey thus far and expressed their excitement for the forthcoming soul-hunting adventure. After enjoying their meal, the four bid each other good night and retired to their respective rooms for rest. The night enveloped the town in a tranquil hush, as if it were steeped in sweet dreams. That night, nothing unusual occurred. Everything remained serene and peaceful. As the first rays of dawn broke the horizon, Li Xiaobo could hardly contain his eagerness and knocked on his companions' doors, calling loudly for everyone to rise, wash up, and prepare for breakfast. He knew well that time was of the essence. The sooner they finished their meal, the quicker they could venture into the perilous yet opportunity-laden soul-hunting forest. Li Xiaobo chewed his food, mumbling indistinctly to Yan Yuesher. Yuesher, have you ever considered what type of soul master you wish to become? Will it be the powerful assault type, or perhaps the control type? You must know that the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan in your possession possesses tremendous power, inflicting considerable damage. Yan Yuesher furrowed her brow slightly, contemplating before she responded, I believe that perhaps becoming a powerful assault type would suit me better. After all, the intensity of the flames emitted by the 5 Fire 7 Birds fan is exceptionally high, and if utilized properly, it can unleash immense strength. Moreover, I have always longed to become a truly formidable soul master. Sitting nearby, Ma Rongwa nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement with Yin Yuesher's perspective. Li Xiaobo swallowed the morsel of food in his mouth and then remarked, in that case, let us embark on a quest today to seek out a fire attribute soul beast. However, it is worth noting that soul beasts with specific attributes are relatively rare and elusive, so we may need to invest considerable time in our search. Additionally, do you have any specific thoughts regarding your first soul skill? For instance, what kind of effects do you hope it to possess? Yan Yuesher responded without hesitation. I aspire to acquire a soul skill that enhances my abilities. A purely offensive soul skill, particularly one that is merely a few hundred years old, may prove to be of limited utility as my strength continues to grow in the later stages. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo could not help but display a look of astonishment, curiously inquiring, Oh, how intriguing. I never would have guessed that you possessed such extensive knowledge about soul masters. Could it be that you have previously studied this subject in depth? In response to Li Xiaobo's question, Yin Yuesher's once bright eyes dimmed momentarily. She gently nodded, her voice tinged with a hint of melancholy as she replied, Yes, I once studied it a little. Li Xiaobo's expression faltered, and with a face full of regret, he said, I sincerely apologize for inadvertently bringing up your painful past. Yin Yuesher gently shook her head, forcing a facade of strength as she replied, It's quite all right. Those events belong to the past. However, I vow that one day, when I have grown sufficiently powerful, I shall take vengeance for my parents. Upon hearing Yin Yuesher's resolute words, Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement and continued, Indeed, you are correct. Therefore, during our upcoming soul-hunting expedition, we must diligently seek out an exceptional top-tier soul beast for you. It is essential to understand that the strength of the soul skills conferred by different types of soul beasts vary significantly. Only by acquiring formidable soul skills can you swiftly enhance your power and achieve your goals. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaobo ceased further conversation and hurriedly consumed the remaining food in his bowl. Observing this, the others hastened their eating as well. Shortly thereafter, everyone was satiated, and after packing their belongings, the group set forth with great enthusiasm toward the enigmatic soul-hunting forest. Chapter 16. The Fiery Phoenix. The group cautiously entered the soul-hunting forest, gazing upwards to behold towering ancient trees that stretched into the heavens, their lush foliage forming a verdant canopy that obscured the sky and allowed scarcely a sliver of sunlight to penetrate. These venerable giants appeared to be the guardians of the forest, having withstood the ravages of time and witnessed the rise and fall of countless lives. Amidst the robust branches, numerous small and agile squirrel-like soul beasts flitted about, deftly navigating the boughs, pausing now and then to pluck nuts with their tiny paws, while vigilantly observing the movements of the intruders below. Due to the immense size of the ancient trees, sunlight struggled to pierce the layers of leaves and reach the forest floor, resulting in sparse growth of underbrush. even when a few resilient blades of grass did appear. They were predominantly young plant-type soul beasts, with the blue silver grass being particularly striking. This tenacious herbaceous plant flourished abundantly here, resembling a vast ocean of blue, swaying gently in the breeze. What was even more intriguing was the presence of various other types of soul beasts that were voraciously feasting upon the blue-silver grass. Witnessing this scene, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but reminisce about the blue-silver grass soul beast he had once transplanted into his second martial soul, the 100 Herbs diagram. How much had it grown over such an extended period? It is noteworthy that the lifespan of a soul beast is determined not by the duration of its physical growth but by its own cultivation level. Just as Li Xiaobo was lost in contemplation of the blue-silver grass soul beast within the 100 Herbs diagram, his peripheral vision caught sight of Yin Yuesher and the others. He abruptly snapped back to reality, realizing that he was in the perilous soul-hunting forest. This was not a place where he could afford to be distracted. A moment's inattention could lead to unforeseen dangers. Thus, he silently admonished himself, from this point forward, he must maintain heightened vigilance at all times and in all places, never again allowing his focus to waver. Beneath the blazing sun, which hung high in the sky, for individuals advanced on their journey, unwittingly arriving at noon. At this moment, the relentless rays of the sun poured down, as if intent on scorching the earth. Sweat streamed down Ma Ronghua's forehead like a fountain, his face flushed and breathing labored. It was hardly surprising, for among this group, his abilities were relatively modest, and his martial soul was not of the fire attribute. Thus, faced with such oppressive heat, he found it exceedingly difficult to endure. Li Xiaobo wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead and spoke, "We have searched diligently for the entire morning. Yet not a single shadow of a fire attribute spirit beast has graced our eyes. In my opinion, we should change our course this afternoon and venture westward to seek our fortune." Having said this, he turned to glance at Yin Yuesher, awaiting her response. Yin Yuesher nodded slightly in agreement. "All right, we shall follow your lead and explore the west this afternoon." Throughout their endeavor, neither had sought Ma Ronghua's opinion, after all. Ma Rongwa was primarily here to broaden his horizons. After a brief respite, the group rose and continued their journey towards the western sycamore grove. Along the way, they beheld the towering sycamores standing in neat rows, resembling loyal sentinels guarding this land. Gazing at these magnificent trees, an idea suddenly struck Li Xiaobo, and he exclaimed with excitement, "Did you know? It is said that the phoenix only roosts upon the sycamore. If fortune favors us, we may very well discover a spirit beast with phoenix blood here." Upon hearing this, Ma Ronghua's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he exclaimed, "Is it truly so? I have heard that the phoenix is extraordinarily beautiful and radiant. If we could find such a spirit beast, it would undoubtedly be a perfect match for Sister Yin Yuesher." Yin Yuesher, hearing this, couldn't help but smile gently and said, "It would indeed be wonderful if we could find one. However, even if we do not, there is no need for worry or fear. After all, this region is abundant in fire attribute spirit beasts. It is merely a matter of encountering the right one." With that, the group quickened their pace, filled with anticipation as they ventured into the enigmatic sycamore grove. They had searched tirelessly throughout the day, from sunrise to sunset. As the sun gradually sank in the west, the horizon was painted with a breathtaking evening glow. The blood-red rays of the setting sun cascaded through the dense sycamore forest, illuminating the entire grove with a dazzling brilliance. The interplay of gold and crimson wove together to create a stunning tableau that captivated the heart and soul. However, despite the enchanting scenery before them, a sense of disappointment and frustration lingered in the hearts of the four. After an entire day of relentless searching, they remained empty-handed, and their once hopeful spirits had begun to weigh heavily. Just as they believed they were destined to return empty-handed yet again, a sudden, melodious cry of a phoenix echoed through the air, shattering the surrounding tranquility. Upon hearing this sound, the four sprang to their feet as if electrified. Ma Ronghua trembled with excitement, his eyes wide in disbelief as he murmured, "There is a phoenix. It truly exists here." Beside him, Li Xiaobo was equally exhilarated, his face alight with surprise as he exclaimed, "I never imagined there could be a spirit beast with phoenix blood here. It seems our goal for today has finally materialized." He then turned to look at Yin Yuesher, whose face was alight with excitement, his eyes filled with warmth and concern. After all, this soul-hunting expedition was intended to assist Yin Yuesher in finding a suitable spirit beast. Without a moment's hesitation, the four dashed towards the stream nearby. Soon, they arrived at the clear, crystalline waters of the brook. In the distance, a graceful silhouette could be seen in the stream, leisurely preening its feathers. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a resplendent phoenix. Its emerald wings shimmered with a dazzling brilliance, akin to exquisite jade, emanating an air of mystery and nobility. Witnessing this scene, the seasoned old steward decisively activated his martial spirit, unleashing a torrent of formidable soul power that surged from within him, enveloping his form in a thick protective shield. In an instant, he darted forward like an arrow released from a bow, launching a fierce assault upon the fiery phoenix. At that moment, the fiery phoenix was blissfully indulging in the refreshing pleasure of its bath, blissfully unaware that it was the undisputed sovereign of this vast forest. Within it resided an unparalleled mastery of fire attributes, flowing with the noble bloodline of a phoenix. It had ascended to dominance in this woodland realm in a mere few years. The fiery phoenix had always believed itself untouchable within its territory, never once considering that someone would dare to challenge it. Yet, as it basked in its tranquil moment, a sharp onslaught struck like lightning. By the time it sensed the impending danger, the steward's lethal strike was already upon it. Despite being a top-tier soul beast of immense strength, the fiery phoenix was limited by its mere 400 years of cultivation, faced with the terrifying full-force attack of a soul emperor. It found itself unable to withstand the blow. In an instant, the fiery phoenix was sent hurtling backward, akin to a kite severed from its string, shrieking in distress. It collided heavily with a towering tree before crashing to the ground, barely clinging to life with its last breath. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and the other two had yet to fully comprehend the dramatic turn of events when the old steward swiftly approached them, carrying the barely breathing fiery phoenix. Observing Li Xiaobo's astonished expression, the steward offered a faint smile, explaining, "Young master, you may not realize this, but this is a top-tier soul beast, and a rare avian at that. Had I hesitated even slightly and failed to capture it in time, it would have been exceedingly difficult to do so in the future." Chapter 17. The Fire of Rebirth. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo did not reveal any significant discomfort on his face. He understood well that the old steward's actions stemmed purely from concern and protection for them. Moreover, given their current capabilities, it was nearly impossible to forcibly retain such a formidable fire phoenix. Thus, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his gaze to Yan Yuesher beside him and softly said, "Yuesher, proceed. Granted a swift end, it will spare it some suffering." Yan Yuesher nodded slightly in understanding and strode purposefully towards the fire phoenix. In her hand, a glint of cold light flashed as the sharp blades sliced through the air like lightning, swiftly ending the life of the fire phoenix. At that moment, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. A century-old yellow soul ring, adorned with peculiar red patterns, slowly emerged from the corpse of the fire phoenix. Witnessing this scene, apart from Marangwa, the other three, including Li Xiaobo, gazed in astonishment, their faces etched with confusion. It is well known that for ordinary soul masters, the colors of soul rings follow a fixed pattern. A 10-year soul ring appears pure white. A 100-year soul ring radiates a bright yellow. A 1,000-year soul ring emanates a mysterious purple. A 10,000-year soul ring is deep black like the night, and a 100,000-year soul ring is as vivid as blood red. This knowledge regarding the colors of soul rings is deeply ingrained in the minds of many, yet the red-patterned 100-year soul ring before them shattered all preconceived notions. Particularly for Li Xiaobo, who possessed a more profound understanding of soul rings than others. He had never anticipated encountering such an extraordinary soul ring on a 100-year soul beast. To his knowledge, beyond the 100,000-year soul rings, if a soul beast's lifespan increased by an additional 100,000 years, the corresponding soul ring would manifest a dazzling golden pattern. However, the emergence of red patterns on a 100-year soul ring was utterly unheard of. Yan Yuesher turned her head, looking at Li Xiaobo with a face full of doubt. After all, she had been entirely ignorant of such phenomena prior to this moment. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow slightly, lost in brief contemplation. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "I have heard that certain top-tier soul beasts produce soul rings that exhibit extraordinary colors. For instance, plant-type soul beasts typically present green soul rings, while those possessing unique elemental attributes have their own distinctive hues. In my view, it is perhaps due to the fire phoenix's profound bloodline of the phoenix that its soul ring displays such an exceptional color. However, I believe there should be no inherent issues with this soul ring." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, Yan Yuesher's previously anxious heart finally began to relax. It is understood that top-tier soul beasts are exceedingly rare, and even fewer resonate with one's own essence. With this thought in mind, Yan Yuesher no longer hesitated. She stepped up to the soul ring, seated herself cross-legged on the ground, and prepared to absorb its energy. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The soul ring, as if drawn by some mysterious force, automatically soared above Yin Yuesher's head and securely encircled her. Initially, her expression remained composed, but soon, a fine sheen of sweat broke out on her forehead, and her previously fair complexion gradually turned pale. Observing this, Li Xiaobo and the other two, who had been watching closely, felt a sudden tightening in their chests, their nerves taut with anxiety. They were acutely aware that the fierce fire phoenix, being a top-tier soul beast, posed a far greater challenge in absorbing its soul ring compared to an ordinary one of the same level. The peculiar changes occurring at that moment added further unpredictability and risk to the entire absorption process. Despite their internal turmoil, faced with Yin Yuesher's current endeavor, they found themselves utterly helpless, lacking the strength or capability to provide any substantial assistance. Ultimately, the outcome depended solely on Yin Yuesher's indomitable willpower. While the three of them anxiously sweated for Yin Yuesher, unbeknownst to them, a thrilling battle had already commenced within the depths of her unfathomable consciousness. The fierce fire phoenix roared furiously. "I never imagined I would face the day of being hunted. Yet, I shall not allow you to succeed so easily." As soon as the words left its mouth, it lunged toward Yin Yuesher's spiritual form like a raging inferno. Witnessing this, Yin Yuesher's heart jolted. It is known that only powerful soul beasts with millennia of cultivation can unleash such terrifying force capable of causing soul tremors. However, she was astonished to realize that what she was absorbing was merely a soul ring of a mere 100 years. Nevertheless, Yin Yuesher understood the gravity of the situation and knew she could not afford to be complacent. Without hesitation, she swiftly summoned her martial soul, the 5-Fire 7 Birds fan, entering a state of heightened vigilance to mount a robust defense. In the blink of an eye, as the fierce fire phoenix charged toward her with tremendous force, the 5-Fire 7 Birds fan, which had been quietly held in Yin Yuesher's hand, suddenly emitted a dazzling brilliance. What followed was astonishing. The miraculous fan seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, soaring into the air and unleashing an irresistible gravitational force upon the descending fierce fire phoenix. The phoenix, witnessing this spectacle, was instantly struck with terror, its countenance paling as it exclaimed, "What kind of martial soul is this? How can it possess such unfathomable power?" After uttering those words, the fierce fire phoenix was entirely absorbed by the 5-Fire 7 Birds fan. At that moment, an astonishing event transpired. Suddenly, the surface of the 5-Fire 7 Bird fan was graced by the vivid image of a resplendent phoenix, gracefully unfurling its wings before transforming into a radiant stream of light that swiftly returned to Yin Yuesher's hand. Yin Yuesher stood transfixed, her expression a canvas of bewilderment and confusion. She could not fathom the extraordinary transformation of her martial spirit, nor comprehend the events that had just transpired. Outside, as the soul ring successfully encircled the 5-Fire 7 Bird fan, the trio of Li Xiaobo and his companions finally felt the weight of anxiety lift from their hearts. They breathed a collective sigh of relief, for it signified that Yin Yuesher had successfully absorbed the soul ring. After a considerable pause, Yin Yuesher slowly opened her eyes, though her gaze remained somewhat vacant, evidently still reeling from the astonishment of the recent occurrence. Observing her state, Li Xiaobo hastily inquired with genuine concern, "Yuesher, how do you feel now? Can your body withstand the absorption of the soul ring?" However, Yin Yuesher merely shook her head gently, refraining from responding, as she remained enraptured by the wondrous experience she had just undergone. After some time had passed, Yin Yuesher gradually regained her composure. She turned to Li Xiaobo, her gaze piercing and filled with uncertainty as she asked, "Xiaobo, do you think our martial spirits might actually be alive?" The unexpected query left Li Xiaobo astounded, prompting him to exclaim, "How could you suddenly consider such a notion? Could it be that your martial spirit has developed self-awareness?" Yin Yuesher nodded and continued, "Indeed. Just moments ago, I distinctly felt my martial spirit move on its own. Thus, I am inclined to believe that perhaps all martial spirits are, in truth, living entities." Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Regarding this matter, it truly depends on the specific circumstances. Take for instance the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, one of the top 3 sections. The son of their sect leader once encountered a rather rare condition. He was supposed to awaken a formidable and majestic Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon martial soul, but who could have anticipated that it would mutate into an ordinary pig? Yet, this pig is not merely a lifeless entity or an illusion. It is indeed a living being, capable of consuming food just like any normal animal." Chapter 18. The Flame of Nirvana. Yin Yuesher exclaimed in astonishment, "So, are you saying that martial souls genuinely possess life?" Li Xiaobo gently shook his head and began to elucidate. In truth, referring to martial souls as having life might not be entirely accurate. They are more akin to an integral part of our souls and bloodlines, intricately intertwined and mutually influential. The unique case of Yu Xiaojiang can be deemed exceedingly rare, a phenomenon that occurs once in a century. Furthermore, martial souls possess the ability to grow. For example, with weapon martial souls, each time we augment them with a soul ring, it is akin to an extensive enhancement and upgrade. It is comparable to a mere iron block that, through arduous forging and the addition of various extraordinary materials, ultimately becomes increasingly resilient and powerful. Therefore, if one were to insist that martial souls possess self-awareness, it would be more accurate to say that we, as humans, endow them with souls, or perhaps infuse a fragment of our own essence into the martial souls. At this point, Li Xiaobo paused briefly before inquiring, "Now, let us set aside these profound theoretical concepts for the moment. Pray tell, what kind of soul skill did you acquire this time?" Yin Yuesher eagerly nodded, unable to contain her excitement as she responded, "My first soul skill is called Flame of Nirvana. It possesses two entirely distinct and wondrous effects. Firstly, it can continuously augment vitality for myself or others. Conversely, it can scorch the life force of my adversaries. Of course, the application of these two effects entirely hinges upon my intent." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to a brief silence. His gaze was fixed intently upon Yin Yuesher, as if he sought to glean deeper truths from her delighted expression. After a moment, he slowly inquired, "Did you just say this soul technique is called Nirvana Fire?" Yin Yuesher, her excitement palpable, eagerly nodded, her eyes shimmering with enthusiasm. "Indeed, it is the Nirvana Fire. Moreover, the potency of this soul power is intrinsically linked to my level. As I continue to cultivate and elevate my rank, its strength will correspondingly amplify." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo felt as though tumultuous waves had surged within him. He recalled the legends he had once heard about the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan, at the time merely noting the similarity in their names. However, now, witnessing Yin Yuesher's soul technique so closely resembling the legendary artifact, he could not help but ponder whether there existed some connection between the two. It is worth noting that the 5 Fires and 7 Birds fan is an extraordinarily powerful spiritual treasure originating from the primal era, possessed by one of the innate 3 ancestors, the first Phoenix. Although the force before him appeared somewhat feeble, considering Yin Yuesher's current level of strength, it was understandable. Furthermore, the divine position he himself had attained, the black-scaled God King, had also alluded to its origins being rooted in the primordial realm. Thus, a bold hypothesis emerged in his mind. Could it be that Yin Yuesher's martial soul also hails from that mysterious and ancient primordial land? While coincidences do occur in this world, the striking similarities between the two were indeed difficult to attribute solely to chance. The more he contemplated, the more convinced Li Xiaobo became of this possibility. In the vast and chaotic primordial world, the black-scaled emperor leisurely surveyed his domain. Suddenly, this formidable figure of unparalleled might sneezed unexpectedly. He rubbed his nose and muttered to himself, "Who could possibly be speaking of me? It must be that spirit Phoenix, gossiping about my deeds again." With this thought, the black-scaled emperor furrowed his brow, but soon relaxed, for he recalled encountering an acquaintance on the Douluo continent. "It seems there are indeed quite a few traversers from the ancestral star of the myriad realms," he murmured, a glimmer of contemplation flickering in his eyes. However, at that moment, he sensed an impending danger, and his expression grew grave. Without hesitation, the black-scaled emperor swiftly invoked his divine powers, sweeping his hands to manifest a resplendent spatial portal. In a flash, he darted into it, vanishing without a trace. Just as the black-scaled emperor departed, the air shimmered with light, and a breathtakingly beautiful woman gradually materialized. This enchanting figure was none other than Ling Huanger, her eyes ablaze with indignation as she stamped her foot and scolded, "How utterly detestable! That wily old mudfish has escaped once again. Should I encounter that fellow again, I shall surely strip him of his dragon scales. What kind of hero flees all day long?" Despite the tempest of fury within her, Ling Huang quickly regained her composure. Her lively eyes flickered with thought as she mused, "Yet this time, I have finally uncovered the traces left by your old, slippery self. Douluo continent, HM. Let us see what you can achieve there. But it is curious, with your stature and prowess, what interest do you have in such a feeble world?" Biting her crimson lips, she pondered for a moment before a sly smile crept upon her face. "Regardless of your intentions, I am unafraid. I have discreetly placed my life as treasure within that realm. Should you dare to make a move, You will undoubtedly fall under my watchful gaze. Beware, old black-scaled one. Do not let yourself fall into my hands." In that instant, a jolt coursed through Ling Huang's heart, as if an invisible hand were gently plucking at her heartstrings. A profound sense of summons washing over her like a tide. Almost instinctively, her enchanting gaze followed this mysterious aura. Her sight pierced through layers of void, ultimately settling upon the vast and fantastical Douluo continent. To her astonishment, the life treasure she had carried with her began to tremble ever so slightly. The once impenetrable seal around it having inexplicably loosened, emanating a faint, elusive breath. Her gaze, sharp as lightning, darted towards the unsealed seal. However, as her eyes inadvertently brushed over Yin Yuesher standing nearby, she suddenly detected another familiar aura. Though subtle, it was unmistakable to a being as formidable as Ling Huang. Without the slightest hesitation, she shifted her focus to Li Xiaobo, who stood adjacent to Yin Yuesher. In that moment, her expression turned cold and piercing. Her silver teeth clenched tightly, and through gritted teeth, she uttered an icy remark. "Humph. I never imagined you would dare to leave your mark here. Very well. Let this Empress see what it truly is." Before her words had fully faded, Ling Huang unleashed her celestial powers, her formidable consciousness plunging into Li Xiaobo's sea of consciousness. Instantly, the scenes within were laid bare before her. Two treasures radiating with extraordinary light came into view, a time-worn token and a pearl brimming with boundless chaotic power. Upon beholding these artifacts, a flicker of surprise crossed Ling Huang's countenance, her beautiful eyes betraying an unmistakable astonishment. She murmured softly, "Fragments of the Chaos Pearl. And within it lies a thread of your divine powers principles. It is evident that you hold this individual in the highest regard. Yet if that is the case, then this Empress shall have a proper meeting with him." With that, Ling Huang waved her delicate hand, and a resplendent light of principles surged forth. This light swirled rapidly in the air, coalescing in an instant into a token of ancient design. Immediately, with a flick of her wrist, the newly forged token shot through the sky like a shooting star, accurately hurtling towards Yin Yuesher on the Douluo continent below. Chapter 19. The Phoenix deity position. As Li Xiaobo fell into contemplation, a dazzling radiance streaked across the heavens like a meteor, soaring towards the standing figure of Yin Yuesher with astonishing swiftness. The brilliance was as swift as lightning, reaching her in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, in the distant center of the Douluo continent's divine realm, 5 supreme gods were gathered, earnestly deliberating the future direction and plans for the divine realm. However, as their fervent discussion unfolded, an unforeseen and overwhelming surge of divine power pierced through the entire world, directly reaching Douluo Star. The 5 gods were the first to feel the impact of this divine force, and in an instant, their expressions turned grave, a wave of intense shock and panic surging within them. It is crucial to note that they stood at the pinnacle of the divine realm. Such a silent and undetectable divine power could only possibly emanate from deities of a higher civilization. Almost instinctively, their gazes converged upon Douluo Star, eager to discern the unfolding events. They witnessed the mysterious light racing towards the young girl, named Yin Yuesher, like an arrow released from a bow. Astonishingly, upon contact with her being, the light vanished in an instant, as if devoured, leaving not a trace of its presence. The 5 gods exchanged bewildered and concerned glances, pondering the implications of what they had just witnessed. Moments later, as if synchronized by a shared intuition, they exclaimed in unison, "The inheritance of the divine position." The destruction god king furrowed his brow, murmuring to himself, "What kind of extraordinary genius could provoke a foreign deity to expend such great cost for the inheritance of their divine position?" His words were laced with curiosity and reverence for the mysterious girl. The Azura god king, contemplating deeply, nodded and stated gravely, "It seems our previously established plans for the divine realm must undergo significant revision. Yet, what ulterior motives could this otherworldly deity possess in their actions?" His gaze was profound and distant, as though he had glimpsed a hidden conspiracy lurking beneath the surface. The evil god king snorted in indignation, his face contorted with rage, declaring, "Humph! This otherworld dares to underestimate us, treating us with such disdain. Once I uncover the truth, they shall pay a bitter price." Just as his words fell, a deep, authoritative voice seemed to echo from the depths of the underworld, piercing his ears. "What do you intend to do? Do you wish for death?" This sudden inquiry struck the evil god king like a thunderclap, leaving him frozen in terror, as if his very spine had been severed. His complexion turned as pale as paper, and his body trembled involuntarily, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. In a state of panic, he stammered, "No, no, no." I absolutely did not mean it that way. I swear, I will do everything in my power to protect your heir. Please, great sir, spare my life. As these words of supplication escaped his lips, the terrifying pressure that enveloped him slightly subsided. The malevolent god king breathed a long sigh of relief, secretly grateful for his quick reaction. However, the mere slip of a comment that had drawn the attention of this enigmatic being from beyond the realms and elicited a warning was indicative of the unfathomable strength possessed by the other party. The remaining 4 god kings were similarly astonished, their faces etched with incredulity. They had never anticipated that this civilization from beyond could wield such formidable power. At that moment, they had yet to catch even a glimpse of the otherworldly deity, yet the voice, imbued with an aura of intimidation, materialized unannounced in each of their ears like a spectral whisper. The 4 exchanged glances, fear and unease evident in their expressions. After a brief moment of hesitation, they almost simultaneously turned and hurried towards the temple's entrance, as if a terrifying presence was pursuing them, compelling them to flee without a second's delay. Deep down, they understood that within this mysterious and ancient temple, there might lie hidden deities from beyond. Should they inadvertently provoke these exalted beings endowed with boundless power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Merely envisioning such a scenario sent chills down their spines. Yet, amidst the crowd, Yin Yuesher stood frozen, motionless. She had just emerged from the arduous process of absorbing the soul ring. However, before she could fully regain her senses, a sudden surge of unfamiliar yet profound information flooded her mind, accompanied by a hazy but imposing figure. The image gradually crystallized into that of a stunningly noble spirit phoenix, radiating a dazzling brilliance akin to a blazing sun. The spirit phoenix spoke, "I am the innate divine being of the primordial chaos. Today, I see that you are fated to be here, and I shall grant you a divine position. I am a member of the Phoenix clan, one of the 3 ancient tribes of Innate Mountain, and I bestow upon you the title of Phoenix God. I hope that you will one day shoulder the responsibility of safeguarding the bloodline of this world's phoenixes. Furthermore, should you urgently require strength to face potential future crises, you may acquire the necessary soul rings through hunting. Remember, only by becoming sufficiently powerful can you truly protect them. Additionally, the legacy I bestow upon you does not require you to ascend to the divine realm." Simultaneously, in the outside world, Li Xiaobo was equally taken aback by the unfolding scene. His eyes widened as he fixated on the parts of Yin Yuesher that shimmered with an otherworldly glow, his heart brimming with astonishment and confusion. For him, this radiance was all too familiar. It was unmistakably the distinctive hallmark of a divine legacy. The dilemma lies in the fact that this place hardly seems conducive to the emergence of divine inheritance. What could possibly prompt a being of the divine king level to manifest at this moment and choose to bestow their divine position upon Yin Yuesher? Li Xiaobo pondered this conundrum, his brow furrowing into a tight knot. Furthermore, upon closer examination of the phoenix mark emblazoned on Yin Yuesher's forehead, he could not shake the growing conviction that it bore a striking resemblance to the legendary Phoenix God. It is noteworthy that the Phoenix God is the divine entity possessed by the second-tier deity, Shenma Hongjun. Could it be that they have intercepted what was meant to belong to the Shrek 7 monsters? With this thought, Li Xiaobo found himself plunged into profound contemplation. Just as he wrestled with these thoughts, Ma Ronghua abruptly shattered the silence, inquiring with a look of bewilderment, "Brother Xiaobo, what exactly transpired just now? Why did a sudden radiance emanate from Sister Yuesher?" Beside him, the elderly steward was equally transfixed, his gaze fixed on Li Xiaobo, his eyes brimming with a fervent curiosity, clearly eager to uncover the truth. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo slowly raised his head and spoke with a grave tone. "It is not a matter of great significance, but today's events must remain confidential." Having said this, he turned his gaze directly towards Yin Yuesher, earnestly admonishing her, "You too must not divulge this matter. It is preferable that fewer people are aware of it." Upon hearing these words, Yin Yuesher felt a jolt of realization. She keenly sensed that Li Xiaobo appeared to possess some knowledge regarding the inheritance of the divine position. Chapter 20. The Divine Discourse. Li Xiaobo gazed at Yin Yuesher's expression, fully aware that she would not easily divulge matters to others. With a slight sense of relief, he turned his gaze to the other 3 and spoke softly, "The hour is indeed late. We must travel through the night to return." The old steward, recognizing the unspoken understanding, refrained from probing further, respecting the young master's reticence. However, Ma Ronghua appeared somewhat disinterested, his face betraying a hint of annoyance. Yet he ultimately remained silent. With that, the 4 mounted their swift steeds and galloped towards Soul Hunting Town. The thunderous sound of hooves resonated through the night, as if striving to pierce the profound silence of darkness. Soon, they arrived at Soul Hunting Town. Li Xiaobo glanced up at the grand clock hanging outside the tavern, noting it was only 7 in the evening. Based on their current pace, barring any unforeseen circumstances, they should arrive at the Countess' residence before 6 in the morning. With this thought, he turned to lead the others towards the carriage parked by the roadside. Once they boarded, the coachman cracked his whip, and the wheels began to roll forward, embarking on this relentless journey. After a full day of toil along the soul-hunting path, Ma Rongwa was utterly exhausted. Not long after entering the carriage, he succumbed to slumber, emitting soft snores. In contrast, Li Xiaobo and the other two, possessing formidable strength and high ranks, managed to maintain their spirits. As time wore on, the night deepened, and the moon ascended high, resembling a luminous lantern suspended in the sky. The twinkling stars sparkled around it, harmonizing with the moonlight. The cool silvery glow cascaded down, enveloping the entire carriage as if draping it in a shimmering silver robe. After a night of relentless travel, the weary travelers finally welcomed the dawn of a new day. On the eastern horizon, the sun burst forth, its resplendent rays akin to golden flames, swiftly dispersing the remnants of night's gloom. At the same time, a mysterious and auspicious purple mist gradually drifted from the distant sky, imparting a sense of sanctity and tranquility to the morning. The warm sunlight fell upon a lavishly adorned carriage, causing the somewhat aged exterior to shimmer with a faint golden sheen. The carriage now stood firmly before the grand and magnificent Count's residence. The driver gently dismounted, then knocked on the door, softly calling, "Young master, we have arrived." A faint rustling emanated from within, followed by the slow opening of the door, revealing a drowsy yet handsome young man, Ma Rongwa, who emerged while stifling a yawn. After a brief moment of adjustment, the group hurried towards the entrance of the Count's estate. Before they could reach the door, a sharp-eyed servant had already spotted them and swiftly relayed the news to the maid, Fenglinger. Upon receiving the information, Fenglinger wasted no time and hurried over with light, graceful steps. From a distance, she appeared in a delicate light blue gown, its hem fluttering in the wind like a blooming flower. As she approached, concern etched on her face, and she inquired, "Xiaobo, what has happened to you all? Why the haste to return so early in the morning? Have you encountered some trouble along the way?" Standing at the forefront of the crowd, Li Xiaobo wore a grave expression and shook his head, saying, "This is not the place for conversation. Moreover, where is my father at this moment? I have important matters to discuss with him in person." With that he turned, his gaze signaling Yin Wesher to follow his lead. Upon seeing this, Fenglinger smiled gently and replied, "Your father is currently in his study attending to some affairs. You may go directly to him without hesitation." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in gratitude, saying, "Thank you for the information, mother." With that, he stepped ahead towards the direction of the study, while Yin Yuesher closely followed behind. In no time, the two arrived at the door of the study. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and extended his right hand to gently push open the door. With a soft creak, the door slowly opened, revealing a spacious and elegantly arranged study filled with the faint aroma of ink. The shelves were lined with a variety of books and scrolls. At that moment, seated at the desk and engrossed in his official duties was none other than Li Xiaobo's father, Li Lingtian. Noticing someone had entered, Li Lingtian did not lift his head but casually waved his hand, causing the previously opened door to close as if drawn by some invisible force. He then set down his pen, raised his gaze to Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher who had entered the room, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. "How is it that you have returned so swiftly? And at this hour, what brings you to me?" Li Xiaobo spoke gravely to his father, "Father, Yin Yuesher has unexpectedly obtained the divine inheritance." Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian's face displayed immense shock as he hurriedly inquired, "What on earth is going on? What transpired in between? Please, elaborate." Li Xiaobo took a deep breath and began to recount the tale. "Our original intention was to assist Yin Yuesher in acquiring a soul ring. The soul beast in question was a fire phoenix of 400 years of cultivation. However, to our astonishment, the soul ring bore mysterious red patterns. Once Yin Yuesher absorbed it completely, an extraordinary beam of light descended from the heavens, followed by the arrival of a resplendent divine position, culminating in the completion of the inheritance ceremony." After listening to his son's account, Li Lingtian's gaze shifted to Yin Yuesher, who calmly began to elucidate. "The divine legacy I possess is known as the God of the Phoenix. Furthermore, the entity who bestowed this divine position upon me mentioned that she is not a deity of our world. It is said that she hails from a mysterious realm known as Hongwang and is one of the so-called primordial 3 clans. Moreover, she refers to herself as the spirit phoenix. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "What? Are you saying she hails from the primordial era and is a member of the innate three clans?" Yin Yuesher gently nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Li Lingtian turned to Li Xiaobo and inquired with confusion, "Xiaobo, given your reaction, does it seem that your divine position also originates from the primordial era? Moreover, you appear remarkably well informed about this place." In response to his father's inquiry, Li Xiaobo paused for a moment before finally nodding slightly. "Well, one could say that. I have indeed heard some tales regarding the primordial era and am familiar with a few associated legends and stories." Chapter 21. The Division of Worlds. Li Xiaobo solemnly stated, "Are you aware that the legendary world is divided into multiple tiers? These include the enigmatic secret realms, the extraordinary caves, the bountiful blessed lands, the self-contained small worlds, the vast middle world, the grand great world, and ascending further, the alluring lesser thousand worlds, the magnificent middle thousand worlds, the awe-inspiring greater thousand worlds, culminating in the eternal and immortal primordial world. However, the realm we currently inhabit, Douluo world, is merely a diminutive lesser thousand world." Pausing for effect, Li Xiaobo continued, "Speaking of the primordial era, it represents a true eternal great world. It is said that in the beginning, the entire universe was shrouded in chaos, devoid of any semblance of life. Yet, within this chaos existed the embodiment of 3,000 great Tao, known as the 3,000 demigods. Among these demigods was a formidable being named Pangu. The chaotic world at that time was boundless and desolate, lacking the faintest trace of vitality. Observing this dismal state, Pangu was filled with an indomitable spirit and resolved to transform it all. Thus, he resolutely engaged in a cataclysmic battle with the other 3,000 demigods. This fierce conflict raged on for an eternity, and ultimately, Pangu triumphed over many of the demigods through his unparalleled strength, though he himself sustained grievous injuries from the fierce combat. Nevertheless, Pangu remained undeterred, summoning his last vestiges of strength to cleave the heavens and the earth, thereby creating an entirely new world. However, during this monumental act of creation, Pangu could not withstand his own exertions and departed from this mortal realm with an overwhelming sense of regret. Yet, his physical form did not simply vanish. Instead, it transformed into all that exists in this world. His eyes became the blazing sun and the serene moon, illuminating this nascent world. His bones morphed into majestic mountains, supporting the heavens. His lifeblood coalesced into the ceaseless rivers, nourishing the earth. His breath became the gentle breeze, caressing every inch of land. And his muscles evolved into the vast terrain, bearing the proliferation of countless lives. Furthermore, Pangu's flesh and blood gave rise to a myriad of wondrous beings, among which the primordial three clans were once the illustrious protagonists of the primordial era. Li Xiaobo took a sip of water to soothe his throat and continued, "The three primordial clans are the Dragon Clan, the Phoenix Clan, and the Qilin Clan. The Dragon Clan dominates the waters, their colossal forms adorned with scales as hard as iron, capable of summoning winds and rains and turning rivers upside down. The Phoenix Clan reigns over the skies, radiating a resplendent glow, their feathers ablaze like flames, their cries piercing the heavens, stirring the winds with the flapping of their wings. The Qilin Clan rules the land, resembling a horse yet not a horse, adorned with antlers and enveloped in an aura of auspiciousness. Their galloping akin to lightning streaking across the earth." The two listeners were captivated, but Li Xiaobo shifted his narrative. "However, prosperity inevitably leads to decline. The three primordial clans, in their overwhelming power, clashed violently in a desperate struggle for resources and territory. This war shattered the primordial world, leaving devastation in its wake, where countless lives were lost. Many weaker races teetered on the brink of extinction due to the ramifications of this conflict. The three major clans themselves suffered grievous losses, their vitality severely diminished, gradually spiraling into decline. Henceforth, the dynamics of the primordial world underwent a profound transformation. New forces began to rise, establishing a new equilibrium." Having concluded, the two remained immersed in the grand and tumultuous history of the primordial age. Li Lingtian gradually regained his composure, a hint of perplexity and contemplation flickering in his gaze. "So, it appears that the divine positions you possess originate from that enigmatic and legendary era of the primordial age. Yet, I find myself unable to comprehend why such formidable power would be bestowed upon our relatively insignificant small thousand worlds. What profound significance lies hidden within this?" Beside him, Li Xiaobo was equally absorbed in thought, his brow furrowing slightly. After a considerable pause, he spoke, in my opinion. Perhaps all of this is intrinsically linked to Yin Yuesher's martial soul. It is well known that the progenitor of the Phoenix clan is renowned, and its accompanying spiritual treasure is the 5 Flames and 7 Birds fan. The very name suggests that Yin Yuesher's martial soul may possess some subtle connection to it, thus attracting the attention of those ancient beings who chose to pass down the divine positions. As for myself, my acquisition of the divine position was purely serendipitous. I stumbled upon its existence in a relic, as if it were destined. At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but marvel at the wondrous designs of fate. Yin Yuesher blinked her bright eyes, her expression one of incredulity as she exclaimed, "So, my divine position is truly that formidable? How astonishing! I had never imagined that this world contained such myriad layers." She tilted her head slightly, as if yearning to gaze through the roof towards the boundless sky and the mysterious realms beyond. Li Xiaobo nodded, his demeanor turning serious as he replied, "Indeed. It is precisely for this reason that all information regarding the divine positions must remain confidential. Currently, only the 3 of us are privy to this matter. However, what confounds me is that my divine king position has never been mentioned in those primordial legends. Therefore, I cannot ascertain whether the primordial age we are discussing is indeed the same one that resides in my mind. It is worth noting that in the widely circulated tales, the character of the Black Scale Emperor has never appeared." He furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Yin Yuesher gently shook her head, her tone resolute as she countered, "Although there are no relevant records, that does not imply its non-existence. Perhaps in some obscure corner, or in a more distant past, there existed untold stories that remain unknown." At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been silent thus far, spoke up. "Xiaobo raises a valid point. Thus, even upon learning these astonishing secrets, we must not let our guard down or become complacent. By the way, did you two encounter any special trials when receiving the divine position?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo replied, "The process of inheriting my divine position has been remarkably smooth, devoid of any form of trials. The only notable change is that since attaining this divine rank, my path of cultivation has encountered no obstacles. Even upon reaching the formidable level of 100, a height seldom attainable by ordinary individuals, I continue to achieve breakthroughs within the Douluo realm. Furthermore, my lifespan has been significantly extended. I am now uncertain about how much longer I may live." At this point, a hint of nostalgia and confusion crossed his features. Yin Yuesher promptly echoed, "Indeed. My circumstances are quite similar to yours. The inheritance of the divine position has likewise brought me no trials, instead rendering my cultivation journey exceedingly smooth, freeing me from the worries of encountering hindrances." Li Lingtian's dark eyes narrowed slightly, and with a grave expression, he spoke. "Although the potential you both possess is nothing short of extraordinary, reaching heights that are difficult for ordinary individuals to attain, coupled with the blessings of this divine inheritance, your path of cultivation is unlikely to encounter many obstacles in the future. However, at this moment, you are still in the seedling stage, your wings not yet fully developed. Therefore, you must not become complacent or careless. It is crucial to understand that only a genius who has grown robustly can truly be considered a genuine prodigy." After a brief pause, Li Lingtian continued, "Moreover, Miss Yin Yuesher, you have now successfully acquired the divine inheritance. Given time, when you achieve success and fame, you will undoubtedly have the opportunity to avenge past grievances. Therefore, I wonder if you would be inclined to join the Li family. After all, at present, you have no place to call home. Of course, if you have other plans in mind, we will not obstruct you." Upon hearing these words, Yin Yuesher furrowed her delicate brows, falling into deep contemplation. After a moment, she parted her crimson lips and gently replied, "Indeed, as it stands, I am currently all alone, without support. Furthermore, Li Xiaobo has also received the divine inheritance. Thus, we can look out for one another in our shared journey of inheriting this divine status. In light of this, I shall agree to join the Li family." Seeing Yin Yuesher nod in agreement, Li Lingtian could not help but beam with joy, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent indeed. I believe that once you join the Li family, you will surely thrive, with boundless prospects ahead. Moreover, with both you and Xiaobo bearing the divine inheritance, it is quite possible that you may one day become celestial partners." With that, another round of hearty laughter erupted, echoing through the air and lingering for some time. Chapter 21. The Primary Martial Soul Academy. Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's fair complexion flushed a charming shade of red, akin to a ripe apple, radiant and alluring. She lowered her gaze, unable to meet the eyes of those around her, her heart racing with a flurry of emotions. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo, witnessing her flustered state, promptly interjected to alleviate the tension. "Oh dear father, please do not jest about us any further. To be honest, I have only known Yuesher for a mere few days. As for how our relationship will develop in the future, that will depend on our interactions going forward. So please, do not rush things." While saying this, he waved his hands toward Li Lingtian, wearing a slightly helpless yet bashful smile. At this moment, Li Lingtian, seeing the scene unfold, let out a hearty laugh and ceased his teasing of the two. Yet, within the depths of his profound and piercing gaze, a subtle glimmer of anticipation and amusement was unmistakably present. "By the way, now that you both have successfully acquired your soul rings, your knowledge regarding soul masters remains woefully inadequate. Therefore, my intention is to have you both attend the Martial Soul Academy for further studies. This will not only allow you to absorb more knowledge about soul masters, but also to meet like-minded companions." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in disbelief, exclaiming, "What? No way. I am already at the Great Soul Master level. You want me to go to that primary academy? Surely, this must be a joke." Beside them, Yin Yuesher gazed at Li Xiaobo with a face full of astonishment. She had always presumed that he was merely an ordinary soul master, completely unprepared for the revelation that he had ascended to the realm of the Great Soul Master. Li Lingtian, unfazed by Li Xiaobo's protests, shifted his attention to Yin Yuesher and inquired gently, "Yuesher, what are your thoughts on this matter?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yuesher nodded obediently and replied, "I shall defer to Uncle's arrangements. To be honest, it is imperative for me to delve deeper into the knowledge of soul masters at this juncture." Hearing her compliant and sensible words, Li Lingtian felt a wave of relief wash over him, a satisfied smile gracing his features. He then abruptly turned his gaze back to Li Xiaobo, his expression turning grave and stern as he demanded in a low voice, "Xiaobo, what exactly is your stance? Speak plainly." Faced with Li Lingtian's authoritative inquiry, Li Xiaobo found himself rendered speechless, standing there with a look of helplessness and bewilderment. He pouted slightly and muttered under his breath, all right, I'll go along with you." Li Lingtian's demeanor softened as he continued. "Though the Junior Soul Master Academy focuses on foundational education, it is home to many formidable instructors and a wealth of unique training materials. Thus, the trio made their way to the Junior Soul Master Academy. The admissions officer, upon noticing Li Xiaobo's rank, displayed a look of surprise yet proceeded with the requisite assessments. The results revealed that although Li Xiaobo was a great soul master, he had significant gaps in his foundational knowledge. In contrast, Yin Yuesher displayed remarkable talent and a solid grounding in the basics. After completing the enrollment procedures, Li Lingtian cautioned the two, "Study diligently here and refrain from causing trouble." With that, he turned and departed. Li Xiaobo surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings and turned to Yin Yuesher, saying, "Since we are here, we must make the best of it and strive to prove ourselves." Yin Yuesher nodded softly, her eyes filled with determination. At that moment, a brash and arrogant youth sauntered by, deliberately bumping into Li Xiaobo and scoffing dismissively. Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, sensing that a confrontation was imminent. Li Xiaobo looked at the person before him with disdain, sneering, "Humph, it seems the character of those within this Junior Soul Master Academy is rather lacking. I truly wonder which faction sent you here to display such arrogance." He crossed his arms, his eyes radiating profound contempt. The man referred to as Jinda, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in fury and bellowed, "What do you mean by that? Do you truly believe your Earl's residence is so impressive? Listen well. I am Jinda, the raging demon under the Shadow Count's heir." With that, he puffed out his chest, attempting to project an air of authority. However, Li Xiaobo remained unfazed, instead letting out a derisive laugh, mocking, "Oh, so you were just a mere lapdog, daring to act wild before me. You even had the audacity to proclaim your name, yet alas, a character as insignificant as you has never crossed my ears." With a dismissive shake of his head, he seemed to regard Jinda with utmost scorn. Jinda, incensed by Li Xiaobo's words, turned crimson with rage, his entire body trembling. Clenching his fists, he gritted his teeth and retorted, "What a brazen and ignorant fool. What skill is there in merely boasting? If you have the guts, let us engage in a true battle and see who the real strong man is." As he spoke, a barely perceptible sneer flickered at the corner of his mouth. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo, equally unwilling to yield, raised his head proudly and retorted, Since you are so eager to bring disgrace upon yourself, I shall oblige you. Let us settle this on the Seoul duel platform." With that, he resolutely turned on his heel and strode confidently toward the arena, leaving behind a silhouette of elegance and assurance. Jinda hastily followed suit, and the two took their positions on the platform. Soon, a considerable number of students gathered below, eager to witness this thrilling confrontation. As the referee signaled the start, Jinda launched the first attack, summoning his spirit, the Shadow Wolf, which lunged at Li Xiaobo. Remaining composed, Li Xiaobo unleashed his first soul skill, Thunderbolt, a brilliant flash of lightning striking the Shadow Wolf, causing it to wail as part of its form dissipated. Jinda, taken aback by the unexpected strength of his opponent, gritted his teeth, preparing to go all in and unleash his most formidable skill. However, Li Xiaobo denied him the opportunity, summoning another bolt of lightning that caught Jinda off guard, sending him soaring through the air. With the outcome now clear, Li Xiaobo withdrew his soul power, calmly observing the fallen Jinda. Cheers erupted from the crowd, and Yin Yuesher, visibly relieved, looked on with admiration. Jinda, struggling to regain his footing, shot a venomous glare at Li Xiaobo before retreating in disgrace. Li Xiaobo leaped down from the platform, approached Yin Yuesher, and smiled, saying, "This was merely a minor interlude. Now we must dedicate ourselves to studying the knowledge of soul masters." Yin Yuesher nodded with a smile, and the two walked side by side toward the classroom. Meanwhile, Jinda crashed heavily to the ground, the impact echoing dully against the hard surface. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, resembling a sinister flower blooming upon his pale visage. Struggling to rise, he wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes brimming with resentment and indignation. "Li Xiaobo, you will pay for this," he vowed fiercely, his voice trembling with fury. "Do not think that your arrogance, backed by the support of the Countess estate, will go unchallenged just because you possess that century-old soul ring." Onlookers, mere bystanders, silently observed the unfolding drama without uttering a word. Their modest backgrounds rendered them powerless against someone as formidable as Li Xiaobo. In a world where strength and family influence dictated superiority, they often found themselves with the most meager soul ring ratios, possessing only a pitiful 10-year soul ring. Reflecting on this, a collective sigh escaped their lips, the sense of helplessness palpable. Eventually, one individual stepped forward cautiously to assist the injured Jinda. The others gathered around, collectively lifting him with heavy steps as they made their way toward the office of the healing teacher. Throughout their journey, a palpable gloom enveloped them, as if thick clouds loomed overhead. Chapter 22. The first lesson. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher remained indifferent to the fierce battle unfolding on the dual soul stage, as though it were merely a farcical spectacle unrelated to their lives. Side by side, they walked briskly towards their dormitory. These two youngsters, merely 6 years of age, appeared innocent and untainted, yet they bore significant responsibilities. Following the special instructions of Li Lingtian, the school had deliberately assigned them to share a twin room. It is worth noting that this is Xinglua City, renowned for being home to an abundance of affluent individuals. Consequently, the living conditions for students are exceptionally favorable. Upon entering their shared dormitory, one would observe a spacious and well-lit environment, adorned with a cozy and inviting decor. Moreover, the room is equipped with a private bathroom, allowing them to indulge in moments of relaxation whenever they desire. After a brief respite, the duo commenced the organization of their belongings, neatly folding their clothes into the wardrobe and arranging their books upon the desk. Before long, the initially cluttered dormitory transformed into a model of orderliness. Once everything was in place, they glanced at the time and realized that there was little left before classes commenced. Thus, they hurriedly made their way to the classroom. After all, they were new transfers to this class, and arriving late on their very first day would be quite unfortunate. As they reached the classroom door, they could already hear the teacher's voice emanating from within. They exchanged a glance, gently knocked, and then pushed the door open to enter. Li Xiaobo was the first to ascend the podium, clearing his throat before addressing the audience. "Greetings, everyone. My name is Li Xiaobo, hailing from the Count of Huanyuan's estate. I hope to forge enduring friendships here and become a formidable soul master." Following him, Yin Yuesher also took the stage to briefly introduce herself. After the teacher nodded in satisfaction, he began to elucidate the classifications of soul masters. They are divided into offensive, agile assault, control, and support types. Offensive soul masters are renowned for their formidable attacking power. For instance, those possessing fire-type martial spirits can unleash devastating flame skills. Agile assault soul masters excel in speed, akin to those with wind-type martial spirits, capable of darting across the battlefield to deliver unexpected strikes to their foes. Control-type Soul Masters can restrain their enemies' movements using their martial spirits. For example, Ice-type martial spirits can freeze adversaries. Although support Soul Masters may lack offensive prowess, they play a crucial role in enhancing their teammates' abilities and providing healing. Today, you are to begin determining the direction you wish to pursue. Upon hearing this, the students fell into contemplation. Li Xiaobo pondered which category of Soul Master he might belong to, while Yin Yuesher gazed resolutely at the blackboard, diligently absorbing the information. It is worth noting that she possesses 3 martial spirits. Although the herbal spirit may be ineffectual in combat, she still has the other 2 martial spirits at her disposal. Presently, she showcased her physical martial spirit in the imposing reverse god spear. As for the physical martial spirit, aside from enhancing her own strength, it lacks any particularly potent offensive capabilities. However, the reverse god spear, despite its might, has yet to acquire a soul ring. According to Li Xiaobo's original plan, he intended to first bestow a soul ring upon his physical martial spirit, and once his body was sufficiently robust to withstand a 100,000-year soul ring, he would then aim to enhance the reverse god spear. Nonetheless, should he be fortunate enough to encounter exceptional soul beasts, such as the dark golden terrorclaw bear or the titan great ape, which can rival 1,000-year or even 10,000-year soul beasts at merely 100 years of age, it would not be out of the question to consider using a 10,000-year soul beast as a soul ring for the reverse god spear. Yet for now, such discussions seem premature, especially since Li Xiaobo is currently at a mere level 27, still in the Great Soul Master stage. However, based on current circumstances, he anticipates that in approximately 3 months, he should successfully advance to level 30. Should he utilize precious resources like whale glue to assist in his training during this period, the time required to reach level 30 might be further shortened. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo currently claims to have just attained a level 21 soul power. It is important to note that the information his family has disclosed to the outside world states that Li Xiaobo possesses an innate level 10 soul power. And only after absorbing 2 pieces of 1,000-year soul bones did he successfully advance to level 20. If he were to begin absorbing a 3rd soul ring at this moment, it would undoubtedly reveal his extraordinary talent. After all, both the Spirit Hall Qian family and the Xing Luo Empire's Dai family possess the formidable heritage of divine inheritance. Once they perceive such anomalies, it is highly probable that they will associate it with the matter of divine inheritance. The rumors currently circulating lead the masses to regard Li Xiaobo as merely a reckless youth, overly eager for success, who hastily absorbed a millennium-old soul bone. After all, a 10,000-year soul bone is considered an exceedingly rare treasure, even among the titled Douluo, some of whom may not possess one. As for the millennium soul bones, true powerhouses often regard them with disdain. Although the soul skills associated with millennium soul bones hold little value for beings of their caliber, it cannot be denied that these bones can indeed assist soul masters in absorbing higher-age soul rings more effectively at lower levels. However, the reality is that no one is inclined to act in such a manner. The reason is simple. Those who possess soul bones naturally look down upon the meager enhancement of a few hundred years, while those lacking soul bones are unable to acquire such treasures due to their own limitations. Moreover, the prodigies from various powerful factions, who have been nurtured with high expectations since childhood, would never contemplate the absorption of soul bones that have yet to reach a full 10,000 years. Even if they have vacant positions, one must understand that should they be fortunate enough to obtain a higher-age soul bone in the future, having already absorbed a lesser one would leave them with no place to lament their misfortune. Thus, the current planning becomes crucial. For this 3rd soul ring, it must be meticulously selected. After thorough contemplation, acquiring a mental-type soul ring undoubtedly emerges as the optimal choice. Among the many potential references, the Dream Ice Silkworm. The protagonist's unique ability in Douluo Dala 2 is particularly noteworthy. Regrettably, even if Li Xiaobo possesses extraordinary talents, locating such an exceedingly rare entity as the Dream Ice Silkworm is improbable. Fortunately, the Ice Silkworm clan is comparatively easier to seek. After all, low-tier species often exhibit astonishing reproductive capabilities, much like the soft bone rabbit and blue silvergrass, despite their inherent weaknesses. Once they reach the stage of 100,000 years, they can wield remarkably potent skills. For instance, the blue-silver domain of the blue-silver emperor and the invincible golden body of Xiao Wu are but a few of the astounding divine abilities that inspire awe. Returning to Douluo 1, on the surface, there appear to be merely 2 glaring 100,000-year soul beasts. However, one must not overlook the subsequent developments in the plot. As we progress into the narrative of Douluo 2 and beyond, title Douluo without the enhancement of 100,000-year soul rings become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield. Devoid of competitiveness. Some extraordinarily gifted prodigies have even successfully absorbed 100,000-year soul rings by the time they reach their 8th soul ring. Of course, our protagonist is distinctly exceptional and warrants separate consideration. Thus, it is evident that the number of 100,000-year soul beasts on the Douluo continent is indeed substantial, though most remain hidden, concealed in the obscure corners of the world. Chapter 23, Planning for the Future. Li Xiaobo sat in the classroom, his thoughts already drifting far beyond the present moment, preoccupied with the contemplation of his 3rd soul ring, rendering him utterly oblivious to the teacher's lecture. His gaze fluctuated between confusion and determination, as if engaged in a silent communion with a mysterious force within his mind. Time slipped by unnoticed, and before long, the bell signaling the end of class rang out. The students hastily gathered their belongings and departed, while Li Xiaobo sauntered back to the dormitory alongside Yan Yueshe. As they walked, Yan Yueshe observed that Li Xiaobo appeared somewhat distracted and listless, prompting her to inquire with concern, "Xiaobo, what is troubling you? You have seemed peculiar since class began. What thoughts occupy your mind?" Upon hearing Yan Yueshe's question, Li Xiaobo snapped back to reality, gently shaking his head as he replied, "It is nothing of great significance. I am merely contemplating what kind of soul rings we should acquire in the future. Given our talents, it is likely that we will soon need to obtain new soul rings again." Yan Yueshe smiled softly, offering reassurance. "Oh, why burden yourself with such thoughts now? There is no rush. We can seek out soul rings when the time truly comes. After all, we would hardly be interested in ordinary soul beasts, and there are only a few top-tier ones. Furthermore, for someone like me, who only requires a fire attribute soul ring, it should be relatively easy to find." Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement with Yan Yueshe's words, yet soon furrowed his brow and remarked, "Indeed, under normal circumstances, what you say holds merit. However, this time I particularly wish to acquire a soul ring that conceals its true capabilities." Yan Yueshe's eyes sparkled with curiosity as she inquired further, "Oh, is that so? Have you already contemplated the specific type of soul ring you desire?" Li Xiaobo nodded thoughtfully and responded, "I have already contemplated this matter. However, I harbor concerns that the skills accompanying this soul ring may not be satisfactory. According to my vision, only the 10,000-year soul rings from the Ice Silkworm lineage can fulfill my requirements." After speaking, he couldn't help but sigh, seemingly troubled by the uncertainty of whether he would successfully acquire an ideal soul ring. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow and helplessly remarked, "However, the energy accumulated over 100,000 years is beyond my current capacity to absorb directly, unless these soul beasts willingly offer their lives as a sacrifice. Yet, this is nearly an impossible feat. How could they so easily relinquish their existence for me?" Beside him, Yan Yueshe gently nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words. Indeed, for when soul beasts reach the age of 100,000 years, their wisdom and emotions are akin to those of humans. "So, do you still intend to seek out the Ice Silkworm clan?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo replied, "Well, it ultimately depends on the specific circumstances. Although hope may seem faint, we are, after all, bearers of divine heritage. Perhaps the Ice Silkworm clan might indeed choose to offer their tribute to me. Even if we ultimately fail to find a suitable candidate for the sacrifice, it is of little consequence. For the time being, we are not required to engage in fierce battles, allowing me to refrain from utilizing my true martial soul. This way, others will find it challenging to discern my genuine capabilities." Yan Yueshe nodded slightly in agreement, yet soon a worried expression crossed her face. "Indeed, this approach is not without merit, but should you encounter danger that necessitates your full exertion, it may become rather complicated. Moreover, this strategy may also expose the power of your second martial soul." Li Xiaobo, however, remained unfazed, waving his hand with a chuckle and saying, "Haha. It's quite all right. You must understand, thus far, no individual possessing dual martial souls has successfully matured. They either succumb to an explosive demise due to the conflict between the two souls within them or become utterly incapacitated due to their inability to harmonize the powers of both. For this reason, those fellows should not be overly concerned or wary of my dual martial soul." Yan Yueshe, upon hearing this, was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment as she inquired, "What? Are you saying that all those with dual martial souls either explode or become worthless?" Li Xiaobo spoke solemnly, "Indeed. As of now, There has not been a single individual possessing dual martial souls who has successfully ascended to the rank of title Douluo. Standing nearby, Yin Yuesher, upon hearing this, displayed a look of concern and anxiously inquired, "What do you intend to do in response?" Li Xiaobo slightly raised the corners of his mouth, revealing a confident smile as he replied, "Fear not, for I am already aware of the solution to this predicament." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Her eyes widened, and she eagerly pressed on. "Is it true? Do you truly possess a method to resolve this dilemma? Pray, tell me what this extraordinary approach is." However, Li Xiaobo's expression shifted to one of skepticism as he puzzledly countered, "Yuesher, why do you seem so invested in this matter? It is worth noting that you do not possess a twin martial soul." In response to Li Xiaobo's inquiry, Yin Yuesher fell into silence, as if grappling with an intense internal struggle. After a considerable pause, she finally seemed to gather her resolve and slowly spoke, "In truth, I too possess a twin martial soul." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo was instantly taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he gazed at Yin Yuesher. He exclaimed, "What? You too possess a twin martial soul? Pray tell, what is the nature of your other martial soul?" Yin Yuesher took a deep breath, then slowly extended her left hand. There, in the palm of her hand, a beautifully crafted flute materialized quietly. This flute was a vibrant emerald green, adorned with intricate patterns depicting the changing seasons. Exquisite beyond compare, akin to a precious work of art. Yin Yuesher softly introduced, "This is my second martial soul, known as the Spring and Autumn Flute. However, I remain utterly oblivious to its specific uses and attributes." With that, she cast her gaze upon the Spring and Autumn Flute, her eyes reflecting both curiosity and confusion. Li Xiaobo quietly gazed at the ever-changing image of the four seasons, his eyes gradually becoming hazy, as if he were completely immersed in it. He could not help but softly murmur, "The cycle of the seasons, the flute of spring and autumn, the joy of poetry in spring, summer, autumn, and winter, at last. I believe I have comprehended the wondrous nature of your martial spirit." Standing nearby, Yin Yuesher, upon hearing this, widened her eyes in curiosity and leaned closer to ask, "Is that true? Please tell me, what exactly is the purpose of my martial spirit? And what kind of soul beast should I seek to bestow upon it a soul ring?" Li Xiaobo took a moment to gather his thoughts and spoke slowly. "In my opinion, the attributes of this spring and autumn flute should be closely related to the passage of time. Observe how the patterns of the changing seasons are vividly depicted on the flute. This serves as the most compelling evidence. Therefore, we might consider embellishing it with soul beasts that symbolize the distinct seasons. For instance, the resilient plum blossom standing proudly against the snow, the elegant lotus rising gracefully, the subtle and refined orchid, and the boldly blooming chrysanthemum. Of course, it would also be a splendid choice to find soul beasts like the golden cicada that resonate with the cyclical changes of the seasons." Yin Yuesher listened, somewhat puzzled, and furrowed her brow, inquiring further, "But why select these particular soul beasts? What connection do they have with my martial soul?" Li Xiaobo smiled gently and patiently explained, "The term spring and autumn inherently encapsulates the essence of the passage of time. The plum blossom often blooms in the frigid winter, symbolizing resilience and indomitable spirit. The lotus flourishes in the sweltering summer, embodying purity and elegance. Orchids frequently emerge in the warm and pleasant spring, representing humility and tranquility. Whereas chrysanthemums typically blossom in the cool autumn, reflecting detachment and serenity. Additionally, the golden cicada undergoes metamorphosis with the changing seasons, closely intertwined with the flow of time. Thus, when your martial soul absorbs the powers of these emblematic soul beasts, the soul skills you manifest may very well possess a wondrous connection to time itself." Chapter 24. Time flies, time slips away like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have evaporated like sand through one's fingers. At last, the long-awaited holiday has arrived, a span of 3 months. This precious break holds profound significance for students on the verge of facing promotion examinations, as it is designated for them to acquire soul rings. It is crucial to understand that obtaining a soul ring is no trivial task, if fortune does not favor them. It may take several months to achieve success. On such a sunny day, Li Xiaobo, with a smile upon his face, held Yin Yuesher's hand as they strolled leisurely towards the school gates. Walking side by side, their silhouettes elongated by the golden sunlight resembled a beautiful and captivating painting. Along the way, they engaged in lively conversation, sharing plans for the holiday and dreams for the future. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing and pleasant sensation. Li Xiaobo spotted his father, Li Lingtian, standing at the school gate from a distance, and excitedly ran over, pulling Yin Yuesher along. Dad. Li Lingtian smiled as he gently ruffled his head and turned to Yin Yuesher, inquiring, "How have you been these past few months, little Shi? Has anyone been troubling you?" Yin Yuesher obediently shook her head. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. A group of upperclassmen emerged from the school, the leader casting a disdainful glance at Li Xiaobo. It turned out that this individual had previously sought to provoke Li Xiaobo, but had been reprimanded instead, harboring a lingering grudge ever since. Li Lingtian sensed an unsettling atmosphere and furrowed his brow slightly. The man approached, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, isn't this the lad protected by his father?" Just as Li Xiaobo was about to retort, Li Lingtian raised a hand to stop him. "I do not concern myself with your grievances, but should you dare to provoke my child again, I shall not hold back," Li Lingtian stated coldly. The group, feeling the weight of his formidable presence, snorted and retreated in defeat. "Let us return home and celebrate the arrival of the holiday," Li Lingtian declared as he strode away from the school gate with Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher. The trio made their way towards a lavishly adorned carriage not far off, their steps light yet resolute, as if each stride carried a purpose and anticipation. Upon reaching the carriage, Li Xiaobo opened the door first, followed by Li Lingtian and Yin Yuesher, who entered the spacious and comfortable interior in succession. Once inside, Li Lingtian, seated in the middle, turned to Li Xiaobo and, with a smile, inquired, "Xiaobo, how has your life at the academy been?" A hint of concern glimmered in his eyes. Li Xiaobo, upon hearing his father's inquiry, contemplated for a moment before responding. "To be candid, life at the academy is rather monotonous. Each day consists primarily of attending classes, training, and the basic routines of eating and sleeping, with little in the way of novelty or excitement. However, I am pleased to share that my cultivation has progressed, and I have now reached the 30th level." With that, a subtle glow of pride illuminated his countenance. Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian could not help but be slightly taken aback, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes as he remarked, "I never anticipated your cultivation speed to be so astonishing. This truly brings me great solace as your father. By the way, now that you have reached the 30th level, have you contemplated what type of spirit ring you wish to add?" Li Xiaobo nodded resolutely and replied, "Father, after considerable contemplation, I have decided to choose a soul ring from an ice silkworm." Li Lingtian furrowed his brow upon hearing his son's words, inquiring with a hint of confusion, "Why would one choose the ice silkworm? As far as I know, this soul beast does not seem to possess any particularly outstanding abilities." Li Xiaobo smiled and explained, "Father, you may not be aware, although the ice silkworm possesses no formidable offensive power, it is precisely this lack that endows it with remarkable camouflage abilities. With the powers bestowed by the soul ring, I will be able to conceal myself more effectively in both combat and during missions, enabling me to deliver a sudden and lethal strike to my adversaries." Upon hearing his son's explanation, Li Lingtian nodded thoughtfully, indicating his approval, and chose to refrain from further comments. Upon their return to the Earl's residence, the servants greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. Li Lingtian instructed the kitchen to prepare a sumptuous feast to commemorate this special occasion. The dining table was adorned with a variety of delectable dishes, exuding an enticing aroma. During the meal, Li Xiaobo animatedly recounted the intriguing courses and thrilling practical training at school, while Yin Yuesher occasionally interjected with her own remarks, filling the dining hall with laughter and joy. After the meal, Li Xiaobo retreated to his room to begin organizing the preparations necessary for hunting souls. He meticulously placed the specially crafted capture net, a sharp dagger, and some healing potions into his backpack. At that moment, Yin Yuesher quietly entered, holding an old booklet. "Xiaobo, this booklet contains records of some unique behaviors of the ice silkworm. It may prove useful to you," she offered, extending it toward him. Li Xiaobo gratefully accepted the booklet, gazing at Yuesher with appreciation. "Thank you, Yuesher." As he perused the pages, a sudden voice pierced the air. Ma Ronghua's. "Brother Xiaobo, you're back. Are you going to hunt souls? May I join you?" "I am already at level 10. Li Xiaobo responded, "Ronghua, what brings you here?" "I am heading to the extreme north. It may be too harsh for you." With unwavering determination, Ma Ronghua declared, "Brother Xiaobo, I am not afraid of the cold. I must accompany you." Li Xiaobo hesitated, wishing to voice his concerns, when Li Lingtian approached. "Xiaobo, since Ronghua is so eager, let him come along. It will be a valuable opportunity for him." Reluctantly, Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement. The five of them embarked on their journey toward the extreme north. As they drew closer, the temperature plummeted, Ma Ronghua shivered uncontrollably, yet persevered. Upon reaching the edge of the extreme north, a fierce wind howled, swirling ice and snow like countless white blades dancing in the air. They proceeded cautiously, searching for traces of the ice silkworm. Suddenly, a massive snow beast obstructed their path. With a fearsome roar, it launched an attack. Li Xiaobo brandished his dagger to defend, while Yan Yushi conjured a protective wall of soul energy, leaving Ma Ronghua nervously hiding behind them. After a fierce battle, they managed to vanquish the snow beast. Venturing deeper, Li Xiaobo and the others stumbled upon an icy lake, its surroundings enveloped in a chilling mist. A thought struck Li Xiaobo. According to the booklet provided by Yan Yushi, the ice silkworm might be nearby. As if on cue, beneath a colossal stone by the lake's edge, they discovered faint silk threads, the telltale signs of the ice silkworm's activity. Just as they began to search meticulously, the temperature plummeted abruptly, and several ice silkworms emerged slowly. These creatures were significantly larger than anticipated, emanating a ghostly blue glow. Among them, one ice silkworm stood out, its hue a deeper shade, indicating its advanced age. Filled with excitement, Ma Ronghua lunged forward, only to be grasped firmly by Li Xiaobo. Understanding the importance of caution, Li Xiaobo knew that reckless actions could easily frighten away the ice silkworms. At that moment, the ancient ice silkworm, radiating a profound blue light, slowly opened its mouth and spoke. "Insignificant humans, why do you tirelessly seek my ice silkworm kin? Know that we, the ice silkworms, cannot offer anything of value to you greedy humans." Li Xiaobo and the other four were taken aback, particularly Li Xiaobo, who was the first to regain his composure. He hurriedly spoke with utmost respect. "Esteemed elder of the ice silkworm clan, I implore you to lend me your ear. To be candid, the reason I have been fervently seeking your clan is the urgent need to obtain a soul ring from your lineage." Upon hearing this, the ice silkworm appeared momentarily stunned before letting out a derisive chuckle. "Humph, you are quite an honest little fellow. However, as you do not possess an ice attribute martial soul, why are you so intent on acquiring a soul ring from my clan? Furthermore, it is common knowledge that the skills associated with our soul rings are relatively weak. Moreover, the ice silkworm soul rings in this vicinity are all of at least 10,000 years in age, far beyond your current capability to endure. It would be wise for you to return whence you came. I have no desire to engage in unnecessary conflict with you today." Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo showed no signs of retreat. He stood tall and resolutely replied, "Elder, perhaps you are unaware, but I have come specifically for your esteemed clan. I am confident in my ability to successfully absorb a 10,000-year soul ring." The ice silkworm's eyes glimmered with surprise at this declaration. "What? How can this be? From my perception, you are merely at level 30. Boy, do not speak such fabrications to deceive me, or even with that soul sage beside you. Your safety cannot be guaranteed." In the face of the ice silkworm's skepticism, Li Xiaobo remained undaunted. He took a deep breath and declared loudly, "Elder, behold." With that, a powerful surge of soul energy erupted from his being, enveloping him in a faint golden glow. Chapter 25, the third soul ring. As he spoke, he let out a sharp cry, and a brilliant radiance enveloped him. In an instant, 3 resplendent martial souls gradually materialized around him. In his right hand, he grasped a menacing spear, the reverse divine spear, glistening with a chilling light. The frigid aura emanating from the spear seemed capable of freezing one's very soul, evoking an involuntary shiver in any who dared to gaze upon it. In his left hand, he cradled what appeared to be an unremarkable landscape painting. Yet, this painting exuded a tranquil and profound essence, as if it contained the boundless mysteries of the universe. At that moment, Li Xiaobo was enveloped in a radiant golden light, resembling a battle god descending to the mortal realm, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. He then proclaimed, "Elder, though I may be lacking, my innate soul power has already reached level 20, and I possess 3 martial souls. Moreover, I have been fortunate enough to receive a divine heritage." As he spoke, a mysterious and unfathomable rune flickered between his brows, shining brilliantly like the stars in the night sky. Li Xiaobo continued, "However, due to the relatively weak influence of my family, I hope to obtain a soul ring from you that can conceal one's presence. I earnestly request your assistance, esteemed elder." Upon hearing these words, Binkin was momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished by Li Xiaobo's revelation. The 3 companions, Yan Yushi and others, stood by with expressions of sheer disbelief, their mouths agape as if they could fit an egg inside. It must be noted that they had never heard of anyone possessing both the rare 3 lives martial souls and such a high innate soul power level simultaneously. At this moment, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent, slowly closed his eyes, a hint of helplessness and bitterness crossing his face, before he sighed heavily. Alas, in the end, our Count's mansion is simply too weak. Regaining his composure, Bacon still could not hide his astonishment and inquired. You just mentioned that not only have you received the divine inheritance, but you also possess the rare 3 lives martial souls. Do you truly believe that one day you can attain the status of a deity? In response to Bing San's skepticism, Li Xiaobo's gaze remained resolute, unyielding in spirit. And he confidently replied, I firmly believe that I can achieve it. After all, considering the talent I have displayed thus far, it would not be an exaggeration to say that I am unparalleled in history. Li Xiaobo stood still, a slight frown creasing his brow as images of the astonishing protagonist from Douluo Continent 2 involuntarily surfaced in his mind. After all, that character embodied the essence of a fateful child endowed with 3 life spirits. At that moment, the ice silkworm beside him let out a languid sigh and remarked, Do you not realize, my dear companions? The reason I have refrained from taking action from the very beginning is indeed deliberate. Although our ice silkworm clan possesses relatively weaker offensive capabilities, I boast an impressive cultivation of a full 100,000 years. Dealing with you mere minions would be as effortless as a flick of the wrist. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo felt a sudden jolt of trepidation and pondered to himself. Indeed, with such formidable strength, why has the ice silkworm hesitated to strike? It is well known that the relationship between soul beasts and humans has always been one of irreconcilable enmity. The ice silkworm then slowly lifted its head, gazing into the distance, and continued, In truth, my actual age far exceeds a mere 100,000 years. To be precise, I have existed for 199,999 years. Our soul beast clan must endure a terrifying heavenly tribulation every 100,000 years. Though I fortuitously managed to survive my first tribulation by consuming several immensely precious pieces of 10,000-year cold ice marrow, I find myself ill-equipped to face the impending second tribulation. Should I rashly engage in battle, the tribulation will undoubtedly descend upon me immediately. For this reason, I hope to negotiate a transaction with you. Li Lingtian, Yen Yuesher. And the others stood together, their faces etched with disbelief. Their eyes widened, and their mouths slightly agape, as if an invisible force had rooted them to the spot. Goodness! Is it possible that there exist beings even older than the 10,000-year soul beasts? Ma Rongwa murmured, his voice laden with shock and astonishment. At that moment, the colossal ice silkworm slowly spoke, inquiring, Might you be inclined to engage in a transaction with me? Its gaze fell upon Li Xiaobo, revealing a glimmer of anticipation. Li Xiaobo regained his composure and respectfully inquired, What manner of transaction does the esteemed senior desire? The ice silkworm let out a faint sigh, its tone tinged with resignation as it replied, To speak candidly, my remaining days are few. Despite my relentless efforts to suppress my own cultivation, I find myself unable to halt its continued growth. Thus, I have resolved to offer myself as a sacrifice to you. However, before I do so, I implore you to safeguard these young ice silkworms by my side. They are my progeny, and due to the inherent frailty of our ice silkworm clan, without my protection, which spans a millennium, they would have perished long ago, let alone cultivate to a state of 10,000 years. Now, I am at my wit's end and unable to protect them further. I must entrust them to you. Upon hearing the ice silkworm's words, Li Xiaobo nodded solemnly, promising earnestly, Rest assured, esteemed senior, should you truly choose to sacrifice yourself for me, I shall devote myself wholeheartedly to the care of your descendants. A glimmer of relief flickered in the ice silkworm's eyes as it softly responded, That is most reassuring. I hope you will keep your word. With that, it reluctantly turned away, casting a lingering glance at the young ice silkworms, seemingly wishing to etch their images deeply into its memory. Then, a breathtaking spectacle unfolded. Li Xiaobo's body suddenly erupted with a resplendent red light, akin to a pillar of flame soaring into the heavens, illuminating the entire space with such intensity that it was nearly blinding. As the onlookers focused their attention, the once clear figure of the ice silkworm began to fade like an illusion, gradually becoming indistinct before vanishing entirely from sight. Yet, at the very moment of its disappearance, a stunning sight emerged. A colossal red soul ring appeared from thin air, resembling a blazing sun engulfed in flames, radiating an intense and dazzling glow. Upon closer inspection, the soul ring bore 2 magnificent golden patterns, resembling 2 sinuous golden dragons entwined within, adding an air of mystery and majesty. In that fleeting moment of deciding to sacrifice itself, the ice silkworm resolutely unsealed its cultivation. with formidable willpower and profound depth. It successfully broke through the bottleneck of its cultivation, ascending to the terrifying realm of 200,000 years. At this moment, the red soul ring adorned with golden patterns, imbued with boundless power, flew directly towards Li Xiaobo and settled securely around him. Simultaneously, in the depths of the extreme north, where darkness reigned, two figures stood silently. They gazed at the towering red pillar of light in the distance, their eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. These two were none other than the Ice Emperor and the Snow Empress, two of the three sovereigns of the extreme north. The Snow Empress sighed softly, her voice filled with regret. Alas, yet another 10,000-year soul beast has fallen. The Ice Emperor, seemingly indifferent, muttered, I truly cannot comprehend the thoughts of these 10,000-year soul beasts. It is truly a waste of divine gifts that they willingly sacrifice themselves for humanity. Would it not be far more advantageous if such cultivation were offered to me, allowing me to devour it and enhance my own prowess? Upon hearing the Ice Emperor's words, the Snow Emperor shook her head with a sense of resignation and softly replied, Alas, Ice Emperor, do not be so short-sighted. Perhaps for those soul beasts who choose to sacrifice themselves, they possess their own considerations and beliefs. Moreover, when shall we, the soul beasts, be able to transcend the terrifying tribulations akin to those faced by humans? The prospect of whether we can attain divinity in the future remains an enigma. At this juncture, a flicker of confusion and concern passed through the Snow Emperor's gaze. Observing her state, the Ice Emperor hurriedly offered words of comfort, saying, Snow Emperor, you need not ponder so deeply. Just look at your own cultivation, which has surpassed 700,000 years. The divine realm is already within your reach. I firmly believe that with your innate talent and strength, there will come a day when you will undoubtedly ascend to the divine altar. With that, she patted the Snow Emperor's shoulder firmly, attempting to impart some encouragement and confidence. The Snow Emperor slowly shook her head, remaining silent. Chapter 26, The 100,000-Year Third Soul Ring. Li Lingdian and Yin Yuesher, along with two others, stood in astonishment, their hearts brimming with shock and wonder at the extraordinary scene unfolding before them. Prior to this moment, they had only encountered the rare and enigmatic phenomenon of soul beast sacrifice through the pages of books. Unable to contain his thoughts, Li Lingdian exclaimed, It is truly unimaginable. I cannot help but wonder what kind of soul ring abilities this fellow named Xiaobo will ultimately acquire. Yin Yuesher quickly reassured him, Uncle, do not be overly anxious. I firmly believe that Xiaobo will indeed attain the hidden soul skill he yearns for. Besides, this sacrifice involves a formidable ice silkworm with an impressive cultivation of 200,000 years. Moreover, it possesses an incredibly precious soul bone. Logically speaking, among these four skills, there must be one that meets Xiaobo's needs. Hearing Yin Yuesher's words, Li Lingtian began to regain his composure, reflecting that her reasoning held considerable merit. After all, there were indeed 4 soul skills awaiting discovery. He nodded slightly in agreement. Then, Yin Yuesher cast her gaze upon the remaining ice silkworms, her expression growing somber as she continued, Uncle, what should we do with the rest of these little creatures? We have already promised the elder ice silkworm to fulfill its request. However, the dilemma lies in the fact that we possess no power in this area. We cannot simply linger here to safeguard them. Li Lingtian followed Yin Yuesher's gaze and beheld the 8 ancient ice silkworms, which remained obediently in place, evidently instructed by their father to closely accompany their human companions. After a brief contemplation, Li Lingtian confidently replied, Rest assured, my dear. We possess strategies to address this matter. We need only to patiently await Xiaobo's awakening. Yin Yuesher exhaled softly, her anxious heart finally returning to its tranquil state. It is worth noting that they had solemnly pledged their promise to the aged ice silkworm. Although young, Yin Yuesher held her commitments in the highest regard. After all, with her prodigious talent and pride, how could she tolerate becoming a person of broken promises? Thus, regardless of the magnitude of challenges she faced, she remained steadfast in her vows, determined to fulfill them without fail. Meanwhile, not far away, Li Xiaobo was wholly absorbed in assimilating the formidable soul ring, which boasted a remarkable age of 200,000 years. Fortuitously, this soul ring was obtained through a sacrificial offering, rendering its absorption process relatively smooth. The term sacrifice signifies that even one with a mere 10th level soul power could safely bear and absorb the might of a soul ring aged up to 100,000 years. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo still sensed a subtle pressure looming over him. The immense soul power contained within this 100,000 year soul ring was overwhelmingly vast. far beyond what his current level could effortlessly manage and refine. Yet, Li Xiaobo firmly believed that upon successfully absorbing this soul ring in its entirety, his strength would experience a monumental enhancement, propelling him past the threshold of level 40. At this moment, his own level was indeed somewhat lacking. It is essential to recognize that this 100,000-year soul ring possessed the terrifying ability to elevate a tidal Douluo's strength by 1 or even 2 levels. Moreover, considering that this soul ring was acquired through sacrifice, its rarity and efficacy were beyond imagination. Time flowed as swiftly as a fleeting shadow. Before long, the sun began its descent, resembling a radiant pearl gradually slipping beyond the horizon. At this moment, the resplendent afterglow of the sunset bathed the vast, pristine ice field, as if draping it in a golden veil. Sunlight refracted through the ice layers emitted a kaleidoscope of colors, rendering the scene dreamlike and breathtaking. Adjacent to the ice field lay a lake, shrouded in a delicate mist, resembling a colossal mirror embedded within the landscape. As the gentle breeze stirred, the mist swayed lightly, further enlivening the entire tableau, as though one were immersed in a celestial realm. Amidst this exquisite scenery, Li Lingtian and the 3 others busily constructed their temporary encampment. Given the current circumstances, it appeared they would require another 2 or 3 days before embarking on their journey home. Moreover, after a thorough investigation, it became evident that no formidable spirit beasts roamed the vicinity, rendering the area relatively safe. Yin Yuesher stood silently to the side, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Xiaobo, who was wholly absorbed in the process of assimilating the spirit ring. Observing his intense focus, she could not help but draw comparisons between herself and Li Xiaobo in her heart. She was acutely aware that not only did Li Xiaobo possess an additional martial soul, but his innate talent far surpassed hers. In terms of both understanding of cultivation knowledge and performance in actual combat, Li Xiaobo exhibited extraordinary prowess. Contemplating this, a profound admiration for Li Xiaobo welled up within Yin Yuesher, accompanied by a yearning to one day excel as he did. As nightfall quietly descended, the sky resembled a vast expanse of black satin, adorned with twinkling stars that sparkled like precious gems embedded within. The earth was enveloped in the tranquility of the night, radiating serenity and peace. In this hushed evening, Li Xiaobo sat in stillness, a faint aura of spirit power swirling around him. After prolonged effort, he had finally succeeded in absorbing the immensely valuable spirit ring. Slowly, he opened his eyes, a glimmer of surprise dancing within them. He gently circulated his internal spirit power, acutely sensing the shift in his spirit power level. Moments later, a satisfied smile graced his lips. His spirit power level had ascended to level 40. Furthermore, he harbored a strong premonition that should he absorb another suitable spirit ring, he might very well directly break through to around level 47. It was important to note that the spirit ring he had just absorbed was a formidable one, boasting a cultivation of 200,000 years, containing a vast ocean of spirit power, boundless and immense. However, despite possessing such remarkable opportunities and potential, Li Xiaobo refrained from hastily pursuing further spirit ring absorption. He understood that while rapid enhancement of strength was exhilarating, failing to adapt to such changes could inadvertently lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, he resolved to pause for the time being, to solidify the achievements he had already attained. He silently vowed to wait until he turned 8 to absorb his 4th spirit ring. After all, he was merely 6, nearing 7. And the ample time remaining would allow him to fully adapt to his current spirit power level while further honing his combat skills and mental fortitude. The 4 companions, including Li Lingtian, who had been quietly waiting nearby, immediately gathered around Li Xiaobo in excitement upon witnessing his successful absorption of the spirit ring. Each of them wore expressions of curiosity, their eyes brimming with anticipation and longing. For them, encountering a spirit ring of such high caliber, with a cultivation of 100,000 years and the accompanying spirit abilities, was indeed a rare and unprecedented event. Li Xiaobo gazed at the expectant faces of the crowd and offered a gentle smile. Raising his hands, he summoned his soul power to manifest the first soul skill simulation. In an instant, his figure became indistinct, gradually transforming into the likeness of an ice silkworm, even replicating its breath perfectly. The onlookers were left in awe. Next, Li Xiaobo executed a demonstration of mental control, emanating an invisible wave of soul power that caused several small stones nearby to levitate, gracefully moving through the air at his command. This soul skill is truly remarkable. Li Lingtian exclaimed in admiration. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo showcased mental sharing, connecting with Yin Yuesher's consciousness. In that moment, she felt as though she had entered Li Xiaobo's memory space, witnessing his insights during the absorption of a soul ring. Just as the crowd was immersed in the novelty of the soul skill display, a sudden faint tremor rippled through the surroundings. It turned out that several ancient ice silkworms had sensed Li Xiaobo's awakening in the display of his formidable soul skills, collectively making their way towards him in a gesture of respect. With a smile, Li Xiaobo approached the ice silkworms. Chapter 27. The placement of the ice silkworms. Li Xiaobo stood quietly in place, his gaze unwavering as he fixated on the 8 ancient ice silkworms before him, each exuding a chilling aura. These silkworms, resplendent and translucent, seemed as if they had been sculpted from pure ice and snow. They writhed slightly, emanating a sense of enigmatic and formidable power. Li Xiaobo spoke softly. Little ones, your father has entrusted you to me. Therefore, I implore you not to resist. With that, he swiftly formed intricate hand seals, murmuring incantations under his breath. In an instant, a radiant light burst forth from his being, and a magnificent, vibrant illustration of myriad herbs materialized before them. This illustration expanded in the air, initially no larger than a palm, but soon swelled as if inflated, rapidly growing to the size of an ordinary table. As one gazed upon it, the mountains, rivers, and forests depicted within seemed to come to life, vividly showcasing the rushing rivers, towering peaks, and lush woodlands before the onlookers. Simultaneously, the illustration began to emit a formidable force of attraction, akin to an invisible hand that tightly grasped the 8 ancient ice silkworms. Despite their desperate struggles, they could not withstand this overwhelming power. Their bodies gradually moved towards the illustration, gaining speed with each passing moment. It is noteworthy that the space within this illustration had already expanded tremendously due to Li Xiaobo's growing prowess. Now, its area astonishingly reached around 300 square kilometers. This was accomplished solely through the enhancement of his soul power without any soul rings. Should he later affix suitable soul rings to the illustration, its internal space could potentially expand tenfold or more when compared to its current state devoid of soul rings. However, Li Xiaobo remained somewhat hesitant about whether to add soul rings to the illustration at this juncture. He was acutely aware that he should only absorb a 100,000 year soul ring once he was capable of withstanding its might, thus maximizing the potential of his other 2 martial souls. Indeed, once a soul ring surpassed the 100,000 year threshold, the enhancement it provided would be transformative, incomparable to those beneath that mark. Consider the renowned titled Douluos, such as the formidable Tang Hao and the influential Bibi Dong, who commanded immense respect. They stood apart from the lesser figures. Speaking of martial souls, what connections exist between the Death Spider Emperor and the Blue Silver Emperor? And what of the soft bone rabbit soul beast, which further complicates the understanding of these relationships? When these martial souls reach the 100,000 year realm, their masters often choose soul rings entirely unrelated to their own attributes. Take Tang Dazue, for instance. His Haotian hammer is a paragon among assault-type martial souls, possessing extraordinary power. Yet, despite its formidable nature, he unhesitatingly devoted the soul ring of the Blue Silver Emperor to his martial soul. Upon his ascension to title Douluo, empowered by the strength of this sacrificial 100,000 your soul ring, he could contend against 3 foes simultaneously. It is worth noting that among his adversaries was a super Douluo, Qian Xuanji, who possessed a divine martial soul and boasted a staggering level of 95. While Tang Hao's explosive ring technique is indeed impressive, who can deny the immense impact of that 100,000 your soul ring? Ultimately, for one who possesses a soul ring of 100,000 years, while it may be presumptuous to assert that one can undoubtedly attain the exalted realm of a limit Douluo, the prospect of becoming a super Douluo is indeed promising. Conversely, without such a soul ring, the utmost achievement may only culminate in the status of a super Douluo. Moreover, after thorough contemplation, Li Xiaobo surmised that if one could bestow upon this wondrous herbal map additional soul rings endowed with specific attributes, such as those representing the 5 elemental forces metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, then perhaps a remarkable array of unique environments with corresponding attributes might emerge within the herbal map. It is worth noting that this herbal map is no ordinary entity. It not only facilitates the cultivation of various rare plants, but also accommodates the nurturing of delightful small creatures. Such specialized environments, imbued with attributes, would undoubtedly be highly conducive to the growth of certain divine herbs possessing the corresponding qualities. Like the fire attribute inherent in the coxcomb amaranth and the unparalleled earth attribute of the earth dragon golden melon, as well as the unique gold attribute of the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum. Simultaneously, the growth rate of the soul beasts belonging to the 5 elemental attributes residing within would likely accelerate significantly. Of course, aside from the conventional 5 elemental soul rings, Li Xiaobo pondered whether it would be possible to augment the herbal map with some rarer and more extraordinary soul rings. For instance, those infused with the ferocious power of lightning, the chilling essence of ice, the treacherous nature of poison, or the mysterious depth of darkness, alongside the soul rings symbolizing justice and hope. Once he successfully resolved the survival issue of the ice silkworm, Li Xiaobo slowly turned his gaze towards Ma Ronghua. Ronghua, it has been quite some time since you broke through to the 10th level. Now that I have settled the matter of soul rings, starting tomorrow, let us unite our efforts to help you seek a suitable soul beast. By the way, which path do you wish to pursue? The strength attack system or the agility attack system? After all, your martial soul aligns best with these 2 options. Ma Ronghua, with an expression brimming with excitement, replied, Brother Xiaobo, I am wholeheartedly eager to pursue the strength attack route. In fact, even my golden dragon horse martial soul has been meticulously analyzed by Count. You must understand. My golden dragon horse carries the bloodline of a true dragon, and deep within my heart lies a dream of becoming an unparalleled powerhouse. However, what troubles me now is the confusion regarding which type of soul ring I should select. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo reflected momentarily before responding, in my view. Given the unique advantages of your martial soul, it would be wise to seek soul rings derived from soul beasts possessing a golden bloodline. Ma Ronghua, appearing perplexed, inquired, Why is that? Moreover, what precisely constitutes a golden bloodline? At this moment, it was not only Ma Ronghua, but also Li Lingtian, Yin Yuesher, and another individual, who gazed at Li Xiaobo with expressions of curiosity, eagerly anticipating a comprehensive explanation. Li Xiaobo spoke leisurely, elucidating that the so-called golden bloodline refers to those possessing exceptionally formidable powers, either in the form of soul beasts or martial souls. For instance, the renowned golden crocodile Douluo from the Spirit Hall possesses the martial soul known as the Golden Crocodile King, which indeed belongs to a category endowed with a golden bloodline. Pausing briefly, Li Xiaobo continued, adding that it is said this enigmatic and potent golden bloodline originally emanated from the Golden Dragon King. Therefore, if one's golden bloodline is sufficiently robust, there exists the possibility of a retrogressive phenomenon, enabling evolution into the majestic golden dragon. However, upon hearing these words, Li Lingtian and the other 3 exchanged puzzled glances, their faces reflecting a myriad of questions. Although they were somewhat familiar with the golden crocodile Douluo, they remained utterly perplexed regarding the identity of the Golden Dragon King. Li Xiaobo, observing their bewilderment, chuckled helplessly and elaborated. The Golden Dragon King is, in fact, the malevolent fragment that emerged from the dragon god's division. It is adorned with shimmering golden scales and possesses unparalleled strength. Legend has it that with a mere swipe of its claw, it can rend the very fabric of space. Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing that the Golden Dragon King was indeed a deity. Li Xiaobo took a moment to reflect, recalling the ancient Dragon God War, during which the Dragon God split into the Golden Dragon King and the Silver Dragon King, though the Golden Dragon King was ultimately defeated. The bloodline it left behind remains extraordinarily powerful, encompassing the forces of destruction and rebirth. Ma Ronghua's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, Brother Xiaobo, if I were to acquire a soul ring imbued with the golden bloodline, would I then wield such power? Li Xiaobo nodded, affirming that theoretically it was possible, albeit with significant risks. This power is notoriously difficult to control, and a slight misstep could result in severe repercussions. Ma Ronghua clenched his fists, determination gleaming in his eyes. No matter how perilous it may be, I am eager to try, for the sake of my strength, for my dreams. Li Xiaobo patted his shoulder, stating, Very well. Let us first gather intelligence to locate the most suitable soul beast with a golden bloodline for you. The others expressed their agreement enthusiastically. Chapter 28. The Dragon God. After an intense discussion, the group finally delineated a clear path and direction for Ma Ronghua's future endeavors. With a collective sigh of relief, they began to stride towards the tents that had been erected earlier. Before them stood 3 tents in total, one of which was somewhat larger and designated solely for Li Lingtian. The second tent was shared by the old steward and Ma Ronghua, while the final, slightly smaller tent was allocated to Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher. As the two entered their own tent, Yin Yuesher's enchanting eyes began to scrutinize Li Xiaobo with curiosity. Under her unwavering gaze, Li Xiaobo felt a twinge of discomfort and, in an attempt to break the silence, inquired, "Yuesher, why do you look at me in such a manner?" Yin Yuesher blinked her eyes, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she said, "Xiaobo, it seems you are quite familiar with the divine realm. Could you elaborate on it for me?" Li Xiaobo gently shook his head and humbly replied, "In truth, I cannot claim to possess a profound understanding. I merely have a superficial acquaintance with the subject. However, since you are eager to listen, I shall endeavor to share what I know." Li Xiaobo recounted slowly. In the distant and elusive epics of yore, there existed a mysterious and ancient legend. It is said that during those times, the realm of the divine was devoid of the presence of human deities. The entire divine domain lay under the supreme dominion of the dragon god, who sat majestically upon an imposing throne, radiating an awe-inspiring authority that commanded reverence from all corners. Beneath the dragon god resided the illustrious 9 dragon kings, each a paragon among the dragon kin. The dragon god generously bestowed upon the most exceptional talents of the dragon lineage the wondrous attributes inherent in his own bloodline evolution. Consequently, these fortunate individuals each acquired dominion over the 9 elemental powers of water, fire, earth, wind, light, darkness, space, time, and solidity, the mountain dragon king. The 9 dragon kings, filled with gratitude, revered him as their sovereign and pledged their unwavering loyalty. Each dragon king possessed formidable strength, having attained the terrifying realm of half-step divine kings. Under the sagacious leadership of the dragon god, the dragon race ushered in an unparalleled era of glory, their brilliance shining as luminously as the midday sun, captivating the attention of myriad races. The dragon god, with a magnanimous heart, opened the gates of the divine realm, warmly welcoming exceptional talents from various galaxies, granting them entry into the domain of the divine dragons and elevating them to the status of revered deities. Elites from all walks of life flocked to join forces with the dragon kin, striving together to propel the divine dragon realm toward a path of even greater prosperity. The dragon god, tirelessly dedicated and resolute, labored unceasingly, and through his relentless efforts, the dragon race ascended to the pinnacle among all races, becoming the indisputable sovereign of the myriad beings, ruling over the entire world. Li Xiaobo, the divine realm has undergone 2 monumental transformations, one resulting in the fall of the dragon god, and the other igniting a civil war among the gods. After the creator deity fashioned various cosmic dimensions, he simultaneously established a divine realm to govern these dimensions. However, the divine realm is not solely the domain of the creator. Powerful deities from the cosmic dimensions can also forge their own divine realms. The divine realm above the Douluo continent was initially created by an unparalleled deity known as the Dragon God, who crafted the Dragon God domain. In its infancy, the Dragon God domain was inhabited solely by the dragon race, yet subsequently, any race could ascend to this divine position through trials, allowing them to transcend from various cosmic dimensions to the Dragon God domain. Among these, humans found it the easiest to cultivate into divine beings, leading the Dragon God domain to gradually evolve into a grand divine realm cohabited by both dragons and humans. Originally, all beings coexisted harmoniously within the Dragon God domain. However, in an effort to solidify the future reign of the Dragon Prince, the Dragon God chose to defy cosmic laws, forcibly refining the Dragon God domain into a divine paradise. Regrettably, not only did the Dragon God fail in this endeavor, but the Dragon Prince also lost his life as a consequence. In an instant, the Dragon God succumbed to madness under the influence of emotions and cosmic laws. The 9 Dragon Kings, in a desperate attempt to restore the Dragon God's sanity, engaged him in battle, disregarding their own lives. After the fall of 5 of the Dragon Kings, they sought assistance from the human deities to stabilize the divine realm. The 5 mightiest human deities resolutely agreed to the Dragon King's plea. Alas, even after the demise of all 9 Dragon Kings, the Dragon God remained unhinged, misled by the truth. The dragon race united with the beast god to combat the human deities, leading to the most brutal divine war. This divine conflict not only led countless divine beings to their destruction but also shattered the once mighty Dragon God domain. Had it not been for the intervention of 5 deities, including Shura, to stabilize the divine realm, it could have faced irreversible annihilation. Fortunately, at a critical moment, the Dragon God regained his sanity and willingly accepted his demise at the hands of the Shura God, allowing the divine realm to endure. However, The remnants of the divine realm suffered significant loss of celestial energy, leaving only 4 dimensions: the Douluo continent, the light continent, the 5 elements continent, and the boundless continent. Following the fall of the dragon god, the remaining 5 deities, Shura, benevolence, evil, and destruction, formed the divine realm council. While a portion of the remnants of the dragon god domain became what is now known as the Douluo divine realm, Li Xiaobo spoke slowly. In the present day, there exist 5 divine kings within the Douluo divine realm, one of whom is the infamous evil god. He is a member of the 5 supreme deities, formed from the unparalleled power of the creator god, and is indeed the only divine king capable of fully mastering the divine realm in the truest sense. At this point, Li Xiaobo could not help but display a look of reverence. He continued to elaborate, saying, "What sets the evil god apart is his extraordinary ability to mend divine consciousness. It is crucial for deities, as any damage to their consciousness can lead to dire consequences. However, with the evil god's remarkable ability, many injuries to divine consciousness that were once deemed irreparable can now be effectively healed. It is for this reason that he enjoys a position of immense prestige and incomparable power within the Divine Realm Council." After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo shifted the conversation to another divine king, the benevolent god. This benevolent god was also born from the power of the creator god and holds a status equivalent to that of the evil god. Yet, when it comes to hierarchy and status, she surpasses the other 3 supreme deities, establishing herself as one of the true rulers of the divine realm. Despite wielding such immense power, it is admirable that she and the evil gods seldom intervene in the complex affairs of the divine realm. They stand like 2 towering mountains, silently guarding this mysterious and vast world. Li Xiaobo, I shall refrain from elaborating on the other 3 divine kings. However, it seems that there are 2 divine king legacies on the continent of Douluo. Yen Yuesher, which 2 divine positions are you referring to? Li Xiaobo, there exists a place in Douluo called the City of Slaughter, where no one is permitted to employ soul skills. Individuals must rely solely on their combat instincts to fight. Within it lies a venue known as the Bloody Arena, where 10 combatants enter, but ultimately only one emerges victorious, while the remaining 9 perish. Should one achieve consecutive victories 100 times and traverse the path of hell, they may attain the domain of the god of slaughter, thereby qualifying for the inheritance of the Azura divine king's position. Li Xiaobo, the other is the evil divine king. It is said that a god-level soul beast known as the dark demonic evil god tiger exists on the Douluo continent. Originally a divine attribute white tiger, it was one day possessed by an evil god. The dark demonic evil god tiger is a colossal creature, entirely black, exceeding 8 meters in length, with pronounced muscles and weighing up to 3,000 g. Adorning its forehead is a black character for king, its lengthy tail erect, culminating in a massive backward hook that glimmers with a ghostly light. The dark demonic evil god tiger embodies various attributes, including evil, darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, and possesses an intelligence that rivals that of humans. It can unleash formidable attacks using these attributes. For instance, the Lightblade skill is an astonishing fusion of wind and evil energies. Moreover, the dark demonic evil god tiger's cultivation primarily advances through the consumption of the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters, rather than through personal cultivation. This method of enhancement renders it exceedingly rare and perilous in the realm of soul beasts. Additionally, the dark demonic evil god tiger wields a unique skill known as the Arena of Life and Death, allowing it to revert both itself and its opponents to their juvenile stages. Given that soul beasts generally possess superior physiques compared to humans, the dark demonic evil god tiger typically holds the advantage in such a state, despite its mere 60,000 years of cultivation. Its prowess is already comparable to that of a 100,000-year soul beast. Chapter 29, The Golden Unicorn. Yin Yuesher explained, her face alight with astonishment. It is truly unexpected that such a peculiar soul beast exists on the continent of Douluo. However, I am somewhat perplexed regarding the connection between the dark demonic evil god tiger and the legacy of the divine position. Li Xiaobo smiled as he elucidated. Should someone succeed in vanquishing the dark demon evil god tiger, the immediate course of action should not be the absorption of its soul. Instead, one must exercise patience and await the emergence of the enigmatic evil god pearl upon its lifeless body. For it is only by obtaining the evil god pearl that one can truly seize the opportunity for divine inheritance. However, acquiring the evil god pearl is no simple feat. It possesses a sentient nature and will flee at the slightest hint of danger. If one's strength is insufficient, capturing it becomes an almost impossible task. Yin Yuesher could not help but exclaim, I had no idea that the dark demon evil god Tiger harbored such a significant secret regarding divine inheritance. Xiaobo, I must say, you possess quite the wealth of knowledge. Li Xiaobo smiled with a hint of pride and said, of course. However, as the night has deepened, it would be wise for us to rest early. As darkness enveloped the surroundings, a profound silence fell, and time passed quietly. In the blink of an eye, the night swiftly slipped away. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight broke through the clouds and bathed the earth, Li Xiaobo slowly opened his eyes and emerged from the tent. In that instant, a biting cold wind struck him like a sharp blade, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He steadied himself and gazed at the breathtaking scenery around him. Before him lay a pristine expanse, cloaked in white, as if the entire world had been blanketed in snow and ice. The rising sun emitted a gentle radiance, filtering through the thick layers of ice and the crystalline icicles hanging from the branches, refracting a dreamlike array of colors. Not far away, a lake resembled a vast mirror, its waters crystal clear, yet curiously unfrozen. As a gentle breeze brushed over it, ripples danced across the surface, sparkling in the light. Before long, everyone rose and stepped out of their tents. At that moment, the old steward had successfully prepared a large pot of aromatic fish soup, enticing and mouth-watering. The fish within this pot were not ordinary. They were the extremely rare silverlight fish, a spirit creature from the lake, known for living up to 100 years. This fish gleamed with a silvery hue, as if crafted from pure silver, shimmering brilliantly under the sunlight. However, the rarity and value of the silverlight fish stemmed not only from its exquisite appearance, but also from its propensity to inhabit exceedingly frigid environments. Thus, even within the vast empire, few have the fortune to savor such a delicacy. Moreover, the taste of the silverlight fish is unparalleled, with tender, juicy flesh that melts in the mouth. Remarkably, consuming it can also provide a significant boost to one's cultivation, aiding in the enhancement of one's abilities. At this moment, everyone was gathered around, savoring the delicious fish soup. Suddenly, Li Lingdian spoke up. Xiaobo, do you have any thoughts on finding a suitable spirit beast for Ma Ronghua today? Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Li Xiaobo. He nodded confidently and replied, yes, I have considered it. Based on the requirements of Ma Ronghua's first skill, we need to search for dragon or horse-type spirit beasts. Fortunately, although the conditions in this extreme northern land are harsh, I have thought of a few suitable spirit beasts. For instance, the formidable frost dragon, the mysterious unicorn, and several other related species. However, the frost dragon is exceedingly powerful, and given our current abilities, it may be difficult to track it down, let alone confront it. Therefore, I believe seeking the unicorn would be a more reliable option. I just wonder if the attributes of the unicorn here would match those of Ma Ronghua. After listening to Li Xiaobo's analysis, Li Lingdian nodded slightly in agreement, acknowledging, indeed, your considerations are quite thorough. As long as the strength aspect is suitable, all is well, for there may still be room for adjustments and attributes later on. Thus, after relishing the steaming, delectable fish soup, everyone mustered their courage and resolutely stepped towards the mysterious direction rumored to be inhabited by unicorns. Along the way, a biting, frigid wind whipped through the air, pelting each individual with snowflakes as large as goose feathers, as if attempting to engulf them. The path was rugged and the snow thick. Each step required immense effort. Nevertheless, the group was undeterred by the harsh weather, gritting their teeth and persevering onward. Among them, Yin Yuesher, possessing relatively weaker strength at only level 17 and being of a fire attribute, found herself particularly ill-suited to this frigid environment. Shivering, she could not help but grumble. Oh dear, where on earth is that wretched unicorn hiding? In this dreadful cold, finding it is more challenging than scaling the heavens. Sensing her distress, Li Xiaobo promptly offered gentle reassurance. Do not fret, Yin Yuesher, let us hold on a bit longer. Look, that valley ahead may provide us with some valuable clues. After an arduous trek, when they finally arrived at the valley, they were delighted to discover large, unique hoofprints imprinted upon the pristine snow, resembling blooming flowers. Look, this could very well be the trace left by the unicorn, exclaimed Li Xiaobo, unable to contain his excitement. The others gathered around, examining the hoofprints with keen interest. They then cautiously followed the trail deeper into the valley. At that moment, a melodious and enchanting whinny suddenly reached their ears, invigorating their spirits and prompting them to quicken their pace toward the sound. Not far ahead, a group of unicorns, radiant in their pure white forms and shimmering with celestial light, stood gracefully. Their elegant stature was breathtaking, and the horns atop their heads sparkled like dazzling gems, emanating an alluring glow. However, these unicorns appeared highly wary of strangers. Upon sensing an approaching presence, they raised their front hooves, poised to either flee or defend themselves. Recognizing the precarious situation, Li Xiaobo swiftly gestured for everyone to halt, urging them to remain still to avoid agitating these noble and sensitive creatures. Deep within the enchanting and mysterious forest valley resided the captivating soul beast unicorns, akin to ethereal spirits of nature, radiating irresistible charm. After millennia, the unicorns' bodies became enveloped in a silvery glow as pure as snow, as if bathed in moonlight, shimmering resplendently. However, during the centennial and millennial periods, these charming creatures radiate a resplendent golden hue, reminiscent of the warm and vibrant dawn sun. The most striking feature of the unicorn is undoubtedly its elongated and sharp horn, which is not only aesthetically pleasing but also embodies immense power. According to legend, a dagger crafted from a unicorn's horn possesses the extraordinary ability to discern poison within food, making it an indispensable item for both domestic and travel needs. Furthermore, the hair from a unicorn's tail is an exceptionally precious material, suitable for the meticulous creation of fine brushes, capable of producing exquisite calligraphy akin to flowing clouds and water. Yet, the most peculiar aspect may be the unicorn's blood, which exhibits a flawless silver sheen and is said to possess miraculous life-sustaining properties. Countless individuals have pursued it fervently, often returning empty-handed. Although unicorns appear docile and endearing, their temperament starkly contrasts with their outward appearance. They are brave and unyielding, fearlessly engaging in fierce battles with colossal elephants and soaring dragons, never conceding an inch. Perhaps it is this courage and resilience that render them legendary beings within the spirit beast forest. Typically, unicorns prefer to avoid human contact, as if harboring a cautious wariness towards the human realm. Nevertheless, there exists a belief that unicorns are more inclined to allow gentle and kind-hearted women to approach them, perhaps due to the innate grace and charm that more readily earn their trust. It is noteworthy that when unicorns gallop, they move with astonishing speed, akin to a flash of lightning darting through the woods, vanishing in an instant without a trace. Capturing such a nimble and agile creature is an endeavor more challenging than reaching the heavens. Hence, unicorns have perpetually maintained an air of enigmatic allure, inspiring boundless imagination and longing among those who hear of them. Chapter 30. The sacred unicorn of soul hunting. As Li Xiaobo and his 4 companions beheld the densely clustered unicorns within the valley, a wave of astonishment washed over them. The sheer number of these majestic creatures was staggering, particularly the fact that dozens possessed an age-old cultivation of 10,000 years. Such formidable power was far beyond their current capacity to contend with. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to retreat slowly from the valley in search of an alternative solution. Li Lingtian let out a long sigh and remarked, "This endeavor appears to be rather challenging. Nonetheless, let us first seek out a sufficiently concealed and secure refuge. When the night deepens and tranquility envelopes the surroundings, we shall quietly return to the valley's entrance to assess the situation. Should fortune favor us, we may seize the opportune moment to capture a unicorn of a century's cultivation to bring back. However, if the circumstances prove unfavorable and no opportunities arise, we shall have to reluctantly abandon this plan." Li Xiaobo silently nodded in agreement with his father's strategy, fully aware that, given the current capabilities of himself and the other 2, they were somewhat outmatched and would inevitably hinder the entire team. After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo spoke again. "Father, did you take a good look at the group of unicorns we observed today? If we are to select a suitable target, we must strive to find the relatively stronger individuals among those of the same level. After all, we know nothing of their specific attributes for now. Our only recourse is to gauge their appearances to ascertain whether they possess the so-called golden bloodline. Typically, unicorns endowed with a golden bloodline exhibit a golden hue in their coats. Thus, I implore you to scrutinize closely which of the century-old unicorns is both robust and adorned with a golden sheen." As nightfall descended like a colossal black velvet cloth gently enveloping the earth, the moonlight filtered through the clouds, casting a faint glow that shrouded the surroundings in a mystical silver veil. At this moment, Li Lingtian donned a black cloak, resembling a specter, stealthily accompanied by the old but agile steward, who was similarly clad in dark attire, as they ventured into the depths of the shadowy valley. Upon entering, they discovered that most unicorns had succumbed to slumber, quietly nestled among the grass. Only a few remained vigilant, gracefully patrolling their surroundings. Li Ling Tian and the old steward dared not make a sound as they stealthily navigated through the herd of unicorns, their eyes sharp as hawks, intently watching each unicorn. After an exhaustive search, fortune smiled upon them as they finally spotted a golden-hued unicorn deep within the valley. This unicorn was robust, its muscular contours evident, clearly indicating extraordinary strength, and it was estimated to possess a century of cultivation. Upon witnessing this, Li Ling Tian immediately held his breath, raised his right hand, and invoked his sixth soul skill, the 5 elements 8 trigrams formation. In an instant, vibrant beams of light shot forth from his hand, intertwining to form a complex and arcane array that ensnared the century-old unicorn within its confines. Simultaneously, the seasoned steward wasted no time, his form flashing to the side of the captured unicorn. With practiced precision, he produced a specially crafted rope and swiftly ensnared it around the unicorn's neck. However, just as they were on the verge of successfully capturing this magnificent creature, an unexpected turn of events occurred, not far away. A powerful unicorn endowed with a millennium of cultivation suddenly sensed the commotion. It raised its head and let out a piercing roar, its hoof striking the ground with ferocity as it charged toward Li Ling Tian and the old steward like a bolt of lightning. Li Ling Tian felt a sudden tightening in his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation, yet he remained composed. With a shared glance at the old steward, they both nodded in silent accord and unleashed their combined strength to subdue the struggling century-old unicorn. Without delay, Li Ling Tian waved his hands once more, conjuring a formidable barrier of soul energy that temporarily halted the aggressive millennium unicorn. Seizing this fleeting moment, Li Ling Tian and the old steward wasted no time in dragging the subdued century-old unicorn away from the valley. As they hurried along, their feet seemed to glide as if they could sprout wings and soar from this perilous place. Li Ling Tian's heartbeat quickened, his mind plagued with anxiety at the thought of a sudden ambush from pursuing enemies. Fortunately, their journey was remarkably smooth, free from any unforeseen obstacles. Upon catching sight of Li Xiaobo and the others anxiously awaiting them at the perimeter, the tension in his chest eased slightly, and he exhaled a long, relieved breath. All eyes soon converged on the successfully captured century-old unicorn, with a palpable excitement shimmering in each gaze. They understood well that absorbing the soul ring of this unicorn would represent a monumental leap in strength for Ma Rong within their team. Li Ling Tian shouted loudly, "Xiaobo, hasten your actions. Quickly stow away this unicorn. It is not wise to linger here. Those unicorns have already been roused by our commotion. We must immediately relocate to a safe haven, returning to the Arctic city first, and only then shall we allow Ma Ronghua to peacefully absorb the soul ring." Upon receiving the command, Li Xiaobo did not dare to delay for even a moment. He swiftly summoned his Baichao diagram, and with a brilliant flash of light, the enormous century-old unicorn vanished from sight, encapsulated within the diagram. Without hesitation, the group turned and sprinted towards the outskirts of the extreme north. Li Ling Tian held Yin Yushi's hand tightly, fearing that she might lag behind or encounter any misfortune. Meanwhile, the seasoned old butler carefully guided Ma Ronghua forward. As for Li Xiaobo, he soared through the air with the speed of lightning, aided by his thunder wings, surpassing even Li Ling Tian, a formidable soul sage. In velocity, the group raced forward like the wind, kicking up clouds of dust beneath their feet, seemingly determined to leave this frigid northern realm far behind. As the distant boundary drew ever closer and victory appeared within reach, suddenly, the sky was enveloped by a colossal black curtain, dark clouds swirling ominously and swiftly obscuring the once bright sunlight. Accompanying this abrupt transformation was an overwhelming sense of oppressive dread that surged like a tidal wave, engulfing them completely. The group felt their breath hitch, a profound and indescribable fear swelling within their hearts. At that moment, a brilliant azure light pierced the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. Upon closer inspection, they beheld an enormous ice bird, radiating a chilling, ethereal glow, towering in the sky like a small mountain. Its wings, stretched wide, measured several zhang in length, and its feathers shimmered with a frosty sheen, as if carved from ice crystals. Its piercing gaze exuded an air of authority and dominance, sending shivers down their spines. Clearly, it was the undisputed sovereign of this frigid expanse. It appeared that the recent attack on the unicorn had indeed stirred this formidable entity. Li Ling Tian furrowed his brows, a grave expression adorning his countenance as he lowered his voice to address the assembly. "Everyone, exercise utmost caution. This bird, to my knowledge, possesses an ancient cultivation of 60,000 years, its strength unfathomable and not to be trifled with." As his words fell, The ice bird tilted its head and emitted a sharp, piercing cry that reverberated throughout the vast expanse of the extreme north. Immediately, it opened its cavernous maw and unleashed a torrent of densely packed, razor-sharp ice spikes, hurtling towards the group with the swiftness of lightning. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, Li Xiaobo exhibited no fear. In an instant, a pair of wings shimmering with violet lightning unfurled from his back. And like a flash of electricity, he charged directly towards the incoming ice spikes. Simultaneously, he waved his hands, unleashing thick bolts of lightning from his palms, striking fiercely at the ice projectiles in an attempt to shatter them with the force of thunder. The rest of the group, witnessing this, also summoned their unique skills. Some conjured blazing flames to form a protective barrier, while others called forth howling winds in an effort to thwart the ice bird's assault. However, the might of this ice bird was overwhelmingly formidable. Its attacks not only came with astonishing speed, but seemed to be endless, as if they were inexhaustible. Despite their valiant efforts to resist, the group began to feel the weight of pressure mounting, gradually succumbing to fatigue. At this critical juncture, Li Xiaobo swiftly maneuvered, akin to a wraith, to the ice bird's flank. His hands danced through the air, crafting intricate and enigmatic seals. In an instant, countless strands of lightning, shimmering with violet luminescence, surged forth from his fingertips, coiling and writhing like venomous serpents towards the colossal ice bird. Yet, the ice bird would not yield easily. With a powerful sweep of its expansive wings, it unleashed a bone-chilling gale that sliced through the air, dispersing the formidable lightning strands in an instant. Observing this, Li Lingtian made a decisive call, shouting, "Everyone, heed my command. Let us concentrate our strength and strike at its left wing. It appears to be an old wound that is yet to heal." The group, understanding his intent, swiftly adjusted their focus, directing all their magical artifacts and spells in a torrential downpour towards the ice bird's left wing. Indeed, the ice bird's left wing could not withstand such ferocious onslaught, and its wound ruptured anew, blood splattering in all directions. The beleaguered ice bird let out a furious roar, its rage palpable as it frantically flapped its wings, summoning a tempest of blinding snow. This white blizzard obscured the sky and rendered visibility nearly impossible. Caught off guard by the sudden snowstorm, the group found themselves in disarray. Just as chaos threatened to engulf them, Yin Yuesher experienced a moment of clarity. Without hesitation, she summoned her spirit weapon, the 5-Fire 7-Birds fan, and hurled it into the air with great force. As the fan emerged, it radiated an unparalleled aura, exerting a natural suppressive force over the ice bird, which noticeably slowed its movements. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo was overwhelmed with joy, fully aware that such opportunities are fleeting and must not be squandered. He immediately summoned all his internal energy, enveloping himself in a dazzling radiance of lightning, akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a sharp arrow, hurtling towards the ice bird with astonishing speed. Although the ice bird attempted to evade the attack, its agility was severely hampered by the influence of the 5-Fire 7-Bird fan. Ultimately, Li Xiaobo succeeded in striking the ice bird's vital point. With a piercing cry of anguish, the massive creature swayed momentarily before soaring into the sky, its heart heavy with reluctance, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. The onlookers exhaled a collective sigh of relief as they watched the ice bird's silhouette fade away. Following the fierce battle, everyone felt utterly exhausted. Yet their hearts brimmed with the joy of victory. After a brief respite, they rallied their spirits and resolutely continued their journey towards the Arctic City. Chapter 31. Arctic City. After a prolonged and arduous trek, the 5 companions had walked for a full 3 hours. At last, they arrived before the legendary gates of Arctic City. They halted, gazing up at the magnificent and imposing structure before them, their eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. The gates towered grandly, constructed from colossal blocks of ice, crystalline and translucent, resembling a fortress of crystal. Intricate patterns adorned the gates, depicting the valiant exploits and formidable powers of the ice attribute soul masters. The city walls soared skyward, cloaked in a thick layer of ice, emanating a bone-chilling coldness. "This is Arctic City," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, his voice betraying his uncontainable excitement. The other 4 nodded in agreement, fully aware that this was the sacred ground cherished by all ice attribute soul masters. This city was celebrated as the dream capital for ice attribute soul masters, not only for its year-round enchanting scenery of ice and snow, but also for the abundance of rare and precious treasures that lay within. These treasures were crucial for enhancing the strength of ice attribute soul masters, which is why thousands of passionate youths flocked here each year, yearning for the opportunity to transcend their limits and achieve greatness. As they approached the gates, an intensely frigid aura enveloped them. Yet, rather than deter them, this chill ignited a profound desire for exploration within their hearts. Stepping into the city, they felt as though they had entered a fantastical realm entirely sculpted from ice and snow. The buildings lining the streets were carved from ice, each uniquely shaped and exquisitely beautiful. The ground was blanketed in immaculate white snow, crunching delightfully underfoot. In the distance, towering icebergs pierced the clouds, shrouded in mist, bestowing the entire city with an air of mystery. Arctic City resembled an ancient behemoth slumbering beneath a blanket of ice and snow, its architectural style exuding a rich, archaic charm and a dignified aura. The towering and majestic city walls, extending endlessly, resemble an unassailable barrier meticulously constructed from massive black stones, each one steeped in the passage of time and the weight of history. Rising to several dozen meters, these walls pierce the sky, evoking a sense of awe that renders them insurmountable. Upon the ramparts, vibrant banners flutter fiercely in the cold wind, akin to a battalion of valiant warriors dancing in the breeze, proudly exhibiting the city's grandeur and glory. They wave defiantly against the tempest, intertwining and billowing at times, creating a breathtaking tableau. The grand and expansive city gate commands attention. Forged from incredibly resilient wrought iron, its surface glimmers with a chilling metallic sheen. Adorned with intricately carved representations of various soul beasts, some fierce and menacing, others spirited and endearing. Each creature is depicted with such vividness that one might expect it to leap from the gate at any moment, pouncing upon intruders. Upon passing through the gate, a wide and straight thoroughfare unfolds before one's eyes. This broad avenue can accommodate multiple horse-drawn carriages side by side. Flanking the street are an array of buildings, ranging from majestic and opulent palaces, resplendent in gold and grandeur, to quaint and exquisitely decorated shops, their shelves brimming with an overwhelming variety of goods. Of course, one cannot overlook the modest yet vibrant inns, offering weary travelers a warm respite. Though these structures vary significantly in style, they all exude an air of antiquity and elegance. Whether it be the soaring eaves and intricate brackets of the palaces, the ornate doorways and windows of the shops, or the wooden signs of the inns, each reflects the artisan's exceptional craftsmanship and unique appreciation for aesthetics. Strolling along such a thoroughfare evokes a sense of traversing back in time, immersing oneself in the splendor and tranquility of a bygone era. In the distant and enigmatic Arctic realm lies the grand and striking city of Arctic City. At the heart of this city stands the imposing Arctic City Lord's mansion, resembling a radiant jewel embedded within this icy expanse. From afar, the mansion rises like a majestic peak, its vastness astonishing. The entire palace is blanketed in thick snow, presenting a scene of silvery splendor, as though it belongs to a fantastical ice kingdom. Upon closer inspection, the exterior walls of the mansion are constructed from sturdy and smooth bluestone, each stone polished through the passage of time and the artisan's careful craftsmanship, exuding a warm, jade-like luster. Each bluestone fits seamlessly together, showcasing exceptional architectural skill. The roof of the palace is adorned with silver-glazed tiles, which, under the sun's illumination, radiate a dazzling brilliance, resembling a cascade of sparkling ice crystals, further embellishing the mansion's magnificence. Viewed from a distance, the roof appears as a flowing blanket of silver light, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Before the grand entrance of the mansion stand two colossal stone lions, resolutely guarding the threshold. They stand tall and proud, their imposing presence commanding respect, their eyes wide open, glaring fiercely ahead, as if poised to pounce upon any who dare intrude upon this sacred ground. These two stone lions, not only colossal in size, but also masterfully sculpted, exhibit an exquisite craftsmanship. Each strand of fur and every sinew is rendered with lifelike precision, exuding an unparalleled majesty. They vigilantly guard this capital of ice attribute soul masters, fiercely protecting its dignity and honor. Entering the city lord's residence, one is greeted by a majestic array of palatial structures, harmoniously arranged. The pavilions and towers are interconnected by winding corridors that meander gracefully, leading to secluded nooks. The eaves soar high and curl upwards, resembling birds poised to take flight, demonstrating intricate artistry. Strolling through, one feels transported into a beautiful tapestry of art. Moreover, the city lord's estate is adorned with a diverse array of exotic flowers and plants of the ice attribute. These flora flourish vibrantly even in the frigid climate, each competing to bloom in splendor. Some blossoms are as pure as snow, crystalline in their clarity. Others display petals of blue or purple, dreamlike and ethereal. Still others release a subtle fragrance, invigorating the spirit. Against the backdrop of ice and snow, they appear exceptionally radiant, vying for attention and breathing life into this cold palace. The Soul Master Academy of the Arctic City resembles a fantastical castle amidst the snow, revered as the ultimate sanctuary by all ice attribute Soul Masters. With a rich history and profound heritage, this academy has nurtured countless distinguished Soul Masters over the years, who shine like brilliant stars in the vast sky of the Soul Master realm. Upon entering the academy, one is immediately captivated by its ancient yet elegant architectural style. The red walls blaze like flames, strikingly vivid against the pristine white snow. The green tiles glisten like embedded emeralds, exuding a gentle luster. The soaring eaves and upturned corners seem to reach for the heavens, embodying a dynamic yet dignified aura. Within the academy lies a spacious plaza, where sunlight cascades upon the ground, reflecting a dazzling brilliance. At the center stand statues of esteemed predecessors, each lifelike and displaying varied expressions. Some Soul Masters hold staves, gazing resolutely into the distance, seemingly contemplating the journey ahead. Others stand with arms crossed, their faces solemn as they ponder the profound mysteries of soul arts. Each statue emanates a solemn and reverent atmosphere, silently recounting the glory and dreams that once belonged to the Soul Masters. Beyond the plaza lies the teaching building of the academy. Towering majestically, its design is uniquely inventive, constructed from special materials. The building not only withstands the harsh cold, but also effectively absorbs and stores the surrounding fluctuations of soul power. Inside, one finds spacious and well-lit classrooms, equipped with advanced teaching facilities such as combat arenas and soul power testing stones, providing Soul Masters with optimal learning conditions. In a corner of the campus lies the library, an invaluable treasury where Soul Masters gather knowledge. This expansive library boasts a rich collection, housing a vast array of precious books and materials pertaining to Soul Masters. From ancient manuals on soul guiding technology to the latest research findings, it encompasses a wealth of information. In this place, Soul Masters can immerse themselves in the vast ocean of knowledge, continuously exploring the endless mysteries of the Soul Master world. The streets of Arctic City are bustling with life, teeming with crowds, and the cacophony of voices resonates endlessly. As one gazes into the distance, the wide avenues are so congested that not a single drop could pass through, filled with pedestrians coming and going. Among them are many Soul Masters clad in vibrant robes, each exuding grace and authority. Some of these masters hurry along, their strides brisk, evidently eager to reach the academy to acquire new knowledge and skills, while others gather in groups, laughing and conversing as they head towards the enigmatic frozen forest, poised to confront formidable soul beasts in a bid to obtain precious soul rings to enhance their prowess. The shops lining the streets are numerous and varied, offering an overwhelming array of merchandise. Each establishment is filled with exquisite goods, catering to every conceivable need. Here, one can find an assortment of advanced soul-guiding devices, rare herbs that emit peculiar fragrances, and delectable rations that provide ample energy, among other treasures. Each stall is crowded with customers meticulously selecting their wares, while the vendors stand by, beaming with smiles, enthusiastically beckoning to passers-by. Their calls rise and fall in a harmonious blend, reminiscent of a stirring symphony that reverberates throughout Arctic City. As night descends, Arctic City does not succumb to slumber. Instead, it reveals a vibrant tableau. Along the streets, the lights blaze brightly, illuminating the city in a radiant glow akin to golden dragons spiraling through the air, casting an ethereal brightness over everything. Beneath this luminous splendor, the silhouettes of people stretch long, intertwining to create a vivid and prosperous urban nightscape. Entering taverns, one can observe numerous Soul Masters congregated together. They passionately share their thrilling adventures in animated discussions or quietly exchange insights on cultivating soul power. The tavern occasionally bursts into rapturous song, the melodies akin to the sweet trills of nightingales. At other moments, party laughter erupts, echoing like thunder. The entire establishment is suffused with an atmosphere of joy and merriment, making it impossible not to be enchanted. However, some Soul Masters opt to venture into the frozen forest on this tranquil night for rigorous training. There, the biting winds howl and snow blankets the ground, yet they remain undeterred, engaging in fierce battles with formidable soul beasts, fueled by their potent soul power. Each clash serves as a testament to their strength, and every drop of sweat witnesses their journey of growth. Meanwhile, The sky above Arctic City unfolds a fantastical visual feast. One often glimpses the mysterious and resplendent auroras dancing through the heavens, their ever-changing hues mesmerizing to behold. When the soul masters cultivate their soul power, they radiate a kaleidoscope of colors, some shimmering like brilliant stars against the night sky, others blazing forth like fierce flames, a sight of unparalleled beauty. Particularly when they unleash their formidable soul techniques, a myriad of breathtaking phenomena unfolds. Fire dragons roar as they soar into the sky, their claws outstretched, and their presence awe-inspiring. Phoenixes unfurl their resplendent wings, gracefully gliding through the heavens. Thunder rumbles forth with a deafening roar, its immense power capable of toppling mountains. These wondrous spectacles harmoniously intertwine, transforming the skies above Arctic City into a vibrant tapestry, akin to exquisite paintings unfurling gradually, leaving onlookers in sheer astonishment. Douluo's Arctic City, a realm brimming with enchantment and glory, serves as the cradle of dreams for soul masters. Here, they tirelessly hone their skills, aspiring to reach loftier heights. Through their sweat and fervor, they inscribe their own legendary tales. Arctic City has witnessed the growth and brilliance of countless soul masters, as well as the flourishing prosperity of the northernmost region of the Douluo continent. Chapter 33, Celestial Herbs. Li Xiaobo strolled leisurely through the bustling marketplace with Yin Weisher, his gaze sweeping over the myriad of diverse items displayed at the stalls. However, he exhibited no interest in the soul-guiding devices or the plethora of maps. Instead, his attention was captivated by the rare metals that emanated an unusual glow and the vibrant, uniquely shaped herbs. Yin Weisher flitted about like a joyful little bird, following Li Xiaobo as they navigated between the various stalls. Her bright, large eyes sparkled with curiosity and a desire for exploration. Suddenly, she was enchanted by an ice-blue herb, and unable to contain her excitement, she reached out to gently grasp it, examining it closely. The herb was entirely enveloped in a translucent ice-blue hue, akin to being formed from crystalline ice, exuding a refreshing chill. "Brother Xiaobo, what is this? It looks so special," Yin Weisher exclaimed, lifting her head and blinking her sparkling eyes at Li Xiaobo, her face aglow with eager anticipation for his response. Li Xiaobo turned his gaze towards Yin Weisher upon hearing her voice. When he caught sight of the ice-blue herb she held in her hands, his eyes gleamed momentarily, and he smiled as he elucidated, "This is the ice spirit grass, an indispensable auxiliary material for concocting ice-type elixirs." At that moment, the vendor noticed the commotion and hurried over with a broad grin. He scrutinized Li Xiaobo from head to toe, and then began to extol, "Oh my! This young gentleman possesses truly discerning taste. This ice spirit grass is a treasure I painstakingly retrieved from a perilous location, so its price, naturally, is not to be taken lightly." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo merely cast a fleeting glance at the stall owner and calmly replied, "I am well aware of its intrinsic value. Feel free to state your price." Thus commenced a spirited negotiation between the two regarding the ice spirit herb. Ultimately, through Li Xiaobo's exceptional eloquence and keen insight, he succeeded in acquiring the precious herb at a relatively reasonable price. Elated with his acquisition, Li Xiaobo continued to stroll through the market with Yin Weisher. Unbeknownst to them, they soon found themselves before a somewhat secluded stall nestled in a corner. This stall appeared rather desolate, displaying a few dust-covered boxes that seemed rather unremarkable. Yet, Li Xiaobo, sensing something unusual, exhibited a barely perceptible glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He swiftly approached, cautiously extending his hand to gently open one of the boxes. Inside, he discovered a seed emanating a faint blue glow. Noticing Li Xiaobo's interest in the seed, the stall owner remarked, "I am unsure of what this seed is. Consider it a gift." Gratefully accepting the gesture, Li Xiaobo carefully tucked the seed away, his mind brimming with anticipation as he pondered the mysteries surrounding this enigmatic seed, particularly since it had captured the attention of the 100 Herbs diagram's martial soul moments ago. After departing from the market, Li Xiaobo and Yin Weisher quickly returned to their rented quarters, where Li Lingdian was still wandering about in the Arctic City. Li Xiaobo set the recently acquired ice spirit herb aside with care and, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly retrieved the mysterious seed. Under the bright light, the seed radiated a ghostly blue luminescence, as if concealing boundless secrets within. Li Xiaobo activated the soul spirit herbarium, attempting to nurture the seed with his soul energy. Gradually, a gentle halo enveloped the seed, and suddenly, a delicate fissure appeared on its surface. Yin Weisher gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in surprise. In the next moment, a tender sprout broke through the soil, its verdant leaves unfurling as the surrounding temperature plummeted significantly. As the sprout continued to grow, It astonishingly took the form of a petite ice lotus, its nature still a mystery. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo resolved to diligently cultivate this ice lotus, incorporating it into the herbarium. After he included the ice lotus in the herbarium, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The two stepped out to investigate, only to discover that someone had noticed an anomaly with Ma Ronghua's absorption of the soul ring, and the entire area was enveloped in a wave of chaotic soul energy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Li Xiaobo hurriedly took Yin Weisher to the scene. Upon arrival, they beheld Ma Ronghua entirely enveloped in a tumultuous surge of soul energy. His body trembling slightly, and his expression distorted in extreme agony, as if he were enduring immense suffering. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo felt a sudden jolt of alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned the abundant soul power within him, channeling it forth with unwavering resolve. As he enacted this, the very air around him grew dense and suffocating, while the formidable soul energy surged forth like an invisible torrent, striving to stabilize the tumultuous soul power field surrounding Ma Ronghua. Meanwhile, Yin Yueqi stood a short distance away. Her enchanting eyes fixated intently on both Ma Ronghua and Li Xiaobo, her hands instinctively clenched, betraying a visage filled with anxiety. As seconds ticked by, under Li Xiaobo's relentless efforts, the once ferocious fluctuations of soul power emanating from Ma Ronghua began to gradually subside. After a while, Ma Ronghua's tightly shut eyes slowly opened, revealing a gaze that bore traces of fatigue and weakness, yet at last, a semblance of clarity returned. "Thank you, Brother Xiaobo," he uttered, his breath coming in gentle gasps. "That soul ring you wielded harbored an inexplicably strange yet potent force. Had you not intervened, I fear my life would have met its end here." After hearing this, Li Xiaobo felt a lingering fear. However, seeing that Ma Ronghua was no longer in grave danger, he let out a slight sigh of relief. He steadied himself and turned his gaze towards Ma Ronghua, inquiring, "By the way, Ronghua, now that you have successfully absorbed the soul ring, what exactly is your soul skill?" Upon hearing this, Ma Ronghua took a deep breath and mustered his energy to stand upright. He slowly raised his hands, palms facing each other. Subsequently, strands of soul power surged from his dantian, rapidly converging between his palms along his meridians. As the soul power continued to gather, a vague silhouette began to materialize about a meter in front of Ma Ronghua. Initially dim, the silhouette grew increasingly distinct with the ongoing infusion of soul power. Finally, as the silhouette solidified completely, the onlookers were astonished to discover it was a magnificent horse adorned with enormous wings. This steed, resplendent in pure white, had hooves that shimmered with a soft radiance, and its wings, stretching several meters, exuded an imposing and divine presence. With a face alight with excitement, Ma Ronghua exclaimed, "My first soul skill is called Heavenly Flight. Once unleashed, it summons an extraordinary celestial horse with pristine white wings. Not only can it carry a person soaring through the skies, but it can also render them invisible, allowing me to gallop freely in the air all alone. This is an immensely powerful flight soul skill. Unfortunately, with my current strength, I am unable to maintain this state for long. Just moments ago, my soul power surged unexpectedly, followed by a wondrous sensation, as if something mysterious had manifested within me." As soon as he finished speaking, he concentrated to channel his soul power, directing it like a tide toward his forehead. In an instant, a brilliant golden light flashed, revealing a shimmering golden horn that gradually emerged, firmly positioned at the center of Ma Ronghua's forehead. Li Xiaobo, witnessing this spectacle, widened his eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens! This is actually an external soul bone. I never anticipated that you would possess such extraordinary fortune. Yet, this unicorn is not a typical flying soul beast. Why then does your soul skill pertain to flight?" Faced with his friend's inquiry, Ma Ronghua, equally perplexed, scratched his head and replied, "To be honest, I am just as clueless. Moreover, after some exploration, it appears that this soul skill has not exhibited any other significant effects aside from flight. However, this unicorn horn possesses a unique capability known as Heavenly Thunder Attraction, which can draw down the power of lightning from the heavens above and concentrate it into a formidable force for release." At this juncture, a glimmer of confidence and anticipation sparkled in Ma Ronghua's eyes, clearly revealing his curiosity and eagerness to experiment with this newfound skill. Chapter 32. Strolling through the Arctic city after enduring countless hardships, Li Xiaobo and his companions finally stepped through the gates of the Arctic city. This enigmatic and frigid metropolis exuded an air of solemnity and gravitas. Shortly after their arrival, the seasoned steward quickly inquired about a villa that was available for rent. Upon seeing this exquisite villa, Li Lingtian felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction and promptly resolved to rent it as a temporary refuge. The elderly steward, fully aware of the area's treacherous nature and lurking dangers, took it upon himself to meticulously inspect the surroundings for any hidden observers. Once assured of their safety, the group felt at ease to enter the grand hall. Li Lingtian gazed at the weary faces of the crowd and spoke with genuine concern. Today, you have all traveled tirelessly, and your efforts are truly commendable. Given your current state of health, it would be wise to take a moment to rest. Maronghua, I suggest you recuperate for a day and postpone the matter of absorbing the soul ring until tomorrow. After all, the unicorn is already in our possession, and this one day will not make a significant difference. Li Xiaobo nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement with his father's words. His father was indeed correct at this moment. Everyone was utterly fatigued and should first take a respite to recuperate. Maronghua also needed to adjust his condition to its optimal state in order to successfully absorb the soul ring. Furthermore, dear steward, I kindly request you to venture out and procure some provisions. The old steward accepted the command and soon returned to the villa, bearing a sumptuous feast that filled the table. After the group devoured the meal with great enthusiasm, they each sought out a room, preparing for a well-deserved rest. Li Xiaobo returned to his chamber, gently settling into a meditative posture upon the bed. With utmost care, he drew forth a 20,000-year-old spirit skull, radiating a mysterious luminescence. His eyes gleaming with anticipation, he murmured softly, "Let me behold the miraculous effects of this ancient soul bone." With that, he slowly pressed the invaluable relic to his forehead, commencing the circulation of his robust soul energy, endeavoring to assimilate it into his being. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before long, the sun had quietly begun its descent from its lofty perch in the sky. At this moment, the resplendent hues of the setting sun cascaded down, painting the heavens in fiery shades of red, akin to a blazing inferno. The breathtakingly vibrant sunset clouds were a sight to behold, as if a grand and magnificent tapestry had unfurled before the eyes of the onlookers. As night fell, a biting wind swept through, sending chills coursing through the bodies of those it touched. Yet, amidst the cold, a breathtaking aurora borealis danced in the sky, ethereal and enchanting, as if one had stepped into a realm of fairy tales. When the dawn's light pierced the darkness, dispelling the night's gloom, Li Xiaobo finally opened his long-closed eyes and exhaled a deep breath. He muttered to himself, "Fortunately, this soul bone was acquired through sacrifice. Otherwise, with my current strength, who knows how long it would take to fully absorb it. But why does this soul skill resemble so closely that of Huguo? Perhaps it is merely due to our acquisition of powers from the same species. After all, he obtained a soul ring, while I have gained a soul bone." With that thought, Li Xiaobo rose and stepped out of his room, immediately noticing the others gathered around, partaking in breakfast. At that moment, Li Lingtian, seated at the table, exclaimed upon seeing Li Xiaobo, "Xiaobo, you're finally awake. Come join us for a meal. Everyone was quite exhausted yesterday, so I didn't wake you." Li Xiaobo smiled and nodded, briskly making his way to the table. Before long, the five of them swiftly concluded their simple breakfast. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo focused his thoughts and summoned his unique skill, bringing forth the 100 herbs diagram. With a flash of light, a unicorn was released from the illustration. He then turned to Ma Ronghua beside him, handing over an exceptionally sharp dagger and softly instructing, "Proceed, and after you slay it, you may begin to absorb the soul ring." Ma Ronghua cautiously accepted the dagger, gripping it firmly in his hand, then strode confidently towards the unicorn, his gaze sharp and unwavering, as if the majestic creature was already within his grasp. Approaching the unicorn, Ma Ronghua unleashed a surge of power, striking decisively with the blade. A piercing cry echoed as the unicorn's massive form collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, a resplendent and radiant spirit ring gradually ascended from the corpse of the unicorn, resembling a brilliant full moon suspended in the air. Observing this, Ma Ronghua promptly settled onto the ground in a cross-legged position, closed his eyes, and regulated his breathing, preparing to absorb this hard-earned spirit ring. Beside him, Li Xiaobo, Li Lingtian, and the other two individuals quietly watched Ma Ronghua, refraining from uttering a single sound, lest they disturb him. As time passed, approximately a quarter of an hour later, Ma Ronghua remained seated in tranquility, emanating faint waves of spirit power. Witnessing this, Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingtian beside him and softly remarked, "Father, remaining here serves little purpose, and it appears that Ma Ronghua is not in any immediate danger. Perhaps we should allow the old steward to stay and protect him while you take me and Yuesher to explore the legendary Arctic city?" Li Lingtian pondered for a moment, nodded in agreement, and then turned to the old butler, who, understanding the unspoken cue, nodded in affirmation. With a smile, Li Ling Tian addressed Li Xiaobo, saying, "Very well, let us venture outside. To be honest, it is my first time in this Arctic city. It is said to be a sanctuary for ice element soul masters." With that, he led Li Xiaobo and his wife, Yin Weisher, out the door, embarking on an exploration of the Arctic city. As they strolled along, the trio eagerly admired the city's unique scenery. The architectural styles lining the streets were remarkably diverse. Some structures towered majestically, exuding grandeur, while others were dainty and exquisite, embodying elegance. Most of these edifices were crafted from ice and snow, shimmering under the sunlight with a captivating glow, transporting them to a fantastical realm. Before long, they arrived at a bustling free trade market. From a distance, the market appeared crowded with throngs of people, a cacophony of lively voices intertwining to create a distinctive symphony. Li Xiaobo was profoundly captivated by the scene before him. His insatiable curiosity urged him to quicken his pace, leading him to be the first to step into the market. Upon entering, he discovered a myriad of soul masters all around, each setting up their stalls and enthusiastically peddling the rare treasures they had acquired during their adventurous journeys. Li Xiaobo curiously navigated through the myriad of stalls, his gaze incessantly sweeping over the dazzling array of goods. The items displayed were an eclectic mix, each more peculiar than the last, featuring ancient scrolls exuding an aura of mystery, uniquely shaped soul-guiding devices, and an assortment of radiant gemstones whose names eluded him. The stalls were adorned with a cornucopia of wares, including various herbs that emitted scents ranging from delicate to robust. A heap of soul-guiding device fragments twinkled with a faint yet enigmatic glow, and those precious, rare metals that reflected a cold brilliance under the light. Moreover, there were bizarre and perplexing curiosities that defied comprehension. For instance, several tattered maps were presented as legendary treasure maps. Yet the indistinct lines and symbols rendered their true meanings inscrutable. Alongside them lay an array of unnamed objects, some resembling ancient charms, while others seemed to be mysterious weapons from foreign lands. These chaotic items amassed together formed a veritable treasury brimming with the unknown and the fantastical. Chapter 34, Rare Metals. With a warm smile, Li Xiaobo addressed Ma Ronghua, saying, "All right, there is no need for you to showcase your soul skill. Remember, it is imperative that you refrain from ostentatiously revealing your external soul bones in the presence of others, lest you attract unnecessary trouble. After all, you should understand the principle of to possess a jade is to invite calamity, correct?" Ma Ronghua, displaying her obedient nature, nodded earnestly and replied, "I understand, Brother Xiaobo. I will surely heed your advice and will never flaunt my external soul bones before outsiders." Pleased with Ma Ronghua's understanding and compliance, Li Xiaobo nodded approvingly. Once assured that all was well with Ma Ronghua, the group leisurely continued their stroll through the enchanting city of Arctic. As they walked, they enthusiastically admired the unique beauty and charm of this rare snow-covered metropolis. The crystalline ice sculptures, the immaculate expanses of snow, and the distinctive architectural styles captivated their senses, making it difficult to part from such splendor. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo guided Yin Weisher towards the free trade market. Upon entering the bustling market, they were immediately enveloped by the throngs of people and the vibrant atmosphere. Individuals jostled shoulder to shoulder, creating a lively scene. Li Xiaobo, with his keen eyesight, scanned the various stalls, seeking out peculiar items that piqued his interest. As they wandered, he suddenly noticed a stall not far ahead, piled high with an assortment of stones. These stones varied in size and shape, appearing rather ordinary, yet they seemed to emanate a certain enigmatic aura. Intrigued, Li Xiaobo approached and inquired of the vendor, "Excuse me, what exactly are you selling here?" The vendor looked up, met Li Xiaobo's gaze, and replied with a grin, "Esteemed customer, what I have here are treasures. These are raw metal ores that I personally retrieved from the depths of the extreme north. However, as for the specific types of metal ores contained within, that will depend on your own discernment and fortune." Upon hearing the vendor's introduction, Li Xiaobo became instantly intrigued and eagerly responded, "Very well, let me take a closer look." With that, he knelt down and began to meticulously examine the seemingly unremarkable stones. Li Xiaobo meticulously examined the stones before him, and he noticed that one of them bore subtle, elusive patterns on its surface, as if concealing a profound secret. He reached out and grasped the stone, feeling its weighty presence. Curiously, Yin Weisher inquired, "Xiaobo, what draws you so irresistibly to this stone?" Li Xiaobo smiled and replied, "My intuition suggests that this stone possesses a unique quality." At that moment, a burly man nearby scoffed, "Kid, choose wisely. 9 out of 10 of these stones are hollow, with hardly any genuine treasure within. Unfazed, Li Xiaobo turned to the vendor and asked, "How much for this stone?" The vendor extended 5 fingers, 500 gold soul coins. The price was steep, prompting gasps from the surrounding crowd. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo paid without hesitation. He cradled the stone with utmost care and walked steadily towards the cutting area, drawing the attention of onlookers who closely followed his every move. As the cutting machine emitted a low hum and gradually came to life, the atmosphere became eerily silent, with everyone instinctively holding their breath, as if time itself had come to a standstill. With the blade of the cutting machine slowly penetrating the stone, each subtle sound resonated with extraordinary clarity. Finally, as the stone was cleaved open just slightly, a dazzling beam of light erupted forth like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the entire space. The brilliance was so intense that it was nearly blinding, inciting gasps of astonishment from the gathered crowd. The burly man who had once mocked Li Xiaobo now stood in stunned silence, his jaw agape in disbelief, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. He gaped at the spectacle before him, utterly speechless, his face, once marked by disdain and derision, now transformed by profound regret. In stark contrast, a triumphant smile involuntarily spread across Li Xiaobo's face. He understood that he had struck gold. This rare star silver would undoubtedly aid him in crafting future equipment. Just as Li Xiaobo reveled in the euphoria of his newfound treasure, a figure caught his attention. An elderly man, with a kindly visage and a sprightly demeanor, approached him slowly. The old man appeared to embody a celestial aura, particularly with his profound, ocean-like eyes that seemed to perceive the essence of all things. His gaze was unwaveringly fixed on the star silver in Li Xiaobo's hand. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. "Young man, while this star silver is indeed rare and valuable, there exist treasures in this world that surpass it in worth." With that, the elder raised his hand and gently pointed towards a distant corner. Upon hearing the old man's words, Li Xiaobo gazed in the direction indicated, filled with skepticism. There, in the dimly lit corner, lay a nondescript black stone, quietly resting. It appeared utterly ordinary, devoid of any remarkable features. Had it not been for the old man's prompt, one might have easily overlooked its very existence. A surge of intense curiosity welled up within Li Xiaobo as he slowly approached the enigmatic object, eager to uncover its mysteries. As he drew near, the weathered old man smiled and began to explain, "Young man, what you see before you is a rare treasure known as purple thunder meteorite copper. It harbors an immensely powerful force of thunder within. Should it be employed in the crafting of weapons, it is certain to forge indestructible divine armaments. Furthermore, if utilized in the cultivation of soul techniques, it can significantly enhance your abilities, helping you to break through barriers and achieve extraordinary prowess." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's heart raced with excitement. He understood that such a treasure was indeed a rarity, and possessing it would greatly benefit his future journey of cultivation. Thus, he eagerly turned to the stall owner to inquire about the price. However, the stall owner's cunning eyes were already fixated on the star silver that Li Xiaobo had recently acquired. He schemed to seize this opportunity to make a substantial profit. The corner of his mouth curled into a barely perceptible smile as he coldly quoted an astonishing price: 10 million gold soul coins. This figure struck Li Xiaobo like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. After all, during the era of combat, rare metals were indeed precious, yet none were priced so exorbitantly. The current development of soul guides was still rather primitive, and few soul masters engaged in battle utilizing them. As Li Xiaobo found himself in a quandary, acutely aware that the money he had brought was limited, a sense of turmoil washed over him regarding whether to purchase the precious purple thunder meteorite. At that pivotal moment, Ma Ronghua hurriedly arrived on the scene. Without hesitation, he produced the gold soul coins he had painstakingly saved and promptly handed them to the stall owner, successfully completing the transaction for the purple thunder meteorite. Li Xiaobo, witnessing this spectacle, was left astounded, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Ma Ronghua, noticing his reaction, sheepishly scratched his head and smiled, saying, "Brother Xiaobo, you have helped me many times before. Consider this a small token of my gratitude. Besides, these gold soul coins were actually given to me by Aunt Feng Linger to assist with errands." Hearing these words, a warm current surged within Li Xiaobo. Deeply moved by Ma Ronghua's sincerity and kindness, he stepped forward, gently patted Ma Ronghua on the shoulder to express his gratitude, and gladly accepted the hard-won purple thunder meteorite. After receiving the Purple Thunder meteorite, Li Xiaobo cradled it carefully in his palms, beginning to attempt to utilize his soul power to probe the mysterious force contained within. In that instant, the Purple Thunder copper suddenly emitted fine strands of electricity, resembling nimble serpents, swiftly spreading along the soul power he had infused. Faced with this unforeseen occurrence, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow, yet he showed no signs of retreat. On the contrary, he focused all his mental energy, resolutely guiding this powerful and unfamiliar force. Endeavoring to unveil the secrets hidden behind the Purple Thunder copper, Li Xiaobo clutched the enigmatic purple lightning meteorite, which emanated a mysterious violet glow. Beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Yet, despite his utmost efforts, he was unable to master this arcane treasure. At that moment, a voice, aged and steady, resonated from behind him. "Young man, that is not how one should wield it." Li Xiaobo abruptly turned around, only to behold an elderly man clad in a gray robe. His hair as white as snow, gazing at him with a gentle smile. Startled, he quickly clasped his hands and inquired, "May I ask from which esteemed lineage this venerable elder hails? What brings you to this place?" The old man tenderly stroked his beard and replied with a warm chuckle, "Ah, I am but a wandering old man, chancing upon this locale. Upon witnessing you engage with this piece of Purple Thunder meteorite copper, I could not help but offer a few words of guidance. Please, do not take offense." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with a hint of surprise, and he clasped his fist once more, saying, "In that case, I humbly request your esteemed guidance, senior. If you have no place to rest for the time being, I invite you to join the Earl's residence. We shall treat you with the utmost hospitality befitting a distinguished guest." The old man, upon hearing these words, gently shook his head and replied with a smile, "What use could your Earl's residence have for an old fool like me, who is nearing the end of his days?" Li Xiaobo hurriedly explained, "Senior, please do not underestimate yourself. Merely with a glance, you discern the uniqueness of this Purple Thunder meteoric copper, which speaks volumes of your extraordinary capabilities. Should you choose to assist, my count's residence would undoubtedly soar to new heights." The elderly man fell silent for a moment, seemingly deep in thought. After a while, he slowly nodded and replied, "Very well, I have indeed been without a fixed abode lately, so I shall accompany you for the time being. I hope I will not cause too much trouble for your esteemed household in the future." Chapter 35. Old Master Zhong. Li Xiaobo gazed curiously at the elderly figure clad in gray robes and respectfully inquired, "May I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?" The old man, gently shaking his head, replied in a soft tone, "Alas, the passage of time has caused me to forget even my own name. If it pleases you, simply refer to me as Elder Zhong." Li Xiaobo nodded eagerly and replied, "Certainly. From this day forth, I shall respectfully address you as Elder Zhong." Elder Zhong, with your vast knowledge and experience, could you assist me in discerning whether there are any treasures worth acquiring amidst this bustling market? Upon uttering these words, his expectant gaze fixated intently on Elder Zhong. The elder inclined his head slightly in affirmation and then began to scan the rows of splendid stalls before him with a penetrating gaze. Suddenly, his eyes gleamed with excitement as if he had stumbled upon a rare gem, and he swiftly made his way towards a modest stall tucked away in a corner. Upon this small stand, a few peculiar metallic pieces emitted a faint glow, haphazardly arranged in disarray. Elder Zhong delicately picked up one of the pieces, cradling it in his palm for a closer examination. Moments later, a look of astonishment graced his features as he turned to Li Xiaobo, exclaiming, "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. This piece is starfall iron, exceedingly rare and an exceptional material for forging unparalleled weapons." Hearing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he hurriedly approached the stall owner, inquiring, "Sir, how much for this starfall iron?" The stall owner first scrutinized the two individuals before leisurely raising a finger to indicate a price, stating, 100 gold spirit coins, not a penny less. Though the price was steep, Li Xiaobo understood the rarity of the starfall iron and, with determination, resolved to purchase it. After completing the transaction, the quartet continued to navigate the various stalls, stopping intermittently to select an array of different metals. As the sun began its descent, Li Xiaobo found his arms laden with bags filled with the day's acquisitions of rare metals. Contentment radiated from him as he returned home with Elder Zhong. Upon arriving at his residence, Li Xiaobo's face was alight with enthusiasm. He hurriedly approached Elder Zhong, scarcely pausing to catch his breath, and eagerly began to introduce the individuals present. First, he pointed to a tall, dignified middle-aged man standing nearby, declaring, "This is my father, Li Lingdian." He is a renowned 76th level soul saint of the Starry Empire and has been honored with the title of Hunyuan Count. With this, Li Lingdian graciously nodded at Elder Zhou. Next, Li Xiaobo turned his attention to an elderly gentleman with graying hair yet a vigorous demeanor, continuing, and this gentleman is our venerable steward. Although he appears somewhat aged, his prowess should not be underestimated. He is a genuine soul emperor. At this, the steward humbly smiled. Finally, Li Xiaobo's gaze settled on a robust young man, introducing. This is Ma Ronghua, who possesses an innate 8th level soul power and is destined to become a formidable force in the future. Upon hearing these words, Ma Ronghua clasped his hands in salute to Elder Zhou. Finally, Li Xiaobo turned his gaze towards the two young ladies. One was strikingly beautiful, while the other exuded an air of confidence and grace. He pointed to the lovely maiden and said, "This is Miss Yin Wesher. Not only is she breathtakingly beautiful, but she also possesses an innate soul power of the highest caliber, a remarkable innate level 10, and her martial spirit is an incredibly formidable assault-type spirit." He then gestured towards the other spirited young woman, proudly adding, "And here is myself, who similarly possesses an innate soul power of level 10 and an assault-type martial spirit." At that moment, Elder Zhou, who had been quietly listening, interjected with a chuckle, "Ah, no need for such formality. You may simply call me Elder Zhou from now on. As for myself, I am merely a level 97 Super Douluo, with a martial spirit known as the Breaking Cloud Spear." At these words, the previously tranquil crowd was rendered utterly speechless, astonished that this seemingly ordinary passerby was, in fact, such a terrifying title Douluo. A collective gasp echoed throughout the courtyard. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, his face a picture of astonishment as he exclaimed, "Is it truly so? Master Zhou, you are indeed the legendary title Douluo. This is utterly beyond belief. Yet, why have I never heard of your exploits?" Master Zhou offered a faint smile, a glimmer of nostalgia dancing in his eyes as he slowly replied, "My child, it is not surprising that you are unaware of my past. After all, I have reached the venerable age of 146 and no longer belong to your era. In my youth, I too was spirited and roamed the world, yet time is relentless." He sighed softly and continued, "Nevertheless, this current age is not devoid of formidable individuals. Qian Dalu and Tang Chen are both exceptionally gifted, having ascended to the 99th level, mere steps away from divinity. In contrast, I have only attained the 97th level, and I cannot help but feel a sense of inadequacy." As he spoke, Master Zheng shook his head gently, a hint of melancholy gracing his features. After a brief pause, he turned his gaze back to Li Xiaobo and spoke earnestly. "Though I may be aged and diminished in strength, I firmly believe that the next era will surely witness the brilliance of your generation. With your innate talent, a rare innate level of 10, and with my guidance, it is not beyond the realm of possibility for you to obtain a 100,000-year-old ninth spirit ring in the future. You see, it was precisely because my ninth spirit ring did not reach the 100,000-year threshold that my progress stagnated after entering the realm of title Douluo." At this juncture, Master Zheng's gaze grew resolute, brimming with hope for Li Xiaobo's potential. Li Xiaobo gazed resolutely at Elder Zhou, his tone infused with unwavering confidence. "In the future, we shall undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of the unparalleled title Douluo of level 99. However, Elder Zhou, since your martial spirit is the cloud-piercing spear, might you impart to me some techniques of spear mastery?" Elder Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing Li Xiaobo from head to toe, and replied slowly, "Could it be that your martial spirit is also of the spear variety? If that is indeed the case, I shall wholeheartedly share with you the quintessence of the spear techniques I have amassed over my lifetime. It is essential to recognize that on our Douluo continent, the debate over whether Qian Daolu or Sword Sovereign Hao possesses the preeminent swordsmanship is fraught with differing opinions and remains unresolved. However, when it comes to spear techniques, I humbly assert that if I were to claim second place, none would dare to assert themselves as first. Thus, guiding you in the art of spear play shall be a matter of little difficulty for me." Hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's face flashed with a hint of excitement. He took a deep breath, swiftly formed a series of hand seals, and exclaimed, "Reverse divine spear, appear." In an instant, a brilliant and resplendent light erupted from his hands, followed by the emergence of a long spear, ancient in design and exuding an aura of mystery before the eyes of the onlookers. The moment the reverse divine spear materialized, Elder Zhou felt as though he were being scrutinized intently by a ferocious beast, an involuntary chill creeping into his heart. Simultaneously, an overwhelming pressure emanated from the spear, causing the very air around them to grow heavy with tension. Elder Zhong's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at the reverse divine spear, stammering, "Haste. This is actually a divine-level martial soul." His heart surged with tumultuous waves of shock. It is worth noting that, until now, only one divine-level martial soul was known throughout the Douluo continent, that being the six-winged angel possessed by the Spirit Hall. He never anticipated witnessing another divine-level martial soul in person today. Chapter 36. Aurora. Elder Zhong fixed his piercing gaze upon the young man before him and slowly remarked, "You, my young friend, are rather unassuming, are you not? Do you truly believe I am unaware of matters concerning divine-level martial souls and innate soul power of level 20? Although we have only just met, your wariness toward me is quite understandable. Nevertheless, you are quite impressive. Come now. Enlighten me regarding the soul rings associated with your reverse divine spear, so that I may offer my counsel." Upon hearing this, a hint of embarrassment crept onto Li Xiaobo's face. He scratched his head, momentarily at a loss for words. Noticing this, Elder Zhong furrowed his brow and pressed on. "What is it? Did you not express a desire for me to impart my spear techniques to you? If you do not disclose the particulars of your soul rings, how might I tailor my teachings to suit your needs?" Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, summoning the courage to speak. "I sincerely apologize, Elder Zhong. The truth is, I possess a dual martial soul. As for the reverse divine spear, I have yet to absorb any soul rings." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong's face transformed into one of sheer astonishment. His eyes widened in disbelief as he gazed at Li Xiaobo. It took him a moment to regain his composure before he exclaimed, "Child, how could you be so misguided? The reverse divine spear is a divine-level martial soul, brimming with limitless potential. How could you disregard it in favor of cultivating another martial soul? What are your intentions? What will you do in the future? Are you not risking losing something substantial for something trivial?" Li Xiaobo quickly interjected, "Elder Zhong, please calm your anger. I fully understand your concerns. You are merely apprehensive about the possibility of conflicting soul powers causing a catastrophic explosion during simultaneous cultivation of two martial souls. However, rest assured, I have already devised a solution to this matter. I plan to consider adding a soul ring to the reverse divine spear only after I reach level 90, which will mitigate the aforementioned risks." Nonetheless, Elder Zhong's expression shifted to one of skepticism upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words. He shook his head repeatedly, questioning in disbelief. How is that even possible? Historically, no one has dared to attempt such an approach. "Young man, you must not speak recklessly." In response to Elder Zhong's inquiry, Li Xiaobo remained resolute, locking his gaze onto the elder and replying without hesitation, "Elder Zhong, please believe me. Although it may sound incredulous, I assure you I am not speaking fancifully. Not long ago, I happened upon an ancient tome that documented a peculiar method. It claimed that if one could achieve divine position inheritance and fully saturate all soul bones until the body is capable of enduring it, then our desired goal could indeed be realized." Elder Zhong, upon hearing these words, could not help but exhibit a flicker of curiosity amidst his previous skepticism. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Oh, such a thing exists? Where is that ancient text now?" Li Xiaobo appeared somewhat embarrassed and hesitant. After a moment, he slowly replied, "To be frank, Elder Zhong, that invaluable ancient tome was tragically destroyed in a raging inferno. However, please rest assured that although the book no longer exists, I have indelibly etched all its contents into my memory." Upon hearing this, Elder Zhong fell silent, seemingly lost in profound contemplation. After a considerable pause, he finally lifted his head, his expression grave as he addressed Li Xiaobo. "Even if what you say is true, this method is fraught with countless unknown risks and variables. Nevertheless, since you are so resolute in your stance, I shall choose to trust you this time. But remember, you must constantly monitor the fluctuations of your soul power. Should you detect any anomalies, you must halt immediately and avoid any reckless actions." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaodong was overwhelmed with joy, his emotions surging like a tidal wave. His face flushed with excitement, and his hands trembled slightly as he hastily clasped his fists and bowed deeply to Elder Zhong, his voice laden with gratitude. "Thank you, Elder Zhong, for your trust. This kindness of being understood shall forever be etched in my heart. I shall exert myself to the utmost, living up to your earnest expectations." Elder Zhong, with a gentle smile, waved his hand dismissively, responding in a warm tone, "There is no need for such excessive courtesy. I merely hope that you can indeed carve out a new realm, one that has never been ventured into before." At this point, Elder Zhong couldn't help but let out a soft sigh and continued slowly. The essence of the soul is relatively easier to seek. But the inheritance of the divine position is by no means a simple task. One cannot fathom the myriad of trials and tribulations that must be endured. Only through serendipity can it be discovered. On the side, Li Xiaobo, upon hearing this, chuckled with confidence. He stepped forward assuredly and proclaimed, "Elder Zhang, please rest easy. To be candid, I already possess the inheritance of the divine position." As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand and pointed to his brow. In an instant, a brilliant radiance emanated from his forehead, revealing a vividly lifelike dragon-patterned mark. Elder Zhong, upon witnessing this, displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He gazed intently at the dragon emblem, murmuring to himself, "I never imagined that you would bear the inheritance of the divine position. However, revealing such a matter so recklessly before me is not a wise decision. Should you encounter someone with ulterior motives, the moment you disclose this divine inheritance, you might find yourself in grave peril. Therefore, until your strength is sufficiently formidable, it is imperative that you refrain from exposing this to outsiders." Li Xiaobo chuckled softly, scratching his head, and somewhat bashfully remarked, "Master Zhong, the reason I dare to confide in you without reservation is precisely because of my unwavering trust in you. Besides, given your esteemed position and virtuous character, how could you possibly covet such trivial matters?" Upon hearing this, Master Zhong burst into hearty laughter, giving Li Xiaobo a friendly pat on the shoulder, teasing, "Ah, you certainly possess a sweet tongue. However, it is fortunate that I am now in my twilight years and my vigor has waned. Had it been my younger days, I might have truly competed with you for it." With that, the two exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere growing particularly harmonious. Master Zhong then said, "All right, enough of this. It is getting late. Let us take a rest. By the way, I have yet to dine. Please prepare something." Li Xiaobo replied, "Indeed, time has slipped away. The sun sets swiftly in Polar City. Butler, is dinner ready?" The old butler responded, "Young master, everything has been prepared. It was ready by the time you returned." I refrained from interrupting your conversation with the elder. As they gathered around the dining table, an array of unique polar delicacies adorned the surface. Master Zhong curiously examined the dishes, sampling a piece of frozen fish and expressing his delight. Just as they were enjoying their meal, a sudden commotion erupted from outside. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow and stepped out to investigate. He beheld peculiar beams of light streaking across the sky, heading towards the distant glacier. Li Xiaobo was filled with curiosity, his previously tranquil eyes rippling like the surface of a lake disturbed by a stone. He swiftly turned his head and called out loudly to the room, "Old Zhong, there seems to be some unusual sounds outside. It sounds rather strange." I can no longer contain my curiosity and wish to investigate. Before he could finish, everyone in the room put down their bowls and chopsticks in unison. And they dashed to the door, declaring in unison, "Let us go out together and see what is happening." Thus, a group of them closely followed the faint, flickering lights, jogging to the bustling street. Upon closer inspection, the scene before them was utterly astonishing. It was an extraordinary spectacle caused by the vibrant and ethereal auroras. The dazzling northern lights unfurled like a grand and exquisite tapestry across the vast night sky. A myriad of colors, red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and violet, intertwined and merged, creating breathtaking beams of light. These beams surged and leaped like dragons emerging from the sea, and at times, they floated gracefully like ribbons danced by fairies. They flickered in and out, shimmering unpredictably, as if whispering the unknown secrets and tales of the cosmos. Li Xiaobo could not help but exclaim in awe, "Oh my! Those beams of light I witnessed earlier were indeed drawn by this enchanting aurora." At that moment, the ever-silent Elder Zhong suddenly brightened with excitement. His face alight with enthusiasm as he spoke. According to ancient legends, beneath this northern light lies a remarkably unique soul energy fluctuation. If one could capture and harness it, it might greatly benefit your cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo immediately felt a surge of energy. Without hesitation, he closed his eyes and calmed his mind, carefully attuning himself to the subtle yet extraordinarily vibrant fluctuations of soul energy in the air. The chill that surrounded him seemed to dissipate, leaving only wisps of soul energy flowing into his body. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes and, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Old Master Zhong, it truly works." Master Zhong stroked his beard in satisfaction, nodding in approval. It seemed this journey was not in vain. At that moment, the aurora gradually faded, and the ethereal lights vanished. Li Xiaobo and Master Zhong, accompanied by their companions, turned to return to their lodgings. Chapter 37. Blossoms the following day, as dawn broke. Golden sunlight cascaded like shards of gold upon the vast, snow-blanketed landscape. The group, clad in thick cotton garments, slowly emerged from the cozy warmth of their courtyard. The enchanting, dreamlike aurora from the previous night lingered vividly in their memories, an indelible impression etched deep within their minds. They stood in quiet contemplation, gazing out at the majestic, undulating snow-capped mountains, resembling a serpentine jade dragon stretching across the heavens. The biting cold wind howled past, causing their cheeks to flush slightly. Yet their hearts brimmed with boundless anticipation for the unknown journey that lay ahead. At that moment, Li Xiaobo broke the silence, stating, "Tomorrow, we must leave this Arctic city. Therefore, we must seize the day to explore this place thoroughly." A hint of reluctance was evident in his voice. Beside him, Yin Yuesher responded with excitement, nodding eagerly, "Absolutely. We spent yesterday admiring those cold, lifeless stones. Today, let us indulge in the beauty of flowers. I've heard there are many rare and extraordinary blooms in this Arctic city." Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment, then responded with a smile. "All right, since there are no particular plans, let us wander aimlessly and take a look at those flowers." Thus, the two of them reached a mutual understanding and prepared to embark on their enchanting journey in Arctic City. The group of 6 finally arrived at the city's unique floral market, situated in an area of extreme cold. It was astonishing to discover that this market boasted ingeniously designed heating facilities. As they stepped into the market, a warm and humid breeze surged forth like a tidal wave, infused with the rich fragrances of various blossoms. Yin Yuesher flitted about the vibrant blooms like a lively, joyous little bird, her spirit soaring. Suddenly, she paused, excitedly pointing to a pot of icy blue flowers, exclaiming, "Xiaobo, come and see. These flowers are simply like exquisite artworks sculpted from snow and ice." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo hurriedly stepped forward to examine the exquisite sight. Indeed, the ice-blue blossoms were breathtakingly beautiful, their petals adorned with a delicate layer of frost, rendering the entire flower an ethereal spectacle. At that moment, a kindly-faced elderly flower seller ambled over. With a gentle smile, he softly elucidated, "Young man, these are our unique ice and snow flowers. They can only thrive in such an extreme environment. Moreover, these flowers primarily sustain themselves by absorbing the exceedingly scarce nutrients found in the ice and snow." Intrigued by his words, Li Xiaobo eagerly inquired, "Elder, how is it possible to cultivate such beautiful flowers in such a frigid, bone-chilling place?" The old man smiled faintly, revealing a hint of mystery on his face as he replied, It is all thanks to a special soul-guiding device we have here. With it, coupled with a custom-designed greenhouse, we can create an environment conducive to the growth of these exquisite blooms." The two stood in rapt attention, wholly absorbed in the elder's detailed exposition of various extraordinary flowers. Their gazes flitted between the vibrant and diverse blossoms, as if they had entered a mysterious and enchanting garden. Suddenly, Yin Yuesher's keen eyes caught a peculiar glimmer in a corner. Curiously, she tugged at Li Xiaobo's sleeve, signaling him to investigate further. They cautiously approached the faintly glowing little flower. However, just as they were about to discern the true nature of the blossom, an unforeseen event transpired. The previously bright lights extinguished without warning. Instantly, darkness surged like a tide, completely enveloping the flower market. The abrupt turn of events plunged everyone present into a state of extreme panic and tension. The crowd began to stir restlessly, cries of alarm echoing throughout. Yet, Li Xiaobo remained composed. Without hesitation, he shielded Yin Yuesher behind him, forming a solid barrier with his body. At that moment, the little flower, which had only emitted a faint glow, suddenly shone with an intense brilliance, as if infused with a powerful energy. Gradually, its radiant light illuminated a small area around them, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. In this rare illumination, they were astonished to discover numerous shadowy figures darting swiftly among the flowers. These shadows moved with agility, resembling phantoms, sending chills down their spines. "Everyone, be cautious. Danger may be imminent," Li Xiaobo warned in a hushed tone to those around him. As soon as he spoke, one of the shadows lunged at them like an arrow released from a bow. In a split second, Li Xiaobo deftly sidestepped the attack. Following this maneuver, he swiftly delivered a powerful kick toward the shadow. A piercing shriek erupted from the figure as it crashed heavily to the ground. As the crowd focused their gaze, They soon discerned that the shadow was, in fact, a peculiar and previously unseen creature. With the approach of more shadows, the radiance of the little flower intensified, compelling the shadows to hesitate in their advance. It became evident to the onlookers that these shadows were drawn towards the enchanting bloom. This flower, known as the spirit shadow flower, harbored within its petals a precious ice crystal core, which held a profound allure for polar creatures. Just as tensions escalated, the market administrator arrived and activated the auxiliary lighting system. Upon witnessing this, the shadows scattered in disarray. The crowd exhaled in relief. And Yin Yuesher gazed once more at the spirit shadow flower, exclaiming, "What a truly marvelous flower!" Just as they believed the crisis had passed, a faint squeaking sound emanated from a corner. Turning towards the noise, they beheld a fluffy little white creature peeking out. Li Xiaobo recognized it as the snow vole previously mentioned. Its eyes were fixed intently on the spirit shadow flower, clearly drawn by the allure of the ice crystal core. Yin Yuesher could not help but whisper, "How adorable." The snow vole cautiously approached the spirit shadow flower, prompting the crowd to worry about its potential harm to the delicate bloom. However, they soon realized that it merely circled the flower, sniffing curiously before settling down nearby. Basking contentedly in the glow emitted by the flower, the administrator chuckled, stating, "This snow vole particularly enjoys resting near luminous plants. It poses no threat to the spirit shadow flower." With that reassurance, the crowd finally relaxed. Li Xiaobo was struck by a sudden inspiration and said to Yin Yuesher, "Since we are so fond of the flowers here, why not take some seeds back with us and try cultivating them in a small snow house?" Yin Yuesher's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded eagerly. They then selected several varieties of their favorite flower seeds and bid farewell to the flower market, making their way to the merchandise area. After all, a visit to the Arctic city deserved to yield some local specialties. Upon arriving at the goods section, they were greeted by a dazzling array of fur coats. Yin Yuesher's eyes gleamed as she tugged at Li Xiaobo, heading straight for a quaint shop adorned with exquisite fur garments. The shopkeeper, a warm-hearted middle-aged woman, greeted them with enthusiasm. The furs were crafted from the pelts of the indigenous soul beast, combining both warmth and beauty. As she spoke, the shopkeeper showcased a stunning coat adorned with intricate patterns. Li Xiaobo caressed the texture of the leather coat, which felt soft yet substantial. It was indeed quite remarkable. Yin Yuesher had her eyes set on a pristine white leather coat, adorned with exquisite snowflake embroidery, reminiscent of a masterpiece left by ice and snow sprites. It was truly beautiful. While they were engrossed in their selection, a sudden clamor erupted from outside. Upon stepping out, they discovered a majestic procession of reindeer pulling a sled, laden with an array of goods. These reindeer were tall and formidable, their antlers glistening under the sun's radiant glow. Li Xiaobo had a sudden inspiration. They could purchase some fur coats as gifts for family and friends, then embark on a sleigh ride pulled by reindeer around the Arctic city, ultimately returning to their lodging to pack their belongings. Yin Yuesher readily agreed. Having selected their fur coats, they boarded the reindeer sleigh and commenced their final journey through the Arctic city amidst the cheerful jingling of bells. Chapter 38. Looking towards the future, Li Xiaobo and his companions gradually receded into the distance, finally embarking on their lengthy journey back to the starry Luo Empire. Along the way, the sky appeared to be tainted by an overturned ink bottle, cloaked in a somber gray hue, while the heavy clouds loomed overhead like small mountains. Suddenly, an unanticipated tempest roared through, the wind resembling a ferocious beast, clawing and swiping at the carriage they occupied. With a resounding creak, the vehicle shook violently, seeming on the verge of being toppled by the fierce gusts. In this moment of peril, Li Lingtian unhesitatingly unleashed his formidable soul power, gripping the yoke tightly as a faint glow enveloped him, forming a protective shield around the carriage. Despite this, a sense of trepidation lingered among the group, who began to voice their grievances about the dreadful weather. Yet, deep within their gazes lay a greater yearning and anticipation for home. After all, they had been away from the starry Luo Empire for far too long, a place rich with tantalizing delicacies, familiar streets filled with childhood memories, and beloved family and friends. As they drew nearer to the borders of the starry Luo Empire, their spirits soared with excitement. However, upon reaching the border, they were taken aback by the sight before them. The once unobstructed road was now riddled with checkpoints, and fully armed soldiers scrutinized passers-by with grave expressions. The atmosphere thick with tension. After some inquiries, they learned that a malevolent force of soul masters had recently attempted to infiltrate the starry Luo Empire, seeking to sow chaos and destruction, prompting the empire to bolster its border defenses. Once apprised of the situation, Li Xiaobo and his companions promptly presented their identities. Initially met with skepticism, the soldiers' demeanor transformed to one of astonishment upon recognizing the emblems of the starry Luo Empire adorning their attire. Subsequently, not only were they granted swift passage, but a contingent was also dispatched to escort them to the imperial capital. As the towering walls of the capital came into view, an overwhelming sense of nostalgia washed over them. The moment they crossed through the city gates, the air was filled with a cacophony of bustling voices. The lively calls of vendors and the harmonious laughter of the populace, creating a unique symphony. The familiar vibrancy unfolded before them like a resplendent tapestry. Their companions could no longer contain their joy, eagerly rushing into the throngs of the bustling marketplace. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo stood still, gazing at this city that housed countless memories, his heart brimming with emotion. In that moment, he silently vowed to return stronger, to safeguard the tranquility and harmony of this cherished homeland with his own might. Upon their return to the Count's residence, Li Lingdian appointed Elder Zhong as the honorary elder of the family. While the specifics of Elder Zhong's prowess remained undisclosed, curiosity about his abilities lingered, though no one pressed for further details. After luxuriating in comfort at the Count's estate for several days, Li Xiaobo felt it was time to venture out, to seek experiences that would expedite his growth and strength. On a sunlit morning, he shouldered his pack and resolutely embarked on a solitary journey of self-discovery. After several days of traversing mountains and rivers, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at a valley steeped in mystery. It was said that within this valley lay not only exceptionally powerful soul beasts but also an abundance of rare and invaluable natural treasures. Upon entering the valley, Li Xiaobo keenly sensed the rich and almost palpable fluctuations of soul power permeating the air. Suddenly, without warning, a massive 1,000-year-old shadow leopard sprang forth from the dense underbrush like a bolt of lightning, baring its formidable jaws and launching a fierce attack on him. In the face of this unexpected assault, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable swiftness, deftly sidestepping the onslaught. Without hesitation, he summoned his own martial soul, preparing to engage in a thrilling struggle for survival against the ferocious shadow leopard. The two adversaries exchanged blows, neither yielding an inch, resulting in an intense stalemate. After an arduous and grueling battle, fueled by his indomitable will and exceptional combat skills, Li Xiaobo ultimately succeeded in repelling the tenacious shadow leopard. However, this was merely the commencement of his arduous journey. In the days that followed, he exhibited no signs of complacency, bravely pressing deeper into the heart of the valley. During this time, he encountered a myriad of dangers and challenges, yet each time he transformed peril into opportunity, gaining invaluable insights from his experiences. As time passed, the monthly return to the Count's estate for whale oil body refinement approached once again. Despite enduring countless hardships in the wild, the mere thought of harnessing the whale oil to further enhance his physique, thereby better preparing himself for the myriad crises that lay ahead, filled Li Xiaobo with boundless motivation. Thus, he progressed steadily through relentless trials and training, gradually advancing towards the path of becoming a formidable powerhouse. Li Xiaobo stood in the courtyard, gazing at the white clouds drifting lazily across the sky, and could not help but exclaim, "Time truly passes like a fleeting shadow." Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the tender age of 8. Through relentless dedication to physical training over the past days, his physique had grown robust enough to withstand the power of a fourth spirit ring. Furthermore, with the aid of the 200,000-year-old spirit skull, he had no need to fear the torment of soul disturbances. However, the dilemma that lay before him was the question of what kind of soul skill would be most suitable for acquiring this fourth spirit ring. With a heart full of curiosity and anticipation, Li Xiaobo turned and walked towards the study. Upon opening the door, he beheld his father, Li Lingtian, diligently writing at his desk. He spoke softly, "Father, I believe I am now capable of obtaining the fourth spirit ring. Yet I find myself uncertain about the specific type of spirit ring I should choose." Hearing his son's words, Li Lingdian paused, lifted his gaze to meet Li Xiaobo's, and replied with a smile, "My dear child, why burden yourself with such worries? The innate spirit of your body possesses the remarkable ability to greatly enhance your attributes. Therefore, when selecting a spirit ring, you should seek out those top-tier spirit beasts that will further augment your own strength. As for the nature of the spirit ring you ultimately acquire, that will depend on fate and fortune." After listening, Li Xiaobo nodded thoughtfully and then spoke. "What you say is indeed true, father. However, my sister Yushur successfully broke through to the 20th level 3 months ago. It would be best to let her accompany me on this journey to hunt for soul rings." Li Ling Tian chuckled heartily and jested, "Look at you two little ones. Inseparable every day. If it weren't for your need to wait, she would have likely rushed off long ago to claim her own soul ring." Li Xiaobo, filled with uncontainable joy, eagerly sought out Yuesher, his face radiant with excitement. Upon hearing that they could finally embark on their journey, Yuesher's already bright and enchanting eyes sparkled like stars, shimmering brilliantly. The two swiftly and methodically gathered the necessary equipment, resolutely setting forth into the perilous and enigmatic soul-hunting forest alongside the formidable Li Lingtian. It is noteworthy that after 2 years of relentless and arduous training, Li Lingtian had ascended to the formidable rank of an 82-level soul Douluo. His immense power commanded great respect. Particularly impressive was his 8th spirit ring, which he only acquired through the esteemed assistance of the venerable elder Zhong. With Li Lingtian's prowess as a soul Douluo, guiding Li Xiaobo to obtain a mere 20,000-year-old spirit ring was an endeavor fraught with certainty and absolute safety. Thus, the trio confidently stepped into the depths of the soul-hunting forest. Upon entering the vast expanse of the forest, an air of mystery enveloped them, as if they had been transported to an entirely alien realm. The surroundings were eerily tranquil, interrupted only by the occasional melodious chirping of birds, breaking the silence. They had to remain exceedingly vigilant, cautiously advancing step by step. As night descended, the darkness deepened. Suddenly, from afar, a deep and thunderous roar echoed through the woods. The unexpected bellow reverberated like thunder, shattering the stillness of the forest and sending the birds perched in the trees fluttering away in panic. Yuesher, startled by the roar, turned pale, her body trembling involuntarily as she instinctively drew closer to Li Xiaobo. Observing her distress, Li Xiaobo promptly reached out, gently patting her shoulder in a gesture of reassurance, and softly consoled her. "Do not fear, Yuesher. Listen closely to that sound. I believe it is the very target we seek." Chapter 39. The metal white tiger Li Lingtian, with a serious expression, said to Li Xiaobo, "Xiaobo, you must take good care of Yuesher. This place is rather perilous. I will first go and assess the situation." With that, he swiftly darted away like an arrow loosed from a bow, heading towards the source of the sound. Before long, the sounds of a fierce battle echoed in the distance. Li Xiaobo, not daring to delay, hurriedly pulled Yin Yuesher along, quickening their pace as they dashed forward. Breathless, they ran for quite some time until they finally arrived near the scene of the incident. There, not far ahead, they beheld Li Lingtian leisurely resting atop a magnificent and imposing white tiger. Li Lingtian, upon seeing Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher approaching, smiled and remarked, "Xiaobo, our fortune today is truly remarkable. In merely a day, we have encountered this white tiger. From my observations, this creature possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of certain soul beasts with an impressive cultivation of 70,000 years. Had it not been for a moment of carelessness, which allowed me to exploit its weakness, I doubt I would have subdued it so effortlessly. However, judging by its current state, it seems to have nearly 30,000 years of cultivation. Perhaps we should consider seeking out other, more suitable targets?" Li Xiaobo gazed resolutely at Li Lingtian and replied without a hint of hesitation, "No need, father. Have you forgotten? My innate martial soul endows me with physical capabilities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, my 3rd soul ring possesses unique abilities. When it comes to physical prowess, I am undoubtedly capable. Moreover, in facing the turmoil of soul vibrations, I have the support of a 200,000-year-old spirit skull. Therefore, please trust me. I am entirely confident in my ability to successfully absorb the white tiger soul ring this time." Li Lingtian gazed at Li Xiaobo, observing his resolute demeanor, devoid of any hint of wavering, and could not help but feel a quiet admiration within. Given his son's unwavering confidence, he chose to refrain from further admonition, merely nodding in agreement. Li Xiaobo's gaze was as resolute as a blazing flame. He gripped his weapon tightly, unwaveringly thrusting it towards the ferocious white tiger before him. In an instant, the white tiger let out a piercing roar. Yet it ultimately could not escape the clutches of death, collapsing into a pool of blood. Li Xiaobo swiftly settled into a cross-legged position, regulating his breath in preparation to absorb the formidable power embodied by the white tiger. He activated his cultivation technique, guiding the soul ring emanating from the lifeless form of the white tiger to gradually envelop his own body. As time elapsed, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of soul power, tumultuous and fierce, coursing through him like a raging tide. However, with his indomitable spirit and profound mastery, he gradually harnessed this soul energy, stabilizing it with care. At that moment, Li Xiaobo's consciousness detached from his corporeal form and delved deep into his sea of consciousness. Here, he beheld a colossal white tiger, majestic and fearsome, roaring in fury. This was evidently the soul-shaking phase that one must inevitably endure when absorbing a soul beast with over 10,000 years of cultivation. Upon sensing Li Xiaobo's presence, the white tiger immediately bared its razor-sharp fangs and charged ferociously toward him. Faced with such a formidable adversary, Li Xiaobo exhibited no trace of fear. It is worth noting that he had previously absorbed a spiritual skull with an impressive lineage of 200,000 years, alongside merging the memories of 2 lifetimes, endowing him with mental prowess that could rival that of a titled Douluo. Thus, this seemingly harrowing confrontation did not last long. Li Xiaobo executed a series of exquisite maneuvers, his form shifting like a wraith, effortlessly evading the white tiger's relentless assaults, and seizing the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. Ultimately, the white tiger collapsed under Li Xiaobo's relentless onslaught, dissipating into a wisp of azure smoke. Before long, Li Xiaobo successfully completed the absorption of the soul ring. He slowly opened his eyes, only to find himself enveloped in darkness as night had fallen. Gazing upward, he beheld a dazzling array of stars, like gemstones embedded in the vast expanse of the cosmos, shimmering brilliantly. Not far in front of him, a crackling bonfire blazed, illuminating the surroundings with its warm glow. At that moment, Li Lingtian, noticing the encroaching night and concerned about potential dangers, resolved to set up a tent right there, awaiting Li Xiaobo's complete absorption of the soul ring. After all, they were situated within the territory of the white tiger, a region that most soul beasts would hesitate to enter lightly. Li Xiaobo felt the surge of soul power within him and exclaimed with excitement, after absorbing this soul ring, "I can distinctly sense an enhancement in my strength. I estimate I have now reached level 47. By the way, father, do you think this white tiger might yield a soul bone? After all, it is a top-tier soul beast." Upon hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian couldn't help but roll his eyes and replied with a hint of irritation, "Do you think soul bones are as common as cabbages? They are not so easily obtained. Generally, only soul beasts over 100,000 years old are guaranteed to produce soul bones. As for other soul beasts of lesser cultivation, the probability of them yielding soul bones is exceedingly low, almost negligible." Li Xiaobo scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment gracing his smile. "Hee. I suppose I was overly simplistic and rather greedy in my thoughts. Nevertheless, now that I have successfully absorbed what I needed, it's time to consider finding a suitable spirit beast for you sure. You sure? What kind of spirit beast do you desire?" After a moment of contemplation, Yin Yushur responded, "Xiaobo, I have always hoped to find a spirit beast with the bloodline of a phoenix. My divine heritage mentions that if I were to acquire powers related to the phoenix bloodline, it might unlock certain seals or restrictions." Li Xiaobo spoke with unwavering determination. "Very well. Since that is the case, let us devote ourselves entirely to seeking the soul beasts possessing the phoenix bloodline. However, it appears there are no traces of them in this vicinity. In my opinion, perhaps we should venture westward to explore the volcanic region. After all, phoenixes are noble beings that only roost upon the parasol tree, and most possess fire attributes. The environment of the dormant volcanic area to the west aligns more closely with the habits of phoenixes, thus significantly increasing our chances of discovering a soul beast with the phoenix bloodline." Beside him, Li Lingtian nodded solemnly in agreement, stating, "Indeed, your considerations are commendable. However, I must emphasize that while I can assist you in hunting soul beasts, it is imperative that you do not become complacent. You must actively seek out your target soul beasts. This approach will not only enhance your abilities in tracking prey, but will also greatly benefit your future cultivation journey." A full moon hung high in the sky, its luminous glow cascading like delicate silk over the tents, enveloping the entire camp in a silvery sheen. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, producing a soft, whispering sound, as if nature itself were performing a tender symphony. In this tranquil and enchanting night, the three prepared to rest. Among them, Li Lingtian took on the solemn duty of guarding their safety. He stood not far off, his gaze sweeping the surroundings, vigilant for any signs of potential danger. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yueshur entered a tent together. They gently drew the tent flap closed, momentarily severing their connection to the outside world. Inside, a faint, refreshing aroma lingered, characteristic of the wilderness. The two lay side by side in their sleeping bags, feeling each other's warmth and the rhythm of their breaths. Though the environment around them was serene, their hearts brimmed with anticipation and unease for the unknown journey ahead. As time quietly passed, the night deepened, and everything gradually descended into slumber. Chapter 42. The Fire Parasol Tree Monarch. Just as Li Xiaobo, Li Lingtian, and Yin Yueshe remained acutely aware of their surroundings, an astonishing transformation occurred in the ancient and colossal parasol tree. A visage resembling that of a human face slowly emerged upon its sturdy trunk, vivid and lifelike, its expressions and emotions palpable. The mysterious face of the parasol tree spoke, "O insignificant humans, do not be alarmed. I am the monarch of the parasol trees in this realm." Having existed for a full 170,000 years, its voice was deep and resonant, as if imbued with the weight of countless ages, echoing softly throughout the tranquil space. Li Xiaobo suppressed the fear that gripped his heart, mustering his courage to take a step forward. With utmost respect, he inquired, "Respected Tree Emperor, please forgive our inadvertent transgression. We did not intend to intrude upon this sacred place. The circumstances compelled us to do so." Having spoken, he bowed deeply, conveying his sincere apologies. The Wutong Tree Emperor gently swayed its lush branches, producing a rustling sound that resembled a soft, amused chuckle. After a brief pause, it responded, "Enough, enough. Your fortuitous arrival here can indeed be regarded as a rare destiny. I have stood in this place for tens of thousands of years, witnessing the passage of countless seasons and the rise and fall of worldly splendor. To me, all of humanity's fleeting grandeur is but a transient shadow, like a fleeting horse galloping past." Li Lingtian gazed intently at the towering and enigmatic Wudong Tree Emperor before him, and then inquired, "Your Majesty, having endured the passage of countless years in this place, you must surely be privy to many secrets unknown to others?" The Wutong Tree Emperor nodded slightly, its leaves rustling softly as if in response to Li Lingtian's question. In a voice that resonated with ancient gravitas, it replied, "Indeed, I possess considerable knowledge. The intricate distribution of various spiritual entities across this vast expanse, as well as the myriad races that once thrived in ancient times, are all etched deeply in my memory." Standing beside them, Yin Yushi's eyes sparkled with curiosity upon hearing this, and she eagerly asked, "In that case, esteemed Tree Emperor, why do you steadfastly remain in this place?" At that moment, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings, broken only by the gentle whispers of the breeze through the leaves. After a brief pause, the Wutong Tree Emperor spoke again. "The reason I guard this land is twofold. Firstly, I am bound by a sacred mission, and secondly, I await the arrival of a destined individual. Your presence here may herald the dawn of a momentous transformation." These words struck the hearts of those present like thunder, causing them to exchange bewildered glances, their faces betraying a mixture of astonishment and profound uncertainty. Each person pondered the enigmatic fate they might soon be drawn into, a swirling vortex of unpredictable and tumultuous events. Suddenly, the massive trunk of the Wutong Tree Emperor began to tremble slightly, as if stirred by a mysterious and formidable force. As the trembling intensified, a deep and ancient voice emerged from within. "I have summoned you today to entrust you with a matter of utmost importance." Upon hearing this, the crowd exchanged perplexed looks, their expressions a tapestry of confusion. Only Li Xiaobo appeared particularly respectful, stepping forward and bowing deeply, saying, "Your Majesty, please command us. Whatever task lies within our capabilities, we shall pursue it with unwavering determination." The Wudong Tree Emperor nodded lightly and continued, "Within me lies a phoenix egg, a relic from an ancient phoenix, nurtured through the ages and now nearing the time of its hatching. However, the birth of this phoenix egg is no trivial matter. It requires a guiding hand for its protection and nurturing." At this revelation, Li Lingtian was taken aback, his face a portrait of astonishment as he exclaimed, "We are but ordinary individuals. What merit or capability do we possess to shoulder such a monumental responsibility?" The Wutong Tree Emperor smiled gently, explaining, "Do not underestimate yourselves. Through my observations, I have discerned that you each emanate a faint aura of the phoenix, suggesting a special connection to this egg. Should you assist in its successful hatching, you will undoubtedly be blessed with boundless fortune in the days to come." At that moment, the previously silent Yin Yushi hesitated before softly asking, "Then, may I inquire, Your Majesty, how exactly should we proceed?" After a moment of contemplation, the Phoenix Tree Monarch responded, "In truth, it is not a daunting task. All that is required is for each of you to gently infuse a modicum of your spiritual energy into this phoenix egg, and then nurture it with a sincere heart for a duration of 3 days, and success shall be within reach." The gathered individuals exchanged glances, harboring a mix of trepidation and concern, yet ultimately nodded in agreement, expressing their willingness to embark on this endeavor. After all, who would not wish to seize such a rare opportunity? Thus, they heeded the phoenix tree monarch's words and cautiously approached the enigmatic and anticipated phoenix egg. Li Xiaobo led the way, with Li Lingtian following closely behind, both bearing solemn expressions as they meticulously poured their soul power into the phoenix egg. However, despite their earnest efforts, the egg remained unresponsive, akin to a slumbering giant, impervious to their attempts. Witnessing this, a sense of unease settled within the group. Yet, Yan Yuesher remained undeterred. She took a deep breath and, with a heart full of apprehension, stepped forward. She gracefully lifted her jade-like hand, slowly channeling her soul power into the phoenix egg. Initially, all remained tranquil, but in an instant, the egg flickered with a faint glow, as if acknowledging Yan Yuesher's actions. Upon seeing this, a surge of joy welled up within her. She pressed on, intensifying the infusion of her soul power. As her energy continued to flow, the egg's radiance intensified, resembling the brilliant stars scattered across the night sky. Moreover, faint, flame-like patterns began to emerge on the shell's surface, akin to a vibrant tapestry unfurling before their eyes. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been intently observing the changes in the phoenix egg, suddenly exclaimed, "Look, the flame patterns are strikingly similar to those on your renowned 5 Fire 7 Birds fan." Yuesher. Upon hearing this, Yan Yuesher quickly focused her gaze, and indeed, the two sets of patterns were nearly identical, both exquisitely crafted and imbued with potent waves of power. As the group marveled at this wondrous coincidence, the previously tranquil phoenix egg began to tremble violently, as if a great tempest was brewing within. Concurrently, a feeble consciousness quietly infiltrated Yan Yuesher's mind. "The object in your hand shares my origin. If you can harness its power, it will expedite my emergence." Without hesitation, Yan Yuesher swiftly retrieved the famed 5 Fire 7 Birds fan from her bosom. As the fan approached the phoenix egg, an immense force of attraction instantaneously formed between them. Soon after, the blazing fire energy emanating from the fan surged forth like a flood, streaming relentlessly into the phoenix egg. Before long, accompanied by a clear and resonant cry echoing across the heavens, the phoenix egg, which had been lying quietly on the ground, began to quiver violently. Cracks appeared across the surface of the shell, rapidly spreading like a spider's web. Soon after, a crisp crack echoed as the phoenix egg finally split open, a brilliant flame bursting forth from within. As the radiance gradually faded, all eyes turned to behold a young phoenix, radiating an intense flame, standing before them. Though its form was small, it exuded an innate air of majesty. Its resplendent feathers shimmered like burning flames, rendering it almost too dazzling to behold. The fledgling phoenix, upon its birth, took tentative steps toward Yan Yuesher. It affectionately nuzzled its delicate head against her hand, its eyes revealing a sense of reliance and affection, as if it had already recognized her as its master. Feeling the creature's closeness, warmth surged within Yan Yuesher as she gently stroked the young phoenix's head. The Wudong Tree Emperor, witnessing this scene, broke into a smile of satisfaction and said, "It seems I have indeed chosen wisely. This young phoenix is destined to be with you. Let it accompany you in your trials from this day forth. I believe that with its innate talent and potential, it will undoubtedly become a formidable ally in due time." Upon hearing this, the crowd nodded in agreement. However, at that moment, the Wudong Tree Emperor's tone shifted, his expression growing grave. "Yet, apart from this matter, there is something of great importance I must convey. You may have heard that since the cataclysmic Dragon God War, our Soul Beast clan has been cursed by the heavens, rendering us unable to transcend our limits and attain divinity. Moreover, once our cultivation reaches 100,000 years, we must confront a terrifying tribulation every 100,000 years. Such a predicament has never occurred before, and now, with my cultivation at 370,000 years, I have already endured 3 tribulations. As I speak, I cannot help but sigh, my eyes betraying a hint of helplessness and concern. However, as I face this 4th crisis, my heart is filled with trepidation and unease. The previous 3 harrowing encounters were surmountable only due to the formidable power bequeathed by the Phoenix God. Yet this time, I lack sufficient confidence to emerge unscathed. At that moment, as I gazed upon both of you, I unexpectedly sensed a faint aura of divinity. The Wudong Tree Emperor slowly continued, "Thus, I have resolved to sacrifice myself for you, hoping that upon your ascension to divinity, you might wield your divine power to grant me a new lease on life. As for this young lady, I perceive her martial soul to be quite unique. It appears that only the power of a soul beast with the phoenix bloodline can be absorbed by her. Regrettably, I do not possess the phoenix bloodline myself. Hence I must choose to bestow all my strength upon you. However, do not let this weigh heavily on your heart. Once I complete my sacrifice, a peacock with 100,000 years of cultivation will willingly offer itself to this young girl. The Wudong Tree Emperor then elaborated, this peacock is, in fact, a descendant of the divine beast Phoenix. Alas, due to the stringent seals of the divine realm, it too has lost its chance at divinity. Thus, it willingly chooses to become your ally, seeking to assist you through this sacrificial act to pave your path to glory. Chapter 40. The Phoenix Tree. In the poetic tapestry of the Phoenix Grove, the gentle rays of the morning sun pierce through the delicate veil of mist, cascading like gossamer amidst the lush expanse of the phoenix trees. The golden luminescence sparkled down like a multitude of stars that had inadvertently tumbled from the celestial sphere into the terrestrial realm. Each droplet of verdant foliage, glistening with vitality, swayed gently under the tender caress of the breeze, producing a soft and melodious rustle, as if joyfully unveiling their exuberance and boundless vigor to the world. These towering phoenix trees stood tall and proud, each resembling a steadfast green giant, silently guarding the vast earth beneath their boughs. Their robust trunks stretched skyward, with branches intertwining in a complex embrace, while layers of leaves formed a dense and thriving canopy. At this moment, Li Xiaobo and his companions ambled slowly through the depths of the soul-hunting forest, surrounded by the towering phoenix trees that reached into the clouds. Their mission was unequivocal, to seek out the soul beasts imbued with the bloodline of the phoenix. As Li Xiaobo strolled along, he cast a contemplative gaze upon the sycamore trees beside him, a myriad of thoughts flooding his mind. He was acutely aware that within the rich tapestry of China's ancient culture, the sycamore tree embodies profound significance and a deep cultural heritage. Since time immemorial, it has been revered as a symbol of purity and beauty, often evoking the poetic imagery of the phoenix alighting upon the sycamore, a metaphor for virtuous individuals finding favor with enlightened rulers, thus conveying auspicious wishes for happiness and fulfillment. Moreover, the sycamore is intricately entwined with the theme of romantic love. Legend has it that during the Tang dynasty, the gifted poet Li Yu expressed his profound yearning and endless sorrow for his deceased wife through the imagery of the sycamore. Consequently, this symbol often conveys a poignant and haunting beauty in numerous literary masterpieces. Within this vast expanse of sycamore groves, the trees, imbued with life, resembled bashful maidens shedding their winter garb of withered yellow, donning fresh, tender green attire. A gentle drizzle fell like delicate strands of silver, lightly cascading down. The sycamores, akin to hungry children, eagerly absorbed the sweet and nourishing rain, reveling in nature's generous bounty. Their branches burgeon with myriad new buds, these tender shoots akin to newborns, so delicate and endearing, evoking a sense of affection. The soft spring breeze whispered through the grove, causing the branches and leaves to sway, producing a melodious rustling that harmonized into an exquisite symphony of spring, enchanting all who listened. Beneath the trees, the vibrant green grass eagerly poked its head above ground, curiously surveying the lively world around it. Together, they embraced one another, joyfully welcoming the grand arrival of spring. In stark contrast stood the woodsy sycamore grove, a veritable paradise of refreshing tranquility. Layers upon layers of verdant leaves intertwined like vast green umbrellas, shielding the relentless sun, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow upon the ground. At that moment, a playful group of squirrels frolicked beneath the shade, their laughter echoing through the woodland. Even the palm-sized sycamore leaves seemed to quiver in delight at the squirrels' merriment, as if sharing in their joy. When the gentle breeze swept through, it not only brought a refreshing coolness but also allowed people to momentarily forget the oppressive heat of summer. On the boundless land, the golden-hued sycamore grove stood tall and proud. Sunlight poured down, imbuing the trees with a vibrant life, cloaking them in a resplendent golden robe. As the autumn wind caressed each leaf, the golden foliage began to flutter gracefully to the ground. They flutter like delicate golden butterflies, dancing gracefully in the air. The golden leaves gradually accumulate, blanketing the ground, and from a distance, they resemble a thick and soft golden carpet. As people stroll through this enchanting scene, the gentle rustling beneath their feet seems to whisper the beautiful tales of autumn told by nature itself. Behold the tall and stately sycamore trees, adorned with plump, charming fruits. These fruits resemble petite longans, exuding an enticing fragrance that tempts one to pluck and savor them. in stark contrast to the golden-hued sycamore grove. Not far away lies a fiery grove of sycamores, radiating an atmosphere of fervor and passion, as if everything has been ignited with zeal. The leaves blaze with vivid, flame-like reds, swaying in the wind like a roaring inferno. Upon closer inspection, one can discern fiery crimson patterns etched upon the trunks, shimmering with a dazzling glow, as if they harbor boundless energy. Intriguingly, this fiery grove has become a sanctuary for many fire-attributed soul beasts. Nestled among the sturdy branches, one can faintly discern exquisitely crafted nests. As night descends and the chill envelopes the earth, the warm breath emanating from the fiery patterns and sycamore trees provides a comforting refuge for the soul beasts, allowing them to endure the long, cold night with ease. To the north of the vast soul-hunting forest lies a mysterious and enchanting ice-attributed sycamore grove. This grove appears to have been forgotten by time, steeped in a serene and solemn atmosphere. As autumn gives way to winter, the leaves flutter down like dancing butterflies, leaving behind the bare branches standing alone against the biting wind. Yet, even as the cold winds lash like knives, these sycamore trees stand resilient like valiant warriors, showcasing an indomitable spirit through their tenacious vitality. When the snow finally gives way to the first rays of sunlight, the entire sycamore grove transforms into a dreamlike fairyland. Pristine snowflakes delicately settle upon the branches, as if draping each tree in a crystalline silver cloak. From afar, the snow-laden branches resemble ethereal figures dressed in white, standing gracefully, evoking awe at nature's exquisite artistry. This sycamore grove is not only a joyous playground for avian soul beasts, but also a warm haven for many herbivorous soul creatures. Each morning, as the first rays of sunlight break, adorable fawns frolic joyfully among the trees, relishing the fresh air and the tranquil environment. They occasionally lower their heads to nibble on tender grass or chase one another playfully, infusing the serene grove with vitality and life. As the sun sets and dusk quietly descends, tiny, delicate rodent soul beasts begin to emerge. They scurry in pairs through the grass or wander leisurely on their own, basking in the soft moonlight, savoring their shared moments of romance. The sycamore grove stands as a silent guardian of these small creatures, witnessing their journey from infancy to maturity, and harboring countless warm and beautiful memories. The lush, verdant canopy, which shields the sky and blocks the sun, resembles a magnificent, expansive tapestry unfurling across the earth, vividly showcasing the astonishing magic and enchanting allure of nature. Whether it be the tender new leaves, bursting with vibrant life, resembling translucent emeralds, the deep green shade exuding a robust woody essence, akin to a thick velvet blanket enveloping the ground, the brilliant golden leaves shimmering with radiant light, as though adorned with a splendid cloak of sunlight, or the serene, crystalline white of winter, presenting a tranquil and pure ambience. All of these elements captivate one's senses, rendering them spellbound. This sycamore grove is not merely a joyful paradise for winged soul beasts, soaring freely and frolicking in delight, but also a cozy and warm haven for the petite, lively squirrels who inhabit this enchanting sanctuary. Here, they revel in the bounties bestowed by nature, darting carefreely among the dense foliage, joyfully leaping upon sturdy trunks, and leisurely foraging for delectable fruits. Chapter 41. The Mysterious Egg. Li Xiaobo and his companions tread cautiously through the enigmatic and magnificent forest of fire sycamores. Each towering tree in this woodland reaches skyward, with trunks so stout that several individuals would be required to encircle them. The lush branches intertwine, creating a dense canopy of verdant green. The leaves, flickering like flames, shimmer brilliantly under the sunlight, as if the entire world has been set ablaze. Suddenly, an intense wave of heat surged unexpectedly, catching them off guard. At that moment, a lithe and fiery fox, enveloped in a blaze, burst forth from the depths of the forest. Its fur was a vibrant shade of red, reminiscent of raging flames, while its eyes sparkled like two resplendent burning rubies, radiating an exhilarating light. Well, this is actually the scarlet blaze fox, an exceedingly rare fire-attribute soul beast, Li Xiaobo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. He continued to explain, such fire-attribute scarlet blaze foxes typically prey upon smaller soul beasts that also possess fire attributes. Moreover, it is said that phoenix-type soul beasts are fond of hunting these smaller fire-attribute creatures. Given that we have encountered a scarlet blaze fox here, it is highly likely that there are other soul beasts with phoenix lineage hidden nearby. With that, his gaze eagerly scanned the surroundings, hoping to uncover more clues regarding the existence of phoenix-blooded soul beasts. However, the vigilance of the scarlet blaze fox was astonishingly high. Upon sensing the presence of the three, it immediately adopted a defensive stance, its fur bristling, sharp claws extending from its pads, glinting ominously, while deep growls emanated from its throat. Li Lingtian turned to Yan Yuesher beside him and said, "Yuesher, this crimson flame fox possesses merely 300 years of cultivation. Engage it in battle and test your combat prowess." Upon hearing these words, Yan Yuesher nodded resolutely, undeterred by the challenge, and stepped forward. Her gaze was unwavering, fixated on the crimson flame fox as if she intended to penetrate its very soul through its eyes. At that moment, the crimson flame fox suddenly opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of blazing flames that surged toward Yan Yuesher. Caught slightly off guard, she had little time to react, but Li Xiaobo, with remarkable swiftness, intervened, sending forth a gust of wind that forcefully extinguished the flames. Just then, a heavy thudding sound echoed nearby, causing the ground to tremble slightly. The onlookers turned to see a massive, 1,000-year-old flame rhino, resembling a small mountain, slowly advancing toward them. With each step it took, charred footprints marred the earth, and the air around it warped due to the intense heat it radiated. The simultaneous appearance of two such formidable fire attribute soul beasts rendered the atmosphere palpably tense. Aware of the precarious situation, Yan Yuesher inhaled deeply to steady her racing heart and redirected her gaze to the crimson flame fox. Gradually, she extended her right hand, revealing a fan that shimmered with 5 colors, none other than the legendary 5 Fire 7 Birds fan. Perhaps the sheer ferocity of the fire contained within the fan was overwhelming. For the once menacing crimson flame fox now exhibited signs of fear. It trembled, a flicker of dread crossing its eyes, and without hesitation, it turned and fled, vanishing into the depths of the forest in the blink of an eye. Witnessing the retreat of the crimson flame fox, Li Xiaobo hesitated not a moment. With a flash, he darted toward the flame rhino like a bolt of lightning. A resounding crash echoed as his fist struck the flame rhino with tremendous force, sending the beast hurtling through the air. It landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust. Realizing the might of its adversary, the flame rhino dared not linger. It struggled to rise and swiftly bolted away, soon disappearing from sight. With a smile gracing his lips, Li Xiaobo gently clapped his hands and turned to Yan Yuesher beside him, saying, "Yuesher, in my opinion, we are unlikely to find a soul beast with the bloodline of a phoenix in this outer region. Look over there. It's clearly the territory of those fiery rhinoceroses. Why don't we stop dawdling and head straight into the depths of the forest?" Yan Yuesher nodded slightly in agreement, replying, "All right, let's proceed as you suggest. As long as we can find a soul beast with phoenix blood, that's all that matters." At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. "As long as you both are aware, that is sufficient. However, remember this. Unless we encounter a life-threatening situation, I will not easily lend my assistance." Thus, the three of them marched forward with resolute steps into the deeper parts of the woods. As they ventured further, the temperature around them rose significantly, as though they had stepped into a colossal steamer. Yet, despite the sweltering heat, none of them showed any signs of retreat. After advancing for a while, the landscape ahead suddenly opened up. They beheld a dazzling, fiery sea blazing before them. The flames surged fiercely, and the heat waves were so intense that it felt as if the very air had ignited. In the midst of this fiery expanse, a massive silhouette of a phoenix tree could be faintly discerned. "Hey, do you see that? That place might conceal a soul beast with the bloodline of a phoenix," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement as he pointed at the center of the inferno. They quickened their pace, hurrying toward the edge of the fiery sea. Just as they were about 10 meters away from the flames, an unexpected event unfolded. With a thunderous roar, a gigantic, resplendent bird, radiating brilliant flames, soared skyward from the inferno. This divine bird bore a striking resemblance to a peacock, yet its tail feathers were far more magnificent than those of an ordinary peacock. Surrounded by a blazing fire that emanated an imposing aura. Could this be the legendary soul beast with the bloodline of a phoenix? Yan Yuesher's eyes widened in disbelief, and she involuntarily gasped. Her voice echoed conspicuously in the stillness of the space. To their astonishment, the magnificent bird did not initiate any attack against them. Instead, it gracefully circled the three of them like a beautiful whirlwind of flames before suddenly emitting a melodious sound, akin to a heavenly melody. The sound seemed to possess a magical allure, beckoning them to follow. The three exchanged glances, and after a moment of silent communication, they ultimately decided to heed the bird's guidance. Cautiously, they took their steps, closely trailing behind the divine bird as they entered the blazing sea of flames towards the phoenix tree. Upon finally reaching the base of the phoenix tree, the sight before them left them utterly astounded. They beheld a colossal egg, astonishingly large, resting steadily upon the robust branches of the tree. The egg emanated a mysterious golden hue, its surface intricately adorned with an array of peculiar and ancient runes. These runes flickered with a faint yet extraordinarily radiant light, continuously exuding waves of warmth. Goodness! Could it be that a genuine phoenix is truly gestating within this egg? Li Ling Tian gazed at the colossal egg, unable to suppress an exclamation of awe. His voice trembled slightly due to overwhelming excitement. At that moment, the previously tranquil surroundings underwent a sudden transformation. Fiery red patterns began to gradually materialize on the surrounding walls, their intricate designs intertwining to create an extraordinarily magnificent spectacle. Simultaneously, a powerful and oppressive surge of energy emanated from these patterns, clearly indicating that a hidden protective mechanism had been successfully activated. Faced with such an unexpected turn of events, the three individuals instantly grew tense. They swiftly formed a protective circle, standing back to back, their full attention devoted to the movements around them, resolutely prepared for any eventuality. Meanwhile, the divine bird had already flown to the side of the egg, its sharp eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly, feathers ruffled, poised for battle. A thrilling new challenge was poised to descend upon them. Chapter 43. The Profound Phoenix, Yin Yu Shi. The elder mentioned that the large bird outside possesses phoenix blood. But how could a peacock have phoenix lineage? Li Xiaobo, I am aware that the concept of the 9 offspring of the phoenix has various interpretations in the myths of antiquity, though the most widely accepted versions include the following 9. 1. Golden phoenix, gentle in nature, representing nobility, auspiciousness, and wealth. 2. Colorful phoenix, exceptionally beautiful, its feathers adorned in a myriad of colors, symbolizing beauty and abundance. 3. Fire phoenix, fiery in temperament, surrounded by flames, possessing immense power. 4. Snow phoenix, preferring the cold, with pure white feathers, symbolizing purity and nobility. 5. Blue phoenix, gentle in nature, residing in the eastern sea, adept at summoning clouds and rain. 6. Peacock, renowned for its beautiful plumage and proud demeanor, representing beauty and arrogance. 7. Great Ping, enormous in size, with an expansive wingspan, symbolizing lofty aspirations and a free-spirited character. 8. Thunderbird, incredibly swift, capable of generating lightning, possessing formidable attacking power. 9. Great Wind, when its wings unfurl, it stirs up great winds, a destructive divine bird. These 9 phoenix offspring, each with their unique characteristics, not only enrich mythological culture but also leave a profound cultural legacy for future generations. 1. Golden phoenix, calm and auspicious, with discernible taste in food and drink, able to channel heavenly blessings, respond to earthly spirits, harmonize with the 5 tones, and embody the 9 virtues. The color gold symbolizes wealth, making its image the most prevalent in Chinese architecture, textiles, and ornaments. The golden phoenix is particular about its sustenance, drinking only morning dew, feeding solely on tender bamboo, and roosting only on a 1,000-year-old phoenix tree. The term phoenix perches on the phoenix tree specifically refers to the golden phoenix. 2. Colorful phoenix, a dazzling spectacle, stirring the 8 winds with its song. Small sounds like gold, grand sounds like drums. A symbol of kingship, causing all birds to bow in reverence. The image of the phoenix closely resembles that of one's parents. The colorful phoenix is often likened to a wondrous entity. The Tang Dynasty poet Li Shangyin utilized the colorful phoenix in his love poetry, without the dual wings of the colorful phoenix, yet with a heart that resonates with a subtle understanding. Furthermore, there is the fire phoenix, a creature of fiery essence, enveloped in resplendent flames. Its temperament is impulsive. In moments of joy, it radiates brilliance, whereas in anger, it scorches the earth for miles. According to the Guangya, after soaring for 500 years, it carries fragrant wood to the temple of the sun god, where it immolates itself upon the altar. The following day, a chick emerges, already adorned with feathers. And by the 3rd day, its wings are fully developed, enabling it to bid farewell to the temple master and take flight. Next is the snow phoenix, which delights in the cold and presides over the descent of temperatures. With broad wings and long feathers, it is flawless in appearance. Its breath brings forth snow, while its inhalation freezes the air. Due to its white form and feminine essence, it is often emblematic of purity. Then we have the blue phoenix, a gentle being residing by the seashore, adept at dispensing rain. The peacock is renowned for its beauty and proud nature. It is considered the most exquisite among all birds. Dazzling with its opulence and radiant hues, its arrogance is unmatched, and it is said that the Buddha once attempted to engage with it but was rebuffed, leading to a fierce confrontation at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. The peacock, ferocious in its demeanor, almost devoured the Buddha, who narrowly escaped by breaking free from its grasp. In fear, he contemplated its demise, but others urged restraint, cautioning that the peacock is the beloved of the phoenix, and to slay it would surely provoke the phoenix's wrath. The great roc, also known as Kuenping, is a magnificent bird characterized by its fierce nature and immense size. Its wings shimmer in gold, and it is known to feast upon dragon flesh. It is said that the Buddha confined the peacock in the spiritual mountain, after which the great roc ascended to the western paradise. The Buddha, in exasperation, summoned beings from the Buddhist realm to battle the great roc for several days and nights before finally capturing it and returning it to the spiritual mountain, bestowing upon it the title of the Great Roc King. Later generations claim that the golden-winged roc is the Buddha's maternal uncle. The thunderbird is known for its swift speed, with a cry that resembles thunder, and its flapping wings produce lightning. Lastly, the great wind stirs up breezes with its wings, moving as swiftly as the wind itself. The appearance of the great wind heralds the omen of calamity. It is said to be a fierce predatory bird that caused harm to the people during the reign of Emperor Yao, ultimately being slain by Yi in the marshes of Qingqiu, Li Xiaobo. Thus, it is entirely natural for the peacock to possess the bloodline of the phoenix. After all, the phoenix reigns supreme among all birds, and in the primordial era, the peacock was a formidable entity. Wudong Tree Monarch. What do you mean by the primordial era? I have never heard of it before. Moreover, not all phoenix bloodlines are the same. Li Xiaobo, esteemed elder, beyond this world, there exists a multitude of realms. The divine legacies we bear originate from the deities of other worlds. That realm is known as the primordial era, which is rich in legends of the phoenix. The aforementioned is the first perspective. The second perspective concerns the 9 offspring of the phoenix. One is the most renowned of the phoenix's 9 progeny, and the only one with a clearly defined name. One is typically depicted as a female phoenix corresponding to the male phoenix. The 9 offspring of the phoenix are said to be its progeny, and according to ancient texts and traditional narratives, here are their names and brief descriptions. The phoenix is another revered mythical creature in ancient Chinese culture, regarded as the sovereign among all avian beings. It is seen as a symbol of auspiciousness, happiness, and rebirth. Often depicted as a resplendent and colorful bird, it possesses magnificent plumage and an air of nobility. Within Chinese culture, the phoenix embodies auspiciousness, harmony, beauty, and the immortal spirit. 1. Jinping. Jinping is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, typically illustrated as a grand bird with golden feathers. It signifies majesty and strength. Jinping is one of the 9 fledglings nurtured by the Yuanqiu, possessing luminous attributes with a body of golden hue. Its form resembles that of an eagle, with wings that can span 2 zhang. When it soars at great speed, it streaks through the sky like a beam of golden light. Jinping excels in fierce combat, capable of contending even with dragons. Zhuangzi's writings also describe it. The great Peng rises with the wind, soaring to a height of 90,000 miles. Although Jinping may not be as colossal as the great Peng transformed from the Kuan, its flying prowess is on par with that of the Kuanping. Jinping can ascend to heights of several thousand miles, its wings resembling clouds that stretch across the heavens. It can glide across the water for 3,000 miles and ascend to heights of 90,000 miles. When Jinping descends into the sea, it transforms into the Kuan. 2. Jinfeng. Jinfeng is another of the phoenix's 9 offspring, celebrated for its exquisite golden feathers. It symbolizes brilliance, wealth, and auspiciousness. As a member of the phoenix's 9 progeny, Jinfeng is characterized by its golden plumage, radiating a bright luminescence. Its presence is often associated with prosperity, wealth, and happiness. As part of the phoenix's lineage, Jinfeng represents light and good fortune, its image carrying beautiful connotations of prosperity and joy throughout legends and culture. 3. Kaifeng. Kaifeng is one of the 9 offspring of the phoenix, adorned with vibrant and colorful feathers, symbolizing diversity and beauty. It is depicted as a phoenix with a dazzling array of colors, each feather emanating a radiant glow. As a member of the phoenix's 9 progeny, Kaifeng epitomizes vibrancy and beauty. Its emergence is often associated with prosperity, auspiciousness, and festivity. In the traditional culture of Huaxia, The phoenix is regarded as a symbol of good fortune, and the colorful phoenix, known as Kai Foam, is one of its 9 offspring, with its vibrant plumage further accentuating its beauty and resplendence. 4. Fire phoenix. Among the 9 offspring of the phoenix, the fire phoenix possesses the ability to breathe fire, symbolizing passion, strength, and transformation. It is depicted as a phoenix capable of emitting fierce flames, representing fervor and vitality. Legends suggest that the fire phoenix can unleash a blazing inferno, showcasing its formidable fiery prowess. Its feathers may display hues of red, orange, or gold, embodying enthusiasm and vigor. The fire phoenix is often associated with intensity, power, and metamorphosis, and its appearance is frequently regarded as a harbinger of good fortune and blessings, symbolizing courage and the spirit of overcoming adversity. 5. Blue duck. The blue duck, another of the phoenix's 9 offspring, is renowned for its azure plumage, symbolizing tranquility and serenity. Described as a phoenix adorned with blue feathers, the blue duck embodies calmness and depth. Its feathers exude a soothing blue hue, evoking a sense of peace and harmony, often associated with lakes and crystal clear waters. As a member of the phoenix's lineage, the blue duck represents tranquility and introspection, its presence often linked to states of serenity and contemplation. 6. Purple swallow. The purple swallow, one of the phoenix's 9 progeny, is a species of swallow characterized by its violet plumage, symbolizing agility and dexterity. Typically depicted as a swallow with purple feathers, it showcases elegance and swiftness. The purple swallow plays a unique role among the phoenix's offspring, representing nimbleness and superior capability. 7. Galloping pheasant. The galloping pheasant, another of the phoenix's offspring, is a bird known for its rapid running, symbolizing exuberance and freedom. It is typically described as a bird adept at swift movement, excelling in racing and pursuit. Within the lineage of the phoenix, it embodies the spirit of liberation and unrestrained vitality. 8. Great wind. The great wind, one of the phoenix's progeny, symbolizes tempestuousness and strength. Its representation often depicts powerful wings capable of generating tremendous gusts and forces of nature. The great wind is frequently associated with the might of the natural world and the fury of storms. 9. 100 melodies. The 100 melodies, another of the phoenix's offspring, represents a collective of various birds, symbolizing harmony and joy. The melodious songs of this phoenix, with its sweet and enchanting voice, embody the essence of harmony and happiness. Yin Yuesher, I never imagined there were so many forms of the phoenix. However, what is Huaxia that you mentioned? I have never heard of it in my dreams. Li Xiaobo exhibited a reminiscent expression. Huaxia is a nation. In Huaxia, all individuals are equal. Li Xiaobo continued, saying, in Huaxia, regardless of gender or age, everyone enjoys the same rights and has the opportunity to receive education and pursue their dreams. Each individual is diligently working towards the construction of a better society while simultaneously reaping the benefits brought about by social development. Yin Yuesher, with her eyes wide open in curiosity, remarked that it indeed sounds like a wonderful place. Are there any deities or magical beings there, akin to those like us? Li Xiaobo smiled gently. Although the land of Huaxia lacks the deities found here, it is rich in unique myths and legends, such as Nuwa repairing the heavens and Hui shooting down the suns. These tales embody the indomitable spirit of the Huaxia people in the face of adversity. Furthermore, the citizens of Huaxia have seamlessly integrated this spirit into modern life, actively pursuing scientific advancements and overcoming numerous challenges as they strive towards loftier aspirations. Yin Yuesher nodded thoughtfully, sincerely hoping that one day she could witness the allure of this captivating Huaxia civilization. Li Xiaobo gazed steadfastly into the distance as if he beheld the memory of Huaxia. Perhaps one day he might truly have the opportunity to witness it. Chapter 44. Sacrifice. Li Xiaobo spoke with a serious demeanor. Enough of these matters. Let us ascertain whether the venerable phoenix tree has any other significant matters to impart. His gaze was fixed intently upon the towering and enigmatic phoenix tree. The phoenix tree gently shook its head and spoke softly. I have no further instructions of great importance to convey. However, I do implore you to kindly tend to that adorable little phoenix. This child has a pitiable background and requires ample care and affection. Upon finishing, it cast a deep, meaningful look at Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, then solemnly nodded, responding with unwavering conviction. Rest assured, esteemed Minner, I shall spare no effort and dedicate myself wholeheartedly to nurturing and caring for the little phoenix, ensuring that you are not disappointed. At that moment, The Phoenix Tree King seemed to recall something and inquired, "By the way, regarding the soul bone, do you have any specific expectations in mind? For instance, the type, particular location, or shape you desire? I can tailor the final bestowal of your soul bone according to your wishes." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of anticipation as he responded, "If it pleases you, esteemed elder, I humbly wish to acquire an external soul bone. It is said that such a soul bone possesses unique abilities and immense potential, which could aid me in advancing my cultivation journey." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's reply, the Phoenix Tree Emperor fell into a brief silence, before releasing a soft sigh. "In truth, I had initially preferred to bestow upon you a different type of soul bone. But since this is your heartfelt desire, I shall honor your preference. As long as it benefits you, everything is negotiable." With that, the Phoenix Tree Emperor gently closed its eyes, and its colossal form began to emanate a soft, warm radiance. This luminescence, akin to delicate gossamer, gracefully enveloped its branches and leaves. As time progressed, the light grew increasingly resplendent, gradually enveloping the entire space. The branches and leaves of the Phoenix Tree Emperor swayed gently, as if bidding a final farewell to the world, accompanied by the mesmerizing light that swirled and intertwined. The vast and majestic body of the Phoenix Tree Emperor began to take on an ethereal quality. Its form dissipated like mist, ultimately transforming into countless dazzling streams of light, surging toward the boundless sky like a flurry of meteors. These streams raced through the air, merging and coalescing, gradually forming a gigantic and striking crimson soul ring. Encircling the soul ring were three golden, enigmatic patterns, emanating a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. In an instant, this soul ring lunged toward Li Xiaobo with breathtaking speed, swiftly encircling him tightly. At the moment of contact, an overwhelming and warm force surged into his body like a torrential flood breaking through a dam. This power was so formidable that Li Xiaobo involuntarily shuddered. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and exerted every ounce of strength to endure and accommodate the continuous influx of energy. As moments ticked by, finally, when the last flicker of light completely merged with Li Xiaobo's being, he slowly opened his eyes. At that moment, his gaze shimmered with a complex array of emotions, reflecting profound sorrow for the Phoenix Tree Emperor's generous sacrifice, alongside a weighty sense of responsibility and purpose born from acquiring such formidable power. Li Xiaobo silently clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within him. He silently vowed that no matter how arduous the path ahead, he would devote himself fully to nurturing the little phoenix by his side. Additionally, he resolved to safeguard this extraordinary land, once favored and protected by the majestic phoenix tree, with the formidable strength he had painstakingly acquired. At that moment, the little phoenix, who had been quietly observing, seemed to sense a shift in the atmosphere. It raised its head and emitted a melodious, yet slightly sorrowful cry that pierced the stillness, echoing throughout the tranquil expanse. The night sky was adorned with countless stars, twinkling with a faint and enchanting glow, resembling dazzling jewels set against the dark canvas of the heavens. The moon, pure and silver like a celestial disk, hung high in the sky, casting a soft and cool radiance that illuminated the earth below. Beneath this serene and mysterious moonlight, Li Xiaobo's eyes, which had been tightly shut for a long time, finally opened slowly. He exhaled gently, releasing what felt like a long-held breath of stagnant air. "Father, how long have I been absorbing this soul ring?" Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingtian beside him and whispered. Li Lingtian slightly tilted his head to gaze at the luminous moon in the sky, then responded, "It has almost been 6 hours. The night has grown deep, and we ought to take a moment to rest. However, Xiaobo, how do you feel at this moment?" As he spoke, Li Lingtian cast a concerned glance towards his son. Standing nearby, Yan Yuesher also wore an expression of curiosity. Despite being merely 8 years old, her intellect surpassed that of her peers, yet she remained, after all, just a child. Upon hearing the dialogue between Li Xiaobo and Li Lingtian, her sparkling, bright eyes remained fixed on Li Xiaobo, as if she could hardly contain her eagerness to know the answer. Li Xiaobo sensed the attention of the two individuals, and with a slight upward curve of his lips, he displayed a confident smile as he remarked, "Father, after this absorption of the soul ring, I believe my soul power level has ascended to level 50. However, I fear it will take a year or two of diligent refinement to truly solidify my progress." Li Lingtian, upon hearing these words, feigned a stern expression and pretended to be angry, exclaiming, "Humph, you little rascal, you are clearly boasting before me. while others toil diligently to elevate their levels. You, on the other hand, have effortlessly reached level 50. Is it unreasonable to let you reflect for a year or two? Do you believe I would not bestow upon you a resounding slap? Despite his words, the pride and satisfaction gleaming in his eyes were unmistakable. Li Xiaobo remained unfazed by his father's intimidation, maintaining a serene smile. Suddenly, as if recalling something of great significance, he turned to Yin Yuesher and urged, Yuesher, you should go rest now. Remember, tomorrow the esteemed peacock will be offering a sacrifice for you, so it's essential that you conserve your energy tonight. Yin Yuesher shook her head, responding with uncontainable excitement. It's all right, Brother Xiaobo. I'm not tired at all. I feel splendid. Just the thought of acquiring that 100,000-year soul ring tomorrow fills me with such exhilaration that I can hardly sleep. As she spoke, her youthful face flushed with enthusiasm. Li Ling Tian produced an object resembling a crown from his soul guide ring. Here it is, Xiaobo. This is the soul bone of the illustrious Wudong tree. He continued. This external soul bone is for you. Find a moment to absorb it. Li Xiaobo replied gratefully. Thank you, father. I shall find the time to absorb it later. I've made significant advancements recently and need to acclimate to my new abilities. As everyone composed themselves, preparing to seek a moment of respite, the previously tranquil peacock suddenly trembled violently, its once smooth and supple feathers bristling as if struck by lightning. Following this, it emitted a deep, resonant call, reminiscent of a horn from ancient times, imbued with an inexplicable authority and resolve. Prior to this moment, the peacock had been steeped in profound sorrow, its beautiful eyes reflecting boundless melancholy and despair. Yet now, as it lifted its head, the onlookers were astonished to witness a newfound determination glimmering in its gaze, a transformation so abrupt that it drew the attention of all present. The peacock slowly turned its head, fixing its unwavering gaze upon Yin Yuesher, and spoke in an unusually resolute tone. Young girl, initially, I was fully prepared to proceed with the sacrifice for you as planned tomorrow. However, just moments ago, I sensed an anomaly, prompting me to reconsider my decision. These words struck like thunder in the stillness of the night, leaving those around in utter astonishment. Yin Yuesher, in particular, wore an expression filled with confusion and disbelief, her eyes wide and fixed intently upon the peacock, as if seeking a rational explanation from it. Unperturbed by the astonished stares, the peacock paused briefly before continuing. Moments ago, I acutely sensed an overwhelming danger rapidly approaching us. If I were to proceed with the sacrifice at this juncture, my remaining strength would be insufficient to confront the impending crisis. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow and stepped forward, urgently inquiring, what kind of danger could it be? Why would even a being of your immense age and power be so apprehensive? The peacock gently narrowed its eyes, gazing into the abyss of the dark night sky. After a moment of silence, it slowly began to speak. To be honest, I am not entirely certain about the source of this impending danger or its precise form. However, as a spirit bird with a cultivation of 100,000 years, my instincts have always proven to be remarkably accurate. Thus, based on this strong premonition, I have decided to temporarily conserve my strength, enabling me to confront this unknown peril with full force. Once the crisis has been completely averted, I shall fulfill the promise I made to the young girl and complete the sacrifice. Upon hearing the peacock's explanation, the gathered crowd exchanged glances, then nodded in understanding and support of its decision. After all, in such life and death moments, ensuring personal safety and the security of the entire team is evidently of utmost importance. At this moment, Yin Yuesher, despite feeling a tinge of disappointment in her heart, maintained a demeanor of obedience and understanding. She gently bit her lip and softly said, Senior Peacock, you need not feel guilty or anxious about this. As you have stated, safety must always come first, wherever we may be. As long as we can ensure everyone's safety, all else can be set aside for the time being. Thus, the group readjusted their stance and set up defensive measures. Under the moonlight, they stood vigilant, carefully observing their surroundings, while the peacock positioned itself at the forefront, emanating a faint blue glow, ready to confront the impending crisis. Chapter 45. Yazi. As dawn broke, the horizon began to glow with a pearly white light, gradually giving way to a radiant sun rising from the east, casting its brilliant rays unreservedly upon the vast expanse of the earth. On this land, tenderly caressed by sunlight, a mysterious and colossal silhouette slowly emerged. It was an astonishingly magnificent beast. Its form loomed large like a small mountain, exuding an intense aura of menace intermingled with a solemn and sacred presence, creating a unique and breathtaking atmosphere. The onlookers, upon catching sight of this colossal creature, felt their previously taut nerves not relax but rather tighten further. Despite its seemingly unremarkable exterior at first glance, the inscrutable and ineffable aura emanating from the beast rendered all present unable to lower their guard. At that moment, the giant beast opened its enormous jaws, and a deep, resonant voice echoed like rolling thunder. "There is no need for such tension. I have not come to ignite conflict with you." However, the crowd clearly found little comfort in the beast's words. Gripping their weapons tightly and remaining wholly focused on this unexpected visitor, showing no signs of relaxation or vigilance. Seeing this reaction, the beast could only shake its head in resignation, letting out a sigh before continuing. "I am Yazi, one of the 9 sons of the dragon. Do you truly not recognize such a divine beast?" Upon hearing this, an expression of utter astonishment crossed Li Xiaobo's face within the crowd. After a brief moment of hesitation, he hastened forward, bowing respectfully before the colossal beast. With utmost care, he inquired, "Mighty divine creature, your sudden arrival here must bear significant purpose. What crucial task do you require us to undertake?" The beast, with its enormous head slightly elevated, cast a commanding gaze that swept across each individual present like a flash of lightning. Then, it spoke in a slow, deliberate manner. "This divine creature has sensed, through its acute awareness, that a malevolent beast is conducting a nefarious sacrificial ritual in this vicinity. Thus, I have come to investigate further." Pausing momentarily, it continued, "Now that I am here, I shall not turn a blind eye to such wickedness. However, before proceeding, I implore you to enlighten me as to the reason behind this beast's sacrificial actions." Li Xiaobo gazed earnestly at the figure before him, the fierce Yazi, and spoke. "Esteemed senior, it is indeed true that the tree monarch, in the face of his impending doom, felt an overwhelming sense of dread regarding the impending cataclysm. Thus, he resolutely chose to sacrifice himself for my sake. His sole intent was to hope that one day, should I successfully ascend to the divine realm, I might possess the divine power to grant him a new lease on life." At this point, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but let out a soft sigh, as if mourning the fate of the tree monarch with a sense of helplessness. He then shifted his tone, casting his gaze around before returning to Yazi, continuing, "Moreover, if you examine our current meager strength, how could we possibly contend with those formidable beasts? It would be akin to striking a stone with an egg." With that, he helplessly spread his hands and shook his head, conveying his deep concern about the situation. At this moment, Yazi furrowed his brow, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes as he slowly replied, "Indeed, with the paltry strength you currently possess, you are utterly defenseless. Yet you dare to proclaim aspirations of divinity? What gives you the audacity to utter such grandiose claims? Bear in mind, throughout the millennia, only 2 have truly ascended to godhood. One is the angel of the spirit hall, and the other is Poseidon, the sovereign of the vast oceans. They are both individuals of extraordinary talent, having endured countless trials and tribulations to attain their divine status. Do you truly believe you can measure up to them?" With that, Yazi fixed a cold gaze upon Li Xiaobo, as if attempting to penetrate the depths of his innermost thoughts. Li Xiaobo listened intently to the words of the creature. Unperturbed and resolute, he slowly lifted his head, his gaze unwavering as he met the creature's imposing and piercing eyes. With a voice imbued with unwavering conviction, he spoke. "Great beast, I beseech you to discern my intentions. Though I am acutely aware that my aptitude may not rival that of the venerable predecessors, I harbor an indomitable belief within my heart. I recall that the esteemed Wudong Tree Emperor sacrificed his precious life for my sake. Such profound grace compels me to repay it. Since embarking on this arduous path fraught with peril, I have traversed countless trials, emerging from life and death confrontations to arrive at this juncture. The matters of life and death have long ceased to hold any terror for me." The creature gazed silently at the seemingly ordinary yet resolutely determined young man before it, as if time itself had come to a standstill. After a considerable pause, the creature suddenly erupted into a thunderous laugh, its voice reverberating through the air like a series of rolling thunderclaps. "Ha! How extraordinarily amusing. I never anticipated that such a diminutive human could possess such remarkable courage and spirit. Indeed, young man, you have earned my respect." As the creature laughed heartily, its colossal form began to sway violently, causing the once tranquil air to ripple with visible shockwaves, as if disturbed by a boulder cast into a serene lake. While Li Xiaobo was still absorbing the creature's unexpected reaction, it abruptly ceased its laughter and shifted its tone. In truth, I did not come here merely to question you. If you can sufficiently demonstrate your strength and potential, I shall bestow upon you a rare opportunity. Upon hearing this, a flicker of uncontainable delight illuminated Li Xiaobo's previously tense visage, prompting him to exclaim, "An opportunity? What sort of opportunity might that be?" Narrowing its eyes slightly, the creature replied with an enigmatic smile, It is indeed a tremendous boon. I can personally intervene to assist you, even willing to sacrifice a portion of my own power for your benefit. However, unlike ordinary beasts, to successfully accept and merge with the formidable strength I offer, you must rely upon your own unwavering will. Moreover, the process will be accompanied by unimaginable agony, should you falter or fail to endure. Your fate shall be but ashes and shattered bones. So, I ask you, even so, do you still willingly choose to embrace this challenge? Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaobo resolutely nodded and declared with unwavering conviction, I am willing to repay the esteemed Wudong Tree Emperor for the kindness and life-saving grace he has bestowed upon me, and to ascend to that unparalleled pinnacle of existence. I would willingly pay the ultimate price of my life, without a shred of regret. Standing nearby, Yaji observed Li Xiaobo's steadfast determination with a satisfied smile, nodding slightly in approval. In the next instant, Yaji wielded its colossal, gleaming claws, unleashing a brilliant beam of golden light that shot forth like lightning, enveloping Li Xiaobo entirely. As he was bathed in this golden radiance, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming surge of intense heat and immense energy flooding into his body like a roaring tidal wave. The moment this fervent energy coursed through him, it galloped wildly through his meridians as if it were an untamed stallion. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Li Xiaobo dared not exhibit even the slightest negligence. He quickly gathered his focus, dispelling all distractions, and concentrated on calmly guiding this tumultuous energy along the path of his practiced techniques. As time passed, a faint, ethereal golden glow began to emanate around Li Xiaobo. Initially weak, this luminescence soon grew brighter and more radiant, culminating in the formation of a golden sphere resembling a silken cocoon, enveloping him completely. Yaji, who had been closely monitoring Li Xiaobo's condition, could not help but express a flicker of surprise in its eyes. From within the rich golden light, it sensed an extraordinarily pure and formidable mysterious power continuously radiating forth. Clearly, this seemingly unremarkable young man harbored secrets and strengths yet to be unveiled. Within the cocoon of light, Li Xiaobo gritted his teeth, enduring waves of excruciating pain coursing through his body. Each surge of energy felt as though it might rend his very being apart. Nevertheless, he steadfastly resisted the torment. Rather, the anguish served to unearth the latent potential within him, as vivid memories of the Wudong Tree Emperor's selfless sacrifice to save him flashed through his mind. These images were indelibly etched into the depths of his soul, solidifying his inner conviction with unwavering resolve. Time slipped by unnoticed, and the golden cocoon that had been suspended in midair began to tremble ever so slightly. Soon after, vivid crimson patterns emerged on its surface, intertwining and resembling ancient, enigmatic runes, exuding an aura that sent shivers down the spine. Yaji, fixated on the transformation of the cocoon, widened its eyes in astonishment, secretly marveling at the rarity of such an extraordinary phenomenon, one that even its vast experience had never before encountered. The keen-eyed Yazi was acutely aware that the young man before him, named Li Xiaobo, exhibited a talent that vastly surpassed his initial expectations. As the onlookers held their breath in anticipation, a crisp sound of shattering resonated through the air, and the golden cocoon disintegrated into countless shimmering fragments. Standing at the epicenter of this spectacle was none other than Li Xiaobo, who had just undergone his transformation. At that moment, he was enveloped in a radiant aura of gold and crimson. Although he appeared slightly fatigued, his bright eyes emanated an unwavering resolve. Observing this, Yazi's face broke into a satisfied smile as he remarked, "Well done, you have successfully passed the first test. I must admit, your formidable willpower truly astonishes me. Now, unleash your martial soul, and allow me to behold its magnificence." Without a moment's hesitation in response to Yazi's words, Li Xiaobo summoned the soul power within him. Gradually, a colossal golden apparition emerged behind him. Simultaneously, in his right hand, he firmly grasped a long spear, glimmering with a cold light and exuding an aura of deadly intent, known as the Reverse God Spear. In his left hand, He delicately held a vibrant scroll depicting the ever-flowing landscapes of mountains and rivers, known as the 100-Herb Scroll. Li Xiaobo stood tall and confident, gazing at Yazi with determination. Esteemed Senior Yazi, I humbly request your appraisal. As a junior, I have attained a soul power of level 20 since birth and possess 3 martial spirits. Might such qualifications catch your discerning eye? Yazi erupted into a boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Splendid! Truly splendid! You, a mere human, are undoubtedly the most extraordinarily gifted individual I have encountered in my lifetime. Alas, even with such brilliance, your current talents are still woefully insufficient to ascend to divinity. In ancient times, those of your remarkable caliber would have ascended to the divine altar with ease. However, the present is not like the past. The ranks of the gods are now fully occupied, and your current capabilities are simply inadequate to contend with them." At that moment, Li Xiaobo's expression darkened, and he instantaneously unleashed the mysterious dragon pattern concealed between his brows. In an instant, a powerful and ancient aura enveloped the surroundings. Upon witnessing this, Yazi's previously jovial demeanor abruptly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief as he fixated on the dragon pattern on Li Xiaobo's forehead, muttering, "How can this be? Why do you exude such a pure essence of the true dragon?" It is known that in today's world, true dragons have long since vanished without a trace. Even more astonishing is how you have obtained the divine legacy of the true dragon. Chapter 46. Sacrifice. Yazi's gaze pierced through Li Xiaobo, his tone grave as he demanded, "Boy, tell me truthfully, from where did you acquire the divine legacy of the true dragon? It is truly unbelievable that remnants of the true dragon still exist in this world." Faced with the formidable aura of Yazi, Li Xiaobo felt a twinge of apprehension in his heart, yet he respectfully replied, "Esteemed senior, I indeed stumbled upon this divine position's inheritance within a mysterious relic." Yazi nodded slightly, pondering thoughtfully. "I see. So it originates from a relic. In that case, it is only natural that you have yet to behold a true dragon with your own eyes. After all, how could a true dragon easily reveal itself before others?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo promptly replied, "What you say, esteemed elder, is indeed accurate. However, as far as I am aware, within the vast and boundless starry forest, there still exist some true dragons. For instance, the renowned beast god Emperor Tian, as well as the Silver Dragon King, who lies hidden at the bottom of the lake of life within the starry forest." Yaji, upon hearing this, could not help but display a hint of disdain upon his countenance, sneering as he remarked, "Humph, those beings cannot possibly be regarded as true dragons. At best, only the dragon god of this world could be considered a genuine dragon. The others are merely inconsequential, inferior dragons." Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, filled with a profound sense of bewilderment. He fixed his gaze upon the imposing figure of the creature before him and hastily inquired, "Esteemed elder, what do you truly mean by your previous words? Are you suggesting that they do not qualify as true dragons in the truest sense?" The creature, standing tall and exuding an intangible aura of authority, slowly began to elucidate. "There is no doubt about it. One must understand that once a true dragon reaches adulthood, the power it harbors is nothing short of earth-shattering, capable of rivaling the most formidable deities within this realm. If they were indeed true dragons, would they willingly remain confined to the limited expanse of Douluo continent? Surely, they would have long relied upon their unparalleled strength to break through countless barriers and return to the exalted divine realm." At this juncture, the creature paused momentarily before shifting its focus back to Li Xiaobo, asking, "By the way, young one, since you have now acquired the legacy of the true dragon, what is the name of the dragon that bestowed this divine status upon you?" Li Xiaobo dared not show any signs of negligence and promptly responded with utmost respect, "Esteemed elder, the true dragon associated with this divine position is called the Black-Scaled Emperor. According to the ancient texts, it originates from the enigmatic primordial lands of a far-off era." Upon hearing the title Black-Scaled Emperor, Yaji's eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a contemplative expression as he murmured to himself, "The moniker of Black-Scaled Emperor is rather unfamiliar. It seems I am indeed lacking in knowledge. Yet, this Black-Scaled Emperor does not sound like a complete name. Nevertheless, to dare to proclaim oneself as an emperor suggests an extraordinary power, formidable beyond imagination." Subsequently, Yaji's eyes, akin to flames, fixated intently on Li Xiaobo. His gaze was sharp and intense, as if capable of penetrating one's very soul, instilling a sense of dread. However, within this menacing scrutiny, A hint of intrigue flickered across Yaji's expression as he inquired. Yet, young one, seeing that you are aware of the name of the primordial lands, you must have some inkling of the events that transpired in ancient times. In that case, have you heard of my own illustrious name? In the face of Yaji's imposing inquiry, Li Xiaobo remained undaunted. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he replied with composure. The dragon begets 9 offspring, each distinct from the other. As for the legends surrounding venerable elders such as yourself, I am indeed somewhat acquainted. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's response, Yaji was momentarily taken aback, a semblance of a smile playing upon his lips. He let out a light chuckle and remarked, "Ah, young one, you are gravely mistaken. The Yaji of legend is not I, but rather our ancestral forebear. If I were truly he, how could I possibly manifest here upon the Douluo continent? Tell me, to what extent do you truly understand our dragon lineage?" With that, Yaji's gaze once again fell upon Li Xiaobo, filled with scrutiny and curiosity. Li Xiaobo spoke softly. It is important to understand that the notion of the dragon has 9 offspring exists in a plethora of rich and diverse variations within the expansive traditional culture of China. Numerous historical texts and folklore abound with different renditions of this tale. Allow me to share with you several of the more commonly encountered versions. He cleared his throat gently and continued at a measured pace. Let us first discuss the eldest, Qianniu. Its temperament can be aptly described with the word gentle. This creature possesses an almost obsessive love for music, which is why we often discover its unique presence across a variety of musical instruments, whether it be the melodious era, the crisp pipa, or the intricate guzheng. Wherever instruments are found, traces of Qianniu seem to linger. Pausing momentarily, he then elaborated, "Next, let us consider the second offspring, Yizi." In stark contrast to Qianniu, Yizi's character is marked by fierce intensity and an insatiable desire for conflict, as if it is perpetually brimming with boundless fighting spirit. For this reason, one can often spot the imposing figure of Yizi adorning various weaponry, be it on the hilt of a razor-sharp sword, the tip of a gleaming spear, or the back of a robust broadsword. Yizi's formidable visage is omnipresent. With a flourish of his fingers, he animatedly continued, "Now, let us turn our attention to the third, Chao Feng. This creature's greatest passion in life is the pursuit of thrilling and perilous experiences, making it a quintessential adventurer. Consequently, the image of Chao Feng is frequently employed as decorative elements on palace eaves. When the gentle breeze passes by, these Chao Feng figures seem poised to take flight, infusing the entire palace with a lively and spirited ambience." After a brief pause, he resumed, "Now let us examine the fourth, Pu Lao. A notable characteristic of Pu Lao is its penchant for bellowing loudly. Perhaps for this reason, its image is often found atop grand bells. When the deep, resonant sound of the bell tolls, it feels as though the entire world trembles, with Pu Lao embodying a fervent drummer, passionately performing its own symphony. Finally, a smile graced his face as he pointed ahead. "Lastly, we must mention the fifth, Swan and I. Though its appearance bears a resemblance to that of a lion, it possesses a distinct preference for quietly observing the dazzling fireworks. Thus, we frequently find the figure of Swan and I serving as a decorative element in places such as Buddhist altars and incense burners. As for the sixth, Bai Shi, it is indeed a remarkable entity. Legend has it that it is the progeny born from the union of a dragon and a turtle. It not only symbolizes the admirable qualities of diligence and selflessness, but also brings abundant blessings to those around it. Externally, it resembles an enormous turtle, yet it possesses unimaginable strength. This remarkable creature is endowed with innate power, aptly described as capable of uprooting mountains and dominating the world, particularly adept at bearing exceptionally heavy loads. Throughout history, it has tirelessly and diligently shouldered the monumental responsibility of transporting colossal stone tablets, year after year, never once faltering in its duty. Now, let us turn our attention to the illustrious Bihuan, born of the majestic dragon and the fierce tiger. Undoubtedly, Bihuan has become synonymous with justice. In appearance, it bears a striking resemblance to the tiger, exuding formidable prowess. According to legend, Bihuan is deeply committed to public welfare, unhesitatingly stepping forward to defend against injustices, displaying remarkable bravery. It possesses the courage to speak candidly, fearlessly confronting malevolent forces and resolutely exposing the truth. Even more astonishing is Bihuan's discerning eye, capable of clearly distinguishing right from wrong, and it adjudicates matters with unwavering fairness and justice. Next, we introduce the Fushi, said to be the offspring of dragons. Consequently, it embodies the closest resemblance to dragons among its brethren. Fushi's form is akin to that of a long dragon, exuding an elegant demeanor and possessing a profound affinity for literature and the arts, along with a unique appreciation for them. This affinity leads to its image often being meticulously carved and adorned atop stone tablets, as if silently safeguarding the invaluable written records. Finally, we present the Chiwen, also known as Chiwai or penguin. It possesses a broad, moist mouth and a robust throat, delighting in the consumption of various entities. In ancient times, one could frequently encounter the Chiwen within the grand and awe-inspiring architecture of royal palaces. Li Xiaobo, certainly. This is merely the origin of the first generation of the Nine Sons. Beyond this, I am unaware. Yazi, what you have stated aligns precisely with the teachings I have inherited. However, such narratives do not exist in this world. It seems that fate has intertwined our paths. Therefore, I shall offer a sacrifice to you. Upon hearing the words of Yazi, Li Xiaobo's expression abruptly shifted, astonishment evident upon his countenance. His voice trembled as he exclaimed, "Predecessor, this is utterly unacceptable. How could you possibly make such a decision? To sacrifice yourself for a junior like me?" In response, Yazi threw back his head and let out a hearty, resounding laugh that reverberated through the surrounding air. With piercing eyes fixed upon Li Xiaobo, he spoke in a calm tone, "Fear not, young one. The reason for my actions stems from the fact that I observe you not only possess an intimate understanding of my clan's past, but you have also been fortunate enough to acquire the enigmatic true dragon heritage. With your innate talent and potential, given time, you shall surely soar to great heights, perhaps even breaking free from the myriad constraints and imprisonments of this realm, by sacrificing my own power to you. I hope to lend you the strength necessary for your rapid ascent and flourishing growth." As his words fell, a brilliant radiance suddenly erupted from Yazi's form, illuminating the surroundings like a dazzling sun at its zenith. At that moment, Li Xiaobo was consumed by anxiety, desperately wishing to halt Yazi's actions. However, no matter how he struggled, he was astounded to find his body had entirely lost control, as if ensnared by an invisible yet formidable force, rendering him utterly immobile. Simultaneously, the brilliance emanating from Yazi intensified, surging like a mighty tide, continuously converging until it formed vibrant, resplendent streams of light. These streams hurtled towards Li Xiaobo at breakneck speed, enveloping him completely in the blink of an eye. In that instant, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming force akin to a tidal wave crashing into his being, unstoppable and relentless. The sheer magnitude of this power was beyond imagination, igniting his previously tranquil soul energy into a frenzy, expanding wildly as if it were a barrel of gunpowder set ablaze. Even the soul rings surrounding him began to tremble violently under the influence of this tumultuous force. As Yazi's power continued to pour into him, Li Xiaobo's soul rings underwent a remarkable transformation. Initially, they radiated a pure, pristine white. Then, gradually, the white faded, replaced by a vibrant yellow. This yellow swiftly transitioned into a deep, noble purple. Subsequently, the purple deepened into a heavy, oppressive black, and finally, after a fierce metamorphosis, the soul rings erupted into a striking, heart-stirring crimson. However, the spectacle did not conclude there. Shortly after the transformation of the soul rings, bizarre patterns began to emerge upon their surface. These intricate designs twisted and turned, resembling a series of vividly animated dragons coiling over the soul rings. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that there were 6 dragon motifs, each radiating a golden glow, exuding an aura of formidable majesty and awe-inspiring presence. At that moment, the surrounding space appeared to be affected, producing ripples of disturbance. Distant mountains trembled, and the sky grew heavy with dark clouds. At this moment, Li Xiaobo was enduring an unimaginable agony and overwhelming pressure, akin to being crushed under the weight of countless mountains. Yet, in the face of this suffocating torment, he clenched his teeth in silence, relying on his indomitable will to persevere. Time passed slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. Finally, after enduring prolonged suffering, the immense power contained within the essence surged into his body like a tidal wave. In that instant, he felt as though his veins were about to burst from the overwhelming intensity of the force, inflicting excruciating pain upon him. Nevertheless, Li Xiaobo refused to yield. He gritted his teeth and guided this energy to circulate within him. Gradually, all the power was fully absorbed into his being. Simultaneously, he was elated to discover that the quality of his soul power had surpassed its previous limits, reaching an unprecedented pinnacle. This transformative enhancement filled him with exhilaration. Moreover, with the integration of the essence's power, his comprehension of the true dragon legacy deepened significantly. The once obscure mysteries became remarkably clear, as if the hidden truths could be unveiled with the slightest touch. Just then, the figure of the essence began to blur and fade. With a look of satisfaction, it gazed at Li Xiaobo and spoke softly. Young one, having received this bestowed power, you must cherish and utilize it wisely. May you carve a unique and legendary path through your own efforts. With those words, the essence vanished completely. Immediately afterward, Li Xiaobo felt an overwhelming force surging towards him like a tidal wave. Instinctively, he attempted to resist this power, only to soon realize the futility of his efforts against such formidable strength. Just as panic began to set in, the voice of the essence echoed in his mind once more. Do not be afraid. Embrace my power with courage. Only then can you explore higher realms. Bolstered by these words, Li Xiaobo steeled himself, ceasing his futile struggles, and wholeheartedly opened himself to the influx of energy. As more power continued to pour into him, astonishing changes began to manifest in his body. His exposed skin began to reveal small, hard scales that shimmered with a mysterious light. The areas covered by these scales emanated powerful waves of energy, compelling onlookers to take notice. Once everything settled, Li Xiaobo gazed at the dissipating essence, tears welling in his eyes. Clenching his fists, he felt the surging power within him. In that moment, he vowed to harness this strength to grow even stronger. Seeking the deeper secrets of the true dragon and the mysteries hidden within the dragon lineage, honoring the sacrifice of the essence, Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, striving to steady his somewhat chaotic breath, stirred by excitement. At that moment, a dazzling flash of light streaked across the sky like lightning, instantly capturing the attention of all present. As the crowd focused their gaze, they beheld a resplendent peacock, adorned in a kaleidoscope of colors. This majestic creature moved with grace, its long tail feathers swaying gently like an exquisite gown. Its bright, expressive eyes met Li Xiaobo's, revealing a complex array of emotions that were difficult to decipher. After a brief pause, the peacock softly sighed, addressing him. Ah, Li Xiaobo, you truly are a person of remarkable fortune. Once, you were fortunate to receive the generous sacrifice of the esteemed Wudong Tree Elder. Now, you are again graced with the powerful gift bestowed by the venerable Yazi. Such serendipitous occurrences are indeed astonishing. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo could not help but smile wryly and shake his head. With a deep sense of reflection, he responded, "This so-called good fortune, in truth, weighs heavily upon me as an immense responsibility and burden. The elder Yazi sacrificed himself to facilitate my growth, and this profound bond of affection is etched in my memory forever. Henceforth, I shall devote myself fully, ensuring that I do not betray his earnest intentions." The peacock nodded slightly, acknowledging Li Xiaobo's sentiments, yet soon its expression turned grave as it shook its head with concern, slowly articulating, "However, as your power escalates and your reputation spreads far and wide, this realm may soon be stirred by tumultuous upheaval. Those hidden forces lurking in the shadows will undoubtedly cast their covetous eyes upon you, seeking to extract profit or thwart your ascent. In the face of such a convoluted situation, do you possess the fortitude to confront it?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows tightly, his gaze unwavering and resolute as he stared intently at the peacock. With unwavering conviction, he declared, "I, Li Xiaobo, have never been one to shy away from challenges. Regardless of the formidable opponents that may come forth to provoke me, I shall meet the challenge head-on and fight to the very end." Witnessing Li Xiaobo's steadfast attitude, the peacock felt a slight sense of relief. It then gracefully unfurled its resplendent feathers and, with an air of solemnity, spoke. "Tomorrow marks the moment I shall present my offering to Miss Yin Yuesher. From that point onward, all will rest upon your own shoulders." At this juncture, the peacock's expression grew increasingly grave. Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo was filled with profound gratitude. He stepped forward briskly, bowing deeply to the peacock, and sincerely expressed his thanks. "Thank you, esteemed peacock. Your immense kindness will forever be etched in my heart. If opportunity arises in the future, I shall undoubtedly repay your generosity." The peacock gazed into the distance and spoke slowly. "You possess boundless potential. Perhaps you could alter the very rules of this world. I do not wish to witness this realm forever shackled by antiquated conventions." Chapter 47. Untitled. Li Xiaobo gazed intently at the flickering flames before him, the orange glow casting a warm light upon his slightly weary yet resolute countenance. His eyes, somewhat dazed, drifted into the distance, recalling the harrowing ritual of sacrifice that had unfolded during the day. The sky had been painted a deep crimson, with the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The fierce and imposing figure of the sacrifice danced in his mind, accompanied by low growls and arcane chants, enveloping the scene in an eerie atmosphere. Yet, at this moment, the surroundings were remarkably tranquil, with only the crackling campfire occasionally breaking the silence. The sound resonated with clarity in the stillness of the night, as if nature itself were performing a solitary symphony. Suddenly, a gentle breeze caressed the air, causing the once stable flames to sway violently. Sparks erupted like fireworks, momentarily piercing the inky blackness of the night sky. Instinctively, Li Xiaobo raised his hand to shield his face from the searing embers. In that fleeting moment, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of pairs of glowing green eyes lurking within the nearby woods. His heart raced, a chill creeping up his spine. He quickly lowered his arm, gripping the weapon at his waist tightly, his eyes fixed warily on the enigmatic presence in the darkness. As time passed, the eyes drew nearer, slowly revealing their true nature as a pack of agile, sharp-fanged wolves. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Li Xiaobo rose slowly, straightening his posture, and fixed a piercing gaze upon the advancing predators. At this juncture, the wolf pack had encircled him, their heads lowered, emitting low growls that seemed to warn him against any rash movements. Undeterred by the imminent threat, Li Xiaobo unleashed a roar akin to that of a furious lion, charging headlong towards the closest wolf. In that instant, the fierce clash between man and beast commenced. The weapon in Li Xiaobo's hand sliced through the air, each strike accompanied by a sharp whistle. He alternated between offense and defense, his movements swift and decisive. The wolves, equally tenacious, coordinated their efforts. Some lunged directly at him, while others flanked him, seeking to exploit any weaknesses. As the battle intensified, beads of sweat soaked through his attire, yet his fighting spirit surged ever higher. Drawing upon years of combat experience and unwavering determination, he fended off the wolves' ferocious assaults time and again. Gradually, the pack began to hesitate, recognizing that this human was not to be trifled with. At last, the lead wolf howled a long, commanding cry, seemingly issuing the order to retreat. The pack turned as one, tails tucked, and gradually vanished into the enveloping darkness. Watching the wolves retreat, Li Xiaobo's taut nerves finally relaxed. He exhaled deeply, sinking onto the ground, panting heavily. Though he had regained his composure, the tumult in his heart lingered, refusing to settle. Li Lingtian gazed at the somewhat solemn Li Xiaobo before him and slowly took a seat beside him. He spoke softly, "Xiaobo, today's fierce battle was indeed thrilling. Yet for some reason, I can't shake the feeling that you are harboring certain matters within your heart that you have yet to share with anyone." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a faintly bitter smile, and he let out a soft sigh, replying, "Indeed, father, today's tribulations are merely trifling inconveniences. The challenges that lie ahead are likely to become increasingly arduous and complex." Li Lingtian stepped forward and gently patted Li Xiaobo's shoulder, reassuring him with a firm tone, "No matter what, do not worry, for I shall stand by your side in this battle." Li Xiaobo lifted his head, his gaze somewhat bewildered as he stared into the distance, murmuring to himself, "I have been contemplating whether I can truly live up to the earnest expectations of my esteemed predecessors, the Wudong Tree and the Yazi. Even if I ultimately succeed in transcending to the divine realm, can I genuinely alter the lofty laws of the celestial domain with my solitary strength?" Li Lingtian pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replied, "Regarding this matter, I find it quite challenging to make a definitive statement. However, as long as you remain steadfast and diligently cultivate your skills, I am certain that one day you shall achieve your aspirations. Furthermore, you are not alone in this endeavor. Yueshur can accompany you as well. Together, you two shall forge ahead, and in due course, you will emerge as formidable deities, commanding respect and consideration from even the most powerful figures in the divine realm." Upon hearing his father's words, a glimmer of hope suddenly illuminated Li Xiaobo's previously dim eyes, akin to a brilliant star igniting in the pitch-black night. "Father, you are absolutely right. Yueshur has always been my most steadfast and reliable support," Li Xiaobo exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. At that moment, a resplendent meteor streaked across the previously serene and azure sky. This meteor, resembling a colossal dragon engulfed in flames, roared across the heavens, leaving behind a long trail, enchanting in its ethereal beauty. Li Xiaobo instinctively clasped his hands together and closed his eyes, silently making a wish. In that fleeting moment, he entrusted all his deepest desires and hopes to the ephemeral shooting star. He earnestly yearned for the day he could truly become immensely powerful, powerful enough to shake and even alter the harsh and unyielding laws of the divine realm. Upon opening his eyes after making his wish, an extraordinary sensation surged within him, as if an invisible yet profoundly potent force had infused his body. This feeling invigorated him, revitalizing his spirit in an instant. At that very moment, Yin Yuesher approached with light and graceful steps. Her elegant figure appeared particularly enchanting under the sunlight, reminiscent of a fairy emerging from a celestial realm. As she reached Li Xiaobo's side, she gently seated herself and, with a voice as melodious as the nightingale's song, tenderly spoke, "Xiaobo, no matter what challenges we may encounter in the future, I will always stand by your side, bravely facing them together." Hearing such heartfelt words, Li Xiaobo was deeply moved and quickly turned to gaze at Yin Yuesher. At that moment, his eyes brimmed with profound gratitude, as if this gentle woman before him were the most precious gift bestowed upon his life by the heavens. Time flowed swiftly, and before long, dawn arrived on the following day. The warm, gentle sunlight filtered through the thin clouds, evenly cascading upon the vast expanse of the earth, cloaking all of creation in a delicate golden radiance. Li Xiaobo and two companions were seated around a modest stone table, indulging in a simple yet delectable breakfast of grilled fish. The alluring aroma wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. As they savored the culinary delight, they awaited the arrival of the esteemed peacock elder in serene anticipation. Before long, a breathtakingly beautiful peacock gracefully descended. Its elongated and stately form radiated a dazzling brilliance, transforming the surrounding world into a realm of light with its presence. Particularly striking were its resplendent tail feathers, resembling a tapestry of vibrant brocade, which danced gently in the breeze, each plume shimmering with enchanting hues and luminescence, captivating all who beheld it. As the peacock approached without hesitation, it made its way directly towards Yin Yuesher. In that moment, the collective gaze of the onlookers converged upon her, filled with curiosity and expectation. The peacock delicately lifted its head and released a luminous orb from its beak, a gem that sparkled like the most radiant star in the night sky, exuding an air of mystery and allure. Yin Yuesher's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld the orb before her, momentarily rendered speechless. Instinctively, she turned to Li Xiaobo and his son beside her, seemingly seeking their insights or explanations for this extraordinary occurrence. Li Xiaobo was equally perplexed, his brow furrowed in contemplation. After a brief moment of reflection, he subtly nodded to Yin Yuesher, indicating for her to accept the bead first. Upon receiving his gesture, Yin Yuesher cautiously extended her hands to grasp the extraordinary orb. The instant she made contact, an immensely powerful wave of energy erupted from her center, spreading outward with ferocious intensity. This energy surged forth like a tumultuous ocean wave, engulfing the entire venue in an instant. The onlookers were struck by the overwhelming force, their faces etched with astonishment. Yin Yuesher herself was rendered speechless, taken aback by the sudden transformation. After a fleeting moment of shock, the crowd began to comprehend that this seemingly ordinary bead harbored the formidable power of an ancient divine beast. This power was supremely pure and robust, a veritable treasure for any cultivator. If harnessed effectively, Yin Yuesher's cultivation would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. At that moment, the previously silent peacock finally spoke, "Miss Yuesher, this bead is a cherished possession of mine for many years. Today, I bestow it upon you, hoping it will safeguard your safety in critical times. Furthermore, consider this a modest investment in the future. I have faith that, with your talent and potential, you shall surely achieve greatness." With that, the peacock cast another glance at Yin Yuesher. She nodded slightly, her face reflecting gratitude as she softly replied, "Thank you." Upon hearing her words of thanks, the peacock elegantly rose, standing tall and poised like a pine tree. At that moment, the previously clear sky began to shift ominously. A massive, heavy bank of dark clouds surged towards the horizon like a rising tide, looming overhead like a colossal black mountain, imparting a sensation of weightiness and oppression. The clouds thickened, gradually shrouding the entire sky, casting a pall of darkness over the world. As the clouds churned, the peacock's form began to undergo a remarkable transformation. It radiated a blinding light, which flowed continuously from its being, coalescing towards the heavens. Gradually, the peacock's figure became increasingly indistinct, ultimately vanishing entirely within the radiant glow. The light continued to gather in the air, condensing until it formed a magnificent and resplendent halo. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this halo was a vivid red, adorned with two golden patterns, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Undoubtedly, this was a 200,000-year-old red soul ring. This soul ring, akin to a burning meteor, streaked across the sky, heading directly towards Yin Yuesher. Upon contact with her body, it seamlessly encircled her. Yin Yuesher felt a warm and gentle energy surge within her, and she closed her eyes, fully immersing herself in this power, guiding it to integrate with her soul force. Remarkably, her absorption of this potent soul ring was extraordinarily smooth. Her breathing remained steady and rhythmic, devoid of any signs of pain or exertion. Before long, the Crimson Soul Ring, which had existed for 200 millennia, was completely absorbed by her, becoming one with her essence. Chapter 48. The Mysterious Fire of Nine Heavens. Li Xiaobo gazed at Yin Yuesher with a look of genuine concern. Softly inquiring, "Yuesher, how do you feel about your current state? What are your thoughts on this 200,000, your soul ring? Is there anything amiss with your body?" With a radiant smile and unwavering confidence, Yin Yuesher responded, "Xiaobo, I am absolutely fine. I feel simply splendid. Moreover, it appears that I have successfully advanced to level 30. However, I still need to learn from you. For instance, your third soul ring. Didn't you deliberately wait 2 years before absorbing it? After all, finding a soul beast that is compatible with the Phoenix bloodline is no easy task. Thus, in the coming 2 years, I plan to diligently gather information regarding such soul beasts." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. "Indeed, you sure? I share the same sentiment. Although this soul-hunting expedition has yielded bountiful rewards, I feel that I need considerable time to consolidate and reflect. Look, I have already ascended to level 59. Yet this only urges me to refrain from hasty endeavors, especially with the unexpected acquisition of 3 fierce beast soul rings, which presents both an opportunity and a challenge for us." At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent until now, suddenly interjected, "Haha. You two youngsters have indeed made astonishing gains this time. In the entire continent, most titled Douluos may not possess a 100,000, your soul ring. Yet here you are. One merely a level 50 soul king, boasting 3 fierce beast soul rings, and the other, only level 30, surprisingly holding one as well. Oh dear. If you weren't my children, I would be hard-pressed to suppress my envy." As he spoke, he looked at the two with a broad smile, his eyes filled with pride and satisfaction. Yin Yuesher playfully stuck out her delicate pink tongue and pouted, "Uncle, please don't tease us any further." Her large, sparkling eyes blinked with a hint of cleverness. Then, as if recalling something amusing, she excitedly exclaimed, "By the way, Uncle Xiaobo, I haven't yet demonstrated my new soul skill to you. This skill is intricately linked to my martial soul. It is called the Nine Heavens Mysterious Fire." Before she finished speaking, she extended her fair, jade-like right hand, palm facing upwards, gently lifting it as a dazzling flame began to rise gracefully from her hand. The fire displayed a mysterious and profound shade of violet blue, akin to the most brilliant star falling from the night sky, radiating a breathtaking light. The air surrounding the flames seemed to ignite, instantly becoming intensely hot, and a wave of heat surged forth, drawing curious glances. Standing nearby, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in astonishment, his face alight with surprise. He fixated on the violet blue flame and exclaimed, "Oh my, this flame appears remarkably formidable. Although its temperature is exceedingly high, strangely, it does not evoke the usual sense of ferocity. Instead, it possesses an indescribable beauty, almost as if it were alive." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's praise, Yin Yuesher's face blossomed with a radiant smile, and she joyfully explained, "Indeed, Uncle, you are absolutely correct. The Nine Heavens Mysterious Fire is not merely intended for attacking foes. Its power is undoubtedly immense, capable of delivering a lethal blow in combat. However, it also possesses a remarkably miraculous healing effect. Should any of our team members suffer unfortunate injuries, as long as I carefully infuse this mysterious fire into their bodies, it can swiftly mend their damaged tissues, facilitating visible healing of their wounds and aiding in the rapid recovery of their depleted soul power. However, at present, my abilities are still somewhat limited, so I can only unleash a small portion of the mysterious fire's power. However, it matters not, for as I diligently hone my skills, my own prowess will undoubtedly grow, and the might of the Nine Heavens mystic fire shall become increasingly formidable. When that time comes, no matter how formidable the adversary, we shall fear nothing." With that, Yin Yuesher confidently clenched her fist, her eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. Li Lingtian nodded slightly, conveying his profound satisfaction. His gaze, intense and penetrating, was fixed upon the enchanting Yin Yueqi as he spoke softly. Such soul techniques are truly exceptional. From what I have observed, I can confidently assert that your potential is unfathomable and limitless. In the days to come, remember to diligently hone your skills. Do not squander this remarkable opportunity bestowed upon you by fate. Upon hearing his words, Yin Yueqi eagerly nodded in agreement, her charming and lovely visage radiating an air of obedience. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, as if she could already envision her future brilliance. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, standing by, suddenly interjected, "Wait a moment. By conventional standards, 100,000-year soul ring should possess 2 soul techniques. How is it that you have only 1? Yin Yueqi blinked and gently explained, "Well, it is actually because my martial spirit is quite unique. Through my recent exploration and study, I discovered that my martial spirit does not directly acquire the corresponding soul ring skills upon obtaining a soul ring. However, it appears to possess a distinctive mechanism. If the absorbed soul ring carries the phoenix bloodline, I can naturally acquire its associated abilities." Li Xiaobo nodded slightly, a contemplative expression gracing his features. He then spoke slowly. "Thus, each time you acquire a soul ring, it is akin to unsealing a mysterious enchantment, and the phoenix bloodline serves as a crucial key to this unlocking. Does it not?" Yin Yuesher's lips curled into a smile as she replied, "Indeed, that is a valid interpretation. Moreover, I possess a strong intuition that as my level continues to ascend, if my martial soul can achieve a more harmonious fusion with the phoenix bloodline, it will undoubtedly give rise to myriad astonishing transformations." Beside them, Li Lingdian stroked his long beard thoughtfully, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. He inquired with genuine interest, "So, my dear Yuesher, have you ever attempted to ingeniously combine the 9 heavens' mysterious fire with other skills? Perhaps such an endeavor could yield unexpectedly magical effects." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's beautiful eyes brightened instantaneously, shining like brilliant stars in the night sky. She exclaimed with excitement, "Oh, uncle, your suggestion is simply brilliant. I had never considered it before. All right, I shall give it a try immediately." Without missing a beat, she took a deep breath and began to channel the surging soul power within her with all her might. Carefully, she controlled this energy, merging a unique soul technique she had previously devised with the 9 heavens' mysterious fire. In that fleeting moment, a resplendent violet-blue flame, akin to a sinuous serpent, swiftly unfurled, wrapping itself around the surface of a crystalline shield. What was once an unremarkable shield transformed into an impregnable barrier, seemingly imbued with indomitable strength. Simultaneously, the intense heat radiating from the shield caused the surrounding air to visibly warp, creating rippling waves of heat that expanded outward. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Wow, this combination skill is simply extraordinary. Not only does it effectively fend off fierce attacks from the outside, but it also inflicts tremendous damage on those daring enough to approach. Truly breathtaking." Standing nearby, Yin Yuesher could not help but beam with joy upon hearing Li Xiaobo's praise. Her radiant smile resembled a flower blooming in the warmth of spring. With heartfelt delight, she laughed and said, "Aha, indeed. It seems we must dedicate more time to researching and developing such formidable combination skills. Who knows, we might even create more powerful techniques to tackle various combat scenarios." As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. At that moment, Li Lingdian turned his gaze towards Yin Yuesher, observing the young girl brimming with potential. And an overwhelming sense of expectation for her future growth surged within him. It felt as though he could already envision a time not far off when, through her own efforts and innate talent, Yin Yuesher would rise to become a formidable master, instilling fear in countless adversaries throughout the martial world. Li Xiaobo smiled warmly at Yin Yuesher and, with a tone of earnestness, remarked, "Yuesher, given the current circumstances, it appears you will have much to occupy yourself with in the future. In my opinion, your circular skills will likely develop in this direction. This means that these skills will demand your continual exploration, development, and adept application. After all, without mastering some unique and effective means of confronting adversaries, you may find yourself in a passive position when faced with formidable foes. However, do not fret too much, for regardless of the situation, I am here for you. As long as I am by your side, I will certainly ensure your safety." He patted his chest, exuding a resolute confidence. Chapter 49. Elemental Control. Yin Yuesher gazed at Li Xiaobo with genuine interest, a sweet smile gracing her lips as she softly said, "Oh dear, Xiaobo. I have already shared my situation with you in complete detail, so now it's your turn to shine. I've heard that your performance this time has been extraordinarily impressive, having garnered 2 remarkable beast sacrifices. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Please share the thrilling stories in detail. With a playful wink, she looked irresistibly charming. At that moment, Li Lingtian, who had been standing silently to the side, perked up upon hearing her words. His eyes, once tranquil as water, now sparkled with intense curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. He swiftly turned his gaze towards Li Xiaobo, fixated on him with an expression that radiated eagerness to hear more, resembling a child awaiting a sweet treat. In the face of their eager anticipation, Li Xiaobo remained remarkably composed. He offered a slight smile before leisurely clearing his throat and began to speak. Actually, the 2 soul rings I acquired are relatively ordinary. However, as the saying goes, extraordinary wonders can be found in the mundane. These 2 soul rings have bestowed upon me 2 incredibly practical and formidable soul skills. Firstly, I must mention the soul ring from the esteemed Wudong Tree ancestor. It is precisely due to its endowment that I have come to master the endless fire domain and control of fire, 2 exceptionally powerful skills. As he spoke, Li Xiaobo paused momentarily, seemingly intent on building suspense among his listeners. He slightly lifted his head, his gaze fixed on the horizon as if the mysterious and potent sea of flames had materialized before him. He took a brief moment to collect his thoughts, pursing his lips as he meticulously organized all the details and characteristics of these 2 soul skills in his mind, striving to articulate them with the utmost precision and vividness to convey their awe-inspiring power. After a brief inhalation, he began. Let us first discuss the endless fire domain. This is an exceedingly rare and potent domain skill. When I unleash it, it is as though I have opened a portal to another world, instantly summoning a vast, blazing realm of fire. Amidst the inferno, flames writhe and surge, with waves of heat that seem poised to consume the very fabric of existence. Furthermore, the expanse of this fiery sea is not a fixed entity. It is entirely contingent upon the strength of my soul power. In essence, I possess the ability to manipulate its dimensions at will, whether expanding it to stretch across vast kilometers or contracting it to envelop merely the area surrounding myself, all within the span of a thought. This remarkable versatility enables me to adeptly navigate encounters with various adversaries and intricate battle scenarios, thereby unleashing the full potential of this soul technique. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiaobo shifted his tone, growing increasingly solemn. Now, let us discuss fire control. In contrast to the grand spectacle of endless fire domain, this skill embodies a more nuanced power that reveals its true essence and subtlety. Since acquiring this ability, I have discovered that I possess an innate immunity to flames, rendering any searing heat utterly harmless to me. Even amidst raging infernos, I remain unscathed. This phenomenon is known as fire immunity. More significantly, whenever I launch an attack, regardless of the weapon or technique employed, it becomes inherently imbued with a layer of scorching flame damage. This additional fiery force, akin to a ferocious fire dragon, surges forth with my assault, ruthlessly tearing through the defenses of my foes and delivering devastating strikes. It is no exaggeration to assert that, with the enhancement of fire control, my offensive capabilities have escalated exponentially, enough to instill dread in any opponent. After a brief respite, Li Xiaobo regained his composure and eagerly continued his narrative, this time concerning another soul ring. A remarkable gift from the venerable ancestor, Yizi. A spark of excitement ignited in his eyes, akin to the discovery of a rare treasure. As he eagerly proclaimed, this soul ring from ancestor Yizi has bestowed upon me 2 extraordinarily remarkable and awe-inspiring soul techniques. Let me begin with the first. Known as True Dragon Body, with this immensely powerful skill, I have fortuitously inherited the noble and enigmatic bloodline of the true dragon. Consequently, my physical prowess has undergone a monumental transformation, resulting in an unparalleled enhancement. Moreover, should I encounter soul beasts with bloodline purity far inferior to that of the true dragon in combat, my attack power will effectively double. At that point, they would be utterly powerless against me. Now, let me describe the second soul technique, named Gold Control, with this extraordinary ability. I feel as though I have become the sovereign of the gold element, capable of effortlessly harnessing and wielding the wondrous powers contained within. Regardless of the weapon I wield in battle, its lethality will instantaneously double, becoming exceptionally formidable. Even more impressively, should my enemies possess seemingly indestructible defensive barriers, I can effortlessly pierce through them, delivering fatal blows. The very thought of this is exhilarating. After listening to Li Xiaobo's impassioned recount of the astonishing soul techniques he had mastered, Yan Yuesher, and Li Lingtian could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. Their mouths slightly agape, their faces betraying a sense of disbelief. Yin Yuesher's beautiful eyes sparkled with a brilliant light, reminiscent of the resplendent stars in the night sky. Her face radiated admiration for Li Xiaobo as she exclaimed, "Xiaobo, you are truly remarkable. These soul techniques are nothing short of invincible. With such formidable abilities, you are destined to become an unparalleled master in the future." Beside her, Li Lingdian nodded in agreement upon hearing his daughter's words. However, the expression that had briefly reflected admiration quickly turned solemn as he fixed his gaze upon Li Xiaobo, earnestly advising, "Xiaobo, although you possess such incredible soul techniques now, you must not allow yourself to become arrogant or complacent. The vast expanse of this continent is fraught with peril, concealing hidden dangers, and numerous top-tier experts remain undiscovered. Therefore, you must always maintain a vigilant heart and dedicate yourself to relentless cultivation. Only through such perseverance can you continually enhance your strength and secure an invincible position in this world filled with challenges and opportunities." Upon hearing Li Lingtian's serious words, Li Xiaobo felt a jolt of resolve within him and promptly replied with utmost respect, "Father, your words resonate deeply. I shall engrave them in my heart and shall not indulge in the slightest negligence. From now on, I will strive doubly hard and continuously seek to transcend my limits, so as not to disappoint your expectations." Li Lingdian, observing Li Xiaobo's sincere demeanor, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "It is indeed commendable that you possess such clarity in recognizing your current circumstances. Now, as the hour grows late, let us hasten our return to the Earl's residence. Once we arrive, you will have the opportunity to fully harness the superior resources available there for your cultivation. Moreover, you can engage in frequent exchanges and sparring with one another, fostering mutual growth and progress. I firmly believe that, given time, you both will achieve remarkable success." With that, he took the lead, striding toward the edge of the Phoenix Tree Grove. After Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher harmoniously echoed each other, they strode forward with resolute steps, departing from the Wudong Forest. Along the way, Li Xiaobo pondered internally, acknowledging the rarity of acquiring such formidable soul skills. He understood the boundless potential they harbored. Yet he recognized that to truly harness their power, he would need to exert double the effort. Thus, he silently resolved to dedicate himself to rigorous training, vowing not to squander this hard-earned opportunity, nor to betray the strength of the soul skills he possessed. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, akin to a delicate butterfly, gracefully approached Li Xiaobo. She gently rose on her toes and whispered into his ear, "Xiaobo, don't forget to teach me more during your training." Her voice, though soft, caressed Li Xiaobo's heart like a gentle spring breeze, causing a blush to rise to his cheeks as he shyly nodded in agreement, "Of course." After a considerable journey, the trio successfully emerged from the vast expanse of the Wudong Forest. Upon glancing back, they beheld the grove of Wudong trees bathed in the golden hues of the setting sun, radiating a dazzling brilliance, as if each leaf had been imbued with life. Swaying gently in the breeze, a breathtaking sight. Gazing at the picturesque scenery before her, Yin Yuesher could not help but exclaim with a soft sigh, "Alas, we are leaving this enchanting Wudong Forest. I truly feel a sense of reluctance." The air here was thick with an aura of mystery, imbued with an exhilarating sense of the unknown. Standing nearby, Li Lingdian smiled gently upon hearing her words and comforted her. "There is no need for sadness. Once your strength has grown, you will be able to venture into the heart of the Wudong Forest to explore. It is said that there lie even greater powers hidden within, which may bestow upon you unexpected opportunities." With that, he patted both their shoulders, his eyes brimming with encouragement. Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo couldn't help but feel a slight tremor in his heart, as if a spark of enlightenment had flashed through his mind. He pondered the profound implications of these utterances, silently etching them into his memory. Upon returning to the magnificent and resplendent Earl's mansion, the trio wasted no time. Eagerly immersing themselves in intense training, Li Xiaobo quietly strolled alone into a serene and tranquil courtyard, where verdant trees cast dappled shadows and vibrant blossoms adorned the landscape, resembling a paradise untouched by the world. Yet at this moment, his thoughts were far from the beauty surrounding him. He was wholly focused, preparing to undertake an unprecedented feat by simultaneously unleashing two formidable skills bestowed upon him by his soul rings. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, steadying the turbulent soul power within him, and then uttered a firm command, "Rise." Instantly, an intensely blazing energy erupted from his body, transforming into a roaring inferno that rapidly spread. In the blink of an eye, The entire courtyard was engulfed in a sea of flames, the fire soaring towards the heavens, accompanied by waves of searing heat. Following this, Li Xiaobo exerted his strength once more, chanting incantations as his hands formed a series of intricate seals. With each movement, the gold elements in the surrounding air began to stir violently, converging towards his palms. In a fleeting moment, a resplendent sword, shimmering with golden light, materialized in his grasp. The blade was entirely composed of pure gold elements, entwined with wisps of crimson flames, both elements interwoven and emitting an awe-inspiring, terrifying heat. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been quietly observing from a distance, witnessed this awe-inspiring scene, her beautiful eyes betraying an unmistakable envy. Gazing at Li Xiaobo's imposing figure, she silently resolved to take him as her exemplar, dedicating herself to rigorous training in hopes of mastering such profound skills in due course. Meanwhile, Li Lingtian, who had remained silent throughout, now cast his gaze toward the unfolding spectacle, observing the two young individuals engrossed in their practice. A look of satisfaction gradually spread across his face. As an elder, he understood well the arduous and tumultuous path of cultivation, yet he believed firmly that with perseverance and determination, one could continuously surpass oneself and achieve greatness. Chapter 50. For years later, during these lengthy 4 years, the world had undergone countless transformations, with the passage of time altering all things. The once naive and innocent youths, including Li Xiaobo and his companions, had shed their former childishness and gradually matured, akin to butterflies emerging from their cocoons. Notably, Yin Yu had achieved mastery over her soul power through relentless and diligent practice, reaching an extraordinary level of control and application. Whenever she appeared in the serene and secluded training grounds surrounding the Count of Huanyuan's estate, she exuded agility and reliability, her movements as graceful as a dancing fairy. Each strike she delivered was precise and fierce, her soul power surging towards her opponents like an unstoppable tide. Simultaneously, Ma Ronghua had also reaped significant rewards on his solitary journey of cultivation, developing profound insights unique to himself. His gaze had transformed from a state of confusion to unwavering resolve, as if he could pierce through the thickest fog and perceive the essence of matters. As for Fenglinger, she had achieved remarkable accomplishments, not only successfully breaking through to the rank of Soul Sage at level 79, but also making tremendous progress in her soul power techniques. While Li Xiaobo and the others immersed themselves in rigorous training, she would quietly stand by, observing their every move. Should anyone inadvertently sustain an injury, she would promptly step forward, employing her exceptional medical skills to tend to their wounds. Moreover, beside the charming Fenglinger often resides a delightful 3-year-old child, Li Hanxi. This little one is clever and obedient, bringing boundless joy and warmth to the entire team. At this very moment, an exhilarating and intense duel unfolds upon the Duhan platform. Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher are fiercely engaged, neither willing to concede an inch, as the battle intensifies. Yin Yuesher's movements are elusive and ghostly, making her a challenging target. The formidable spirit power she unleashes flows like an unending river, surging relentlessly towards Li Xiaobo. Yet, in the face of such a fierce onslaught, Li Xiaobo remains unperturbed, exuding calm and composure as he navigates through the conflict. With a light touch of his toes against the ground, he propels himself backward with the swiftness of an arrow released from its bow, effortlessly evading his opponent's lethal strike. In the next moment, he clenches his hands, concentrating his spirit power into his palms, which instantly materializes into a dazzling, radiant blade of light. Without hesitation, he swings it fiercely towards Yin Yuesher. The arena reverberates with thunderous roars as the two engage in a spectacular display of their abilities, the fierce combat causing the surrounding air to tremble violently, resonating with a deep, resonant hum. Suddenly, the previously tranquil scene shifts dramatically. A glimmer of brilliance flashes in Yin Yuesher's eyes, as if she has uncovered a new realm of power. She takes a deep breath, resolved to attempt a newly comprehended technique of spirit power. In an instant, a torrent of potent spirit energy erupts from within her, enveloping her in a radiant glow akin to a resplendent star. Simultaneously, the 9 heavens' mystic fire, under her command, transforms into countless slender threads of flame, racing towards Li Xiaobo with blinding speed. These fiery strands resemble agile serpents, poised to strike their target. Confronted with such an unforeseen assault, Li Xiaobo is momentarily taken aback. However, years of training and his steady demeanor swiftly restore his composure. Without hesitation, he channels all of his spirit energy, coalescing it around his body to form an incredibly robust shield of spirit power. As the fiery strands make contact with the shield, a sizzling sound erupts, showering sparks in a spectacular display. For a time, both sides find themselves in a stalemate. The fiery strands relentlessly batter against the shield, striving to breach the defense, while the shield steadfastly withstands the onslaught, proving to be impenetrable. The very space seems to quiver under the weight of this fierce confrontation. In that moment, an unexpected occurrence shatters the deadlock. Li Hanqi, nestled in Feng Ling'er's embrace, suddenly claps his hands with excitement, joyously exclaiming, "Go, brother, sister." His sweet, childlike voice rings out, filled with innocence and vitality. Upon hearing this tender sound, both Yin Yuesher and Li Xiaobo momentarily pause, instinctively turning to look at Li Hanqi. As their gazes meet, a smile blossoms on their faces in unison. The once tense and intense atmosphere gradually eased, bringing a temporary pause to this breathtaking confrontation. With a smile gracing his face, Li Xiaobo slowly approached Li Hanqi. He extended his hand, gently ruffling the little girl's hair, and softly remarked, "Xiaoxi appears to be in high spirits today." Li Hanqi blinked her large eyes and pouted her adorable lips in response, exclaiming, "The fight between the older brother and sister was truly impressive." Her innocent words evoked laughter from those around, the sound resonating through the air. At that moment, Maronghua, wearing a smile, spoke up, "Elder brother Xiaobo, sister Yuesher, let us momentarily cast aside our worries and take some time to relax." As soon as he finished speaking, the people nearby eagerly responded with enthusiastic agreement. Soon after, this lively group made their way to the spacious courtyard. They swiftly brought out tables and chairs, arranging an array of delectable dishes that had been meticulously prepared. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying with it a tantalizing aroma. Meanwhile, Feng Ling'er took out some charming little toys from her bag and approached Li Hanqi with a beaming smile, beginning to entertain the little one with the toys. The adorable Li Hanqi was instantly captivated, her small hands gripping the toys tightly, erupting into delightful giggles as she played with unrestrained joy. Concurrently, not far away, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher huddled together, earnestly discussing the various gains and losses from the recently concluded intense battle. They alternated between deep contemplation and animated gestures, as if striving to dissect every detail thoroughly. The brilliant sunlight cascaded down like a golden veil, cloaking the entire courtyard in a shimmering radiance. In that moment, this tranquil and harmonious scene, filled with laughter, resembled a captivating painting, enchanting all who beheld it. Ma Ronghua silently gazed at the scene before him, his heart swelling with myriad emotions. How wonderful it would be if time could forever linger at this moment. He truly wished for such blissful days to continue indefinitely. Upon hearing his sentiments, the others present nodded in agreement, each face adorned with a smile of contentment and happiness. Feng Ling'o looked affectionately at her son and gently said, "Indeed, dear son, you have been a level 60 soul emperor for a full 4 years. When do you plan to acquire your 6th soul ring? And look at Yuesher. She too has been a level 40 soul master for 4 years now. That child has been clamoring to join you in obtaining a soul ring. Is it not time for Yuesher to acquire her 4th soul ring?" Li Xiaobo slightly raised his head and confidently replied, "Mother, please do not fret. We are still quite young, although Yuesher and I are merely 12 years old. We have already attained the remarkable realms of soul rank 40 and soul emperor level 60, a feat not easily accomplished by ordinary individuals. For this very reason, I have deliberately invited Yuesher to train alongside me, to enhance our physical prowess. If we persist in our efforts, when she acquires her 4th soul ring, she may very well be able to withstand the formidable power bestowed by a 10,000-year soul ring. As for myself, with my current physical strength, I am fully capable of effortlessly mastering a 100,000-year soul ring. Moreover, my mental fortitude has surged dramatically, nearly reaching the level of a 95th level Super Douluo. Therefore, in the near future, I intend to embark on a quest to seek and acquire a suitable 100,000-year soul ring. However, I fear that I will need Elder Zhong's assistance this time. I wonder if I will successfully find a soul ring that meets my expectations." Yin Yuesher, with a serious expression, turned to her aunt and said, "Aunt, Xiaobo speaks nothing but the truth. Were it not for the limitations imposed by my own mental power, coupled with the scarcity of soul beasts possessing the phoenix bloodline, I would undoubtedly be able to endure not just a 20,000-year soul ring, but even those of greater age with ease." Standing quietly nearby, Feng Ling'er nodded in agreement, softly responding, "Indeed, your considerations are remarkably thorough and meticulous. However, the 100,000-year soul ring is not so easily found. Although the Stardow forest is vast and boundless, it harbors countless perils and dangers, teeming with powerful soul beasts. Many of these creatures possess an intense protective instinct over their territory, and should anyone carelessly intrude upon their domain, it will undoubtedly provoke a fierce battle. At this moment, Li Xiaobo smiled and firmly interjected, "Yes, and it is precisely for this reason that danger is accompanied by tremendous opportunity. Only in a place as perilous as the Douluo forest can we hope to discover the soul rings suitable for us." In contrast, while the Sunset Forest may be relatively safer, it harbors a scarcity of high-level soul beasts, making it challenging to fulfill our requirements. Suddenly, Marangwa, who had remained silent until now, chimed in. "In fact, there is a little-known secret about the Douluo forest. It is said that deep within, many mysterious soul beasts are concealed. Perhaps in that very place, we might indeed have the chance to encounter some extraordinary soul rings, or even come across those immensely powerful soul beasts that are hidden away." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's previously dim expression brightened instantly, and she exclaimed with excitement, "Ah, this is truly exhilarating news. If we are fortunate enough to find such a unique soul beast, I might just acquire an even more potent soul ring ahead of time." Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment, aware that the starry forest was fraught with peril, necessitating thorough preparation. With a visage marked by concern, Feng Linger fixed her clear, water-like gaze upon the assembly and softly articulated, "Regardless of the circumstances, our safety must always take precedence. In my humble opinion, we should initially dispatch a team to meticulously investigate the conditions within the starry forest. Once we ascertain the situation, we can deliberate on our subsequent course of action." Her words elicited a collective nod of agreement from those present, signaling their support for her suggestion. Consequently, the atmosphere became charged with enthusiasm as the group engaged in a fervent and profound discussion regarding the implementation of the reconnaissance mission and the selection of suitable personnel to undertake it. Some advocated for sending seasoned experts with agility and skill, while others argued for choosing individuals with heightened sensitivity to soul energy who could more accurately detect subtle anomalies. A cacophony of opinions arose, each voice vying for attention. After extensive deliberation and weighing the pros and cons, a consensus emerged. Ma Rongwa would take the lead and venture to the outskirts of the starry forest for initial exploration. Without delay, Ma Rongwa, burdened with this significant responsibility, swiftly prepared his belongings and resolutely embarked on his journey. However, following his departure, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher remained undeterred by idleness. On the contrary, they understood the gravity of the task at hand and the weight of their responsibilities, thus intensifying their commitment to rigorous training, striving to enhance their respective abilities with every fleeting moment. As time slipped away, a month and a half passed in the blink of an eye. Just as the group awaited anxiously, news finally arrived from Marangwa. He reported that within the peripheral region of the starry forest, he had detected an extraordinarily peculiar fluctuation of soul energy. Based on its characteristics, it was highly likely that a high-ranking soul beast was concealed in that area. Regrettably, due to numerous constraints, they were unable to ascertain the precise classification of this soul beast at that moment. Upon hearing this news, a solemn atmosphere enveloped the group, prompting them to converge swiftly to discuss a strategy in response to this new development. Li Xiaobo considered this a potential opportunity. Capturing the soul beast might yield an ideal soul ring. However, Feng Linger expressed her apprehension regarding the inherent danger, noting that Ma Ronghua had merely conducted a preliminary investigation. Yin Yuesher then proposed to personally assess the situation. Ultimately, they decided to invite Elder Zhong to accompany them to the site of the disturbance. After considerable effort, they located the esteemed and experienced Elder Zhong and explained in detail the purpose and rationale for their visit. Elder Zhong narrowed his eyes in contemplation, and after a brief moment of reflection, he nodded in agreement, readily consenting to join their endeavor. Thus, the group of individuals, filled with joy, followed the footsteps of Elder Zhong, embarking on their journey towards the enigmatic Douluo forest. Along the way, although they encountered a few ineffectual low-ranking soul beasts that foolishly attempted to disturb their procession, these minor nuisances were effortlessly dispelled by the profound might of Elder Zhong. However, as they delved deeper into the heart of the Douluo forest, the originally light-hearted atmosphere gradually shifted to one of solemnity. On one hand, they were filled with boundless anticipation for the formidable soul beasts they might soon encounter. On the other hand, a sense of tension and unease began to brew within them, for no one could ascertain the ferocity of the soul beasts that awaited them ahead. As they approached the fabled core of the Douluo forest, a vast expanse shrouded in thick mist emerged before them. The fog was so dense that it seemed impenetrable, cloaking everything in its vicinity and obscuring the situation within. Observing this, Elder Zhong, who had been leading the group, furrowed his brow in concern, fully aware that great dangers likely lurked behind the veil of mist. He quickly turned to the others, his expression grave, and warned them to exercise utmost caution, advising against any rash actions. The group held their breath, stepping cautiously into the mysterious region enveloped in dense fog. With each step, the oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily upon them, their heartbeats resonating clearly in the silence. Suddenly, a violent whirlwind swept in without warning, roaring like a ferocious beast with its gaping maw open wide. The powerful gust instantly dispersed the thick mist, revealing the landscape ahead. At that moment, a colossal and peculiar soul beast, radiating a dark yellow glow, appeared before them. Its form resembled the legendary Qilin, yet it possessed unique features. Its scales shimmered with an eerie light, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky, while its eyes resembled a deep, cold pool, emanating a chilling gaze that instilled fear. Upon witnessing this unprecedented soul beast, Li Xiaobo could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Heavens! Such a peculiar soul beast has never been documented." His eyes widened in disbelief. A mixture of fear and curiosity regarding the unknown swirling within him. Beside him, Yin Yuesher clenched her fists tightly, her palms slightly sweating. Her body tense and prepared for any impending confrontation. Her beautiful visage appeared particularly resolute at that moment, her eyes ablaze with indomitable spirit. The seasoned Elder Zhong scrutinized the soul beast before him, his brow slightly furrowed as he lowered his voice, judging by its appearance and aura. This creature is likely a rare species left over from ancient times. We must not let our guard down. Its strength may well rival that of a tidal Douluo. The soul beast seemed to keenly sense their approach, suddenly opening its massive mouth to unleash a deafening roar. The sound resonated through the air like thunder, echoing throughout the space and causing pain to their eardrums. Immediately, it charged forward with its robust and powerful limbs, resembling a moving mountain as it rushed towards the crowd. In the face of the ferocious spirit beast, Elder Zhong stepped forward without hesitation, swiftly forming hand seals while murmuring incantations. A dazzling beam of light shot forth from his hands, aiming directly at the spirit beast in an attempt to restrain its movements. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged a knowing glance, nodding in tacit understanding before swiftly maneuvering to the flanks of the spirit beast, poised to strike and seeking the perfect opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. At the rear of the formation, Feng Linger remained focused, her gaze fixed intently on every movement on the battlefield. Clutching a healing artifact, she stood ready to provide timely and effective aid to any companions who might be injured. Just as the spirit beast was momentarily hindered by Elder Zhong, Li Xiaobo seized the moment, channeling his strongest soul power to strike at the beast. The creature, in pain, turned and lunged at Li Xiaobo. Yin Yuesher quickly unleashed her ultimate technique, intercepting the beast's attack. In that fleeting instant, as Yin Yuesher blocked the spirit beast's onslaught, Li Xiaobo gathered his strength once more, unleashing a wave of soul energy directed at the beast's abdomen. The spirit beast, severely wounded, collapsed to the ground. Yet, it soon struggled to rise again, its eyes brimming with fury and defiance. Elder Zhong shouted, "This creature seems desperate. Everyone, be cautious." At that moment, Li Xiaobo's previously still form began to tremble slightly, and a mysterious yet potent wave of soul energy emanated from within him, continuously radiating outward. This wave spread like ripples, stirring the air into a boiling tempest. The peculiar soul energy surged forth like a bolt of lightning towards the nearby Earth Qilin. The Earth Qilin, previously lunging aggressively with claws bared, suddenly encountered this overwhelming wave of soul energy, as if struck by an irresistible force of intimidation. Its massive body abruptly halted, and its once unrelenting movement froze in midair. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo's eyes flickered with a glimmer of surprise. Without hesitation, he seized this fleeting opportunity and, like a specter, swiftly dashed forward. As he moved, his hands danced in intricate and profound gestures, casting forth a series of complex incantations that ultimately converged into a resplendent beam of light, directed straight at the earthy Qilin. Initially, the Qilin struggled against the encroaching radiance. Yet under the overwhelming pressure of the potent soul force, it gradually succumbed to its inability to resist. In the end, through Li Xiaobo's relentless efforts, the once formidable earthy Qilin slowly diminished in size, transforming into a streak of light that vanished into the illustrated compendium of herbs in his grasp. Once the dust settled, The group finally found a moment to breathe and began to meticulously examine the recently subdued soul beast. After a thorough investigation, they were astonished to discover that this earthly Qilin was not an ordinary soul beast, but rather a descendant of the legendary ancient divine beasts. Moreover, it seemed that it had been in a deep slumber for an extensive period, only to be awakened by the inadvertent intrusion of the crowd. With the revelation of this truth, the heavy burden that had weighed upon their hearts was finally lifted. Although this adventure did not yield the coveted soul ring they had so ardently desired, acquiring such a rare Qilin as a trophy was indeed a worthy pursuit. After all, the value of such a precious descendant of ancient divine beasts far surpassed that of an ordinary soul ring. Contemplating this, a sense of relief and satisfaction spread across each of their faces. Chapter 51. Hollow Willow Yin Yuesher inquired with a concerned expression, Xiaobo, what is the current condition of the Qilin? Li Xiaobo squinted slightly, reminiscing as he spoke. The Qilin is indeed a beast of auspicious omen. It embodies a formidable and unfathomable power. Since ancient times, there have been tales proclaiming that wherever the Qilin appears, a wave of good fortune descends upon the world. At this moment, amidst the ancient forest, shrouded in heavy mist and imbued with an air of mystery, the Qilin lay quietly atop the mountain peak. Its form was agile and nimble, as if it could spring into action at any moment. It radiated a dazzling array of colors, captivating all who beheld it. Observing its appearance, its antlers resembled those of a graceful deer, its head akin to that of a mighty steed, and its eyes sparkled like large brass bells. Full of brilliance, this Qilin bore a resounding name, Starshine. Suddenly, the once tranquil creature seemed to sense something. Abruptly opening its eyes and fixing its gaze intently in the direction of Li Xiaobo, the Qilin had keenly detected a unique aura emanating from him. Following this, Starshine slowly rose to its feet, each movement exuding a sense of calm strength. With every step it took, the ground trembled slightly, as though infused with the boundless power of the stars. Once it stood firmly atop the peak, it raised its head high, and a violent beam of light erupted from its sharp, singular horn. In an instant, the entire forest was engulfed in this overwhelming energy, causing birds and beasts alike to scatter in terror. Clearly, the Qilin, trapped within the confines of the ancient scroll, was expressing its inner turmoil and discontent in this explosive manner. Beside this spectacle, Elder Zhang let out a gentle sigh and remarked softly, "This is indeed a natural occurrence. After all, it is you who has confined it within the scroll. When it becomes aware of your presence, it is only to be expected that it would exhibit such ferocity and restlessness." Li Xiaobo nodded in agreement and replied, "You are absolutely right. However, I believe that in due time, as it gradually acclimatizes to this environment, it should eventually find its tranquility." Feng Linger furrowed her brows and interjected, "Enough discussion about that, Qilin. Our immediate priority is to hasten to the location that Ma Ronghua mentioned. Ronghua, please lead the way." Ma Ronghua quickly nodded in response, "Certainly, Aunt. However, it will take us approximately 3 more hours to reach that place." Upon hearing this, the group felt an urgency to move without delay and quicken their pace forward. They traversed the winding path with great speed, with the scenery around them transforming like a revolving lantern. At times, they beheld the harmonious interplay of verdant mountains and clear waters. At other moments, they passed through fields adorned with a riot of blossoms in vivid hues. Occasionally, birds would flit overhead, leaving behind a melodious chorus. However, scarcely an hour had passed when they suddenly encountered a mysterious and eerie fog-laden forest. The once clear path was immediately enveloped by thick mist, obscuring their sense of direction. Seeing this, Ma Ronghua halted abruptly, a look of concern crossing his face. "Aunt, to be frank, I have never encountered this fog forest before. The situation within is uncertain, and it likely harbors considerable danger." Nonetheless, Feng Linger did not falter. With unwavering resolve, she gazed into the foggy woods and decisively declared, "Regardless, we must pass through this forest to reach our destination. Having come this far, we cannot abandon our quest now. Let us proceed with caution." With that, she took the lead and stepped boldly into the dense fog. The others, though apprehensive, felt compelled to follow closely in her footsteps as they ventured into the unknown and perilous misty woods. Thus, with trepidation in their hearts, they cautiously entered the mysterious and chilling fog forest. Before them lay a vast expanse of white. The fog billowed like thick milk, completely obscuring their vision and reducing visibility to almost nothing. Occasionally, a chilling and eerie howling echoed around them, as though countless eyes lurked in the shadows. watching their every move. At that moment, without warning, several gigantic creatures resembling wolves, though significantly larger than ordinary wolves, suddenly sprang forth from the mist. They bared their massive jaws, revealing razor-sharp fangs, their eyes glinting with a fierce light as they charged towards the group. In a flash, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable agility, leaping forward to swiftly draw his gleaming sword from his waist, resolutely confronting the monstrous assault. With a resounding clang, sparks flew as he successfully blocked the attack and shouted, "Everyone, be cautious. These creatures are mist wolves, adept at concealing themselves in the fog to ambush their prey." Upon hearing these words, the crowd awakened from their stupor, resolutely forming a tight circle back to back, establishing a formidable defensive line. Within this circle, Yin Yuesher displayed unwavering resolve, her hands moving rapidly to weave intricate seals as she chanted incantations. With the invocation of her spell, brilliant and scorching fireballs shot forth like meteors, accurately striking several of the mist wolves. The wolves, struck by the fiery projectiles, emitted anguished howls, their movements becoming sluggish as they found themselves momentarily immobilized. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaobo's gaze sharpened, fixating intently on the pack ahead. The moment he perceived a flaw in one of the mist wolves, he decisively hurled the prepared lightning bolt. In an instant, a blinding flash of lightning streaked across the sky, accompanied by a deafening roar of thunder as the lightning descended upon the wolves with astonishing swiftness. The scene erupted into a dazzling display of fire and electricity, creating an exhilarating spectacle akin to the arrival of the apocalypse. The wolves struck by the lightning were blown apart, blood splattering as they retreated in disarray, howling in agony. Witnessing this spectacle, the weight that had burdened the hearts of the crowd finally lifted, allowing them to exhale a collective sigh of relief. After a brief respite, they gathered their courage once more, stepping forward with unwavering resolve into the depths of the mist-laden forest. Each step was fraught with uncertainty and peril, yet they clung to the belief that perseverance would lead them to their destination. Thus, undeterred by the daunting obstacles, the group pressed onward, inching closer to their goal. Eventually, after overcoming various trials, they successfully traversed the enigmatic and fearsome mist forest. As they emerged from the thickets, the landscape before them transformed into an expanse of brightness, as if they had entered another realm. However, at the heart of this open land stood a stark, charred willow tree, its presence jarringly incongruous with the surrounding environment. The trunk, blackened by fire, exuded an aura of lifelessness, yet curiously, it seemed to emanate a strange spatial energy that piqued their intrigue. Feng Linger, upon witnessing this sight, was overwhelmed with curiosity and apprehension. Cautiously, she advanced, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on the ashen willow. Each step she took was meticulously measured, as if fearing to disturb some dreadful entity. As she drew nearer, she could distinctly sense a powerful and mysterious presence emanating from the tree. When she stood merely inches away from its trunk, her heart raced uncontrollably. Suddenly, without warning, a blinding silver light erupted from the tree trunk, shooting skyward. This radiance was so dazzling that it resembled the sun at its zenith, rendering it nearly impossible to gaze directly upon it. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped by an intense radiance, transforming the surroundings into a blinding expanse of white. As the silvery glow gradually dissipated, a vague humanoid silhouette began to emerge slowly from the spot. Initially, the figure appeared elusive, reminiscent of a reflection upon water. However, it soon became increasingly distinct and tangible. At last, a presence materialized, and the figure spoke in a deep, distant voice that seemed to traverse a long tunnel of time, echoing from the ancient past. The voice carried an essence of profound antiquity, intertwined with an overwhelming sense of solitude and desolation. Upon hearing this sudden utterance, everyone present felt a tightening in their chests, instinctively heightening their vigilance. They retreated several paces, exchanging glances that revealed their shared tension and unease. Among them, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable swiftness and decisiveness. Without hesitation, he raised his hands and began to chant, summoning forth his martial spirit, the reverse divine spear. The spear shimmered with a chilling light. Its razor-sharp tip pointed forward as Li Xiaobo grasped the shaft firmly, positioning it before himself in a stance of readiness. His expression a mask of apprehension as he fixed his gaze upon the recently manifested enigmatic figure. The shadow, observing the collective anxiety, let out a cold chuckle. "Do not be alarmed. I harbor no ill intentions. I was once a hollow willow that is cultivated for 90,000 years, yet, due to the ravages of tribulation, I have been reduced to this form. The charred willow tree behind me is my true essence. With a gentle motion, he gestured toward the solitary, blackened willow tree. The hollow willow continued. I have awaited for a long time, seeking a fated individual to offer a sacrifice. The group exchanged glances, bewildered. Feng Linger stepped forward, demanding, "What do you mean by sacrifice? Why must we sacrifice?" The hollow willow sighed, explaining, "Only by offering a sacrifice of one's cultivation can my essence be restored, allowing me to regain my former powers and advance further." The crowd looked at one another, each reluctant to become the victim. Li Xiaobo tightened his grip on the reversed divine spear and called out, "Is there not another way?" The hollow willow shook his head. At that moment, the previously silent elder Zhong stepped forward, declaring, "I am old. Let me be the one." The others gasped in astonishment. Li Xiaobo turned to his companions, smiling as he said, "I am in need of a soul ring, and I possess the 100 herbs diagram to assist the elder." The hollow willow's expression grew complex. "Are you certain?" Li Xiaobo nodded resolutely. The hollow willow waved his sleeve, enveloping Li Xiaobo in an ethereal light. Li Xiaobo felt his cultivation surge continuously, the color of the sixth soul ring deepening, yet he persevered. As time passed, Li Xiaobo's expression grew ever more serene, and it took him 2 full hours to absorb the soul ring imbued with 200,000 years of cultivation. The hollow willow nodded in satisfaction, remarking, "Young man, you are quite courageous." With that, he turned and approached the charred willow tree, raising his hands as streams of green light surged forth from his palms, infusing the tree with vitality. The once charred tree trunk gradually began to exhibit a hint of green. The burnt bark flaked away, making way for fresh buds to emerge. As the hollow willow cast its spell, the surrounding space began to warp and distort. A gentle breeze swept through, carrying the invigorating scent of flora. The form of the hollow willow became increasingly transparent, and with a faint smile directed at the gathered crowd, it expressed gratitude for their assistance, proclaiming its intention to ascend to a higher realm for further cultivation. With that, it transformed into a radiant stream of light, merging seamlessly into the willow tree. Instantly, the willow flourished with vitality, its branches and leaves becoming lush, while the surrounding soil transformed into fertile greenery. Li Xiaobo felt a surge of newfound power within, his heart brimming with joy. Feng Linger smiled and remarked, "Though we have faced numerous perils, the outcome is splendid." The others nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo planted the little willow tree into the 100 herb diagram. The group, unwilling to linger, hurriedly continued their swift march towards the inner circle. However, they had scarcely ventured far when the previously clear sky abruptly darkened, ominous clouds rapidly gathering on the horizon. From within those dense clouds, brilliant flashes of lightning flickered intermittently, accompanied by ear-splitting claps of thunder. This sudden turn of events tightened the hearts of all, particularly Ma Ronghua, who, with a grave expression, gazed at the ominous sky and remarked to his aunt, "Aunt, the celestial phenomena appear most peculiar. I fear a formidable presence is about to manifest." Just as his words fell, a piercing bird call resonated through the heavens. Moments later, a colossal thunderbird, aged 100,000 years, descended from the swirling clouds like a bolt of lightning. This magnificent creature was enveloped in a multitude of crackling blue arcs of electricity, each spark seemingly imbued with the power to annihilate worlds. Its wings, when unfurled, spanned several yards, casting shadows that obscured the sun and instilled fear in all who beheld it. Its keen eyes blazed like flames, fixated on the crowd below, perceiving them as unwelcome intruders encroaching upon its domain. In the face of the advancing thunderbird, Li Xiaobo remained undaunted, gripping the divine reversal spear tightly in his hand. In a flash, he surged forward like a released arrow. Instantly, the spear tip collided fiercely with the thunderbird's razor-sharp claws, unleashing a cascade of sparks akin to resplendent fireworks illuminating the night sky. Simultaneously, Yin Yuesher, standing nearby, was not idle. Her hands swiftly formed intricate seals while she chanted incantations, sending forth dazzling beams of magic toward the thunderbird, attempting to obscure its vision and provide Li Xiaobo with further opportunities to strike. Meanwhile, Elder Zhong focused intently on the imposing thunderbird, leaving no detail overlooked. Drawing upon his years of experience and keen insight, he recognized that this adversary was not to be trifled with and required careful handling. He observed an old, unhealed wound on its neck and promptly warned Li Xiaobo, "Aim for its neck." Acting on the advice, Li Xiaobo feigned a thrust before abruptly altering his trajectory to pierce the thunderbird's neck. Caught off guard, the creature was struck in its vulnerable spot, letting out a pained cry that echoed towards the heavens. Seizing this moment, the group united their efforts, launching their most powerful assault. The thunderbird, defeated, ultimately soared high and vanished into the clouds. The crowd stood still, gazing at the Thunderbird as it flapped its wings and gradually disappeared into the horizon. The tension that had gripped their hearts finally began to ease, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. However, at that moment, the previously silent Elder Zhang furrowed his brow, his expression grave. He lowered his voice and addressed the group, stating that the Thunderbird, known for its ferocity and vengeful nature, would not easily relent, and they must hasten their journey. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in understanding, quickening their pace as they made their way towards the inner circle. Yet, they had scarcely traveled a short distance when a fierce gust of wind suddenly swept through without warning. The intensity of the wind was akin to a mountain collapsing into the sea, sending their garments billowing and hair swirling. Even more astonishing was the fact that within this tempest, the sharp cries of the Thunderbird, filled with rage and hatred, could be discerned. Startled, the group quickly looked up, only to see the very Thunderbird that had departed now flapping its enormous wings, sweeping towards them with a torrent of wind and thunder. Moreover, several slightly smaller Thunderbirds appeared alongside it, exuding a formidable aura and displaying a menacing demeanor, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. "This is bad. It has summoned reinforcements," the keen-eyed Ma Rongwu exclaimed, unable to contain his alarm. Beside him, Li Xiaobo, upon seeing this, gripped his reverse divine spear without hesitation, his eyes gleaming with determination as he proclaimed, "Fear not, everyone. United, we shall surely prevail against these foes." As he spoke, the Thunderbird swarm descended upon them like a colossal black cloud, heralding an imminent and thrilling battle. In an instant, one Thunderbird raced towards them like a flash of lightning, its speed astonishing and striking as it charged into the heart of the battlefield. Li Xiaobo felt a tightening in his chest. He dared not delay. He swiftly formed seals with his hands and shouted, "Thunderous might." His proclamation resonated like a thunderclap, deafening in its intensity. As his voice echoed, dozens of bolts of lightning materialized, coiling like silver serpents, encircling the approaching Thunderbird. The unexpected turn of events threw the Thunderbirds into disarray for a moment. But they quickly regained their composure and swiftly arranged themselves into a remarkably unique formation. With the formation established, an unparalleled force began to coalesce within it. Meanwhile, Yin Yuesher, undeterred, gracefully turned her hand, revealing a 5-fire 7-birds fan. With a delicate flick of her fan, golden flames erupted like a volcanic eruption, surging forth to transform into a tumultuous fire dragon, clawing its way towards the formation of the Thunderbirds. The intensity of the golden flames was staggering, distorting the very fabric of the surrounding space as it blazed forth. Yet, in the face of such ferocious flames, the Thunderbird's formation astonishingly conjured a shield of thunderous light. This radiant barrier flickered with brilliance, steadfastly resisting the onslaught of the golden inferno. At that moment, the ever-watchful Elder Zhang seized the opportunity, leaping high from the side. Gripping a cloud-piercing spear, he resembled a shooting star streaking across the sky, bearing an unparalleled force as he struck down upon the thunderous shield with his silver spear light. A resounding boom reverberated as the immense impact sent ripples across the once impervious barrier, reminiscent of a calm lake disturbed by a colossal stone. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo flickered into motion, instantaneously appearing like a specter behind the Thunderbird swarm. With hands clasped, he fervently began to gather the surrounding thunderous energy. In an instant, a dazzling light erupted from his palms, akin to a brilliant star descending upon the earth, illuminating the smoke-filled battleground. With a fierce roar, Li Xiaobo summoned every ounce of strength to propel the radiant sphere of thunder forward. A thunderous roar followed as the lightning, resembling a ferocious beast, lunged towards the Thunderbird flock. The air split open, leaving behind dark fissures, the sheer force of it awe-inspiring. As this torrent of thunder collided with the heart of the Thunderbirds, it triggered a cataclysmic explosion. Countless Thunderbirds were sent flying, their cries of anguish echoing through the chaos. Yet, despite suffering such a devastating blow, the Thunderbird swarm remained unbroken. In that moment, the surviving Thunderbirds exhibited a resolute glimmer in their eyes. Their once soft feathers bristled upright, akin to sharp steel needles. Subsequently, the tips of each feather unleashed slender bolts of thunderous light, intertwining to rapidly form an immense net of electricity, descending with cataclysmic intent upon the gathered warriors. Witnessing this, Yin Yuesher's heart sank. Realizing the urgency of the situation, she swiftly waved her fan, unleashing a tempestuous gale with all her might. This whirlwind surged forth like an enraged dragon, clawing at the overwhelming electric net in a desperate attempt to disperse it. Simultaneously, Li Xiaobo did not falter. He summoned an even greater and more potent force of thunder, relentlessly bombarding the electric net. In an instant, lightning flashed and winds howled, plunging the entire battlefield into disarray. As both sides remained locked in a stalemate, the previously silent Elder Zhong's eyes suddenly sharpened, and with a commanding voice he shouted, "Behold my power." Without hesitation, he unleashed his true martial spirit. His body suddenly swelled, muscles bulging prominently, and an overwhelming aura surged forth from within him. Subsequently, Elder Zhong grasped the broken cloud spear firmly with his right hand and waved his left hand gently, causing the sharp tip of the spear to carve a deep gash into his palm. Crimson blood streamed down the wound, dripping onto the broken cloud spear. An extraordinary phenomenon occurred. The instant the blood made contact with the spear, the entire weapon radiated a brilliant silver light, akin to a resplendent moon suspended in the sky. Beneath this silvery illumination, the surrounding mist gradually began to dissipate. Witnessing this spectacle, the onlookers felt invigorated. Seizing the moment, Elder Zhong thrust the broken cloud spear fiercely into the ground, murmuring incantations. As his chants resonated, mysterious runes emerged from the spear's body, swiftly spreading across the ground. Suddenly, from the center of the spear, an array of dazzling silver beams erupted, surging forth like a tumultuous tide in all directions. Each beam bore an unparalleled ferocity, cleaving through the air as effortlessly as fragile paper, producing a chilling hissing sound. The once majestic thunderbirds, soaring gracefully in the air, became flustered upon sensing this formidable and threatening force. They frantically flapped their mighty wings, striving to break free from the impending terror coalescing before them. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher exchanged an understanding glance, swiftly moving to flank Elder Zhong on either side. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, pouring all the thunderous energy within him into the earth beneath his feet. In an instant, the ground began to tremble slightly, followed by intricate and mysterious runes rising from the depths and intertwining with the silver light emanating from Elder Zhong's spear. On the opposite side, Yin Yuesher was equally resolute. She gracefully waved her fan, causing a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors to burst forth from its surface. These radiant hues danced like ethereal ribbons, floating outwards and seamlessly merging into the burgeoning power coalescing before them. Thus, the three manifested their unique abilities, their energies continuously converging and merging until they formed an immense protective dome. This dome shimmered with dazzling brilliance, resembling a sun ascending majestically, exuding unparalleled might as it charged directly towards the electric web woven by the thunderbirds. Just as the two forces were about to collide, time seemed to freeze. Yet, in the next instant, a deafening roar erupted, echoing through the heavens, causing the very earth and sky to tremble violently, accompanied by a thunderous explosion. An intensely radiant light erupted, blinding to the eyes. As the brilliance gradually faded, onlookers were astonished to find the once ferocious thunderbirds emitting mournful cries of despair. One by one, they lost their balance, plummeting from the sky like raindrops, stirring up clouds of dust upon impact. The battlefield was shrouded in swirling smoke, thick as a heavy curtain. When the haze finally lifted, two figures stood unsteadily in place, their bodies nearly on the brink of collapse. Yet their faces bore a faint smile of relief. It was the unparalleled strength unleashed by Elder Zhong's manifestation of his martial spirit that ultimately turned the tide of this arduous battle in their favor. However, just as the crowd exhaled a sigh of relief, an unexpected occurrence unfolded. From the scattered corpses of the dozens of ancient thunderbirds, mysterious purple and black lights suddenly emerged, swirling like ethereal serpents, coalescing into circular soul rings. These rings began to ascend slowly, intertwining and merging in midair. As they fused, a wave of energy, even more potent and imbued with malevolence than before, surged forth. Witnessing this spectacle, Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "What on earth is this?" Beside him, Elder Zhong's expression turned grave. He fixated on the merging soul rings and solemnly remarked, "This must be the last resort of the Thunderbird clan." At that moment, Yin Yuesher furrowed her brow, gripping her fan tightly, her silver teeth biting her red lip as she declared, "Humph. Regardless, since we have managed to defeat this flock of thunderbirds, we shall not fear any tricks they conjure in death." Before her words could settle, the fused soul rings fully materialized into a colossal shadow thunderbird. This creature unfurled its vast wings, capable of casting a shadow over the entire world. While its eyes glinted with icy malice, locking onto the three figures below. With a thunderous charge, it descended upon them with formidable force. Elder Zhong's eyes widened as he shouted, gripping the cloud-piercing spear tightly. He surged forward like an arrow released from its bow, his steps powerful enough to seem as though they might shatter the earth. Simultaneously, Li Xiaobo and Yin Yuesher followed closely, racing ahead like two streaks of lightning. In an instant, the trio unleashed their ultimate techniques. Elder Zhong wielded the broken cloud gun, its tip gleaming with a dazzling, cold light, resembling a fierce bolt of lightning slicing through the vast sky. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo let out a mighty roar, as the reverse divine gun in his grasp ignited in a roaring blaze, enveloping the entire weapon in a fiery embrace, transforming it into a dragon of flames that surged forth with a howl. Yin Yuesher, with her lips slightly parted, murmured incantations, unleashing torrents of thunderous power from her hands, akin to silver serpents dancing wildly. In that instant, thunder, flames, and gullite intertwined, coalescing into a cataclysmic force that surged directly towards the formidable Shadow Thunderbird. However, this Shadow Thunderbird was not to be underestimated. It spread its wings wide, emitting a deafening cry, shrouded in a swirling black mist, boldly confronting the trio's onslaught. The two sides engaged in an intensely fierce clash, filling the entire space with a surge of energy as the ground trembled violently and dust billowed into the air. Despite the Shadow Thunderbird's ferocity, the synergy among Elder Zhong, Li Xiaobo, and Yin Yuesher, having just emerged from a life-and-death battle, had grown ever more harmonious. They responded to each other, their offensive and defensive maneuvers orderly, denying the Shadow Thunderbird even a moment's respite. As time ticked away, the fierce battle escalated to a boiling point. Finally, at the pivotal moment, Li Xiaobo seized the opportunity, leaping high into the air, the reverse divine gun transforming into a streak of crimson light, piercing swiftly into the core of the Shadow Thunderbird. With a thunderous explosion, a resplendent burst of light erupted, and the massive form of the Shadow Thunderbird gradually dissipated in the radiance, vanishing into twinkling stardust. When the dust finally settled, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Elder Zhong, Li Xiaobo, and Yin Yuesher stood exhausted yet triumphant, breathing heavily, their eyes gleaming with the joy and satisfaction of victory. Chapter 53. The first soul ring of the reverse divine gun. Li Xiaobo widened his eyes, fixated on the slowly descending azure shadow of the Thunderbird spirit ring. A surge of indescribable joy swelling within him. This spirit ring emanated a mysterious and profound blue radiance, as if it harbored boundless power and secrets. He understood that such a rare opportunity was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime event. Successfully absorbing this spirit ring would significantly elevate his strength, potentially allowing him to transcend his current limitations. Taking a deep breath, he settled into a stable cross-legged position, adjusting his breathing and mindset, fully concentrating on the impending challenge of absorbing the spirit ring. At that moment, his companions surrounding him wore expressions of tension, their gazes unwaveringly fixed upon him. Particularly, Yin Yuesher, whose beautiful eyes reflected deep concern, clenched her fists involuntarily, seemingly more anxious than Li Xiaobo himself. As Li Xiaobo cautiously guided his soul power closer to the spirit ring, an overwhelming force suddenly surged towards him like a roaring tide. This force was so ferocious that it jolted Li Xiaobo's entire being, nearly toppling him to the ground. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth, resolutely resisting the impact, the veins on his forehead bulging from exertion, beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks. As Li Xiaobo's complexion paled and his body began to tremble slightly, those around him could not help but feel a pang of anxiety for him. Just when everyone believed he was on the verge of collapse and his attempt to absorb the spirit ring would end in failure, a miracle occurred. A dazzling and intense blue light erupted from within Li Xiaobo, shining brilliantly like the most resplendent star in the night sky, resonating harmoniously with the light emitted by the spirit ring. As time passed, the spirit ring that had been suspended in the air began to gradually draw closer to Li Xiaobo, merging into him piece by piece. Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Li Xiaobo grew increasingly powerful, akin to a volcano awakening, poised to unleash cataclysmic energy at any moment. Ultimately, after a long and arduous process, the spirit ring completely fused with Li Xiaobo's body. He slowly opened his eyes, rising to his feet, stretching his arms to feel the surging, inexhaustible power within him. At that moment, he was imbued with confidence and authority, a radiant smile illuminating his face. It was understood that this spirit ring was a fusion of the rings from dozens of 10,000-year Thunderbirds and 100,000-year Thunderbird, the magnitude of its power being unimaginable. Li Xiaobo's successful absorption of it undeniably attested to his exceptional talent and indomitable will. With such formidable support, it was believed that he would undoubtedly forge ahead, overcoming obstacles and achieving even more astounding accomplishments in the future. Upon witnessing Li Xiaobo's successful absorption of the spirit ring, his companions rushed towards him, their eyes brimming with awe and admiration. Yin Yuesher was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes glistening with tears as she leaped into Li Xiaobo's embrace. While the crowd remained enraptured in their overwhelming joy, the distant sky suddenly darkened ominously, as if shrouded by a massive veil of inky satin. The once clear azure expanse was swiftly engulfed by billowing black clouds, obscuring any trace of light. In an instant, a bolt of pitch-black lightning, resembling a menacing serpent, cleaved through the heavens with a deafening roar that sent chills down the spine. The very fabric of the world seemed to tremble in response. Just as this dark lightning faded, an enormous thunderbird, exuding an aura of terror, materialized in midair. Its wings spanned several dozen meters, each feather shimmering with arcs of electricity, and its piercing gaze burned like flames, cold yet filled with murderous intent. A heart-wrenching cry echoed, a sound that seemed to emanate from the depths of the underworld. Chilling to the bone and infused with boundless sorrow and rage, it became clear that this group of individuals had slain all of its companions. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, standing amidst the crowd, brightened with excitement and exclaimed, "Yuesher, look, your soul ring is here," before his words could fully resonate. The furious thunderbird opened its sharp beak and conjured a colossal sphere of black thunderous energy, akin to a mountain, hurtling towards Li Xiaobo with a cataclysmic force. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, and he dared not let his guard down in the slightest. Taking a deep breath, he swiftly summoned the formidable power he had just acquired, fully committing himself to confront the oncoming black thunder energy sphere. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted at the point of collision, the intense light blinding those present, making it nearly impossible for them to keep their eyes open. Simultaneously, an unparalleled shockwave of ferocious energy surged outward in all directions, uprooting trees and sending soil and stones flying, creating a truly terrifying spectacle. Fortunately, having recently obtained such immense power, Li Xiaobo, although feeling a degree of pressure in the face of the ancient thunderbird, managed to maintain a sense of composure overall. As Li Xiaobo valiantly resisted the onslaught of the black thunder energy sphere, he shouted urgently to Yin Yuesher, "Act now, while you still can." Regaining her focus, a glint of determination sparkled in Yin Yuesher's eyes. Harnessing her soul power, she summoned a gust of wind beneath her feet and surged towards the ancient thunderbird. The thunderbird, seemingly endowed with remarkable intelligence, astutely sensed Yin Yuesher's intent and abruptly abandoned its fierce confrontation with Li Xiaobo. Like a flash of lightning, it veered sharply, diving towards Yin Yuesher with alarming speed. Its razor-sharp talons glimmered ominously, radiating a chilling light that suggested they could effortlessly tear through any obstruction. Yet, undeterred by such ferocity, Yin Yuesher displayed no hint of fear. With a ghostly grace, she evaded the attack, and in that fleeting moment, a powerful soul-guided sword, pulsating with formidable energy, manifested in her grasp. Seizing the momentum of her evasive maneuver, she leaped into the air, thrusting the sword toward the thunderbird's abdomen. The thunderbird, realizing the imminent danger, swiftly attempted to dodge. However, despite its quick reflexes, it could not escape unscathed, as Yin Yuesher's sword inflicted a shallow wound, causing blood to splatter and stain the surrounding air crimson. Infuriated by its injury, the thunderbird unleashed a deafening roar, its massive jaws agape in rage. Simultaneously, its expansive wings flapped vigorously, conjuring a tempestuous whirlwind that surged forth like a ferocious beast, clawing at everything in its vicinity. Though positioned at the heart of the storm, Yin Yuesher maintained her composure, deftly controlling her body amidst the chaos. She intoned an ancient and mysterious incantation, the words flowing gently from her lips. As her voice resonated, shimmering threads of soul power, akin to ethereal serpents, shot forth towards the thunderbird, ensnaring its colossal form with unyielding tenacity. The thunderbird thrashed violently, striving to free itself from the soul thread's grasp. At that pivotal moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been waiting for the perfect opportunity, stealthily maneuvered behind the thunderbird. He launched a sudden and fierce assault, compelling the already beleaguered creature to divert some of its attention to this new threat. Yin Yuesher, recognizing the rare chance before her, felt a surge of resolve. She channeled her soul power into the sword, which radiated with blinding brilliance. In an explosive display of might, She struck decisively at the Thunderbird's vital area. The Thunderbird let out a final, mournful cry before crashing to the ground. Concurrently, a pitch-black soul ring materialized in the air, exuding a powerful and enigmatic aura. Witnessing this, Yin Yuesher finally exhaled in relief. Cautiously, she approached, preparing to absorb the precious soul ring. As her companions anxiously gathered around her, their expressions tense with concentration, they remained vigilant in safeguarding Yin Yuesher, who was in the midst of absorbing the soul ring. Prepared to avert any unforeseen circumstances. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity as Yin Yuesher kept her eyes tightly shut, wholly immersed in the absorption of the soul ring's energy. At last, after a prolonged and arduous struggle, she successfully assimilated the Thunderbird soul ring. When she gradually opened her eyes, an ecstatic smile illuminated her face as she turned to gaze at the companions who had steadfastly accompanied and protected her throughout the ordeal. Chapter 54. The Trials of the Soulbone. Li Xiaobo and his companions gazed at the dozens of colossal Thunderbirds, their bodies shimmering with blinding lightning, each exuding a formidable and perilous aura. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo activated his mental powers to scrutinize the surroundings. Aware that the Soulbone could be concealed within any part of their massive forms, Ma Ronghua cautiously approached one of the creatures, but as he drew near, a bolt of lightning surged toward him. He swiftly sidestepped, simultaneously conjuring a soul power shield for protection, yet the tremendous force still left his arm tingling. At that moment, Yin Yuesher noticed an anomaly in the wing of one Thunderbird. Could the soul bone be located there? Her gaze sharpened with determination as she disregarded the other fallen Thunderbirds and approached the corpse, intent on uncovering an external soul bone. Just as she reached the side of the Thunderbird, the surrounding lightning seemed to sense a threat and charged toward her. Observing this, Li Xiaobo unleashed his martial spirit abilities, directing streams of soul power like arrows toward the Thunderbird's corpse. Meanwhile, Yin Yuesher remained fully focused on the wing of the creature before her, her hands slowly delving into the feathers in search of something. At last, she encountered a solid object emanating an unusual radiance. With a forceful tug, a pair of translucent soul bones, resembling blue crystals, materialized before the astonished eyes of her companions. As their gazes fell upon the soul bones, their expressions were instantly filled with elation. Upon witnessing the scene, Li Xiaobo promptly exclaimed, "Let us search the surroundings for any additional soul bones." No sooner had his words escaped his lips than the other 5 individuals comprehended his intent, nodding in agreement as they swiftly dispersed, embarking on a meticulous search amidst the chaos strewn across the ground. Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo's gaze was captivated by an exceptionally large Thunderbird within the flock. This particular Thunderbird radiated a dazzling brilliance of lightning, its luminosity so intense that it rendered the sight of it nearly blinding in comparison to its counterparts. Li Xiaobo's heart skipped a beat as a notion surged forth in his mind. Perhaps within the body of this colossal bird lay an even more precious soul bone. With this thought igniting his determination, he charged towards the giant Thunderbird without hesitation. After a laborious search, Li Xiaobo finally discovered a deeply concealed soul bone nestled within the bird's head. As he clasped the soul bone tightly in his hand, an overwhelming surge of power coursed through his arm and enveloped his entire being, invigorating his spirit. As time ticked away, the others concluded their searches as well. Ultimately, they astonishingly unearthed a total of 8 soul bones from the carcasses of the numerous Thunderbirds. This outcome far surpassed their initial expectations, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group. Though each individual bore wounds and fatigue, their faces radiated an unmistakable joy of triumph. After all, to acquire such a wealth of precious soul bones in such a perilous environment was nothing short of a remarkable bounty. After a brief respite, the 6 individuals carefully secured the soul bones and gradually made their way out of the starry forest, a place that had presented them with countless dangers yet also harbored limitless opportunities. Li Xiaobo and 5 others, each possessing invaluable soul bones, cautiously embarked on their journey back to the Count's manor. The atmosphere was unusually grave, as if an invisible pressure enveloped them. Yet, immersed in the joy of their acquisition, they remained oblivious to the pairs of eyes, filled with greed and desire, lurking in the shadows, watching their every move. Those hidden figures resembled a pack of ravenous wolves, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce and claim the soul bones for themselves. As the group progressed halfway, a sudden onslaught of mysterious figures clad in black night attire erupted from all sides like phantoms. Leading them was a man with a stern visage, his gaze emanating a chilling aura. With a sneer, he declared, "If you know what's good for you, hand over the soul bones." and I might consider sparing your lives." Confronted with this unexpected threat, Li Xiaobo and his companions instantly heightened their vigilance. Ma Ronghua, with eyes wide open in fury, bellowed, "Over my dead body! We fought tooth and nail to obtain these soul bones. There is no way we will surrender them to a bunch of scoundrels like you." No sooner had he spoken than he darted forward, launching a fierce assault against the black-clad assailants. In an instant, the air was filled with the clash of blades and the cacophony of battle cries. Both sides engaged in an intensely fierce struggle for survival. However, having already endured a grueling fight prior, the six were gradually succumbing to exhaustion. In this critical moment, where life and death hung in the balance, Li Xiaobo's countenance, already grave, darkened further. His brow furrowed tightly, and faint veins threatened to burst forth from his forehead, as if under enormous strain. At that moment, his mind raced like a high-speed machine, desperately seeking a strategy to resolve the impending crisis. As seconds dragged on, each moment felt agonizingly protracted. Just when despair began to envelop them, a spark of hope ignited in Li Xiaobo's eyes, as if he had glimpsed a sliver of dawn. Calmly, he discreetly reached into his bosom and carefully extracted a seemingly unremarkable, ordinary soul bone, lacking any dazzling radiance or unique patterns. This soul bone bore the weight of Li Xiaobo's last flicker of hope. Without hesitation, he summoned all his strength and hurled the soul bone into the distance. It arced through the air like a shooting star, racing away. As anticipated, a portion of the black-clad adversaries, upon sighting the soul bone, were instantly captivated, their greed ignited. They abruptly abandoned their assault on Li Xiaobo and his companions, turning instead to sprint ravenously towards the direction in which the soul bone had fallen. Witnessing this turn of events, Li Xiaobo understood that opportunity is fleeting. Seizing the moment, he shouted to his companions, "Now is our chance. Let us charge together." Without delay, he led the way, dashing forward with resolute determination. The remaining individuals, as if awakening from a dream, swiftly summoned the dwindling strength within them, closely following Li Xiaobo as they recklessly charged towards the unsuspecting figures clad in black. In an instant, the battlefield reverberated with the cries of battle and the clash of weapons. Li Xiaobo and his companions surged forth like a tempest, effortlessly breaking through the encircling ranks of the black-clad adversaries. They dared not pause for even a moment, propelled by the winds beneath their feet. They raced towards the direction of the Count's estate, leaving behind a throng of bewildered foes who were ensnared by the allure of the soul bones, raging in frustration. The enigmatic figures in black, each bearing a stern visage and piercing gaze, were clearly unwilling to let Li Xiaobo and the others escape easily. They pursued relentlessly, akin to ravenous wolves tightly fixated on their quarry. As the seconds ticked away, the distance between the two parties diminished at a visible pace. With the relentless black-clad pursuers closing in, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of anxiety, beads of perspiration rolling down his forehead. In this critical moment, he suddenly caught sight of a forest shrouded in thick mist, faintly visible in the distance ahead. Li Xiaobo felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Without a moment's hesitation, he decisively led his companions into the depths of the mist-laden forest. The originally menacing group of black-clad figures hesitated momentarily. After all, the forest appeared ominous and fraught with unseen dangers. However, the tantalizing prospect of the coveted soul bones hidden among Li Xiaobo and his companions ultimately outweighed their internal trepidation. Gritting their teeth, they too plunged into the forest. Upon entering, they were immediately struck by the eerie strangeness of their surroundings. Unusual, gnarled vines sprawled everywhere, resembling menacing serpents poised to strike. The air was periodically filled with chilling, uncanny sounds, at times echoing the low growls of beasts, and at others, the mournful wails of spirits. Faced with such an environment, Li Xiaobo and his companions dared not show even a hint of carelessness. They tread lightly, holding their breath, fully attentive to the movements around them, cautiously advancing. Simultaneously, they adeptly utilized the complex and shifting terrain to deftly evade the relentless pursuers in black. Suddenly, without warning, an enormous vine, akin to a giant python, shot up from the ground at astonishing speed, ensnaring the cautious black-clad figures as if it were lightning. In an instant, terrified screams pierced the stillness of the forest. As the group stood in shock, more vines, seemingly summoned by some mysterious force, surged forth from all directions. These vines intertwined, creating an impenetrable net that ensnared the black-clad figures tightly. It turned out that these vines were the dominion of the ancient forest, known as the illusionary vines. Possessing an extraordinarily acute sense of perception, They could easily detect any hint of malice and would not hesitate to launch a fierce attack. At that moment, despite their desperate efforts to break free from the constraints, the black-clad individuals found their attempts futile, becoming increasingly ensnared. Seizing this rare opportunity, Li Xiaobo and his companions wasted no time, accelerating their pace deeper into the forest. However, fate seemed unwilling to let them escape so easily. Soon, a vast canyon loomed before them, stretching 500 or 600 meters wide and seemingly bottomless, flanked by sheer cliffs that appeared perilously steep. In the face of such a chasm, Li Xiaobo acted decisively. He unleashed his unparalleled lightness skill, swiftly embracing his companions Feng Linger and Yin Yuesher. Soaring into the air with the grace of a swallow, and darting towards the opposite bank. Meanwhile, Elder Zhong was equally undeterred, effortlessly carrying Ma Rongwa and showcasing remarkable agility, leaping across like an arrow released from a bow. Ultimately, after a heart-stopping contest of life and death, Li Xiaobo and his companions successfully emerged from the perilous and enigmatic mist-laden forest, returning safely to the Earl's estate. This treacherous adventure not only bestowed upon them the invaluable soul bones, but also further deepened the already profound bond of friendship among them. Upon returning to their residence, they meticulously secured the hard-won soul bone, wary of the covetous gazes of others. Reflecting on this unforgettable experience, Li Xiaobo and his companions came to a profound realization. In this ruthless world, where the weak are devoured by the strong, it is only through the relentless enhancement of one's own strength that one can truly safeguard all that they possess. Thus, they resolutely pledged to double their efforts in cultivation, aspiring to become indomitable forces. Days later, as sunlight streamed through the intricately carved windows of the Count's mansion, illuminating the room, Li Xiaobo, deeply engrossed in his training, was suddenly disturbed by a cacophony from outside. He gradually opened his eyes, furrowing his brow, a flicker of confusion swelling within him. Rising to his feet, he strode with measured steps towards the door. Upon pushing it open, the sight before him sent a jolt of alarm through his heart. A group of figures clad in black attire appeared like phantoms at the entrance of the mansion. These were the very individuals who had relentlessly pursued them through the forest. Unlike their previous encounter, their numbers had undeniably swelled, a dark mass that exuded an overwhelming sense of intimidation. Confronted with such a formidable presence, Li Xiaobo was taken aback. Fully aware that their adversaries had come with resolute intent, unwilling to retreat without achieving their objective. At that moment, the well-trained guards of the mansion also sensed the anomaly. Swiftly brandishing their weapons and rushing forward to engage in a fierce clash with the black-clad assailants. The air was soon filled with the sounds of battle cries and the clanking of metal reverberating throughout the Count's estate. Upon witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xiaobo's eyes glimmered with a resolute determination. He understood that passivity was not an option. He must devise a means to extricate himself from the dire predicament before him. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the soul bone he always carried, and in an instant, he dashed forth like an arrow released from its bow towards the outskirts of the city. The others, seeing his actions, followed suit without hesitation. The cloaked figures, upon observing Li Xiaobo and his companions fleeing, pursued them with the fervor of wolves scenting blood. The chase ensued, each side vying for dominance. Unbeknownst to them, Li Xiaobo and his group found themselves in a desolate and remote area, just as they prepared to catch their breath. An elderly yet commanding voice resounded abruptly. How dare the Duke of the Netherworld openly seize another's treasures in broad daylight? Did they seek to incite discord between the houses? Turning towards the voice, they beheld an elder with snow-white hair, yet a youthful visage, standing with his hands clasped behind him not far away, adorned in a gray robe. Despite his advanced years, his eyes still sparkled with vitality, emanating an aura of immense power. At that moment, the leader of the cloaked assailants, upon hearing the voice, turned ashen, as though struck by a bolt of lightning. It was evident that he had not anticipated encountering such a formidable adversary here. His narrow, cold eyes fixated on the elder, reflecting an unsettling glint. Simultaneously, his mind raced, weighing the pros and cons of the current situation. As seconds ticked by, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense and oppressive. Finally, after a period of deep contemplation, the leader seemed to arrive at a difficult decision. Gritting his teeth, he abruptly gestured for his subordinates, who were poised to continue their pursuit, to cease their actions. Upon receiving the command, the cloaked figures halted immediately, and like a well-trained army, they turned in unison to follow their leader in retreat. Their movements were swift and silent, receding like a tide, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the vast, inky darkness of the night, leaving no trace behind. as the malevolent cloaked figures faded from view. Li Xiaobo and his companions, who had remained on high alert, finally exhaled in relief. Each felt as though the weight that had hung precariously in their throats had finally settled back into their stomachs, and the taut nerves were allowed to relax in that moment. After regaining their composure, Li Xiaobo and the others hastened towards the elder who had just saved their lives. Upon approaching, they bowed deeply in respect, expressing their heartfelt gratitude. Especially Li Xiaobo, whose face flushed with emotion, stammered, "Elder Zhong, had it not been for your timely intervention, we would surely have met a grim fate today. This profound kindness shall forever remain etched in my memory." In response to the heartfelt gratitude and compliments from the crowd, Elder Zhong merely smiled gently and waved his hand, replying, "There is no need for such formality, esteemed guests. As a member of the Count's household, it is my duty to safeguard all of you." After listening to the wise and powerful words of old Master Zhong, Li Xiaobo and his companions were overwhelmed by a tidal wave of admiration and profound gratitude. However, despite having narrowly escaped calamity this time, Li Xiaobo understood all too well that the issue of the soul bone could not simply be laid to rest. Upon their return to the Count's residence, each individual appeared somewhat fatigued. Nevertheless, there was no time for rest. They immediately convened to discuss how to navigate the precarious situation ahead. "Ladies and gentlemen, it seems to me that we are no longer safe within the Starry Empire," Li Lingtian said, furrowing his brow with a face full of concern. "The matter of the soul bone is akin to a bomb that could detonate at any moment, and it will inevitably bring us even greater troubles." Li Xiaobo sat quietly to the side, lost in contemplation for quite some time. Eventually, he slowly raised his head, his gaze resolute as he addressed the assembly. "Father, I believe that rather than remaining in this perilous place, living in constant fear, we should seek refuge in the Tiando Empire. It is worth noting that within the Tiando Empire, 2 of the top 3 sects are present. In comparison, the safety there is undoubtedly far superior. Moreover, following this incident, those individuals are already aware of the formidable presence of Elder Zhong, a powerful titled Douluo, standing guard over us. Surely, even if they dare, they would think twice before acting against us." His words exchanged knowing glances among the attendees, each reading a consensus in the other's eyes. Thus, with little hesitation, they swiftly began to gather their belongings and, under the cover of night, quietly departed from the Count's residence, embarking on their arduous journey to Tiando City with unwavering resolve. Throughout their journey, they faced numerous trials. Not only did they encounter fierce storms and inclement weather, but they also had to contend with sudden ambushes from small enemy factions and relentless harassment. Fortunately, the invaluable camaraderie forged through their previous battles allowed them to unite, skillfully navigating each crisis as it arose. After a protracted and grueling trek, they finally beheld the towering, majestic city walls from a distance. The walls resembled a colossal dragon coiling upon the horizon, exuding an aura of awe. Li Xiaobo stood firm, gazing at the grand citadel, an indescribable surge of excitement and anticipation swelling within him. Clenching his fists tightly, he declared with unwavering conviction, "From this moment onward, this shall be our new starting point. Regardless of the formidable challenges that lie ahead, we shall face them with courage and carve out a future that belongs to us." As his words resonated in the air, Li Lingtian took the lead, striding forward with his companions in tow, each step imbued with strength and determination, as if challenging the unknown life that awaited them. As they drew closer to the city gates, the vibrant sounds of the city began to reach their ears, and a lively scene unfolded before their eyes. Upon entering Tiando City, they were immediately captivated by the bustling streets and throngs of people. However, they did not lose sight of their purpose, to find a suitable place to reside. Thus, the group began to inquire about potential accommodations throughout the city. Days passed, and they traversed nearly every corner of the metropolis, yet satisfaction eluded them. Until one day, they fortuitously overheard mention of an abandoned manor on the outskirts of the city. It was said that although the property was somewhat dilapidated, the price was remarkably low, and the space was quite expansive. This news filled Li Xiaobo and his companions with excitement, and they eagerly set out to explore the outskirts. Upon arriving at the manor, they gasped in astonishment. The grand entrance was on the verge of collapse. The walls were overrun with moss and vines, and the garden lay in a state of utter disarray, overgrown with weeds. Upon closer examination, everyone discovered that the main structure of the house remained relatively sturdy. With a modicum of time and effort dedicated to repairs, it should be fit for habitation. Li Lingtian gazed upon the dilapidated estate, a glimmer of hope igniting in his eyes. He turned to his family members and declared, "Though this place appears worn and forsaken, I firmly believe that through our collective efforts, we can transform it into a warm and inviting home." The crowd nodded in eager agreement, rolling up their sleeves, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. As the group toiled passionately, sweat glistening on their brows while restoring the ancient and stately manor, a gentle breeze swept through, bringing a refreshing chill. At that moment, a young man, resplendent in opulent attire and possessing an extraordinary demeanor, fortuitously passed by. He stood tall and walked with a graceful ease, as if meandering through a serene garden. His lavish garments shimmered in the sunlight, each thread seemingly woven with boundless luxury and nobility. With evident curiosity, he surveyed his surroundings, his gaze eventually settling on the diligent individuals at work. The young man's eyes were particularly keen, as if capable of perceiving the unspoken truths of the world. He scrutinized the industrious workers, and his attention was drawn to the unique tool tightly gripped by Li Xiaobo. A sudden spark ignited in his eyes upon noticing it. The tool bore an unusual design, emanating a faint yet mysterious aura of spiritual energy, as if concealing an unknown power within. A slight, playful smile graced his lips, and without hesitation, he stepped forward, directly approaching Li Xiaobo. In a soft voice, he inquired, "Might you all be aware of the secrets hidden behind this estate? Amidst your vigorous labors?" His words, though softly spoken, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. The once bustling scene fell into an instantaneous hush. All were momentarily taken aback, pausing their actions and collectively turning their gaze toward this unexpected stranger. In that fleeting moment, the air seemed to still, the only sound being the gentle rustle of leaves stirred by the breeze. Li Xiaobo regarded the young man before him with a cautious gaze and retorted, "What secret?" The young man smiled faintly, surveying his surroundings before he slowly replied, "This estate was once the residence of a fallen prince. It is said that the prince buried a great treasure here, but along with the treasure comes a curse." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances of intrigue and apprehension. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow tightly, a clear expression of discontent etched upon his face. He proclaimed loudly, "We shall not be swayed by such baseless and absurd nonsense. We have journeyed countless miles merely in search of a sanctuary where we can find solace." The young man standing nearby, upon hearing this declaration, merely shrugged indifferently, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth as he retorted with a hint of mockery, "Think as you will. Whether you choose to believe or not is entirely your affair. However, I must caution you, should the fabled treasure truly reside within this estate, you might inadvertently trigger concealed mechanisms and traps during your restoration efforts." No sooner had he spoken than he vanished in a flash, akin to a delicate butterfly, disappearing from the sight of the onlookers in the blink of an eye. As they gazed at the receding figure of the young man, the gathered crowd exchanged glances, each discerning a flicker of hesitation and concern reflected in the other's eyes. After a brief silence, Li Lingdian broke the impasse, taking a deep breath before speaking slowly. "Let us not dwell on this matter any longer. Regardless of the truth behind the treasure's legend, we must exercise caution in our upcoming restoration work." Upon hearing Li Lingtian's words, the others nodded in agreement. Thus, rejuvenated, they resumed their efforts in the restoration of the estate. Yet, compared to before, a newfound vigilance and caution now resided in each heart. They meticulously examined every wall, floor, and ceiling, leaving no potential danger unassessed. Throughout the restoration process, they maintained a heightened level of focus and alertness, daring not to relax even slightly. After a period of diligent labor, the group finally completed the renovation of the estate. The once dilapidated and precarious old structure had been transformed into a beautiful home, radiating warmth and comfort. As they beheld the fruits of their labor, a glow of happiness and satisfaction spread across their faces. As for the legendary treasure and the so-called curse, they never manifested. Perhaps they never existed. Or perhaps the group's caution had averted a looming disaster. Chapter 55, the heavenly battle. Having endured a harrowing ordeal of murder and treasure hunting, compounded by the forced migration of his entire family due to an invaluable soul bone, Li Xiaobo had profoundly grasped the harsh and merciless nature of this world. It was no longer the vibrant and hopeful red nation of his memories. The once naive and youthful Li Xiaobo had been tempered by these painful experiences, emerging more mature and composed. He was no longer the inexperienced youth, oblivious to the ways of the world, but rather one who had gradually learned to adapt and integrate into this ruthless realm where the strong prey upon the weak. Time, like a fleeting shadow, passed swiftly. In the blink of an eye, An entire month had elapsed since they relocated to the Heavendo Empire. Following a period of intense reconstruction efforts, the newly established Li residence finally rose majestically. Despite the loss of the glory and status that the title of Count once conferred, the moment Elder Zheng's unfathomable strength was unveiled before the public, even though the Li family arrived in the Heavendo Empire as refugees, no one dared to offend them lightly. Those lacking sufficient strength naturally looked upon them with trepidation, while even the more powerful factions were loath to provoke a formidable title Douluo merely for a piece of soul bone. At this moment, in a tranquil courtyard within the Li residence, Li Xiaobo stood quietly, his gaze fixed upon the distant direction of the Douluo Empire. His eyes were deep and piercing, as if capable of penetrating through layers of mist to reach the enemy's stronghold. After a lengthy silence, he murmured to himself, "Duke of the Netherworld, I, Li Xiaobo, have etched the blood feud of the Zhu family into my memory. For now, I shall grant you a little more time to live. Once the plot unfolds, I shall ensure your total annihilation. And to the Dai family, without your covert support, how would the Zhu family dare to act with such impunity in Douluo City? You too shall not escape the wrath of my vengeance." Li Xiaobo clenched his fists tightly, the veins on his hands bulging as if they might burst. However, before long, as if struck by a sudden realization, he slowly released his grip and exhaled a deep sigh. For he understood clearly that, in terms of his current strength, he was worlds apart from his adversaries. To act rashly would not only thwart his objectives, but could also spell disaster for himself. Thus, the most pressing matter was to find every means possible to enhance his capabilities, for only then could he hope to redeem his past grievances. At that moment, a gentle footfall approached from afar, and Yan Yuesher appeared silently behind Li Xiaobo like a specter. She delicately raised her hand and patted Li Xiaobo's broad shoulder, speaking softly. "Xiaobo, do not let your heart be swayed by impatience. As the saying goes, a gentleman avenges. It is never too late to wait 10 years. At this juncture, we must first stabilize our position and diligently fortify and augment the strength we possess. This is the wisest course of action." Hearing her words, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in agreement. A resolute light flickered in his deep-set eyes, as if he had made a firm decision. Regardless of how arduous the path ahead may be, he was determined to become sufficiently powerful. Days later, Li Xiaobo finally resolved to step out of his chamber and explore the bustling metropolis of Heavendo City, one of the 3 great capitals. This excursion would allow him to immerse himself in the local customs and culture while also grasping the intricate web of relationships among the various factions and their respective domains. As he strolled leisurely through the lively streets teeming with people, the scene before him unfolded like a vibrant tapestry, a dazzling spectacle of activity and exuberance. Magnificent and exquisitely adorned carriages flowed past him like meteors, racing with astonishing speed. The crisp and resonant sound of hooves intertwined with the thunderous roll of wheels, creating a symphony of exhilarating cadence that lingered in the air. Along the streets, an array of vibrant stalls brimmed with an eclectic assortment of goods, where spirited vendors energetically shouted and advertised their wares with fervor. Their voices rose and fell in a harmonious chorus, as if an extraordinary vocal competition was unfolding in exuberant splendor. Simultaneously, the sky occasionally revealed an astonishing display of bizarre and wondrous martial spirits. Some emanated a fiery blaze, dazzling and radiant, radiating an energy potent enough to ignite the entire world. Others resembled crystalline ice, cold and piercing, sending a chill through anyone who dared to gaze upon them, and still others danced like ethereal ribbons, fluttering gracefully in the gentle breeze, creating a dreamlike spectacle of breathtaking beauty. For Li Xiaobo, venturing into this realm for the first time, it was undoubtedly a sensation of unparalleled novelty. His eyes widened in astonishment, fixated on his surroundings, fearful of missing any captivating moment. Yet, the overwhelming array of vibrant and enchanting sights left him bewildered, unable to discern which marvel to appreciate first. After wandering for an entire afternoon, he arrived at the auction house. Standing at the entrance, curiosity swelled within him, for he had heard tales of rare treasures appearing within the auction house of Heavendo City, perhaps offering something to enhance his abilities. Upon stepping into the auction house, he felt as though he had plunged into a cacophony of noise, a tumultuous sea of voices that resonated deafeningly. The grand hall was bustling with a throng of eager attendees, every seat occupied, as people whispered fervently or anxiously awaited the commencement of the auction. Li Xiaobo laboriously navigated through the throngs of people, finally finding a relatively quiet corner to settle down. He exhaled softly, his gaze immediately drawn to the auction items displayed on stage. As he swiftly scanned the list, a mysterious object caught his eye, a spirit pearl believed to originate from ancient ruins. Legend has it that this pearl possesses the extraordinary ability to enhance one's martial soul, a prospect that holds immense allure for Li Xiaobo, who has longed to augment his strength to exact vengeance for deep-seated grievances. At that moment, the auctioneer ascended the stage, beginning to elaborate on the spirit pearl and other items. The bidding erupted in a crescendo of voices, each wave more fervent than the last, creating an atmosphere of palpable excitement. Li Xiaobo fixated on the spirit pearl, mentally calculating his maximum price tolerance. However, to his astonishment, the competitors seemed unwavering in their desire for the pearl, with the price surging like a rocket, swiftly eclipsing his premeditated budget. As he watched his coveted treasure drift further from reach, anxiety gnawed at him, leaving him feeling powerless. Just as he was on the verge of surrendering, Yan Yuesher leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Xiaobo, why not exchange that spare soul bone we recently acquired, which is yet to be a millennium old? While it is indeed precious, securing this spirit pearl could significantly aid your quest for revenge." Li Xiaobo hesitated momentarily. After all, that soul bone had not come easily. Yet, contemplating the rare opportunity before him and the heavy burden of vengeance he bore, he gritted his teeth and ultimately nodded in agreement. After a tense and vigorous negotiation, Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher successfully traded the soul bone for the coveted spirit pearl. The moment the pearl graced his palm, he felt a cool, potent energy coursing through him. Overwhelmed with excitement, he grasped the spirit pearl tightly, as if it were the key to unlocking his vengeance. In that instant, his eyes were devoid of confusion and hesitation, replaced instead by unwavering resolve and determination. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo delicately placed the spirit pearl, radiating an enigmatic glow, into a meticulously prepared brocade box, carefully wrapping it in soft silk to ensure its protection. Once he completed this task, he exhaled slowly and turned to Yan Yuesher, who had also adjusted her attire, her lovely face adorned with a gentle smile. They exchanged a knowing glance, each reflecting a flicker of joy and satisfaction. Then, in unison, they rose, their movements elegant and graceful. Standing side by side, it seemed as though the entire world faded away, leaving only their presence. Li Xiaobo gently took Yan Yuesher's arm, and together they strode towards the auction house's exit with a buoyant step. Along the way, they spoke little, yet their unspoken understanding radiated a warm aura that enveloped those around them. At last, they emerged from the auction house, stepping onto the bustling street outside, alive with energy and vibrancy. The streets were lined with an array of stalls, with vendors vociferously calling out to entice customers. Pedestrians jostled against one another, flowing endlessly like a river. The figures of Li Xiaobo and Yan Yuesher were soon engulfed by the bustling crowd. Yet, despite their forms gradually receding from sight, one could easily imagine the exhilaration and excitement stirring within Li Xiaobo, who now possessed a precious spirit pearl. This pearl held great significance for him and might well serve as a formidable aid on his path of cultivation. At that moment, having walked a short distance, Li Xiaobo suddenly heard a cacophony of discussions ahead. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a group was conversing about a substance known as whale glue. A flicker of interest ignited in Li Xiaobo's heart, for he was well aware that whale glue was an exceedingly rare and potent treasure. It was said to not only nourish the body and strengthen bones, but also assist cultivators in breaking through bottlenecks and enhancing their mastery. However, during this period, people's understanding of whale glue was still quite limited, with most regarding it merely as an aphrodisiac. Realizing the opportunity that lay before him, Li Xiaobo felt compelled to pursue the chance to acquire some whale glue. He quickly turned to Yan Yuesher and whispered, "Yuesher, I just overheard a mention of whale glue. This substance could be immensely beneficial for us. I wish to investigate further and see if I can procure some. What do you think?" Yan Yuesher nodded slightly in agreement, expressing her support. "In that case, you should go. I shall wait for your return here." Her gaze, gentle as water, rested upon Li Xiaobo, brimming with trust and encouragement. Together, they traversed the bustling streets, inquiring about any news regarding whale glue. Their efforts bore fruit, as they eventually received a significant lead from a passerby. There was an esteemed old establishment in the city, renowned for its history, that might have whale glue for sale. With eager anticipation, the pair hurried to the shop. However, upon their arrival, they found the shopkeeper wearing a troubled expression. Rubbing his hands together, he spoke apologetically. "I sincerely regret to inform you, esteemed guests, that our stock of whale glue is nearly depleted, and just moments ago, most of it was reserved by a distinguished patron." Upon hearing this, a wave of profound disappointment washed over Li Xiaobo. Yet, the shopkeeper seemed to sense his urgency. With a flicker of inspiration, a somewhat mischievous smile crept onto his face as he leaned closer to Li Xiaobo and said, "However, I do have a small portion of whale glue left. If you truly desire it, I could part with it, but the price will not be modest. You must understand, this is incredibly precious 10,000-year whale glue. To be frank, using 10,000-year whale glue for your endeavor might not be the wisest of investments." Li Xiaobo, without the slightest hesitation, swiftly retrieved the scant remnants of his wealth from his pocket and resolutely purchased a small portion of the precious whale oil. Although the quantity of this whale oil was indeed limited, it represented a glimmer of hope for Li Xiaobo, who desperately needed it to enhance his abilities. As he stepped out of the shop, clutching this hard-won treasure, the shopkeeper behind him shook his head gently, murmuring to himself, "Ah, what a pity for one so young to be in such a condition. To be in such frail health at this tender age is truly lamentable." However, Li Xiaobo remained oblivious to these words, tightly grasping the bundle containing the whale oil and the spirit pearl, as if it were the embodiment of his future hopes and dreams. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been by his side, spoke gently yet firmly, "Xiaobo, do not lose heart. I believe that with relentless dedication to your training, it will not be long before you realize your aspirations and grow ever stronger." Encouraged by her supportive words, Li Xiaobo turned to her, gazing deeply into her beautiful, trusting eyes, and nodded vigorously, signaling his commitment to give his all. Together, they walked side by side towards the Li residence. The sunlight cascaded upon them, casting elongated shadows that seemed to herald the commencement of a journey brimming with challenges and opportunities. Upon returning to the Li estate, Li Xiaobo dashed eagerly to where Yan Yuesher was, tightly clutching the invaluable whale oil, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Finally reaching her, he barely caught his breath before eagerly presenting the whale oil to her. Yan Yuesher received the whale oil with a hint of surprise. But as she met Li Xiaobo's fervent gaze, her cheeks flushed crimson, and her eyes began to dart away in evident fluster. Biting her lip, she softly replied, "Xiaobo, we are still young, we cannot be this way." Upon hearing the words, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the meaning behind Yan Yuesher's statement, which elicited a soft chuckle from him. He hastily clarified, "Yuesher, do not misunderstand. My intention for you to refine this whale resin is not as you might think. This piece of whale gel is extraordinary. It not only possesses aphrodisiac properties, but, more significantly, if ingested directly, it can have remarkable effects on body refinement. Consuming this ancient whale gel will greatly enhance your capacity to absorb soul rings over the years." Upon hearing this, Yin Yuesher's expression relaxed slightly. Though her cheeks still bore a faint blush, she nodded gently to indicate her understanding, then carefully cradled the whale gel and turned towards the depths of the courtyard. There lay a tranquil and enchanting garden, surrounded by verdant trees and a profusion of blossoms, an ideal sanctuary for cultivation. Upon discovering a secluded corner, Yin Yuesher paused. Inhaling deeply to steady herself, she then extended her hands, swiftly forming intricate seals while uttering incantations. To her astonishment, the whale gel that had been quietly resting in her palm began to levitate slowly, hovering in midair and emanating a soft, warm glow, akin to a resplendent pearl. As Yin Yuesher continuously infused her potent soul force into it, the whale gel began to transform. It gradually softened, melted, and ultimately morphed into countless wisps of pale blue spiritual energy, swirling like mist. These ethereal tendrils seemed to possess a life of their own, gracefully dancing through the air, gradually drawing closer to Yin Yuesher. When the first wisp of spiritual energy made contact with her skin, she felt a surge of warmth swiftly spreading throughout her body through her pores, prompting a slight shiver. Subsequently, more of this energy poured into her, intertwining with her own soul force in a harmonious embrace. As the seconds ticked by, Yin Yuesher remained wholly focused on the process of refining the whale gel. Resolute and unyielding, the air around her seemed to quiver slightly, resonating with the powerful waves of energy emanating from her. Li Xiaobo stood to the side, his body taut like a bowstring, his gaze fixed intently on Yin Yuesher, who was refining whale resin before him. His heart pounded like a drum, clearly audible, as he could distinctly sense the terrifying power encapsulated within that whale resin. At that moment, Yin Yuesher, who had been wholly absorbed in her task, suddenly furrowed her brows slightly, a ripple of disturbance crossing her previously serene countenance, evidently encountering some obstruction in the refining process. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaobo felt his heart leap into his throat, nearly unable to restrain himself from rushing forward to inquire about the situation. However, he ultimately managed to suppress his impulsive urge, fully aware that it was imperative not to disturb Yin Yuesher at this critical juncture, lest the consequences be dire. Yin Yuesher bit her lip, taking a deep breath before exhaling slowly, striving to calm her tumultuous state of mind. She then closed her eyes once more, concentrating her spirit power, pouring it continuously into the whale resin. As seconds ticked by, fine beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks. After an indeterminate amount of time, the whale resin began to emanate a dazzling radiance, gradually becoming transparent. Ultimately, as all the light converged, the whale resin was completely refined. Yin Yuesher abruptly opened her eyes, a flash of brilliance like lightning coursing through her gaze, vanishing almost instantly. She rose to her feet, stretching her slightly stiff limbs, and then attuned herself to the powerful force surging within her, akin to a rushing river. An expression of uncontainable delight graced her face as she turned to Li Xiaobo, who was equally expectant, and exclaimed, "This whale resin is truly extraordinary. I feel that my cultivation has made significant progress." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's face lit up with joy, his fists clenched in excitement as he proclaimed, "Wonderful. This brings us one step closer to our day of vengeance." After exchanging a knowing smile, they each saw unwavering determination and confidence reflected in the other's eyes. Once Yin Yuesher had fully sensed her newfound strength, she said to Li Xiaobo, "Xiaobo, I need to freshen up. You may leave first." Li Xiaobo's face flushed, and he hurriedly turned to exit the room. Yin Yuesher entered the bathroom, filling the tub with water before stepping in. The warm water enveloped her skin as she closed her eyes, relishing the flow of power granted by the whale resin coursing through her. Chapter 56. The sunset forest. Time passed swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a week had slipped through people's fingers. On this day, a heavy and oppressive atmosphere pervaded the Li residence. In the spacious hall, several esteemed elders of the family sat upright, discussing the pressing issues they faced alongside Li Lingtian. The expressions of all present were grave, and the hall was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, it was Li Lingtian who broke the suffocating silence. Clearing his throat, he spoke with a serious demeanor. "Esteemed elders, our current situation is far from optimistic. As time elapses, the gap in funding continues to widen. If we cannot swiftly devise a countermeasure, it is feared that the cultivation resources upon which the Li family relies for survival may become unsustainable." Upon hearing these words, one of the clan elders could not help but furrow his brow, sighing with deep concern, reflecting on the past. "Our decision to venture into Tiando City was perhaps a hasty one. Now, we find ourselves ensnared in such a predicament." At that moment, another elder turned his gaze towards Li Lingtian, filled with anticipation, and inquired, "Tenor, you have always been quick-witted and exceptionally intelligent. Have you contemplated any strategies to alleviate the current crisis?" Li Lingtian nodded slightly, and after a moment of contemplation, he took a deep breath and spoke slowly. "In my humble opinion, it would be prudent to endure the pain of parting and sell a portion of the esteemed paintings and items in our family's collection that bear no direct relation to our cultivation. This would help to alleviate our most pressing financial shortfall. Simultaneously, we must conduct a thorough reevaluation and reorganization of our current business operations, decisively eliminating unnecessary expenditures. Only through this dual approach might the Li family navigate this trying period." As his words fell, the assembled elders were enveloped in profound contemplation. Weighing the feasibility of Li Lingtian's proposal, the hall descended once more into a profound silence, interrupted only by the occasional soft cough that pierced the stillness. After a brief moment, an elder, whose visage bore the marks of time and whose gaze was profound, furrowed his brow and spoke, "Though these items may not substantially aid the family's current development, they are, after all, heirlooms passed down from our ancestors. Is it truly appropriate to part with them so readily?" Upon hearing this, Li Lingtian stepped forward earnestly, bowing respectfully before the elder, and explained sincerely, "Respected elder, please rest assured, this sale represents only a small fraction, aimed solely at addressing our imminent financial crisis. When our family returns to prosperity, we shall undoubtedly reacquire these assets. Moreover, should we fail to act now and allow the financial chain to sever completely, the entire Li family may face unprecedented peril, potentially leading us down the path of decline." After listening to Li Lingtian's heartfelt words, the elders exchanged glances, silently weighing the pros and cons. Following a brief yet grave deliberation, they finally nodded in agreement, expressing their support for Li Lingtian's solution. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, who had remained silent until now, interjected, "Father, our Li family currently possesses immense strength. You have ascended to the formidable rank of an 87th level soul duelist. And with the esteemed Elder Zhang by your side, it is no exaggeration to say that our family's elite combat power rivals that of the Blue Electric Tyrant sect among the top 3 sections. In my view, given our existing strength and status, the heavenly dual royal family would undoubtedly be keen to court our favor. Thus, it may be more advantageous to seize this opportunity to request a noble title, thereby enhancing our family's prestige and influence. Upon hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian's previously dim eyes suddenly sparkled with a brilliant light, akin to a shooting star streaking across the night sky. He gently raised his hand, slowly caressing the well-defined contours of his chin, lost in a moment of contemplation. After a brief pause, he furrowed his brow slightly and murmured, Xiaobo's suggestion is indeed quite commendable. However, would the Tiandou royal family readily grant us titles? Just as Li Lingtian finished speaking, the elders seated nearby began to whisper among themselves. Among them, a venerable elder spoke first, stating, though our family possesses considerable strength, we have not accomplished any remarkable feats in battle. If we were to boldly approach and request titles, we would likely face a cold refusal. In response to this, Li Lingtian smiled faintly, gesturing for calm. With confidence, he replied, do not fret, my friends. While this endeavor may present challenges, it is not entirely insurmountable. I propose that we first express our unwavering loyalty to the royal family and solemnly promise to offer our full support should the empire face external threats. This may enhance our chances of successfully obtaining titles. After thorough deliberation, Li Lingtian resolved to personally visit the emperor. To this end, he meticulously selected an extravagant gift and devoted considerable time and energy to refining his carefully prepared speech, striving for perfection. Once all was prepared, he stepped forward with a heart full of anticipation and trepidation, entering the imposing gates of the Grand Palace with resolute strides. When the emperor caught sight of Li Lingtian approaching, he had already surmised the purpose of his visit. Upon Li Lingtian's respectful bow and subsequent rise, he cautiously articulated the intent of his audience. However, in response to Li Lingtian's earnest request, the emperor merely smiled gently and replied, my dear minister, the matter of titles is not something that can be granted so casually. I must consider numerous factors. Li Lingtian had anticipated such a response from the emperor and displayed no signs of panic or impatience. Instead, he maintained a composed demeanor, methodically elaborating on his family's formidable strength and unwavering loyalty to the royal family. The emperor, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly stirred by a particular sentiment. At this critical moment, an urgent and piercing cry echoed from outside the palace. Emergency military situation. There are rogue soul masters causing chaos at the border. This sudden news struck like a thunderclap, instantly shattering the previously tense atmosphere within the palace. The emperor abruptly turned his head, his gaze piercing as he looked towards the palace gates. Simultaneously, standing resolutely beside him, Li Lingtian stepped forward, his eyes radiating unwavering determination, exuding an aura of profound righteousness. With a respectful gesture, he addressed the emperor, saying, Your Majesty, in times of national peril, every citizen bears responsibility. I am willing to lead the troops to the frontier immediately to quell the rebellion and restore peace to the people. Upon hearing these words, a look of elation spread across the emperor's face. He hurried to Li Lingtian, firmly grasping his arm, and spoke with fervor, Excellent, loyal, and valiant minister. I have faith that you shall return victorious. Should you succeed in suppressing this insurrection, I shall bestow upon you substantial rewards and a noble title upon your return. Encouraged by the emperor's promise and support, Li Lingtian felt a surge of boundless ambition and resolve within him. Without hesitation, he accepted the imperial decree and strode purposefully out of the palace. As he departed, it seemed as though a tempest arose behind him, heralding the imminent onset of a gripping and momentous battle. Li Lingtian, leading the elite forces meticulously cultivated by the Li family, raced towards the border like an arrow released from its bow. The sound of hooves echoed through the skies, stirring clouds of dust along the way. Yet, Li Lingtian had no time to admire the scenery. His mind was wholly absorbed in the detailed intelligence regarding the malevolent soul masters, his brow furrowed and expression grave. The information indicated that this expedition was fraught with peril and danger, but he remained undaunted, fueled solely by the conviction to eradicate the soul masters. After several days of relentless travel, they finally reached the border. As they drew near, an overwhelming aura of darkness enveloped them, sending chills down their spines. Before them lay a strange black mist, within which the traps laid by the soul masters lurked, eager to ensnare them. Undeterred, Li Ling Tian harnessed his formidable soul power. Ranked at 87, leading his soldiers to breach one defensive line after another. As the battle escalated, the Soul Masters summoned various nefarious powers. However, Li Ling Tian observed that these fiends seemed to be under the influence of a mysterious force. His demeanor remained calm as a placid lake, his gaze sharp and piercing. Meticulously scanning his surroundings for any clues, steadfastly advancing towards the unknown source. Fortune favors the diligent. After days of arduous searching, he finally discovered the hidden mastermind in a secluded and obscure valley. Deep within the valley stood a dark figure, exuding a chilling aura of malevolence. This figure was none other than the leader of the Soul Masters, possessing an unfathomable level of mastery, akin to an abyss that defied comprehension. Faced with such a formidable foe, Li Ling Tian felt no fear. Instead, a fierce determination surged within him. In an instant, they stood facing each other, the tension palpable. With a fierce roar, Li Ling Tian launched the first attack, his form streaking towards the Soul Master leader like lightning. In that moment, the valley was illuminated with flashes of light as soul powers clashed, igniting a breathtaking duel of life and death. The battle was extraordinarily intense. Li Ling Tian unleashed all his skills, yet the Soul Master leader proved to be immensely powerful, repeatedly forcing Li Ling Tian into dire straits. However, at this critical juncture, an inexhaustible strength erupted within Li Ling Tian. Gritting his teeth, he transcended his limits, and his soul power surged forth like a volcanic eruption, multiplying in intensity. Harnessing this sudden surge of formidable energy, Li Ling Tian turned the tide of battle, gradually gaining the upper hand. Ultimately, with a momentous and earth-shattering technique, he struck a decisive blow to the Soul Master leader's vital point, defeating him in one fell swoop. With the leader's defeat, the once arrogant Soul Masters were left in disarray, devoid of direction. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ling Tian pursued them relentlessly, joining forces with his arriving comrades to obliterate the remnants with overwhelming might. Thus, the crisis that threatened the tranquility of the border was completely resolved, restoring peace and serenity to the region once more. Li Ling Tian, having cast off his burdens, witnessed the restoration of tranquility and harmony in the borderlands once more. Li Ling Tian, adorned in battle armor and wielding a long sword, rode upon a majestic steed of purest white, gradually returning to the capital with the glory of victory. From a distance, one could see the city gates thronged with people, a scene of extraordinary festivity. The citizens of the city, having heard of the hero's return, spontaneously flooded the streets to welcome their triumphant general. They waved colorful banners and fresh flowers, their faces radiating joy and admiration. The cheers rose in waves, crescendoing like the tide, creating a deafening roar. Li Ling Tian beamed with a smile, waving to the citizens on either side, his eyes sparkling with pride and excitement. He strode forward, traversing the bustling streets, making his way directly to the imperial palace. Meanwhile, the emperor had long been awaiting his return within the palace. Upon hearing the uproar from outside, he recognized that Li Ling Tian had come back. The emperor rose from his seat and personally approached the palace gates to greet him. Upon seeing Li Ling Tian, the emperor's face broke into a broad smile as he nodded in commendation. Minister Li, your recent campaign has indeed brought forth remarkable achievements. I have not misjudged your capabilities. You have not disappointed me. Li Ling Tian promptly knelt and bowed, humbly replying, Your Majesty, you flatter me. This is merely my duty, and it is entirely due to your Majesty's immense blessings and the valiant efforts of the soldiers that we have attained this victory. The emperor laughed heartily, assisting Li Ling Tian to his feet and proclaiming, There is no need for modesty. Your contributions are evident to all. Today, I shall fulfill the promise I made to you, bestowing upon you the title of first-class Marquis and granting you a territory spanning 1,000 miles. With that, the emperor gestured with his hand, and a nearby eunuch promptly presented the imperial edict and the map. Li Ling Tian received the imperial edict and the map, and once again bowed deeply in gratitude, expressing his heartfelt thanks to the emperor for his gracious favor. He vowed to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to repay the emperor's kindness. Subsequently, he unfurled the map to examine his newly acquired fief in detail. However, at that moment, he suddenly noticed that within this vast expanse of land, there lay a parcel adjacent to the edge of the Sunset Forest. Upon realizing this, a wave of joy surged within Li Ling Tian's heart. For a venerable Soul Master family like the Li clan, proximity to the Sunset Forest was undoubtedly a tremendous boon. This mysterious and perilous forest concealed countless powerful soul beasts, whose soul rings were essential resources for soul masters to enhance their abilities. In the past, to procure suitable soul rings, the Li family had often dispatched numerous individuals to venture deep into the forest in search of them. Now, with their fief so conveniently located next to the Sunset Forest, not only would it facilitate the acquisition of soul rings for their kin, but it would also effectively safeguard the family's true strength from premature exposure. Upon receiving this splendid news, the members of the Li family erupted into cheers and jubilations, their excitement palpable. The entire clan basked in a festive atmosphere, and their prestige soared instantaneously. Henceforth, the Li family would undoubtedly cultivate more exceptional soul master progeny thanks to this fortuitous fief. When this news reached Li Xiaobo's ears, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. The Sunset Forest had long been a focal point of his ambitions, particularly due to the legendary ice and fire duality concealed within it, which had occupied his thoughts for quite some time. In truth, Li Xiaobo possessed a herbal map of comparable efficacy to the ice and fire duality eye. However, the challenge lay in the fact that if he could not remain in close proximity to the herbal map, utilizing its power would prove rather inconvenient. In contrast, the ice and fire duality not only harbored a naturally occurring powerful energy source, but also boasted an abundance of rare and precious celestial herbs. If these herbs could be properly harnessed, they would undoubtedly become a profound foundation for the family's legacy, providing a continuous impetus for its development. With this thought in mind, Li Xiaobo resolutely made up his mind to find a way to bring the ice and fire duality under his control. Chapter 57. Exploring the Sunset Forest. After a prolonged and meticulous preparation, Li Xiaobo finally arrived at the enigmatic edge of the Sunset Forest. He stood quietly, gazing at the vast, deep, and tranquil expanse of the forest before him, his heart brimming with anticipation yet tinged with a hint of unease. Taking a deep breath, as if infusing himself with boundless courage, Li Xiaobo firmly stepped into this uncharted territory. Barely had he entered the forest when he heard an exceedingly faint rustling sound nearby. Although the noise was subtle, it resonated clearly within the serene surroundings. Li Xiaobo instantly became alert, his nerves taut as a bowstring, his right hand firmly gripping the exquisitely sharp sword, ever prepared to confront any impending peril. At that moment, a petite and delicate elemental sprite burst forth like a blue flash of lightning from the nearby thicket. This enchanting sprite shimmered with a soft and captivating azure glow, reminiscent of the twinkling stars in a night sky. With its lively, curious eyes, it joyfully circled around Li Xiaobo, brimming with mischief. Upon realizing that this was merely an adorable and harmless little creature, Li Xiaobo's previously heightened anxiety began to dissipate, and a faint smile of relaxation crept onto his face. Tentatively, he extended his hand, wishing to greet the sprite and attempt a conversation. However, the sprite, seemingly quite the little rascal, ignored Li Xiaobo's friendly gesture and cheekily stuck out its tiny pink tongue at him, before swiftly darting into the depths of the forest without a backward glance. Gazing at the sprite's retreating figure, Li Xiaobo hesitated for a moment. Yet, he soon resolved to follow it, pondering the potential surprises or valuable treasures that this seemingly innocent sprite might reveal. Thus, Li Xiaobo strode forward, pursuing the sprite with determination. As they traversed through the dense layers of verdant woods and winding, rugged paths, they unwittingly arrived at a tranquil and secluded lakeside. It was the evening hour, the sun descending, casting golden rays that danced upon the lake's surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle of shimmering ripples. Just as Li Xiaobo was entranced by the picturesque beauty before him, the calm waters suddenly erupted in tumultuous waves. In an instant, a colossal ancient water serpent, a spirit beast of formidable size, surged from the lake, its gaping maw wide enough to swallow an elephant, lunging ferociously towards him. Faced with this sudden upheaval, Li Xiaobo reacted with remarkable swiftness, pushing off the ground with force and agilely dodging to the side. Simultaneously, the spear he held transformed into a glinting arc of cold light, piercing directly towards the oncoming serpent. In a heartbeat, the spear tip collided with the serpent's body, producing a sharp, ringing sound and sending a shower of sparks flying. What followed was a heart-stopping duel for survival. Li Xiaobo engaged in a fierce struggle against the ferocious ancient water serpent, both sides refusing to yield, resulting in a stalemate. However, as seconds ticked by, Li Xiaobo gradually deciphered the serpent's attack patterns and, seizing the opportune moment, thrust his spear with precision, striking a critical blow to the serpent's vulnerable spot. Letting out a piercing shriek, the wounded serpent collapsed, its massive form crashing to the ground and raising a cloud of dust. At that instant, the little sprite gracefully fluttered into Li Xiaobo's view. Its agile wings fluttered gently, as if conveying a message to him. Before him stood a diminutive sprite, its large, luminous eyes sparkling with curiosity as it scrutinized Li Xiaobo from head to toe, seemingly pleased with its appraisal. With an elegant flourish, the sprite gracefully pivoted, beckoning Li Xiaobo to follow as it glided towards a towering tree not far away. This majestic tree soared skyward, its robust trunk so formidable that it would require several individuals to encircle it fully. Beneath its expansive branches lay a fruit, exuding an enigmatic aura, shrouded in mystery. Li Xiaobo's gaze was immediately drawn to the fruit, and an overwhelming surge of joy washed over him. He understood that this was the significant treasure he had sought during his expedition. Eagerly, he advanced with a lightness in his step, his heart brimming with delight as he approached the enigmatic fruit. Upon closer inspection, a gentle halo emanated from its surface, delicate as gossamer. Through this luminous veil, he could faintly sense a peculiar force pulsating within. Cautiously, Li Xiaobo extended his hand and gently brushed the fruit's exterior. In an instant, a torrent of immense energy surged into his body like a roaring flood. This powerful influx momentarily disoriented him, yet he quickly acclimated. As the energy coursed through him, Li Xiaobo was astonished to discover that he could forge a deeper connection and dialogue with the natural elements surrounding him. At that moment, tiny sprites began to dance joyfully around him, their diminutive forms tracing exquisite arcs in the air, reminiscent of shooting stars illuminating the night sky. The sprites' exuberance was palpable, as if they were fervently celebrating Li Xiaobo's newfound extraordinary abilities. However, just as they reveled in their joyous celebration, a melodious flute tune wafted through the air from a distance. The sound was crisp and enchanting, akin to celestial music that captivated the soul. Li Xiaobo instinctively paused, turning his gaze towards the source of the melody. Before him appeared a mysterious figure, clad in a flowing robe as white as snow, gliding gracefully toward him. The individual was tall and elegant, exuding an ethereal aura with each poised movement. Particularly striking were the deep, ocean-like eyes that conveyed a profound wisdom born from life's trials. This was the guardian of the forest's secrets, who had long been searching for gifted individuals like Li Xiaobo. At this moment, he had successfully passed through numerous trials, earning the right to depart with the precious fruit. Yet, before he could leave, he was required to fulfill a request made by the guardian. Li Xiaobo respectfully clasped his fists in salute to the guardian, humbly inquiring, "May I ask what matters require the assistance of a junior such as myself? I assure you, I shall exert every effort within my capabilities." The guardian gazed intently at Li Xiaobo, then spoke slowly. "Are you aware of the various restrictions imposed upon the spirit beasts in this realm?" Li Xiaobo pondered for a moment before responding cautiously, "Honorable Senior, I have heard a little about this. It is said that the soul beasts in this realm are bound by various rules in their growth and development." The guardian smiled gently and continued, "If that is the case, what would be your reaction if I were to tell you that I am, in fact, a soul beast myself?" Upon hearing the words, Li Xiaobo was momentarily taken aback, quickly waving his hand and chuckling, "Senior, do not jest with me. How could a being as formidable and enigmatic as yourself be of the soul beast nature?" The guardian, however, shook his head with a solemn expression, stating earnestly, "I am not jesting. To be candid, I am a colossal monkey with a cultivation of 800,000 years. Perhaps in this world, beings like me are truly unparalleled. Moreover, akin to the divine position you bear, I too do not originate from this realm." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted, pondering inwardly. How does this elder know of my divine status? This has always been my secret. His mind was filled with confusion and astonishment. The guardian seemed to perceive his thoughts and reassured, "There is no need for alarm. I can sense the aura of your divine position. My request is that if an opportunity arises, you might endeavor to improve the living conditions of the soul beasts." After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo acquiesced. Upon leaving the expansive sunset forest, Li Xiaobo had anticipated a tranquil existence. Yet little did he know that a colossal crisis was quietly approaching. It was unclear when the news of his possession of celestial-grade treasures had spread throughout Tiando City. This power was said to harbor boundless energy capable of enhancing one's innate talents, igniting avarice in countless hearts. Finally, on a fair and sunny day, as gentle sunlight bathed the earth and a soft breeze rustled the leaves, an undercurrent of turmoil lay hidden beneath the seemingly serene atmosphere. A group of enigmatic figures clad in black appeared around Li Xiaobo like phantoms, moving swiftly and silently to encircle him, leaving no avenue of escape. These individuals, donned in tight black attire with their faces obscured by masks, revealed only their gleaming, cold eyes, instilling a sense of dread. Faced with this sudden threat, Li Xiaobo's heart tightened, yet his combat experience allowed him to regain composure swiftly. He understood that he could not afford to be careless at this moment. The consequences could be dire. Thus, he gripped his exceptionally sharp longsword tightly, his arm tensing slightly, causing the blade to tremble and emit a resonant hum. Simultaneously, the muscles throughout his body tensed like a bowstring drawn to its limit, poised to unleash astonishing strength. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, fixated on the surrounding figures in black, leaving no movement unnoticed. At that moment, the atmosphere thickened with an oppressive silence, a tension that hung heavily in the air, making it difficult to breathe. Despite the considerable enhancement of his abilities through arduous training in the forest, a flicker of wariness arose within him as he surveyed this mysterious assembly, for it was evident from their stature and movements that each was a seasoned warrior, honed through countless battles. Moreover, they emanated a heart-stirring and formidable aura, as if each individual had emerged from a sea of corpses and blood, akin to a harbinger of doom. As time progressed, the tension stemming from the standoff between the two sides grew increasingly palpable, reminiscent of a volcano on the verge of eruption, suffocating in its oppressive atmosphere. At long last, the taut string reached its breaking point with a sharp snap, igniting the flames of battle in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the entire battlefield was engulfed as if a colossal spark had been cast into it, erupting into a roaring blaze. The glint of swords and the flash of blades intertwined chaotically in midair, shimmering incessantly, with each clash emitting dazzling sparks. The cries of battle reverberated through the heavens, deafening, as though attempting to rend the very fabric of this world asunder. Li Xiaobo moved with the grace of a swallow, his actions agile and swift, darting through the enemies like a specter. The reverse divine spear he wielded transformed into a streak of silver lightning, whistling through the air with the force of a dragon leaping into the sea, unmatched in its ferocity. Each thrust carried an unparalleled momentum that deterred his foes from approaching recklessly. However, the black-clad adversaries were evidently not to be underestimated. Their coordination was seamless, their defenses impenetrable, and their assaults relentless, like a tempest crashing against the shore, each wave more formidable than the last. Faced with such formidable opponents, even the valiant Li Xiaobo found it challenging to breach their defenses, gradually becoming ensnared in a grueling battle. Just as the conflict reached a stalemate, Li Xiaobo keenly sensed an extraordinarily powerful and ancient aura emanating from behind the group of black-clad figures. This aura felt as if it had traversed through time, imbued with the weight of antiquity and an almost limitless primal force. Merely sensing it sent chills down his spine, filling him with a profound dread. As he pondered the source of this mysterious energy, one of the black-clad figures slowly raised a hand and gently removed the cold, dark mask obscuring their face. To Li Xiaobo's astonishment, the figure before him, clad in black and bearing a stern visage, was none other than the petite and charming sprite he had encountered deep within the forest. At that time, the sprite had danced through the woods like a playful note, vibrant and lively, a stark contrast to the cold and merciless demeanor it now exhibited. It turned out that since witnessing Li Xiaobo acquire the fruit imbued with extraordinary power, the sprite had long coveted it. However, fully aware of the formidable and diligent guardian of the forest, the golden-armored gibbon, the sprite had refrained from acting impulsively, burying its greed deep within and patiently awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Now, upon discovering that Li Xiaobo had departed from the forest, it deemed the moment ripe for action. Thus, unable to suppress its desires, the sprite swiftly summoned a group of equally nefarious subordinates, launching a fierce assault on Li Xiaobo in a bid to seize the coveted power of the fruit. As the enemy closed in, tightening their encirclement and escalating the urgency of the situation, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of anxiety and frustration. In that critical moment, a dazzling golden light sliced through the sky, akin to lightning tearing through the night, crashing down into the heart of the fierce battlefield. As everyone gazed in awe, they collectively gasped. The newcomer was none other than the once mighty guardian of the forest, the golden-armored gibbon. Before me stood a magnificent creature, towering and robust, its body adorned with a lustrous coat of golden fur that shimmered like scattered sunlit gold, radiating brilliance. Its large, bell-like eyes sparkled with a chilling intensity, exuding an aura of authority and dominance. With a gaping maw, it unleashed a thunderous roar, reverberating through the air like a clap of thunder, causing the ears of those present to ring painfully, instilling a profound sense of fear. In an instant, the colossal gibbon's eyes widened, emanating an aura that sent shivers down one's spine. It swung its arms, as robust as granite pillars, conjuring a fierce gale. Each strike seemed to carry the weight of mountains, a force capable of toppling the very heavens, crashing down upon the cloaked figures with tremendous might. Their weapons clashed violently against this terrifying power, instantly sent flying, some even shattering into fragments. They were utterly incapable of withstanding such ferocious onslaughts, retreating desperately in an attempt to evade the lethal blows. Yet, the gibbon moved with astonishing speed, darting through the throngs like a wraith, leaving the cloaked figures with no avenue of escape. Under the relentless assault of the gibbon, the once formidable sprites and their minions erupted into chaos. They shrieked in terror, scattering wildly, their former bravado evaporating in an instant. Those unfortunate enough to lag behind were swiftly overtaken, their anguished cries silenced as they were reduced to mere pulp. A sight too gruesome to behold. Before long, the tumultuous battle subsided, leaving the battlefield in disarray, strewn with shattered weapons and pools of blood. The sprites and their followers had vanished without a trace, leaving only the remnants of their fierce confrontation as testaments to the harrowing clash that had just transpired. At that moment, Li Xiaobo, overwhelmed with gratitude, rushed before the gibbon and exclaimed, "Thank you for your timely assistance. Had it not been for you, I would surely have met my demise." He lifted his gaze to the gibbon's imposing figure, his eyes brimming with reverence. The gibbon nodded slightly, gesturing for Li Xiaobo to rise. Then, in a deep and authoritative tone, it spoke, "This fruit harbors immense energy, yet misused, it may bring calamity. I hope you utilize this power wisely, and do not betray my expectations." With those words, the gibbon turned and vanished into the depths of the forest. Li Xiaobo stood rooted to the spot, his gaze lingering on the receding figure of the gibbon, which seemed to carry away a fragment of his innermost concerns. Yet, what prevailed within him was a profound sense of resolve and determination. He clenched his fist silently, vowing to adhere to the gibbon's words and to wholeheartedly embrace the mission that lay before him. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiaobo gradually began to untangle the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to seek out a more secluded and tranquil place where he could immerse himself fully in harnessing the power of that enigmatic fruit. Thus, he resolutely set forth, embarking on a journey fraught with uncertainty and challenges. Along the way, Li Xiaobo navigated through thickets and overcame numerous perilous obstacles. He painstakingly scaled towering, steep mountains, each step akin to treading upon the edge of a blade. He cautiously crossed tumultuous rivers, their currents fierce and unforgiving, where a moment's inattention could lead to being engulfed by merciless waves. However, these tribulations did not deter him in the slightest. Instead, they forged his indomitable spirit. At long last, after enduring countless hardships, one fateful day, Li Xiaobo found himself in a breathtaking valley shrouded in mist, resembling a celestial paradise. There, verdant hills and sparkling waters harmoniously coexisted, trees flourished, and flowers bloomed abundantly, while the air was saturated with a dense, almost palpable aura of vitality. Li Xiaobo felt his pores expand, greedily absorbing the fresh and pure essence that enveloped him, a profound sense of comfort washing over his being. His intuition whispered that this was indeed the secluded sanctuary he had long yearned for to engage in deep meditation. Following a winding path, he ventured further into the valley, exploring his surroundings. Before long, he stumbled upon a tranquil and profound cave nestled beneath a mountain. The entrance was adorned with vibrant moss, and the gentle sound of flowing water echoed from within, creating an atmosphere of serene tranquility. Li Xiaobo nodded in delight and stepped into the cave. Once inside, he meticulously examined his surroundings to ensure safety, then sought out a smooth, flat stone upon which to sit. Closing his eyes, he regulated his breathing, gradually calming his racing thoughts. When all was prepared, Li Xiaobo began to channel the spiritual energy within him, guiding the formidable power emanating from the mysterious fruit to flow gently, drop by drop, into his meridians. Time flowed inexorably, and days turned into nights. Throughout the relentless practice, Li Xiaobo remained wholly focused, allowing no room for complacency. Gradually, he sensed the fruit's power merging seamlessly with his own intrinsic spiritual energy, becoming indistinguishable from one another. This extraordinary transformation filled him with elation, yet he understood that now was not the moment to relax. Ultimately, after an extended period of rigorous training, Li Xiaobo successfully absorbed and integrated the fruit's power in its entirety. At that moment, he radiated a soft glow, and every movement he made exuded an unparalleled aura of might. Upon emerging from his retreat, Li Xiaobo did not hasten to leave the valley. Instead, He lingered for a while to acclimate to the newfound strength coursing through his body. When he felt the time was ripe, he embarked on his journey once more, traversing the world in search of a formidable soul beast worthy of matching his seventh soul ring. Chapter 58. The 900,000-year-old Armored Monkey. Li Xiaobo cautiously navigated through the twilight forest, enveloped in an eerie silence that sent shivers down his spine. Sunlight filtered through the dense canopy, casting dappled shadows. Yet it failed to dispel the foreboding atmosphere that lingered within this woodland. Suddenly, a faint rustling broke the stillness. Li Xiaobo's heart raced. He halted abruptly, gripping his reverse divine spear tightly, his keen eyes alertly scanning the direction of the sound. Emerging from the shadows was a fox, radiating an ethereal blue glow. This creature possessed an exquisite form, its fur silky and lustrous, each strand shimmering with a mysterious azure light. Notably, its eyes resembled the profound depths of the night sky, captivating all who dared to gaze upon them. In an instant, Li Xiaobo recognized this fox as the elusive soul beast he had been fervently seeking for ages, the legendary 90,000-year-old spirit beast. At that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of anxiety in the face of a formidable adversary and exhilaration at the prospect of acquiring immense power. He understood that such a being was not only terrifyingly powerful but also possessed extraordinary intelligence. However, before he could muster any response, the fox spoke. "You insignificant human. How dare you trespass here? What is it that you seek in this place?" Its voice was crisp and frigid, as if echoing from the depths of the netherworld. Li Xiaobo took a deep breath, steadied his mind, then mustered his courage to respond. "Respected spirit beast, I aspire to gain your power and have you become my soul ring, aiding me in my cultivation journey." The fox, upon hearing this, let out a disdainful snort and retorted, "With your meager skills, you dare to covet my power? Such delusions are nothing but the fantasies of a fool. However, considering your modicum of bravery, if you can pass my test, I might contemplate granting your wish." As the words left the fox's lips, a glint of cunning sparkled in its eyes. At that moment, the sly fox suddenly opened its mouth and exhaled a billowing cloud of vibrant, multicolored smoke. The smoke swiftly enveloped the surroundings, forming bizarre and ethereal scenes that unfurled before Li Xiaobo like exquisite scrolls. He beheld images of a raging mount fire, where scorching magma erupted violently, scenes of a frigid, snow-laden wasteland, where biting winds howled mercilessly, in the eerie realm of the undead, where countless malevolent spirits lunged menacingly toward him. Confronted by the relentless onslaught of these illusions, Li Xiaobo clenched his jaw, focusing all his energy to resist. His mind was flooded with resolute affirmations, urging him to remain untempted by these phantasms. Waves of illusions crashed against his resolve like tumultuous ocean tides, yet he stood firm, valiantly battling against them. At last, after a grueling struggle, the fox seemed to sense Li Xiaobo's indomitable spirit. It nodded in satisfaction and said, "Well done, human. Come forth. It appears you possess extraordinary perseverance and courage." However, Li Xiaobo unhesitatingly replied, "I'm afraid you are not suitable." The fox's eyes widened in disbelief, filled with confusion and ire. It bellowed incredulously, "You human, are you mocking me? How dare you declare that I am not suitable?" Li Xiaobo calmly shook his head and explained, "That is not the case. It was merely during our recent confrontation against your illusionary assault that I meticulously observed and analyzed the abilities you exhibited. Based on my assessment, while your illusions are indeed formidable, fundamentally, your attributes lack the qualities capable of generating substantial power. Therefore, after careful consideration, I believe that collaboration or partnership between us would not be suitable." Upon hearing this, the fox was momentarily taken aback. It had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary human could maintain such clarity of thought amidst such fierce combat and render such precise judgments. In that instant, the fox felt a newfound respect for Li Xiaobo. At that moment, Li Xiaobo continued, "Nevertheless, I remain grateful to you for bestowing upon me this rare opportunity. Perhaps we can forge a unique pact between us." The fox, intrigued by his words, eagerly inquired, "What sort of pact do you propose?" Li Xiaobo smiled slightly, a confident curve gracing his lips as he softly replied, "I shall exert every effort to safeguard this vast and boundless forest, ensuring it remains unscathed from the incessant intrusions of those greedy soul hunters. In exchange, I hope that when I find myself in peril, you will extend your assistance. Of course, without the necessity of sacrificing your life." After delivering this proposition, Li Xiaobo gazed quietly at the fox, awaiting its response. The fox narrowed its eyes slightly, lost in brief contemplation. After a considerable pause, it finally nodded, signifying its agreement to this seemingly fair and reasonable proposal. Thus, a peculiar partnership quietly formed within the mysterious sunset forest. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo resolutely turned and departed with firm, purposeful strides from the forest. Illuminated by the ethereal glow of the setting sun, he was acutely aware that although he had not achieved his long-desired soul ring, he was nonetheless gratified by the unexpected alliance he had forged with such a distinctive and powerful ally. Meanwhile, the fox, remaining in place, watched as he gradually receded from view, its gaze unwavering upon his diminishing silhouette. For reasons unknown, a fleeting glimmer of ineffable admiration flickered in the depths of the fox's eyes. Not long after Li Xiaobo stepped out of the sunset forest, he suddenly sensed an eerily familiar and disquieting presence permeating the air around him. In an instant, his heart jolted as if struck by a heavy hammer. Reflexively, he lifted his gaze, peering into the distance. There, in the far-off expanse, a vague figure was slowly approaching, becoming increasingly discernible as time passed. To his astonishment, it was the very golden monkey he had tirelessly sought for over half a month. The gibbon suddenly threw its head back in laughter, the sound resonating through the air as if it could shatter the leaves surrounding it. Ha ha ha. However, I must admit, you are quite the intriguing character. I recall when you sought me out with unwavering determination, your persistence truly left a lasting impression. Who would have thought that you would eventually forge such an unusual pact with the soul beasts of the sunset forest? Standing nearby, Li Xiaobo maintained a solemn expression, his gaze unwavering as he replied, "This is not an odd occurrence. Rather, it is a mutually beneficial arrangement. Through collaboration with them, we can both acquire what we need." In a swift leap, the gibbon was suddenly before Li Xiaobo, tilting its head as its bright, expressive eyes scrutinized the young man before it. It murmured, "Hey, young one. Have you truly forgotten the original purpose of your quest to find me? Wasn't your singular ambition to become powerful? Why have you now taken to these convoluted paths?" Li Xiaobo solemnly nodded, affirming that he had not forgotten his original intention. "I certainly have not lost sight of my initial aspiration. I have always yearned for greater power. However, I believe that the acquisition of strength need not come at the expense of others." Upon hearing this, the gibbon scratched its furry head, a look of perplexity crossing its face. "Your notion is rather peculiar. Yet, upon reflection, it does not seem entirely devoid of merit." "Very well. Since you are such an intriguing fellow, I, the great sage, shall graciously indulge you today. I can impart some of my unique skills to you, but first, you must undergo my rigorous training." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with a glimmer of surprise, and he eagerly inquired, "Is this truly the case?" The long-armed monkey lifted its chin, responding with an air of pride. "Humph. This great sage has always kept his word. Would I deceive a mere novice like you?" In the days that followed, Li Xiaobo diligently trailed behind the long-armed monkey, embarking on an exceptionally arduous training journey. Under the careful tutelage of the long-armed monkey, Li Xiaobo gradually mastered one wondrous skill after another. He learned to skillfully utilize the surrounding natural environment to conceal his presence, whether amidst dense woods or jagged rocks. He could blend seamlessly into his surroundings. Simultaneously, he grasped the art of delivering powerful strikes with minimal effort, each attack swift and ferocious like a tempest. Yet, as they reveled in the joy of their training progress, the tranquil days slipped away like a fleeting dream. One morning, the previously clear sky darkened ominously without warning, heavy clouds gathering swiftly like ink, threatening to engulf the entire world. Soon after, a colossal black thundercloud began to coalesce on the horizon. This thundercloud resembled a fearsome beast, incessantly spewing torrents of black and crimson lightning. These bolts intertwined like countless ferocious dragons, poised to unleash their destructive force upon the very ground where Li Xiaobo and the long-armed monkey stood. "This is perilous. It is the tribulation I have awaited for 900,000 years." The long-armed monkey gazed at the overwhelming tempest of thunder with a grave expression. Beside him, Li Xiaobo clenched his fists, palms damp with sweat, yet his gaze remained resolute as he anxiously asked, "Do you possess the confidence to safely navigate this trial?" The long-armed monkey, sensing Li Xiaobo's concern, turned to the brave and tenacious young man, offering a reassuring smile. "Haha, worry not, young lad. Today, you shall witness what true combat entails." With that, the long-armed monkey's form flickered and transformed into a streak of light, charging directly into the tempest of thunder. In an instant, his powerful hands danced in the air, conjuring violent gusts of wind. The wind amplified the thunder's might, and the heavens changed colors in response to the tumultuous storm. However, the sheer number of bolts of lightning was staggering, as if they were endless, relentlessly battering down upon them. Despite the long-armed monkey's formidable strength, the relentless onslaught began to wear him down, his stamina gradually depleting. He turned his head with great difficulty, his gaze landing on Li Xiaobo, panting as he declared, "Young one, this tribulation is too formidable. I fear my strength may not suffice to withstand it. I shall resort to forbidden techniques to break through this trial, but the consequences may very well lead to my utter annihilation. Nevertheless, you must promise me to live on with fortitude in the days to come." Upon hearing these words, Li Xiaobo was consumed with urgency. His voice strained as he cried out, "This cannot be. Absolutely not. We must have other options." However, the gibbon had made up its mind, disregarding Li Xiaobo's pleas, and resolutely activated the mysterious and perilous forbidden technique. In an instant, a blinding radiance erupted, dazzling and resplendent like the sun. Following this, a tremendous roar resonated as the menacing thunderclouds that had enveloped the sky vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. Simultaneously, the immense form of the gibbon began to topple, akin to a collapsing mountain. It expended its final vestiges of strength, unreservedly sacrificing all remaining power to Li Xiaobo. Witnessing the unfolding events, Li Xiaobo felt a profound anguish, his heart wrenched in despair. He could distinctly sense a magnificent force flowing ceaselessly from the gibbon into his being, surging wildly within his meridians. At that moment, he noticed the gibbon's soul gradually dissipating, extending a hand to gently present him with a translucent orb, radiating a soft glow. In a feeble voice, the gibbon uttered, "This is my soul bone, containing the essence of my lifetime of cultivation. With it, you shall better integrate the power I bestow upon you." As the last syllable left its lips, the gibbon's soul completely faded from the realm of existence. Li Xiaobo cautiously accepted the precious soul bone, and as soon as it was in his grasp, he felt an overwhelming surge of energy coursing through his body, akin to a wild stallion breaking free and rampaging. He clenched his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, and exerted every ounce of his strength to cultivate the techniques he had learned, attempting to guide and control this tumultuous force. Each endeavor was accompanied by immense suffering and peril, yet he resolutely persevered. After a lengthy and arduous struggle, Li Xiaobo ultimately succeeded in merging the formidable power bestowed upon him by the great ape. At that moment, he radiated a faint golden glow, his aura becoming even more potent and dignified than before. An air of formidable strength emanated from him, reminiscent of a volcano on the brink of eruption. Through his relentless training and trials, he not only mastered the extraordinary abilities of the great ape, but also, in a vague sense, transcended his own limits. Brushing against the threshold of a higher echelon of power, he gazed into the distant horizon, his eyes profound and resolute, silently vowing that, regardless of the treacherous path ahead, he would ascend to divinity and resurrect the great ape with supreme power. With that, he decisively embarked on his journey back to the Li residence. Along the way, Li Xiaobo remained silent, like a solitary traveler. The image of the great ape's tragic last moments and its yearning for life, along with the trust it had placed in him, continually haunted his mind. Each recollection pierced his heart like 1,000 steel needles, inflicting unbearable anguish. Finally, after enduring countless hardships, Li Xiaobo returned to the long-cherished Li residence. As he stepped through the gates, everyone within felt the unparalleled strength radiating from him, rendering them speechless and astounded. However, at that moment, Li Xiaobo had no time to regard their reactions. He expressionlessly made his way through the crowd, hastening towards his room. Upon entering, he eagerly retrieved the long-preserved soul bone of the great ape. He cradled it delicately in his hands, as if it were an exquisite treasure, meticulously examining every line and detail etched upon its surface. This soul bone seemed to encapsulate the memories and power of the great ape's life. And as Li Xiaobo gazed at it, he felt as if he could glimpse the days spent training alongside the great ape. Then, he recalled a passage he had chanced upon in an ancient tome regarding the method of resurrection. Without delay, he hurried to the Li residence's treasure vault. The vault was heavily guarded, and gaining entry was no simple feat once inside, amidst the towering piles of books. Li Xiaobo anxiously searched for the yellowed pages that might contain the secrets of revival. Fortune favored the diligent. After a thorough search, he finally discovered the dusty volume of the herbal compendium tucked away in a corner. Gripping it tightly as if it were a priceless find, he swiftly began to peruse its contents. Before long, his gaze settled on a particular page. The text above meticulously delineates various celestial herbs, evoking memories of the legendary ice and fire dual eyes from the original tale. It is said that within this mystical realm grows a herb endowed with extraordinary powers, perhaps the very essence required for swift enhancement of strength. Upon reading this, Li Xiaobo's eyes sparkled with renewed hope, igniting a fervent flame within his heart. He was acutely aware that the journey to seek the ice and fire dual eyes would undoubtedly be fraught with countless challenges and perils. Yet, as long as there remained even the slightest chance to revive the gibbons, he vowed never to surrender lightly. Thus, without hesitation, Li Xiaobo meticulously prepared his belongings and embarked once more on a new adventure. Bidding farewell to his family, he stepped into the unknown with unwavering determination. Setting his sights firmly on the sunset forest, harboring a profound yearning for the resurrection of the gibbons. Chapter 59. The Ice and Fire Dual Eyes. Li Xiaobo cautiously navigated through the sunset forest, where a delicate mist enveloped the surroundings. Vigilantly on the lookout for any lurking soul beasts, he attentively sensed the aura of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Suddenly, a fox, radiating flames, leapt forth, its eyes glinting with cunning. Recognizing it as the Millennium Sunset Fox, adept at using fire to deceive its foes, Li Xiaobo swiftly unleashed his divine spear martial soul. At that moment, he felt a chilling presence subtly beckoning him. A surge of exhilaration coursed through him. Was he approaching the Eye of Ice and Fire? He chased away the Sunset Fox and hastened towards the source of the icy aura. Parting a dense thicket, he beheld a mountain exuding both cold and heat. He had found the Eye of Ice and Fire. As he ventured deeper into this enigmatic realm, the surrounding environment began to shift imperceptibly. The once stable temperature fluctuated wildly, at times enveloping him in the searing heat of a blazing furnace, causing beads of sweat to cascade like a waterfall. At other times, he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, the bone-chilling cold making him shiver uncontrollably. This bizarre temperature fluctuation seemed to serve as a silent warning, indicating that Li Xiaobo was drawing ever closer to the fabled treasure. While trudging forward with difficulty, a mist-shrouded gorge suddenly appeared before him. Through the hazy fog, he glimpsed an array of extraordinary flora flourishing within the gorge. These flowers and grasses, resplendent in vibrant hues, crimson as fire, rosy as dawn, and white as snow, intertwined to form a breathtaking tapestry. However, Li Xiaobo soon sensed something amiss. The seemingly enchanting flora exuded a faint yet unsettling fragrance, distinct from the refreshing aroma of ordinary blossoms. Instead, it carried an elusive air of danger, as though warning all intruders. This place is perilously treacherous. Tread with caution. According to the original text, this locale is guarded by a rare plant known as the Azure Scale 7 Absolute Flower. Its potent toxins can swiftly claim the lives of ordinary individuals upon contact with its thorns or inhalation of its pollen, leaving no chance of survival. Faced with such peril, Li Xiaobo remained acutely aware, carefully maneuvering his steps to avoid the deadly flowers, advancing slowly towards his destination, one deliberate step at a time. Upon traversing the lush meadow, an astonishing spectacle unfolded before his eyes. It was as if he had stepped into a dreamlike realm, one side ablaze with roaring flames, the other blanketed in pristine snow, forming a glacier. Amidst this extraordinary landscape, a spring continuously gushed forth scalding hot water, sending sprays that instantly transformed into billowing white mist upon contact with the ground. Conversely, the opposite direction lay shrouded beneath a thick layer of snow, resembling a fairy tale world draped in silver. In this place where fire and ice stood in stark opposition, two streams of crystal-clear water erupted from the earth. Among them, one spring is chillingly cold, its icy essence seemingly capable of penetrating one's very marrow, while the other flows with a fiery warmth, emanating waves of heat that render one almost unbearably scorched. This is the fabled Eye of Ice and Fire, a realm imbued with enigmatic powers and boundless mysteries. As Li Xiaobo gradually approached this wondrous spring, he was immediately enveloped by an exceptionally potent aura, crashing upon him like tumultuous ocean waves. This aura was so dense that it felt as if it could permeate the deepest recesses of one's soul. Here lies not only a treasure trove of rare medicinal herbs, but also the dream habitat for countless ethereal plants and spirit beasts. In this tranquil and harmonious setting, the surroundings were so still that even the faintest breeze had ceased to stir, and time itself seemed to have come to a standstill at that very moment. Li Xiaobo, with an air of trepidation, held his breath, refraining from producing even the slightest sound, fearful that any inadvertent movement might disturb the creatures inhabiting this land. Yet, at that moment, a deep and resonant roar suddenly pierced the stillness, shattering the serene atmosphere. Li Xiaobo's heart jolted, astonished by the unexpected sound, and he quickly heightened his vigilance, casting a swift glance around him. To his astonishment, not far from where he stood, a colossal, muscular plant was advancing towards him with slow and deliberate steps. Upon closer inspection, he realized that it was none other than the illustrious earth dragon golden melon, one of the legendary herbs flourishing within the eyes of ice and fire. Li Xiaobo's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, his face a canvas of disbelief. As he stood profoundly shaken by the breathtaking spectacle of the ice and fire duality before him, it resembled two dazzling gems embedded in the earth. One side ablaze with raging flames, a torrid wave threatening to incinerate all, the other, a chilling spring, exuding an icy aura that sent shivers down one's spine. This place not only boasted an unparalleled and unique natural environment, but also served as a revered sanctuary for many soul masters, a coveted realm for cultivation. Although, for various reasons, Li Xiaobo could not delve into the spring's depths to uncover its mysteries at that moment. A seed of curiosity had already taken root in the innermost recesses of his heart, yearning to explore the secrets of the spring. He silently vowed to double his efforts in cultivation, incessantly enhancing his strength and wisdom. For it is only through such dedication that he might one day earn the right to step into the enigmatic ice and fire duality. Embarking on a quest to uncover the immense opportunities hidden within, related to the Ice Dragon King and the Fire Dragon King. Perhaps then, he would unveil an untold legendary tale and achieve monumental feats that would resonate through the ages. Li Xiaobo had not yet had the opportunity to react further when the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd charged towards him like a bolt of golden lightning, halting just a few meters in front of him. This colossal creature was enveloped in a layer of rigid scales that shimmered with dazzling golden light, exuding an ancient and formidable aura. Its robust tendrils swayed slightly in the air, as if a pair of keen eyes were scrutinizing Li Xiaobo before it. Faced with such a powerful presence, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of caution within, acutely aware that he must not act recklessly. He took a deep breath, gradually channeling the power of his true dragon bloodline, allowing its majestic energy to unfurl. In an instant, a pure and commanding aura permeated the air, intertwining with the ancient essence emanating from the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd, creating a tense standoff. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd appeared to sense the true dragon bloodline energy that Li Xiaobo was releasing, causing its previously agitated tendrils to calm slightly, retracting a measure. Yet, despite the temporary equilibrium, a palpable tension lingered in the atmosphere, instilling a sense of unease. At that moment, Li Xiaobo inadvertently caught sight of a small grass shimmering with a faint glow near the eye of ice and fire. Drawing from years of experience and knowledge gained in his adventures, he instantly recognized it as the coveted ice spirit grass, the key target of his quest for celestial herbs. This grass possessed extraordinary efficacy in enhancing a cultivator's power, making it a rare and invaluable treasure. However, the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd stood guard over it, rendering the acquisition of the ice spirit grass a formidable challenge. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brows, lost in thought. Suddenly, he recalled having read in ancient texts that the Earth Dragon Golden Gourd was fond of a particular type of soul energy fluctuation. He attempted to conjure that specific energy wave, sending a signal of goodwill towards the creature. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd paused momentarily, and then its hostility gradually dissipated. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaobo swiftly approached the ice spirit grass and carefully plucked it. The Earth Dragon Golden Gourd merely observed, offering no resistance. After securing the ice spirit grass, Li Xiaobo bowed in gratitude towards the creature before joyfully resuming his search for other celestial herbs. Continuing his exploration near the Eye of Ice and Fire, he soon detected a vibrant life force emanating from a concealed corner. Following the sensation, he discovered an extraordinary celestial herb. One half of this herb radiated a lively verdant hue, while the other half was a deep, somber black, two colors distinctly contrasting. Precisely the yin-yang illusory herb he had long sought. Just as he reached out to harvest it, the surrounding temperature plummeted, and a translucent ice spirit materialized. This spirit was none other than the consciousness of the ice spirit grass, which had not appeared when he had taken the grass, but now intervened to prevent him from picking the yin-yang illusory herb. With no other recourse, Li Xiaobo engaged in negotiation. He expressed his willingness to assist the spirit in ascending to a higher realm. After a moment of contemplation, the ice spirit acquiesced to the arrangement. Consequently, Li Xiaobo successfully obtained the yin-yang illusory herb. Following this, he employed his keen perception to locate the life-based celestial herb, the holy healing star fungus, which was enveloped in a gentle halo of protection. Li Xiaobo harnessed the power of his bloodline in resonance with the halo, successfully breaching the protective barriers to acquire the divine herb. At this juncture, he had gathered both the life and the yin-yang divine herbs. Just as Li Xiaobo prepared to depart, he sensed a subtle yet formidable energy fluctuation. Intrigued, he followed the source of this disturbance, only to discover, nestled within a crevice at the edge of the ice and fire duality, an extraordinarily peculiar divine herb. Its stem resembled amethyst, while its leaves shimmered with a ghostly blue luminescence, faintly encircled by arcs of lightning. This was the thunder source amethyst herb, an exceedingly rare divine herb that greatly aids in the cultivation of thunder attribute techniques. However, surrounding this herb was a dense network of electric filaments, where even the slightest contact would provoke a fierce electrical shock. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow in contemplation. After a moment of deep thought, he summoned the vital energy within him to form a protective insulating shield. With utmost care, he extended his hand and swiftly plucked the thunder source purple crystal grass, placing it into his storage bag. Reflecting on the fantastical realm of Douluo continent, he recalled that celestial herbs are extraordinary plants, often found in the enigmatic region known as the Eye of Ice and Fire. These divine herbs not only enhance a soul master's spiritual power, but also bestow a variety of unique abilities and medicinal properties. He pondered briefly before harvesting the celestial herbs from the original narrative. Fragrant Kylan herb, renowned as the nemesis of all toxins. It possesses the remarkable ability to neutralize any poison in its vicinity with its enchanting aroma. Octagonal icegrass, exhibiting extreme cold properties, it instills a chilling sensation. Classified as a rare cold poison herb. Fiery apricot blossom, in stark contrast to the octagonal icegrass, this is a premier toxic herb of fire, exuding potent venom. Miraculous mushroom chrysanthemum, a neutral herb that enhances fortune and bloodlines, aiding Dai Mubai in breaking through his limitations. 8-petal celestial orchid, a gentle herb that strengthens the foundation and accelerates the cultivation process. Kylan tulip, assisted Ning Rongrong in transforming her martial soul into the 9-treasure glazed tile, augmenting her spiritual power by 6 levels. Coxcomb phoenix sunflower, ideal for Ma Hongjun, whose martial soul is an aberrant phoenix. It filters impurities from his martial essence, elevating his spiritual power by 5 levels. Narcissus jade skin bone, nourishing tendons and fortifying bones. It facilitates the flow of energy through the meridians, helping Zhu Zhuqing enhance her spiritual power by 7 levels. Heartbreaking red, a treasure among celestial herbs, it is the king of flowers, possessing miraculous properties to revive the deceased and restore skeletal integrity. 9th rank purple Ganoderma, although not classified as a celestial herb, it reinforces the foundation, boosts energy, and aids the master in transcending level 30. These celestial herbs play a pivotal role in the narrative of Douluo continent, empowering the protagonist to overcome challenges. Now they belong to him, perfectly suiting the needs of those in the Li residence. With a final glance at the Eye of Ice and Fire, he departed from this wondrous realm, filled with contentment. Chapter 60. The distribution of celestial herbs. As Li Xiaobo stepped through the gates of the Li residence, an unsettling atmosphere enveloped him. The once lively courtyard now lay in an eerie silence, and the servants who spotted his return merely offered hasty bows before swiftly departing. An ominous premonition surged within him as he hurried towards his father's study. Upon pushing open the door, he found his father seated gravely behind the desk. Before Li Xiaobo could utter a word, his father spoke. "Xiaobo, have you entangled yourself in some considerable trouble during your venture to the Sunset Forest? Today, several mysterious individuals arrived at the estate, inquiring about you." Taken aback, Li Xiaobo reflected on his experiences in the Sunset Forest, failing to identify any peculiarities that might have drawn trouble upon him. At that moment, the stillness was abruptly shattered by a cacophony of raucous sounds emanating from outside. The noise surged like tumultuous ocean waves, crashing relentlessly against their eardrums. Exchanging a glance with his father, they both set aside their scrolls and quickly made their way towards the door, eager to uncover the unfolding events. As they stepped outside, the sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. In the center of the spacious courtyard stood a group of enigmatic figures, clad entirely in black robes that shrouded them from head to toe, merging seamlessly with the shadows of the night. Among them, a tall, stern-faced man commanded attention, his gaze piercing and a chilling smile gracing his lips as he fixed his eyes upon Li Xiaobo. The leader of the black-robed men sneered, his voice low and tinged with veiled menace. "Li Xiaobo, do you still remember the spiritual fruit you encountered in the Sunset Forest? We have been searching for it tirelessly, only to find that a mere boy like you has seized it ahead of us. Be sensible and hand over the fruit, or you shall not escape our wrath." At this pronouncement, Li Xiaobo's heart raced with alarm. It dawned upon him, as if awakening from a dream, that the source of his myriad troubles and dangers lay within that very spiritual fruit he had fortuitously discovered in the sunset forest. Confronted by this menacing assembly, he clenched his fists tightly, oblivious to the pain of his nails digging into his palms. His gaze hardened with determination. He resolved that, regardless of the cost, he would vanquish these unwelcome intruders, especially the despicable leader among them. He understood that if he failed to overcome them today, his family's lives would hang in the balance. Thus, a heart-pounding battle for survival loomed on the horizon, poised to commence. Li Xiaobo was the first to launch an assault. His figure flickered as he surged toward the man in the black robe. He unleashed a tempestuous barrage, the sound of the gunfire howling as it hurtled toward his opponent. Yet, the man in the black robe remained unperturbed, gracefully sidestepping the attack, and with a deft motion of his hand, a blade of dark energy shot forth toward Li Xiaobo. In midair, Li Xiaobo executed a forceful twist of his body to narrowly evade the strike. Li Xiaobo realized that a direct assault would be futile. He began to swiftly maneuver around the man in the black robe, searching for an opening. Suddenly, he sensed a faint fluctuation of energy behind his opponent. Channeling all his strength into his legs, he propelled himself into the air, raising the reverse divine spear above his head, and shouted, "Thunder God Spear!" A brilliant blue beam of light erupted from the spear, hurtling toward the back of the black-robed man. Sensing the impending danger from behind, the man turned hastily to defend himself, yet was still forced back several steps by the overwhelming force. Seizing this opportunity, Li Xiaobo charged forward once more, unleashing a flurry of spear strikes. Enraged, the man in black roared, his robe billowing as countless shadows surged forth to ensnare Li Xiaobo. Trapped and unable to move, Li Xiaobo found himself in a perilous situation just as the black-robed man prepared to deliver a fatal blow. At that critical moment, Elder Zhong intervened, casting the cloud-breaking spear to disperse the shadows. The two stood shoulder to shoulder, rekindling their fighting spirit, ready to face an even more ferocious battle. Li Xiaobo cast a glance at old Zhong, expressing his gratitude with a subtle nod. In that moment of shared understanding, an unspoken agreement was reached between them. With hands forming intricate seals, Li Xiaobo unleashed his seventh soul skill. A resplendent golden aura enveloped him as he activated the celestial technique, transforming his stature into that of a colossal giant, towering over the cloaked figures below. The black-robed man, taken aback by this remarkable transformation, swiftly commanded his subordinates to launch an assault. Countless spheres of dark energy hurtled toward Li Xiaobo. With an effortless motion, he swatted the energy orbs aside with his immense hand. Subsequently, he stomped the ground, causing a tremor that sent several black-robed individuals tumbling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, old Zhong executed the phantom steps, weaving through the throng of adversaries to deliver unexpected strikes. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, the black-robed man amalgamated the strength of his cohorts, significantly enhancing his own power. He charged at Li Xiaobo, and the two engaged in a fierce confrontation, each clash generating tremendous shockwaves. In a moment of clarity, Li Xiaobo seized the little sprite, hurling it forcefully into the distance. The sprite landed heavily, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Witnessing their leader's defeat, the remaining black-robed figures scattered in disarray. Li Xiaobo returned to his original form, exhaling a sigh of relief as this perilous crisis finally came to an end. Li Xiaobo approached the fallen sprite, his eyes still filled with caution. The sprite glared at him fiercely, yet it could not resist due to its injuries. "Why must you seize the spirit fruit?" Li Xiaobo inquired. The sprite huffed disdainfully. "That spirit fruit could have aided in my evolution. Now you have destroyed everything." In that instant, Li Xiaobo's heart jolted. He had never anticipated that this seemingly ordinary spirit fruit would evoke such profound malevolence within the sprite's depths. His gaze instantly turned steely, and without hesitation, he waved his hand, summoning the enigmatic reverse god spear, which materialized out of thin air. With a thunderous shout, Li Xiaobo thrust the spear towards the sprite with the swiftness of lightning. A soft thud echoed as the spear effortlessly pierced the sprite's fragile form. In an instant, the light of life within the sprite began to dim rapidly, its diminutive body collapsing limply to the ground. However, something astonishing occurred. As the sprite fell, a vibrant red halo slowly emerged above its lifeless body, and upon this radiant ring, 3 golden patterns shimmered with brilliance. Clearly, this was the precious soul ring possessed by the sprite. Upon witnessing this scene, a glimmer of surprise flickered in Li Xiaobo's eyes. He hastened forward, swiftly kneeling on the ground and after regulating his breath and state of mind, he began to absorb the soul ring with unwavering determination. As moments transformed into an hour, he finally succeeded in incorporating the soul ring into his being. Subsequently, he gently closed his eyes, fully immersing himself in the subtle and wondrous changes within his soul power. Each flow of soul energy resonated deeply within the recesses of his spirit. At that instant, a thought struck him like a bolt of lightning. The body of the little sprite might still conceal a precious soul bone. With this realization, he abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze piercing as he focused intently on the lifeless form of the sprite. Taking a deep breath to steady his rising excitement, he gradually rose to his feet. His steps were soft, as if he feared awakening a slumbering giant. Cautiously, he approached the sprite's body, bending down and extending his hands to meticulously explore the ground inch by inch. Time ticked away, and just as a sense of anxiety began to creep into his heart, a faint ripple of soul energy emanated from the earth beneath him. Elated, he quickly crouched down, gently brushing aside the soil that covered the area. Before long, a fragment of soul bone, shimmering with a faint glow and pulsating with soul energy, appeared before him. This soul bone radiated a delicate blue hue, adorned with intricate patterns, as if it were a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature itself. Upon beholding the soul bone, an unmistakable joy lit up Li Xiaobo's face. He nodded in satisfaction, excitement glinting in his eyes. However, rather than hastily stowing it away, he first surveyed his surroundings with caution, ensuring that no other dangers lurked nearby, before carefully placing the soul bone into the storage ring he carried with him. After completing these actions, Li Xiaobo did not rush to depart. He understood that the fierce battle would undoubtedly leave numerous traces, and if left unattended, they could attract unnecessary troubles. Thus, he summoned a few subordinates, instructing them to take their time meticulously cleaning up the remnants of the battle, including bloodstains, footprints, and various shattered items. Once everything was tidied up, Li Xiaobo returned to the side of the sprite's body and opened the Baichao diagram in his hand. A flash of green light enveloped the sprite's remains, which instantly vanished into the diagram. Having accomplished this, he finally turned and strode with purpose towards the hall. Upon returning to the hall, Li Xiaobo took a moment to rest before summoning the talented disciples of the Li family and several esteemed elders. Everyone gathered together, awaiting Li Xiaobo to announce the forthcoming significant matters. Li Xiaobo, his expression grave, remarked, "You have all witnessed this fierce battle firsthand. It is evident to everyone present that in our mystical Douluo continent, a vast expanse imbued with enchanting elements. Those exceedingly rare celestial herbs have always been the coveted treasures sought after by all soul masters. These herbs possess powers that transcend mere enhancement of a soul master's spirit. They can remarkably improve physical constitution and even bestow unique and formidable abilities upon the soul masters." Having concluded his speech, Li Xiaobo cautiously cradled the hard-earned celestial herbs and approached the crowd. He revealed the herbs, yet at that moment, his steady heart remained unperturbed. For prior to his return, he had already devised a meticulous plan for the equitable distribution of these herbs. His gaze fixated upon a vibrant green celestial herb, translucent and radiant like emerald. Not far from him, its base resembled a delicate jade plate, adorned with intricate patterns, as if crafted by the hands of nature's great artist. The herb boasted flower-like, pure white leaves, known as the autumn waterdew. Consuming this herb would enhance mental acuity, and Li Xiaobo intended to present it to Yan Yuesher to further elevate her mental prowess, granting her the foresight needed in battle. With great care, Li Xiaobo extracted an exquisite jade box from his garments and gently opened it, revealing a dazzling golden tulip that radiated a brilliant golden light before the onlookers. The flower gleamed as if forged from gold, captivating all with its mesmerizing beauty. Li Xiaobo cradled this precious golden tulip and approached his mother, Fenglinger, who gazed at the celestial herb in her son's hands with a mixture of surprise and anticipation reflected in her eyes. Standing before her, he raised the golden tulip high above his head and solemnly declared, "Mother, this is the golden tulip, which I have specially sought for you. I hope it aids you in transcending the limits of your martial spirit, enhancing your strength further." Overwhelmed with emotion, Fenglinger received the golden tulip with trembling hands, tears of joy brimming in her eyes as she choked out, "Thank you, my dear child." Meanwhile, Li Xiaobo retrieved another peculiar celestial herb from a different pouch. This herb, a fiery crimson, resembled a blazing flame, crowned with a golden comb at its apex, making it particularly striking. It was none other than the coveted rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower, long desired by Yan Yuesher. With a smile, Li Xiaobo presented the rooster-crowned phoenix sunflower to Yan Yuesher, softly stating, Yuesher, this herb will purify your fiery power and elevate your soul strength. May it serve you well. Filled with joy, Yan Yuesher accepted the herb gratefully, expressing, thank you, Xiaobo. I shall not squander this generous gift. Finally, Li Xiaobo approached Li Yangjia, a smile gracing his face as he held a uniquely shaped celestial herb known as the celestial mushroom chrysanthemum. This herb boasted a robust stem, sword-like leaves, and emitted a fragrant aroma. Li Xiaobo presented the extraordinary Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum to Li Yangjia with sincerity, saying, brotherly. This remarkable Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum possesses the ability to strengthen one's foundation and enhance resilience, potentially aiding you in overcoming your cultivation bottleneck and reaching new heights. I hope you will accept this token of my goodwill and achieve your aspirations soon. Li Yangjia accepted the Qirong Tongtian chrysanthemum, holding it tightly in his hands, and bowed respectfully to Li Xiaobo, declaring, your kindness is unforgettable, dear brother. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. With a smile, Li Xiaobo approached Ma Ronghua and presented him with the mysterious Di Long Jin Gua, saying softly, Brother Ma, I gift you this Di Long Jin Gua. It possesses extraordinary effects, not only enhancing the power of your golden bloodline but also potentially facilitating the evolution of your martial soul. Next, Li Xiaobo turned to Li Lingdian, carefully retrieving two rare herbs, the 8-pointed Xianlan and the Lihua Xingjiao Shu from his bosom. He solemnly addressed Li Lingtian, esteemed father, behold the 8-pointed Xianlan, which embodies an intensely cold characteristic. Upon contact with the human body, it can induce profound chill and is a rare cold toxin among celestial treasures. Conversely, the Lihua Xingjiao Shu represents the pinnacle of fiery toxins. Remarkably, when these two herbs are consumed simultaneously, one would not succumb to poisoning. Instead, it could significantly enhance physical constitution, even achieving a wondrous state of dual immunity to ice and fire. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo approached Li Yuanmei, gently placing an 8-petal Xianlan into her hands, his eyes reflecting deep concern. Sister, this is the 8-petal Xianlan, whose medicinal properties are exceedingly mild, significantly beneficial for consolidating one's foundation and nurturing vital energy, as well as greatly accelerating cultivation speed. I hope you can utilize this herb to further advance your prowess. Finally, Li Xiaobo surveyed the assembly of elders, bowing respectfully before proclaiming, esteemed elders, I must confess that these herbs are immensely precious. I have no further treasures to offer, but I have specially prepared 9-pin Ziji for you all. Though it has yet to attain the complete status of a celestial product, it can be regarded as a half-step celestial treasure. I hope you will not disdain this humble gift. Li Xiaobo stood solemnly at the forefront of the crowd, methodically organizing the distribution of the celestial herbs. Once everything was settled, he straightened his posture, casting a keen gaze over each individual present, and then raised his voice to declare, esteemed colleagues, today we are fortunate to have acquired this batch of celestial herbs, a momentous occasion for our clan. Given time, with the power of these herbs, our strength shall undoubtedly soar to new heights. However, at this critical juncture, we must not allow ourselves to grow complacent. Remember, we must row against the current. Stagnation equates to regression. Moreover, this matter is of great significance and must not be disclosed to outsiders. We, the Li family, have merely embarked on our journey across the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, with a long road ahead for us to explore and conquer. As his words echoed, the crowd responded in unison. We shall heed the young patriarch's counsel. Their voices thundered, resonating through the skies. Time swiftly passed, and within mere days, the Li residence became a scene of fervent activity and industriousness. Those fortunate enough to receive the celestial herbs hurried back to their abodes, joyfully closing their doors to immerse themselves in focused cultivation. As the patriarch, Li Xiaobo was equally determined. In a flash, he vanished like a specter into a secret chamber, an area forbidden to all but himself. Within the chamber, silence reigned, broken only by the steady rhythm of Li Xiaobo's breath. Seated upon a mat, he closed his eyes slightly, delving into the depths of his inner world, meticulously reflecting upon and honing the skills he had gleaned from his earlier battle with the sprite. Simultaneously, he endeavored to seamlessly integrate the formidable power of the newly acquired soul rings and soul bones into his already profound soul power system. While Li Xiaobo devoted himself to his training, external tranquility was not to be found. Occasionally, various spies, both overt and covert, sought to glean information about the Li residence. Fortunately, having learned from previous harsh lessons, the Li family had fortified their defenses, rendering their abode impenetrable. Furthermore, the clan members, while diligently practicing, also took the initiative to assist in guarding the estate, just in case. Chapter 61. Cultivating and Building the Family. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow. And in the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed since the distribution of the celestial herbs. During this prolonged yet swift period, numerous delightful transformations occurred. Those who successfully broke through their personal barriers embarked on the journey to obtain their soul rings, accompanied by the esteemed Elder Zhong himself. Notably, for individuals ascended to the soul Douluo realm, including 3 elders and Li Xiaobo's mother, Linger, amidst the jubilant atmosphere of a successful breakthrough. Linger not only ascended to the soul Douluo realm, but also witnessed an astonishing evolution of her already advanced martial soul, the Qinyan Tu, which transformed into the even more formidable and enigmatic Shangyun Tuesday. Just as the crowd reveled in the ecstasy of this achievement, Li Xiaobo, standing among them, suddenly lit up with inspiration, as if struck by a brilliant idea. He exclaimed, "Esteemed elders, I propose a bold notion. Why don't we accompany the venerable elders of our clan to the ice and fire yin yang for cultivation?" His words resonated like a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring a tempest of excitement among the attendees. Whispers and discussions erupted, and it did not take long for a chorus of agreement to swell. After all, the legends surrounding the ice and fire yin yang were deeply ingrained in their hearts. It was a place brimming with potent soul energy. An extraordinary sight for any cultivator, rarely encountered yet highly sought after. Thus, after a brief period of preparation, a clandestine expedition composed of the clan's elites and esteemed elders set forth towards the ice and fire yin yang. Along the journey, they were filled with anticipation and dreams, envisioning the wondrous cultivation experience that awaited them. As they drew closer to their destination, a peculiar aura began to permeate the air. Finally, upon arriving near their goal, the extraordinary sight before them left the elders wide-eyed in astonishment, their gasps of wonder echoing around them. Before them lay a starkly contrasting tableau. To the left, a raging sea of flames, its fierce fire surging like a multitude of fire dragons dancing in the air, so intense that it seemed to threaten to melt the very sky. To the right, a chillingly cold abyss, shrouded beneath a thick layer of ice exuding an eerie, bone-chilling cold, as if it could freeze all life in its vicinity. The coexistence of such extreme elements was nothing short of breathtaking. However, as they basked in their delight, danger silently approached this brave group. The mysterious and powerful ice and fire yin-yang lay like a slumbering giant, and the soul beasts surrounding it had keenly sensed the intrusion of these uninvited guests. In an instant, the previously tranquil environment was shattered, and a palpable tension filled the air. A massive flame lizard, engulfed in blazing fire, lunged from the shadows, its gaping maw unleashing a torrent of searing flames towards the group. The flames, akin to a ferocious fire dragon, lunged towards them, incinerating all in its path and generating a scorching wave. Faced with this sudden assault, the elders maintained their composure, swiftly responding. They clasped their hands together, muttering incantations, and a powerful surge of soul energy enveloped them instantly. In quick succession, beams of light intertwined, forming a solid shield of soul power that stood before the team like an impenetrable fortress. Simultaneously, Linger let out a spirited cry, channeling the full force of her evolved cloud diagram martial spirit. The martial spirit in her grasp radiated a gentle yet formidable strength, akin to a pure spring flowing forth, continuously surging towards the searing flames of the fire lizard. The soft power clashed and entwined with the flames, gradually suppressing its onslaught. The other team members also unleashed their unique abilities, targeting the weaknesses of the fire lizard or assisting the elders in bolstering the defensive capabilities of the soul power shield. In an instant, a dazzling array of soul techniques shimmered and intertwined in the air, creating a breathtaking spectacle. After an intense battle, through their collective efforts, the fire lizard could no longer withstand the onslaught and was ultimately defeated. As it retreated, the surrounding restless soul beasts seemed to sense the strength of this team and dared not approach to provoke them any further. Having successfully repelled the soul beasts, the group remained vigilant, fully aware that danger lurked everywhere, and a moment's carelessness could plunge them into an irrevocable abyss. Thus, they proceeded with utmost caution, each step imbued with wariness. Suddenly, Li Xiaobo, leading the front of the team, was struck by a flash of inspiration as he noticed a relatively gentle area adjacent to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although the energy fluctuations in this region remained intense, they appeared notably stable. After careful observation, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of joy within. This spot was ideal for constructing a stone house for the team to rest and conduct research. Resolute in his decision, the members immediately set to work. They dispersed to search for suitable stones and employed their soul power to transport the heavy boulders back to the chosen site. Some members were tasked with cutting and polishing the stones, while others began assembling the framework of the house, each diligently contributing to the orderly endeavor. During the arduous journey of constructing these stone houses, they encountered numerous formidable challenges. The most significant of these was the peculiarly hardened stone materials. Seemingly influenced by the forces of ice and fire, rendering them extraordinarily tough, akin to forged steel, making intricate carving nearly impossible. Faced with such adversity, the esteemed elders were not inclined to yield easily. They each demonstrated their unique skills and expertise. Some elders wielded their profound soul power, gently softening the obstinate stones like a spring rain, while others utilized their unparalleled martial spirit strength to precisely carve out the desired shapes as deftly as a master chef dissects a piece of meat. Thus, after several days of relentless effort and perseverance, several seemingly simple yet remarkably sturdy and practical stone houses finally rose from the ground, resembling an oasis in the desert, offering hope and warmth. As the construction of the stone houses was completed, the elders hurriedly entered, swiftly immersing themselves in a state of dedicated cultivation. At that moment, the wondrous Eye of Ice and Fire brimmed with an overwhelming soul force, akin to a deluge breaching its dam, surging relentlessly into the stone dwelling. Time flowed like a fleeting shadow, disappearing in an instant. As the days passed, the elders immersed in their cultivation gradually emanated a faint, ethereal glow from their bodies, elusive and enigmatic. However, as the saying goes, fortune often harbors misfortune. This intense absorption of soul power, while significantly enhancing the elders' strength, simultaneously attracted a far more formidable and terrifying presence. A colossal ice spirit snow ape stealthily approached the stone house with an imposing and majestic demeanor. This creature radiated an unsettling chill, and wherever it roamed, flowers, trees, and even dust were encased in thick layers of ice and snow, transforming the surroundings into a silvery, frozen realm. At this critical juncture, Li Xiaobo, who had been vigilantly stationed outside the stone house, suddenly sensed an ominous shift in the atmosphere. Furrowing his brow, his gaze sharpened, scanning the vicinity with heightened alertness. Soon, he spotted the menacing ice spirit snow ape. Aware of the dire situation, Li Xiaobo wasted no time. He raised his voice, urgently calling out to his companions to prepare for the impending life-or-death struggle. In an instant, the tension in the air escalated to a breaking point, heralding the arrival of a breathtaking new crisis. Li Xiaobo was the first to charge at the ice soul snow ape, his spear glinting with a chilling light as it aimed directly for the creature's vital point. However, the ice soul snow ape remained unperturbed, raising its arm to effortlessly deflect the incoming strike, only to be pierced through by Li Xiaobo's spear, resulting in its demise. The onlookers were initially taken aback by how easily Li Xiaobo dispatched the ice soul snow ape, but soon erupted into cheers. Yet, Li Xiaobo did not let his guard down. He was acutely aware of the peculiarities surrounding the ice and fire dual eyes, knowing that unforeseen dangers lurked beneath the surface. The crowd quickly gathered, their gazes fixated on the lifeless body of the ice soul snow ape. Just as they began to scrutinize the scene, Li Xiaobo, standing amongst them, suddenly sensed an unusual phenomenon. He noticed a flicker of strange blue light emanating from the once tightly shut eyes of the ice soul snow ape. Before he could utter a warning, that faint blue glow intensified, transforming into a brilliant flash akin to a meteor streaking across the night sky, plunging straight into the ground. In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, as if a formidable force was surging from beneath. Amidst the seismic tremors, a 9,000-year-old ice crystal scorpion emerged from the ground, emanating an eerie azure luminescence. Though its size was somewhat smaller than that of the recently fallen ice soul snow ape, the frigid aura it exuded was no less formidable. Without a moment's hesitation, the newly appeared ice crystal scorpion raised its barbed tail, unleashing a barrage of razor-sharp ice spikes towards the crowd. Faced with this sudden assault, the onlookers hastily scattered, employing their agility to evade the hail of ice projectiles. Simultaneously, they swiftly reorganized themselves into a tightly coordinated battle formation, bracing for the confrontation with this newfound adversary. At the forefront of the group, Douluo, undeterred, summoned her cloud image martial soul. As her thoughts coalesced, a gentle yet resilient power surged from her hands, resembling a flowing ribbon as it swept towards the ice crystal scorpion. Douluo aimed to envelop the creature with this force, effectively restraining its freedom of movement and creating opportunities for her companions to launch their attacks. Li Xiaobo's figure flickered as he swiftly maneuvered behind the colossal ice crystal scorpion, akin to a specter. At that moment, the scorpion was momentarily immobilized, ensnared by an unseen force. Gripping the divine reversal spear tightly, he raised it high and summoned all his strength to thrust it vehemently towards the creature's back. To his astonishment, the scorpion's exoskeleton proved to be unimaginably resilient, as the spear barely penetrated its surface. Just when the situation seemed dire, a radiant light streaked across the sky. It was a venerable elder who, with impeccable timing, hurled a specially crafted soul-guiding device. With a thunderous explosion, the device detonated in midair, unleashing a formidable shockwave akin to a raging tempest. This surge of force revealed a minute crack in the scorpion's otherwise impenetrable defenses, exposing its abdomen to the onlookers. Li Xiaobo, elated at the sight, seized the moment without hesitation and drove the divine reversal spear directly into the fissure. The grievously wounded ice crystal scorpion emitted a pain screech, thrashing wildly in a frantic struggle, yet it was ultimately powerless to alter its fate. After several desperate convulsions, its massive form collapsed with a resounding thud, sending a cloud of dust into the air. Witnessing this scene, all present exhaled a collective sigh of relief, their previously taut nerves beginning to ease. However, they were acutely aware that, despite their fortuitous victory over the ice crystal scorpion, ensuring that other soul beasts did not approach the Eye of Ice and Fire was far from an easy task. Consequently, they began to deliberate on more comprehensive and effective precautionary measures. Li Xiaobo cautiously surveyed his surroundings, his gaze piercing through every inch of land and vegetation. Taking a deep breath, he spoke slowly. Previously, there was a suggestion to cultivate poisonous plants in this area. After careful consideration, I believe this idea is indeed feasible. The enigmatic ice-fire duality harbors exceptionally potent and unique energy, which may nurture extraordinary and rare toxic flora. This way, these poisonous plants would not only effectively repel fierce and terrifying soul beasts, but also allow us to harness their intense toxicity to concoct protective potions, thereby achieving multiple benefits. Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's words, everyone nodded in agreement, expressing their approval. They swiftly set about searching meticulously for suitable seeds of poisonous plants around this vast expanse of land. Their diligence bore fruit, as they soon discovered seeds emitting a faint glow, evidently imbued with toxic properties, in a tranquil valley not far from their location. Elated by this find, they carefully transported these invaluable seeds back and, filled with anticipation and hope, meticulously sowed them around the humble stone cottage. As time passed, the days slipped by unnoticed, and the planted poisonous flora began to take root and sprout, growing at an astonishing rate. They flourished, their verdant foliage expanding, continuously releasing pungent, yet formidable toxic vapors. These toxic mists intertwined, ultimately forming an indomitable natural barrier. Whenever a soul beast attempted to approach, the chilling scent of the toxic fumes would send it fleeing in terror, too frightened to venture any closer. Even more astonishing was the transformation these once ordinary poisonous plants underwent, nourished and imbued by the peculiar energy of the ice-fire duality eye. They evolved beyond merely possessing intense toxicity, developing many extraordinary effects beyond imagination. Li Xiaobo keenly observed these changes and, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to personally experiment with the extraction and refinement of their venom. After countless arduous trials and explorations, he successfully concocted a simple yet effective protective pill, generously distributing it to everyone present. From that moment on, they had a reliable safeguard against various unknown dangers and challenges. With the formidable defense constructed from the poisonous plants in place, the heavy burden that had long weighed on their hearts was finally lifted, bringing a sense of tranquility to their once anxious spirits. In the subsequent passage of time, they diligently immersed themselves in rigorous training, while simultaneously nurturing an insatiable curiosity and anticipation to delve deeper into the profound mysteries of the dual forces of ice and fire. Beneath the vigilant guard of the toxic flora, they were no longer subjected to the overwhelming onslaught of massive soul beast hordes. allowing them to steadily progress towards the grand objective of enhancing their own prowess and seeking the path to divinity, one deliberate step at a time. However, such tranquil and harmonious days could not endure indefinitely. One fateful day, as Li Xiaobo sat quietly near the stone dwelling, engrossed in the study of the novel properties of the toxic plants, he suddenly sensed an unusual ripple emanating from the once impregnable barrier of toxic flora. The lethal miasma, which had previously been enough to send numerous soul beasts fleeing in terror, now appeared to recoil as if confronted by an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. This unexpected turn of events instantly heightened the vigilance of all present. Before long, a diminutive yet strikingly fiery violet-scaled pangolin entered their line of sight. Although this small creature was not particularly large, it exhibited no fear of the terrifying miasma. Instead, it boldly opened its mouth, greedily inhaling the gases that were akin to lethal poison for other soul beasts. Witnessing such an extraordinary spectacle, the group swiftly realized that they were likely facing an unprecedentedly formidable soul beast, necessitating absolute caution and diligence. Feng Linger, with a sharp command, was the first to launch a fierce offensive. With a graceful wave of her hand, her cloud-patterned martial spirit erupted in a brilliant radiance, and a powerful force swiftly coiled around the pangolin like a constricting serpent. However, the pangolin was remarkably agile, deftly evading the strike while unleashing a torrent of violet flames from its gaping maw, directly aimed at Feng Linger. At that critical juncture, Li Xiaobo, unhesitatingly, leaped forward, wielding his anti-god spear like a dragon emerging from the sea, cleaving through the oncoming violet flames with a deafening rush. In an instant, sparks flew, and the scene became extraordinarily intense. Meanwhile, several elders also unleashed their signature techniques, working in unison to encase the pangolin within a vast soul power cage. Yet, the pangolin's formidable strength surged, its flames roaring violently, as if intent on incinerating the entire cage. As the barrier threatened to collapse, the situation grew increasingly dire. At that pivotal moment, Li Xiaobo's mind raced, and a flash of inspiration struck him. He retrieved a meticulously crafted defensive pill from his pocket. This pill emitted a faint, enchanting fragrance and shimmered with an unusual luminescence. With a flick of his wrist, Li Xiaobo sent the pill soaring like a meteor toward the pangolin. In an instant, upon the pill's contact with the creature, a thunderous explosion erupted, enveloping the surroundings in a massive cloud of smoke. As the haze gradually dissipated, the onlookers were astonished to discover that the pangolin, once confined within its cage, had vanished into thin air. Relieved, they collectively sighed, believing the crisis had been averted. However, before they could fully relax, the ground beneath them began to tremble violently. Alarmed, they looked down only to realize that the pangolin, taking advantage of the earlier chaos, had stealthily burrowed into the earth, fervently siphoning the energy from the fabled ice and fire dual eye hidden deep below. It is crucial to note that this dual eye is an extraordinarily precious yet perilous entity in the realm. Should the pangolin continue its extraction unimpeded, it could potentially unleash an unimaginable catastrophe. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the group wasted no time and hastily convened, urgently strategizing their response to prepare for the impending formidable challenge. Li Xiaobo fixated his gaze on the land ahead, his eyes ablaze with determination as he vociferously declared, "Comrades, we must unite our efforts to force this despicable creature from its earthen lair." No sooner had he spoken than he gripped the reverse divine spear tightly, channeling all his strength to thrust it forcefully into the rigid ground. Simultaneously, a torrent of formidable soul power surged from within him, coursing along the spear's shaft and delving deep into the earth, as if seeking to penetrate the very depths where the mysterious being lay concealed. The elders and team members standing nearby instantly understood the gravity of the situation. Without hesitation, they unleashed their own soul power, an array of resplendent lights intertwining and converging, striking the ground with the ferocity of lightning. In an instant, the earth began to tremble violently, the lights flickering erratically, and the powerful waves of soul energy surged forth like tumultuous ocean tides, relentlessly cascading into the depths below. At that moment, the previously dormant pangolin sensed the immense threat looming above and became restless. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the skies, it erupted from the soil in a fit of fury. The pangolin, now enveloped in blazing purple flames, burned with an intensity even greater than before, as if it sought to incinerate everything in its vicinity. However, before it could fully reveal itself, the vigilant crowd, having prepared for this moment, harmoniously unleashed a formidable wave of soul power. This wave surged forth like a roaring dragon, claws bared, racing towards the emerging pangolin. In the face of such a fierce onslaught, the pangolin reacted swiftly, deftly wielding its razor-sharp claws, which it maneuvered rapidly before it, forming a compact yet resilient shield. The shield shimmered with an otherworldly glow, effectively fending off the combined assault of soul power from the group. Seizing the opportune moment, Li Xiaobo sprang into action. Leaping into the air, he adjusted his stance mid-flight, harnessing the tremendous momentum of his descent, and aimed the reverse divine spear with thunderous force towards the pangolin's head. Unyielding, the pangolin responded with agility, contracting its body and transforming into a blazing fireball, hurtling towards Li Xiaobo with astonishing speed. Li Xiaobo hurriedly sidestepped to evade. Yet the fireball seemed to possess a will of its own, abruptly altering its trajectory mid-flight. Caught off guard, Li Xiaobo felt a searing flame graze his left arm, instantly followed by a wave of excruciating pain. Glancing down, he discovered that his arm had been scorched, the wound charred and blackened. However, the urgency of the situation brooked no hesitation. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiaobo resolutely bore the agony and advanced with his firearm once more. At that moment, Feng Linger fixed her gaze intently upon the pangolin, her focus unwavering, as she held her breath, awaiting the opportune moment to strike. Finally, during a brief pause in the pangolin's movements, Feng Lingo decisively made her move. She rapidly summoned her soul power, transforming her cloud map martial spirit into an enormous, resilient net. This net descended upon the pangolin with the swiftness of a lightning strike, akin to an inescapable trap. Sensing imminent danger, the pangolin attempted to evade. But it was too late. The vast net, conjured from the cloud map martial spirit, ensnared it with impeccable precision. The pangolin struggled desperately within the confines of the net. Yet the bindings only tightened, rendering it powerless to escape. Meanwhile, the elders were not idle. They began to chant in unison, their ancient and mysterious incantation echoing through the air, imbued with an aura of boundless magic. As the incantation resonated, the elders continuously infused their soul power into the net, which became increasingly fortified and nearly impenetrable. The pangolin's struggles gradually waned, and after a fierce bout of resistance, it ultimately surrendered, subdued within the confines of the net. Witnessing the successful containment of the pangolin, the assembled crowd finally relaxed their tense nerves, collectively exhaling in relief. Nevertheless, despite having temporarily resolved this daunting predicament, they all understood that the area remained fraught with unpredictable dangers. Li Xiaobo gazed contemplatively at the subdued pangolin, immobilized on the ground, and remarked, "This little creature is remarkably tenacious, its prowess far surpassing that of its ordinary kin. It must have been nourished by the formidable energy inherent in the Eye of Ice and Fire for an extended period, granting it such remarkable abilities. If we allow it to remain here, it may soon become a significant threat to us." The elder beside him nodded in agreement, adding, "What the young patriarch says is indeed astute. In my view, we should relocate it to a distant place, far from the Eye of Ice and Fire, ensuring that it poses no future danger." However, before others could respond, a differing opinion was voiced. "Hold on. I believe it unnecessary to complicate matters. We should simply incorporate it into the 100 Herbs diagram. This way, we need not worry about it becoming a threat again, nor expend time and effort transporting it far away." After successfully subduing the diamond pangolin, Li Xiaobo pondered the 100 Herbs diagram before him. After a moment, he spoke, "Though this toxic herb possesses formidable power, all things in the world are interdependent, and there will always be powerful soul beasts, like the pangolin, that are unafraid of toxins. Hence, relying solely on these toxic herbs for defense may not be entirely prudent. We must reinforce our protective measures." He recalled hearing of a wondrous plant known as sword bamboo, which possesses the ability to actively attack any soul beasts intruding upon its territory. And ordinary soul beasts typically avoid its growing area. If we could locate this sword bamboo and cultivate it where we reside, it would significantly enhance our safety. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement, recognizing the wisdom in Li Xiaobo's words. Consequently, they prepared to embark on a journey to seek out the sword bamboo. Traversing mountains and valleys, braving the elements, they endured several days of arduous travel, ultimately discovering the seedlings of the sword bamboo. The young bamboo appeared as green as jade, with slender leaves resembling blades, shimmering with a faint, cold light. The group carefully unearthed these precious seedlings, returning with hearts brimming with joy and anticipation to the stone dwelling. Together, they planted the sword bamboo seedlings around the stone house, nurturing them with utmost care. By chance, this location was blessed with the unique energy source of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Under the influence of this potent energy, the initially fragile sword bamboo seedlings grew at an astonishing rate. Before long, they had developed into a lush bamboo grove. As the gentle breeze rustled through the leaves, they produced a soft, whispering sound, resembling a formidable wall of verdant foliage woven together. Since then, there were occasional curious or audacious soul beasts that dared to test this newly established territory. However, whenever they ventured near the area cloaked by the sword bamboo, they were immediately met with the sharp and commanding aura emanating from the bamboo itself. This aura, palpable as a tangible entity, instills a profound sense of fear and reverence in the spirit beasts, often causing them to flee in terror before they even venture into the depths of the bamboo grove. Consequently, the group can finally set their minds at ease, diligently cultivating in the tranquil vicinity of the Eye of Ice and Fire, while simultaneously delving deeper into the enigmatic unknown that conceals myriad secrets yet to be uncovered. Li Lingdian gazed upon the lush expanse of sword bamboos before him, a glimmer of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. These sword bamboos are truly flourishing. Once they reach full maturity, they will greatly benefit our family as soul masters who possess metal attributes and sword-type martial souls. However, standing beside him, Li Xiaobo shook his head gently and replied, "Father, you may be mistaken in your assertion." Li Lingtian furrowed his brow, gazing at his son with a hint of confusion, and said in a deep voice, "What is it? Am I not speaking correctly?" Li Xiaobo smiled faintly and explained leisurely, "Father, you have only considered the effect of the sword bamboo on a specific type of soul master. But you have overlooked a crucial factor. This place is the Eye of Ice and Fire. The plants that thrive here, influenced by the powers of ice and fire, are often more prone to mutations. Therefore, I believe it is quite possible that we will encounter more sword bamboos with ice and fire attributes." Upon hearing his son's words, Li Lingtian suddenly enlightened, nodding in understanding. "Ah, I see. It seems I have been remiss. In that case, why don't we simply transplant some soul beasts of other attributes as well?" After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo replied, "Father, that notion is quite commendable. However, if we were to proceed with the transplantation, it would perhaps be more prudent to select soul beasts of the life and light attributes. Firstly, we need to continue our cultivation here, and these two attributes are relatively gentle, causing minimal disruption to our progress. Secondly, soul beasts of the plant variety possessing these attributes are inherently rare and precious. Successfully transplanting them would undoubtedly bolster our family's overall strength." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's cogent analysis, the group nodded in agreement, recognizing the merit in his reasoning. Thus, they promptly set about preparing for the significant task of transplanting life and light attribute plant-type soul beasts. Finding such rare soul beasts, however, proved to be no simple endeavor. Undeterred, they tirelessly traversed various locales, diligently seeking information regarding their whereabouts. As fortune favors the diligent, they eventually uncovered a crucial lead suggesting that these soul beasts might be found in the distant and enigmatic Lingshu Valley. With this revelation, the group wasted no time and embarked on their journey to Lingshu Valley without hesitation. Their expedition was fraught with hardship, enduring the elements and traversing great distances. Yet hope fueled their resolve, and their steps remained steadfast and vigorous. Upon finally arriving at Lingshu Valley after considerable toil, they were met with a breathtaking sight that left them in awe. The valley was suffused with an exuberant vitality, and radiant beams of light intertwined throughout, resembling a celestial realm. Indeed, many of the life and light attribute plant-type soul beasts they had fervently searched for resided here. However, just as the group was overjoyed and preparing to meticulously select and transplant these soul beasts, an unforeseen event transpired. Suddenly, a formidable group of guardian soul beasts appeared before them, blocking their path as if descending from the heavens. Each of these guardians was remarkably powerful and ferocious, imposing tremendous pressure on the group. Faced with this unexpected turn of events, the group maintained their composure. Li Xiaobo stepped forward, swiftly organizing their response. With unwavering determination, he led the group in a coordinated effort. Some members took on the task of directly confronting the ferocious assaults of the guardian soul beasts, while others maneuvered around, seeking opportunities to encircle and approach their target soul beasts. In an instant, the valley erupted into chaos, the sounds of battle ringing out as fierce combat commenced. Just as the conflict reached an impasse, Li Xiaobo astutely sensed an anomaly. After careful observation and deep contemplation, he was astonished to discover that these powerful guardians were, in fact, under the control of a mysterious source of soul power within the valley. This astonishing revelation ignited a glimmer of hope within him. Without a moment's hesitation, Li Xiaobo resolutely decided to brave the risk and charge toward the source of this enigmatic soul power alone. Along the way, he meticulously evaded the attacks of the guardian soul beasts, skillfully utilizing the terrain and environment to conceal his movements. At long last, he painstakingly arrived at the destination, the source emanating a formidable wave of spiritual energy. Confronted with this mysterious and overwhelmingly powerful force akin to surging tides, Li Xiaobo could not help but draw a sharp breath. Yet, he displayed no inclination to retreat. He inhaled deeply, as if to absorb all the energy surrounding him, then promptly closed his eyes, concentrating his vast mental strength with unwavering determination. In that moment, Li Xiaobo suddenly opened his eyes, which gleamed with resolve and confidence. He swiftly gestured with his hands, his movements flowing with a grace reminiscent of a gentle stream. Brilliantly colored lights, akin to meteors streaking across the sky, shot forth from his fingertips. These beams intertwined and coalesced into an incredibly intricate and exquisite runic pattern, resembling a masterful work of art, with each line imbued with boundless mystery and power. As time elapsed, an increasing number of radiant lights continuously infused this runic design, rendering it ever more resplendent. Finally, when the last beam was successfully integrated, the entire rune erupted in an astonishing radiance, akin to a rising sun dispelling the surrounding darkness. Subsequently, this luminescent rune began to descend slowly. Though its pace was unhurried, it exuded an irresistible sense of pressure. Upon its eventual contact with the portion of spiritual energy deemed threatening, a profound reaction ensued. A thunderous hum echoed, as if an invisible hand had seized and sealed that energy, rendering it utterly immobile. Almost simultaneously, the once mighty guardian spirit beasts appeared to falter, their bodies trembling slightly. Their power visibly diminished, their movements became sluggish, and their attacking prowess significantly waned. Witnessing this, the beleaguered individuals seized the rare opportunity to act swiftly. They coordinated seamlessly, each showcasing their unique skills, and soon succeeded in capturing several hundred suitable century-old plant-type spirit beasts. Filled with the elation of victory, they wasted no time and hurriedly returned to the Eye of Ice and Fire with their precious haul. There, seasoned experts meticulously transplanted and nurtured these plant-type spirit beasts. After considerable effort, all the spirit beasts successfully took root in this magical land, beginning to thrive. The resounding success of this endeavor not only greatly enhanced the safety surrounding the Eye of Ice and Fire, but also provided everyone with invaluable resources for cultivation. Gazing at the vibrant scene before them, they were filled with a sense of accomplishment and boundless aspirations for the future. They believed that with relentless dedication to cultivation and exploration, they could achieve even greater breakthroughs and accomplishments here. Thus, with renewed confidence, they immersed themselves once more into the rigorous yet fulfilling practice of cultivation. Chapter 62. The diagram of lifetime flew by swiftly, like a fleeting shadow, as 2 years slipped away from the grasp of the people in an instant. On this very day, the entire Li residence was imbued with an extraordinary vibrancy, adorned with brilliant decorations that radiated joy. This day marked the annual awakening of martial spirits within the Li family, drawing the young heirs together in the spacious training arena. Each of these youths wore a serious expression, their faces betraying a mix of tension and boundless anticipation for the future. With clenched fists, they silently vowed to themselves, this awakening shall bestow upon them an immensely powerful martial spirit. As the family elder's resonant command echoed like a tolling bell, the long-awaited awakening ceremony commenced. One by one, exquisite crystal orbs, akin to rare treasures, were delicately placed before the eager assembly. The young heirs approached in turn, their hearts fluttering with trepidation as they gently laid their palms upon the crystal spheres. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Upon contact, some orbs erupted with a dazzling brilliance, revealing weapons of unparalleled sharpness, while others unveiled a variety of animal spirits, majestic lions and agile leopards among them. Whenever a martial spirit of remarkable caliber was awakened, gasps of astonishment filled the air, while lackluster results were met with resigned sighs. Meanwhile, in the solemn main hall of the Li residence, Li Hanqi stood prominently on the martial spirit awakening platform, capturing the attention of all. Surrounding her were venerable elders, their eyes fixed upon her with eager expectation. Nearby, several elders' children stood anxiously, equally curious to witness the unfolding miracle. The elder presiding over the ceremony wore a grave expression. He slowly raised his arms, gesturing with intent. In an instant, vibrant beams of light surged forth from his palms, swiftly merging into Li Hanqi's being. A powerful force surged from deep within her, culminating in a radiant green light that soared skyward. The onlookers gazed in astonishment as, from Li Hanqi's delicate, fair hand, a scroll emanating a rich emerald glow materialized before them. This scroll, adorned with intricate and ancient runes, seemed to encapsulate boundless mysteries and power. The assembled spirit masters could not contain their awe, exclaiming in unison. One elder, his face alight with joy, proclaimed, "Such a martial spirit quality is truly unparalleled. With diligent cultivation and time, the young lady shall undoubtedly become a formidable force, achieving extraordinary feats." Upon hearing these words, Li Hanqi instinctively tightened her grip on the life scroll, her beautiful eyes shimmering with uncontainable excitement. In this moment, her heart brimmed with boundless aspirations for the future. Yet, just as excitement surged within her, the once clear and sunny sky abruptly darkened, enveloped in an ominous gloom. Soon after, a colossal cloud of ethereal light surged forth from the horizon, instantly casting the entire area into an extraordinary ambience. As the onlookers stood in perplexity, a deep and authoritative voice resonated from within the cloud. "I never anticipated encountering such a remarkable martial spirit in this place. Little girl, we shall see if you possess the requisite qualities and abilities to inherit the divine throne of this God King." This unexpected visitor was none other than the Life God King from the divine realm. With an acute sensitivity to life's essence, she had detected the extraordinary life force emanating from this location and had descended to find a worthy successor to bestow the divine legacy upon. Faced with this celestial opportunity and challenge, Li Hanqi took a deep breath, tightly grasping the life map in her hands. Her gaze resolutely fixed on the mysterious cloud as she braced herself for the impending trials. At that moment, the majestic voice of the Life God King echoed once more, "Little girl, the test I set for you is to successfully ascend to the Soul Master realm before you turn 12. Such a task is no simple feat." Upon hearing this, Li Hanqi couldn't help but furrow her brow. After all, for most, achieving such a milestone at such a tender age would be akin to scaling the heavens. Nevertheless, fully aware of the thorny path ahead, Li Hanqi exhibited no signs of retreat. Her eyes gleamed with determination as she resolutely nodded, expressing her willingness to accept this daunting challenge. Seeing her unwavering resolve, the Life God King chuckled with satisfaction. "Ha ha ha, what a courageous and determined young girl. You not only possess an exceptional martial spirit talent, but also a rare temperament that is truly remarkable. However, alas, with your current abilities and qualifications, you are not yet fit to inherit my divine throne." At this juncture, the Life God King paused briefly, then, to the astonishment of all present, a brilliant emerald light descended from the heavens, piercing directly into Li Hanqi's forehead. In an instant, a green pattern slowly emerged at her brow, resembling exquisite jade carvings, radiating a mysterious and powerful aura. The spectators felt a tremor within, for they understood that this green pattern was the emblematic symbol of divine legacy. The Life God King continued, "This is merely a trace of divine power. If you can meet the challenge's requirements, it will guide you to attain the complete inheritance. Now, strive diligently." With that, the cloud gradually dissipated, and the sky returned to its former state. The elders' gazes were like torches, intensely fixed upon Li Hanqi, as if seeking to peer into her very soul. Among them, Li Xiaobo broke the silence first, stating, "All right, let us proceed with the awakening of the martial spirit. As for the matter of Hanqi's divine legacy, it must remain confidential among us." Upon hearing these words, the elders gradually awakened from their reverie. With the astonishing incident involving Li Hanqi drawing to a close, the soul awakening ceremony resumed its orderly progression. Those spirited and expectant young disciples approached one by one, cautiously extending their hands to touch the crystal ball that radiated a mysterious glow. The first boy to step forward held his breath in concentration. The moment his palm made contact with the crystal, a torrent of blazing flames erupted from within, enveloping him completely. The searing fire blazed fiercely beside him, casting a brilliant red hue upon his youthful face, reminiscent of a sunset's resplendence. The onlookers could not help but express their awe in hushed whispers. Shortly thereafter, a young girl gracefully approached the crystal ball. As she gently placed her hand upon it, an icy chill surged forth, spreading rapidly around her. In the blink of an eye, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground, centering around the girl, who appeared as a serene fairy amidst the snow, evoking a sense of reverence in all who beheld her. Yet, despite the uniqueness of each soul manifested, all present understood that it would be exceedingly difficult for anyone to rival the awe-inspiring and breathtaking soul exhibited by Li Hanqi. After all, His displayed talent and potential were exceedingly rare, transcending the realm of ordinary imagination. At last, it was the turn of the pale-faced boy, who trembled slightly as he slowly extended his hands and carefully placed them atop the translucent crystal ball. Seconds ticked by, yet the crystal remained unresponsive, as if ensnared in slumber. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, heads shaking in disappointment, as they seemed convinced that this boy would not possess a formidable soul. Just as impatience began to mount, the crystal suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blue light. This brilliance cleaved through the darkness like lightning, illuminating the entire venue. In swift succession, a massive, golden dragon eagle soared forth from the radiance, its sharp claws glistening ominously as the flapping of its wings stirred a tempest. The audience was momentarily rendered speechless, their astonishment palpable. After a brief silence, thunderous applause and cheers erupted from the crowd. Innate Level 9. A top-tier soul. Someone exclaimed with fervor. It is worth noting that in this land, an innate Level 9 top-tier soul is regarded as an unparalleled existence, and one endowed with such talent is destined to become an extraordinary powerhouse. At that moment, he could scarcely believe the reality unfolding before him. He had always harbored doubts about his own potential, yet today, this crystal had irrevocably altered the trajectory of his fate. Next, it was the turn of the sisters, Li Shuangmei and Li Shuangxi. The elder sister, Li Shuangmei, took a deep breath, striving to calm her anxious heart before steadily advancing forward. As her delicate hand gently grazed the surface of the crystal orb, it initially emanated a soft, ethereal white glow, reminiscent of moonlight cascading upon a tranquil lake. With each infusion of her soul power, this halo of light intensified, ultimately transforming into countless pristine petals, as white as snow, fluttering gracefully through the air. Amidst this dreamlike shower of blossoms, a flourishing peach tree, resplendent with vibrant flowers, gradually materialized. Each peach blossom bloomed in exquisite splendor, its delicate, rosy petals glistening as if imbued with dew. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the branches to sway, presenting a breathtaking spectacle. The onlookers were utterly astonished. Although the peach blossom martial spirit lacked the formidable offensive power of the previously revealed spirits, its healing capabilities rendered it equally rare and precious. Li Shuangxi, the younger sister, took a deep breath, striving to steady her nerves, before cautiously placing her hand upon the translucent crystal orb. At the moment her palm made contact with the sphere, the previously serene orb erupted in a dazzling violet light, instantly illuminating the entire room. As the violet radiance grew ever more intense, a mysterious purple candy began to spiral gracefully forth, hovering above the crystal orb. At this moment, Li Shuangxi's eyes widened, sparkling with a lively and cunning glint, as though she had uncovered some fascinating treasure. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe once more, praising the unique and distinctive martial spirits of the two sisters. When the awakening ceremony concluded, the three sisters, Li Hanxi, Li Shuangmei, and Li Shuangxi, along with the boy possessing a powerful dragon eagle martial spirit, were retained. Before them stood Li Xiaobo, his demeanor unusually grave as he solemnly surveyed the four children, and began to speak. The martial spirit talents you four have exhibited signify that the dangers you will face and the opportunities you will encounter in the future will far surpass those of ordinary individuals. Therefore, I hope you will remain vigilant and continuously strive to enhance your abilities. Upon hearing this, the young boy clenched his fists tightly, his gaze resolute and filled with determination as he earnestly replied, "Rest assured, I will double my efforts and training, and I shall not squander such a rare gift." Beside him, Li Shuangmei offered a gentle smile, revealing two charming dimples, her confidence radiating as she declared, "Though my martial spirit leans towards healing, I am certain I will not become a burden, and I will endeavor to keep pace with everyone." Li Shuangxi nodded in agreement, affirming her sister's sentiments. Seeing the children's positive and enthusiastic attitude, Li Xiaobo felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He smiled and nodded, then produced 4 tomes from his cloak, distributing one to each child, while advising them, "These books contain meditation techniques perfectly suited for your current stage of martial spirit cultivation. You must study them diligently and without slackening. Only through persistent meditation and practice can you better awaken and master the powers of your respective martial spirits." Li Xiaobo, with a serious expression, continued, "In addition to this, I shall now assess each of you for your innate soul power. It is essential to understand that the level of innate soul power significantly influences how far you can progress on your cultivation journey and the accomplishments you may achieve." As his words fell, he deftly retrieved a uniquely designed crystal ball from his pocket. This crystal orb was entirely translucent, emanating a subtle, mysterious glow. The first to undergo the test was the young man possessing the Dragon Eagle martial spirit. He took a deep breath and cautiously placed his palm upon the instrument. In an instant, a dazzling beam of light surged forth, resembling a roaring dragon ascending into the heavens, ultimately stabilizing at the 8th mark. Observing this result, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in approval, exclaiming, "Well done. An innate level 9 soul power is indeed remarkable." Next came Li Shuangmei's turn. With a mix of anxiety and anticipation, she gently placed her delicate hand on the device. As a gentle wave of energy coursed through, the light beam ignited once more. Though this time its ascent was noticeably slower, eventually wavering to rest at the 10th level. Noticing this, Li Shuangmei playfully winked at the crowd and cheekily stuck out her tongue, seemingly satisfied with her performance. Li Shuangxi, on the other hand, achieved a commendable innate level 8, which, although slightly less impressive, still marked him as a rare talent, particularly given his food-based abilities. Finally, the pivotal moment arrived for Li Hanqi's test. The instant her hand made contact, the entire detection device appeared to ignite, flashing wildly as brilliant light filled the air, nearly blinding those present. The one straight beam surged upward like a wild stallion, astonishingly breaking through the uppermost threshold in the blink of an eye. In the face of such an extraordinary spectacle, even the seasoned Li Xiaobo was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible? This must be at least innate level 10 soul power. It is truly an unprecedented, unparalleled talent." His words struck the crowd like thunder, prompting an involuntary gasp from all, their faces betraying expressions of disbelief. Li Hanqi clenched her fist, a fervent determination igniting within her. She was acutely aware that, possessing the divine mark of inheritance and such formidable innate soul power, she must exert herself even more diligently in her pursuit of strength. Others too silently resolved to take Li Hanqi as their benchmark, striving to catch up and carve out their own realms in this world ruled by martial spirits. Chapter 63, The Limitations of the Life Diagram. Li Xiaobo stood firmly at the edge of the legendary Ice and Fire 2 instruments, his expression grave as he turned to face the 4 children behind him, who were equally tense yet filled with curiosity. In a low voice, he began, "Behold, this is indeed the fabled Ice and Fire 2 instruments. Within this realm flourish numerous rare and invaluable herbs, yet it is also fraught with peril and danger." Upon hearing his words, the children widened their eyes, eagerly surveying their surroundings. Before them lay an extraordinary sight. To the left, fierce flames blazed, capable of incinerating all in their path. To the right, a chilling ice lake radiated an eerie aura. However, amidst this seemingly irreconcilable duality of elements, there existed an indescribable sense of harmony and fusion. As the group marveled at this spectacle, one of the children, unable to contain his overwhelming curiosity, impulsively took a small step forward. In an instant, a muffled thud resonated, and an immense force surged forth, violently propelling him backward. Li Xiaobo's expression changed dramatically. He swiftly rushed forward and caught the boy who had been thrown aside. "You must not act recklessly. This area is protected by formidable barriers. To enter, one must first locate the correct entrance," he admonished with a serious demeanor. With that, he subtly waved his right hand and murmured incantations. Suddenly, a slight tremor coursed through the ground, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tighten. As the tremor subsided, a door adorned with glowing, mysterious runes gradually emerged on the once smooth ice wall. "This is the entrance," Li Xiaobo declared, his gaze fixed intently on the seemingly ordinary door that emanated an enigmatic aura. Without hesitation, he strode toward it. As he stepped through the threshold, an overwhelming fragrance of herbs enveloped him, as if he were submerged in a sea of aromatic essence. Simultaneously, waves of heat and cold alternated, causing involuntary shivers to ripple through his body. The group steadied themselves and began to curiously examine their surroundings. To their astonishment, various bizarre and rare plants flourished here, each emitting a faint glow that illuminated the space with a dreamlike quality. Some plants twisted in peculiar shapes, resembling serpentine dragons. Others were vividly colored, akin to blooming flowers of flame. They stood in awe, their hearts brimming with excitement and curiosity. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps reached their ears, and the group turned alertly, only to find that over a dozen figures had silently appeared around them. Each individual bore a serious expression and exuded a formidable presence. Unmistakably not ordinary folk. Li Xiaobo quickly stepped forward, addressing them. "Esteemed elders, these are the 4 individuals who meet this year's criteria, and among them is my sister." As he spoke, he extended his hand and pointed towards the crowd behind him. The imposing elder at the forefront, tall and stern of countenance, nodded slightly in agreement, his hawk-like gaze sweeping methodically over the four children, as if to imprint each of their visages indelibly in his mind. Since the children have been brought forth, it is only fitting to proceed according to established customs. However, I must caution you that while the Eye of Ice and Fire conceals an abundance of rare treasures, it is also fraught with unforeseen dangers. Thus, we shall not overly intervene in their endeavors. Their fortunes and fate shall be dictated by their own capabilities and serendipity. The elder spoke with a measured tone. Standing beside him, Li Xiaobo promptly responded with respect. Understood, esteemed elder. He then turned slightly to glance at the four children behind him, a flicker of pride illuminating his eyes as he continued, among the four children present. My sister and Li Shuangmei are both gifted individuals with innate full soul power. Therefore, I intend to first lead them to a suitable place to obtain their soul rings, thereby enhancing their strength further. As for the remaining two boys, one possesses innate level 9 soul power, while the other girl has innate level 8 soul power. I kindly request that the elders guide them in their training. With that, Li Xiaobo gently beckoned to Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei before stepping towards the periphery of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Li Xiaobo, accompanied by his sister Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei, traversed the dense bamboo forest and finally arrived at an exceedingly secluded valley. The moment they stepped into the gorge, waves of spiritual energy surged toward them like an overwhelming tide. Li Xiaobo lowered his voice and whispered to the two individuals beside him. The fluctuations of soul energy in this area are remarkably frequent and intense. A consequence of the plant-based soul beasts we, the elders, have transplanted from other regions. However, the number of 7-star begonias is exceedingly rare, and they possess a remarkable talent for concealing their presence. Therefore, we must exercise utmost caution and diligence in our search. With that, he began to concentrate fully, meticulously examining every nook and cranny of the valley. At that moment, a soft gasp escaped from Li Shuangmei. The group turned to follow the sound. Finding her pointing excitedly at a few spots not far away, her face flushed with exhilaration. Following the direction of her finger, they beheld several blossoms emitting a faint green glow, gently swaying in the breeze. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaobo's eyes suddenly shimmered with a hint of surprise, and he exclaimed with exhilaration, "What incredible fortune! These few specimens are the rare century-old 7-star begonias, renowned for their exceptional quality. And they are perfectly suited for both of you." Before his words had fully dissipated, he unhesitatingly strode forward and grasped 2 of the 7-star begonias with resolute hands. After successfully acquiring the precious begonias, Li Xiaobo exhaled a sigh of relief, then turned to his sister Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei, smiling encouragingly as he said, "All right. Now let us swiftly absorb these soul rings to further enhance your strength." Upon hearing their brother's words, Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei exchanged glances, sharing a knowing smile before promptly retrieving their soul-guiding daggers from their waists. With deft movements, they skillfully processed the 2 7-star begonias before swiftly settling down in a cross-legged position, closing their eyes as they dedicated themselves to absorbing the immense power contained within the soul rings. Li Xiaobo held his breath, standing motionless like a statue, his keen eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings, leaving no hint of potential danger unnoticed. Time passed silently, and around Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei, a faint aura formed from soul power gradually emerged. Initially dim, it grew increasingly radiant, akin to the brilliant stars adorning the night sky. At that moment, a shadow surged forth like lightning from the dense underbrush, hurtling directly towards the engrossed Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei, who were absorbed in absorbing their soul rings. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaobo's gaze sharpened, a fierce energy erupting from him. He swiftly raised his right hand, soul power coalescing rapidly within his palm, transforming in an instant into a gleaming sword of cold light. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his arm, the sword of condensed soul power slicing through the air with a sound akin to a meteor racing across the moonlit sky towards the shadow. A piercing scream echoed as the shadow tumbled through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. As the dust settled, the onlookers realized it was merely a low-level soul beast drawn by the immense power of the soul ring in search of sustenance. Having successfully averted this sudden threat, Li Hanqi and Li Shuangmei completed their soul ring absorption without further incident. Slowly, they opened their eyes, once clear as water, now shimmering with a more dazzling brilliance of soul power, like 2 gems embedded in the night sky. Li Xiaobo gazed at his rejuvenated younger sisters, a look of satisfaction gracing his face as he gently inquired, "How do you feel?" Li Hanqi, unable to contain her excitement, fervently replied, "Brother, I feel an inexhaustible power coursing through my entire being. It's as if I could shatter a mountain with a single punch." Subsequently, the trio wasted no time and, adhering to their predetermined plan, embarked on their journey back, their sights set firmly on the Eye of Ice and Fire. Along the way, they animatedly discussed their respective training plans in light of the bountiful gains from their recent endeavors. Upon their arrival at the Eye of Ice and Fire, the remaining two boys and girls, who had been waiting, turned their gazes toward them, particularly upon witnessing the evident enhancement in Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei's abilities. Expressions of envy involuntarily flickered in their eyes. Upon witnessing this, Li Xiaobo smiled and addressed the crowd with a resonant voice. "From now on, we must unite our efforts and fully harness the unparalleled advantages of the ice and fire duality to intensify our training." His words ignited a fervent atmosphere, as everyone echoed in unison, expressing their unwavering commitment. In an instant, the scene transformed into a vibrant spectacle, with every face radiating hope and aspiration. Just as the group eagerly prepared to embark on their training journey, a figure gradually approached. It was the esteemed Grand Elder. With measured strides and a solemn demeanor, he neared the assembly and spoke with earnest gravity. "Children, while you have made commendable progress and growth to traverse the path of strength with greater stability and distance, you must continually seek out and master more exquisite soul skills." He turned to Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei. "You two have recently acquired new soul rings. I encourage you to seize this opportunity to delve deeply and explore whether you can uncover unique soul skills that perfectly align with your soul rings." Upon hearing these words, the crowd swiftly gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity as they eagerly watched Li Hanxi and Li Shuangmei, filled with anticipation for the miraculous events that might unfold. Li Hanxi stood still, gently closing her eyes, concentrating her spirit to perceive the flowing trajectory of her soul power within. As time elapsed, approximately a quarter of an hour later, she suddenly opened her eyes, her hands deftly forming intricate seals. At that moment, a wondrous scene unfolded. The previously tranquil air around her seemed to freeze instantaneously, growing heavy with intensity. Following this, brilliant green lights appeared out of thin air without warning, beginning to spin at an astonishing velocity. These green lights intertwined and entwined, ultimately coalescing into a resplendent green halo, suspended in the air. Li Hanxi gazed at the halo before him, formed from his own soul power, a slight frown creasing his brow, revealing a hint of despondency. "My soul technique is named Life Halo, and it possesses the ability to heal wounds. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, I have an unsettling premonition that the soul techniques I may awaken in the future will bear a striking resemblance to this Life Halo." Hearing these words, Li Xiaobo promptly offered words of comfort. "Do not lose heart. While the types of your soul techniques may be somewhat singular, this precisely indicates that your self-healing capabilities will be remarkably robust. Consequently, you will possess greater endurance and survivability in battle." Soon, it was Li Shuangmei's turn to showcase her soul technique. She inhaled deeply, summoning the entirety of her soul power. In an instant, a formidable wave of energy surged forth from her petite form. Accompanied by the ebb and flow of her soul power, a gentle, radiant green halo gradually materialized. With a smile, Li Shuangmei elucidated, "My soul technique is called Healing Halo, and its purpose is also to mend injuries." Witnessing the display of such unique and practical soul techniques by the two, the onlookers could not help but express their admiration. Meanwhile, the two young children, inspired by this spectacle, felt a fervent determination ignite within them. They exchanged a glance, and without hesitation, dashed off towards the distance, eager to immerse themselves in intense training. They understood all too well that only through relentless effort could they uncover their own distinct soul techniques and embark on the path to becoming elite soul masters. Li Xiaobo gazed with a sense of gratification at the vibrant figures before him. He mused silently, as long as everyone maintains this fervor and perseverance, diligently honing their skills, in due time, they are destined to evolve into formidable soul masters, leaving behind a glorious chapter on this vast and boundless continent. Chapter 64. Summary of the Celestial Herbs. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, a month had swiftly passed. At this moment, Li Xiaobo stood quietly in the center of the spacious and well-lit hall, his stature tall and imposing. His gaze gradually swept over the elders present, and with solemnity, he began to speak. "Esteemed elders, as of today, we have successfully incorporated the rare sight known as the Eye of Ice and Fire into our possession. However, how to fully and effectively utilize this precious resource remains a pressing challenge before us. It is essential to understand that the greatest efficacy of the Eye of Ice and Fire lies in its remarkable ability to significantly accelerate the growth of various herbs. The surrounding area can enhance the growth rate of herbs by tenfold, while the inner region can achieve 100-fold or even 1,000-fold increase. As for the core area, it boasts an astonishing growth rate of 10,000 times. Such unparalleled conditions undoubtedly render this location the most ideal choice for cultivating celestial herbs and an array of rare medicinal treasures. At this juncture, Li Xiaobo's gaze once again swept across the gathered elders, continuing, "Nevertheless, we currently face a daunting issue. Our understanding of the properties of medicinal materials within the Li family is rather superficial, even when confronted with such extraordinary treasures as celestial herbs. We only dare to cautiously consume a single specimen. In truth, if we could thoroughly comprehend the relationships of mutual enhancement and inhibition among medicinal materials and arrange them judiciously, even a few ordinary medicinal treasures that have endured the passage of millennia could produce effects rivaling those of celestial herbs. Regrettably, not a single individual within our Li family possesses a profound mastery of the properties of medicinal materials. This clearly illustrates that our foundation, in comparison to those ancient, well-established families, remains rather shallow. Therefore, the urgent task at hand is to cultivate a group of clan members with a deep understanding of pharmacology. Only then can we unlock the immense value of the Eye of Ice and Fire." Upon hearing these words, the elders nodded in agreement, expressing their support for his statements. At that moment, one elder slowly rose, his expression grave, and remarked, "What Xiaobo has said is indeed very reasonable. In my opinion, we should first meticulously select the talented and diligent youth from within our family, and then establish a pharmacology study group specifically for this purpose. This way, we can concentrate our resources on nurturing talent while ensuring a structured transmission of knowledge." Before he could finish, another elder promptly added, "Indeed, what this brother has said is most accurate. However, such measures may still be insufficient. We might consider investing substantial resources to invite renowned pharmacists from afar to impart their knowledge to our clan. Their wealth of experience and extensive insight would undoubtedly enrich the minds of our youth with novel knowledge and perspectives." At this moment, Li Xiaobo, who had been quietly listening, suddenly brightened at the thought and exclaimed, "What a brilliant idea! Nonetheless, we must remain vigilant. The Eye of Ice and Fire is an extraordinarily rare treasure, bound to attract the covetous gaze of those with ulterior motives. Therefore, it is imperative that we conduct thorough and meticulous investigations into the backgrounds of any external personnel we engage, ensuring their integrity and reliability, lest we inadvertently provide opportunities for the unscrupulous." As the discussion unfolded, the most venerable and respected elder, who had remained silent until now, gently cleared his throat, capturing the attention of all present. He then spoke in a calm voice, "Dear friends, do not rush. I have another proposal. Why not endeavor to seek out ancient pharmacological texts that have long been lost to time? Perhaps within these precious tomes lie profound secrets regarding the interrelations of various medicinal herbs." Upon hearing the elder's suggestion, the assembly erupted in enthusiastic approval, praising the idea as nothing short of ingenious. The atmosphere in the council chamber became remarkably animated, as everyone immersed themselves in a profound discussion of future development plans. Li Xiaobo furrowed his brow slightly, his gaze fixed on the horizon, as if contemplating something of great significance. After a considerable pause, he finally broke the silence, declaring, "Let us decide thus. I shall promptly arrange for personnel to establish contact with the renowned herbalists across the lands, inviting them to instruct our clan's youth. Simultaneously, we must organize our talented young individuals to embark on a systematic study of pharmacology, laying a solid foundation for future development. As for the critically important task of seeking ancient medicinal texts, I shall rely on the esteemed elders to lend their diligence. With our collective efforts, I am confident that it will not be long before we fully uncover the tremendous potential of the Ice and Fire duality. At that point, the prowess of our Li household in the realm of herbs will undoubtedly be greatly enhanced, and surpassing other clans will no longer be an unattainable dream." Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's impassioned words, the gathered elders nodded in agreement and chorused, "Excellent." They then rose to their feet, hurrying to immerse themselves in the urgent preparations. Gradually, the living room fell into a tranquil silence, leaving only a few individuals present. Li Xiaobo remained standing, his expression still reflective. Observing this, Li Lingdian inquired, "Xiaobo, having articulated such thoughts today, I presume you have some concrete ideas brewing in your mind?" Li Xiaobo turned to face his father, gently nodding as he replied, "Indeed, Father, I do have some preliminary notions regarding how to leverage the ice and fire duality to enhance the Li household's competitiveness in herbal matters. Li Xiaobo spoke with unwavering determination. After thorough contemplation, my plan is to first send the young talents of our clan to the nearby mountains for training, where they will gather commonly found herbs. Only through personal interaction, perception, and practical application can they gain a deeper and more authentic understanding of the pharmacological knowledge embedded within these herbs. Standing beside him, Li Lingtian nodded slightly in agreement, responding, "Indeed, this strategy is quite ingenious. It is a pragmatic and effective approach." After a brief pause, Li Xiaobo continued to elaborate on his vision. Furthermore, regarding the recruitment of herbalists, we must not confine ourselves to conventional assessment methods. In addition to the standard qualifications review, we need to meticulously design challenging trials. For instance, we could require candidates to accurately identify a blend of up to 100 different herbs without error, thus qualifying them to assume the role of educators within our clan. At this point, Li Xiaobo could not help but reflect. It is important to note that on the vast expanse of the Douluo continent, individuals who truly excel in pharmacology are exceedingly rare. Figures such as the illustrious Zhu Douluo from the Spirit Hall, and those associated with the illustrious family of the Xingluo Empire, along with the renowned Yu family currently thriving in Tiando City, surely possess a wealth of rare celestial herbs, invaluable texts, and ancient formulas. Establishing connections with these powerful factions and acquiring the necessary resources would undoubtedly enhance our clan's understanding of pharmacology. Li Lingtian furrowed his brow slightly, crossing his arms as he sank into a brief reverie. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "This idea is indeed commendable. However, those formidable forces have always regarded celestial herbs and invaluable medicinal formulas as rare treasures. Would they so readily relinquish them to us?" Standing nearby, Li Xiaobo's lips curled into a subtle smile, radiating confidence. He calmly replied, "Father, do not be troubled. In truth, we can fully exploit the rare medicinal materials that flourish within the Eye of Ice and Fire." Upon hearing this, the once dim light in Li Lingtian's eyes flickered with newfound brilliance, akin to a candle's flame suddenly ignited in the darkness. Yet, almost immediately, a grave expression returned to his face as he solemnly cautioned, "While this plan is indeed feasible, we must proceed with utmost caution. We cannot allow those forces to become aware of our possession of the Eye of Ice and Fire. Otherwise, the consequences would be dire." Li Xiaobo nodded repeatedly, expressing his profound agreement with his father's words. After a moment of contemplation, he added, "Moreover, for the young members of our family who are about to embark on their journeys, it would be prudent to bestow upon them specially crafted storage containers. This would not only facilitate the proper preservation of the precious herbs they gather along the way, but also significantly enhance the efficiency and safety of their foraging endeavors. Concurrently, we should dispatch skilled warriors from our clan to discreetly safeguard them, ensuring that timely and effective assistance is available should they encounter peril. There is no time to lose. Father, I shall immediately commence the necessary arrangements." With that, Li Xiaobo turned and strode away, leaving Li Lingtian standing alone, lost in thought as he gazed into the distance. Time swiftly passed, and unwittingly, 2 months slipped by. One day, as Li Lingtian and his son deliberated important matters in the study, a servant rushed in, breathless, and reported, "Young master, there is a messenger at the gate claiming to be from the Pijia clan of the Xingluo Empire seeking an audience." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo and Li Lingtian exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an unmistakable sense of surprise. It seemed they had only just discussed such powers, and now, uninvited, someone had arrived. Could it be that the opportune moment to acquire precious texts on medicinal herbs was finally at hand? With this thought, Li Xiaobo felt a surge of excitement, quickly adjusting his slightly disheveled attire, and called out, "Please, invite them in." Before long, the sound of steady, powerful footsteps approached. Soon, a figure appeared at the door of the study. The visitor was indeed the messenger from the Pijia clan. Towering and robust, he stood like an iron tower. His piercing eyes sparkled with intensity, seemingly capable of perceiving the depths of the human heart. An aura of formidable presence and dignified authority emanated from him, characteristic of the Pijia clan. As the messenger entered the study, he first bowed respectfully to Li Xiaobo and the assembled company, proclaiming in a clear voice, "I am the envoy sent by the Pijia clan. It is a privilege to meet young Master Li and Master Li today." With a smile gracing his face, Li Xiaobo quickly rose to return the gesture and courteously inquired, "Might I ask the esteemed envoy the purpose of your visit?" Upon hearing Li Xiaobo's question, the envoy straightened his posture and, after a brief moment of contemplation, replied in a measured tone. Our clan has heard that your esteemed residence is diligently advancing various matters concerning medicinal herbs. Our chieftain holds your remarkable foresight and extraordinary insight in the highest regard. Therefore, I have been entrusted to present to you an ancient compendium of herbal formulas, treasured by our lineage until this day, with the hope of fostering profound communication and sharing between our houses. As the envoy finished speaking, he carefully reached into his robe, retrieving an antiquarian scroll that appeared both aged and elegant, and extended it towards Li Xiaobo with both hands. Li Xiaobo and Li Lingtian gazed at the ancient prescription tome presented before them, their faces alight with a mixture of astonishment and delight. They could hardly believe that the other would so generously offer such a precious artifact directly to them. Li Xiaobo trembled as he accepted the yellowed scroll, his eyes shimmering with excitement. With utmost sincerity, he declared, "The noble's gesture is truly a timely boon. I am profoundly grateful, and this kindness shall be forever etched in my memory. However, I wonder if such generous assistance comes with any expectations?" The envoy smiled gently and replied, "Our clan seeks little. We merely hope that when your esteemed household achieves new breakthroughs in medicinal research, you might graciously share some of your findings with us. Additionally, I trust that you have not forgotten the 2 ninth-grade purple mushrooms we previously agreed upon." Upon hearing this, Li Xiaobo nodded without hesitation, assuring, "Rest assured, having made a promise, I shall steadfastly uphold my word." Once the envoy had departed, Li Xiaobo could no longer contain the fervor within him. He hurriedly returned to his study, carefully unfurling the ancient texts to delve into their intricate teachings. As he turned the pages, a wealth of profound and exquisite knowledge regarding medicinal herbs unfolded before his eyes, akin to the resplendent stars scattered across the night sky, leaving him utterly captivated. Li Xiaobo grew increasingly exhilarated as he delved deeper into the ancient tome, discovering that the knowledge of medicinal herbs contained within was far more profound and expansive than anything he had previously encountered. The unique formulas, rare herbs, and enigmatic preparation methods seemed to unveil a portal to a new realm of pharmacology. He recognized that, armed with the invaluable insights from this text, the Li family was destined to achieve remarkable advancements in their exploration of medicinal arts. Perhaps it would not be long before they successfully transcended existing limitations, taking a significant step toward their grand ambition of surpassing other clans. Chapter 65. Training time passed swiftly, and it had been over half a month since the study of the pharmacopoeia commenced. Although the Li family's research and application of this knowledge were not yet complete, it was noteworthy that Li Xiaobo, with his extraordinary mental prowess, had successfully unearthed several highly valuable secret formulas from the vast sea of prescriptions. At this moment, the spacious and well-lit parlor was once again filled with esteemed elders of great repute. Li Xiaobo stood before them, his expression grave, and spoke in a measured tone. "As of today, we are fortunate to possess the exceptional feng shui location of the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Thus, it is imperative that we reform our approach to cultivating the exceptionally gifted younger generation within our family." Upon hearing these words, the elders exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes fixed on Li Xiaobo, eagerly awaiting his further elaboration. Taking a deep breath, he continued, "You are all undoubtedly aware of the essential elements required to become a true, unparalleled powerhouse in the vast expanse of the Douluo continent. First and foremost, one must possess an outstanding martial soul. Secondly, ample and high-quality cultivation resources serve as a robust foundation. However, the most crucial aspect lies in discovering a soul ring that perfectly harmonizes and complements one's own." For long, the Soul Hall had publicly espoused the theory of soul ring combinations, which revolved around the patterns of yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 or yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 red. Yet, can such assertions truly be infallibly correct? With that, Li Xiaobo resolutely unleashed his martial soul. In an instant, a dazzling radiance erupted from within him, followed by a series of resplendent and colorful soul rings that gracefully manifested around him. The elders, witnessing this spectacle, were taken aback, rising in astonishment, their faces etched with disbelief. It became evident that the soul ring configuration Li Xiaobo displayed did not conform to either of the aforementioned common types. Instead, it was an unprecedented combination of yellow, purple, red, 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 gold, red, gold, red. In the wake of their astonishment, the elders surged towards Li Xiaobo like a tidal wave, encircling him with expressions of confusion and urgency, clamoring to inquire about the reasons behind this revelation. Li Xiaobo, a faint smile gracing his lips, addressed them in a calm and unhurried manner. "Please, Do not rush. Allow me to explain at my own pace. For an extended period, we have harbored a deeply ingrained traditional perception regarding the compatibility of martial souls and spirit rings. However, after extensive research and exploration, I have made a remarkable discovery. This compatibility should not be confined to existing notions. Upon reaching this point, he paused slightly, surveying the eager faces of the elders around him, and continued, "We have persistently overlooked the immense potential inherent within martial souls, as well as the profound impact that unique environments can have on their evolution. Take the absorption of spirit rings, for instance. It is commonly believed that the disparity in their ages primarily hinges on one's physical endurance and mental fortitude. However, what if we could continually enhance our physical capabilities through scientifically sound training methods? Might we not shatter this limitation?" With that, Li Xiaobo's tone shifted, his gaze piercing the horizon as if envisioning boundless possibilities. "Furthermore, are you all aware of the ice and fire duality eye? The energy there is exceptionally unique. If skillfully harnessed, it could yield a plethora of precious herbs of varying ages. We have leveraged the extraordinary forces of this location, coupled with recently unearthed miraculous formulas, to conduct targeted training for the talented disciples of our clan, thereby fortifying their physical prowess. This approach could successfully transcend conventional boundaries, achieving an unprecedented ratio of spirit rings. Of course, the results they ultimately attain may not rival my own fortuitous outcomes, as I have encountered numerous rare opportunities in acquiring these spirit rings. Nevertheless, this endeavor could significantly elevate the upper limits of spirit ring absorption for our clan's prodigies, laying a more solid foundation for our family's future development." Upon hearing this, the elders experienced an epiphany, as if awakened from a stupor. They began to murmur among themselves, discussing this astonishing revelation. One elder, particularly animated, exclaimed with a tremor in his voice, "If we can indeed cultivate the younger generation of our clan with such meticulous methods, I dare assert that, given time, our family will undoubtedly witness an emergence of exceptional powerhouses akin to mushrooms sprouting after rain." Standing nearby, Li Xiaobo nodded slightly in agreement with the elder's sentiment and added, "Indeed, that is true. However, it is worth noting that this method currently possesses certain flaws that require further refinement. Moreover, at this stage, it is only applicable to a select few individuals of extraordinary talent. Thus, we must delve deeper into the interplay between martial souls and the energies contained within the ice and fire duality eye, as well as explore specific utilization pathways. Additionally, we need to invest effort in adjusting our existing formulas to better align with the unique attributes of various martial souls. Beyond that, we urgently require a cohort of skilled healers to join our ranks. As long as we unite in purpose and collaborate, the day of our family's great resurgence shall not be far off." Upon hearing these words, all the elders present nodded in agreement, collectively voicing their support with fervor. From their eyes, imbued with a glimmer of hope, one could distinctly perceive the unwavering belief and boundless aspirations of the crowd to revive the family's former glory. At that moment, an elder inquired, "Xiaobo, you previously mentioned the necessity of a healing spirit master. What is the reason for this?" Li Xiaobo smiled gently, surveying the assembly before responding. "In the pursuit of integrating the energies of the martial soul with the eye of ice and fire, as well as in the adjustment of secret formulas, unforeseen incidents are likely to occur. The intense training and energy surges could potentially harm the younger generation, and a healing spirit master would play a pivotal role in such instances." The elders nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Li Xiaobo led several elders to the clan's training ground, where a group of young talents was diligently honing their skills. He pointed to a youth attempting to surpass his limits by absorbing a soul ring, saying, "See, he is teetering on the brink of danger. If a healing spirit master were present to assist, not only could any unforeseen circumstances be promptly addressed, but it would also expedite his recovery, enabling him to attempt again." Just as they were deliberating on how to select an appropriate healing spirit master, a young girl clad in white gracefully approached. She emanated a gentle wave of soul power, clearly indicating her considerable prowess as a healing spirit master. After a courteous bow, the girl declared, "Young clan leader, I am willing to join this initiative and contribute my modest efforts." The elders' faces brightened with joy. Li Xiaobo scrutinized the young maiden before him, a glimmer of surprise flickering in his eyes. "What is your name?" he inquired. The girl cheerfully replied, "My name is Li Suyao. Welcome to our ranks, Miss Suyao. However, before we proceed, we must assess your abilities," Li Xiaobo stated with utmost seriousness. The group then made their way to a designated testing ground. Li Suyao gracefully raised her hands, allowing her soul power to gently emanate, enveloping the surroundings in a warm, radiant aura. She first demonstrated her capacity to heal ordinary wounds, as a gash swiftly mended beneath the glow. Next, she embraced a greater challenge, simulating the rescue of an unconscious, severely injured individual. With unwavering focus, Li Suyao successfully revitalized the dummy. Excellent, Miss Suyao. Your prowess is remarkable. The elders nodded in approval, satisfaction evident on their faces. Li Xiaobo stepped forward and said, Miss Suyao, from this moment on, you will officially partake in the plan. However, the challenges that lie ahead are far greater than we can imagine, and we may encounter numerous unforeseen dangers. Suyao gazed steadfastly at him, assuring, rest assured. Young clan leader, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly. With Su Yao's inclusion, the young talents within the clan felt a renewed sense of security during their training, and their development accelerated as the family steadily advanced on the path to rejuvenation. Yet, as training progressed, some unexpected circumstances began to arise. A portion of the young talents, after undergoing specialized training, experienced a strengthening of their martial souls, yet they also exhibited signs of physical backlash. Li Xiaobo, in a state of anxious urgency, urgently summoned the elders to deliberate on a strategy. This predicament arose from the inadequacy of their physical strength. Thus, it is imperative that we swiftly uncover the underlying cause. Li Xiaobo's brow was furrowed in deep concern. Li Suyao suggested that perhaps the discordance between the secret formula and the martial souls was the root of the issue. Consequently, the group resolved to reevaluate the secret formula, meticulously examining the unique characteristics of each young prodigy's martial soul. After several days of diligent effort, they ultimately discovered that a rare medicinal herb exhibited adverse effects under specific martial souls. Once this issue was resolved, the training could proceed smoothly once again. Li Xiaobo, our physical capabilities are insufficient. Therefore, the clan has arranged for the procurement of a substantial quantity of whale glue. The elders' gazes turned towards Li Xiaobo, one of whom hesitantly inquired, Xiaobo, whale glue is quite expensive and difficult to obtain. Where shall we acquire such a large amount? Li Xiaobo, ever prepared, confidently replied, Why do you all look at me like that? Do not misconstrue my intentions. Whale glue not only possesses aphrodisiac properties, but, when aged, can also enhance physical conditioning. The crowd displayed expressions of concern, yet the price of whale glue remained a considerable obstacle. Li Xiaobo continued, Although our prices are steep, it is due to our location. Once we reach coastal cities, the prices will significantly drop. Thus, we can dispatch individuals to Hanhai City or other coastal locales for procurement. Consequently, a grand procession of clan members, filled with hope and purpose, embarked on their journey. After a protracted and arduous trek, the group finally arrived at the coveted coastal city. Upon entering, they were immediately awestruck by the bustling and vibrant atmosphere. However, they remained focused on their mission, to find whale glue. After diligent inquiries and explorations, they were pleasantly surprised to discover that the prices of whale glue here were considerably lower than anticipated. This was undoubtedly remarkable news. The group joyfully navigated through various markets and shops, meticulously selecting high-quality and reasonably priced whale glue. After intense bargaining, they successfully acquired an ample quantity of whale glue, which exuded a subtle scent of the ocean, seemingly imbued with boundless energy and mysterious power. With their hearts brimming with excitement, the group began their journey home, carefully safeguarding the precious whale glue to prevent any mishaps. After several days of travel, they finally returned to their cherished family abode. The arrival of the whale glue sparked a wave of excitement among the clan. The elders hurried to inspect the hall and swiftly organized a distribution ceremony for the young talents. Each young prodigy received their share of whale glue, their eyes shimmering with exhilaration and anticipation. In the ensuing days, the young talents commenced consuming the whale glue according to a specific regimen, complemented by a rigorous training schedule to enhance their physical constitution. As expected, the miraculous effects of the whale glue gradually manifested. Those who had previously exhibited weaker physiques began to grow increasingly robust, while those who already possessed considerable strength found themselves further empowered, particularly during their training sessions. The physical backlash that had once plagued them ceased to occur. Whether engaged in high-intensity physical training or intricate martial arts practice, everyone could handle it with ease and poise. This remarkable transformation invigorated the entire clan, instilling confidence in their aspirations for rejuvenation. As time passed, the young talent's physical prowess continued to strengthen and improve. Simultaneously, their capacity to absorb soul rings experienced a qualitative leap. In a series of relentless attempts, several exceptionally gifted individuals within the family have managed to transcend the previous limitations on soul ring absorption, successfully merging with higher-level soul rings and thereby acquiring unprecedented power. The remarkable achievements of these prodigies shine brightly like the resplendent stars in the night sky, inspiring more young talents to courageously forge ahead towards loftier aspirations. Consequently, the grand endeavor of the family's resurgence has gained unstoppable momentum, propelled by this flourishing wave. Chapter 66. Gongxin City. As time swiftly flows and the years pass like a fleeting thread. A whole year has slipped through one's fingers in the blink of an eye. Throughout this fleeting year, the Li residence has emerged as a nascent star, rapidly advancing and maturing in its development. Tasks that once demanded the constant attention and direct involvement of Li Xiaobo now operate with remarkable efficiency and autonomy, no longer requiring his hands-on approach as in the past. At this moment, it is an opportune time for Li Xiaobo to seek his 8th soul ring. After careful contemplation and meticulous preparation, he resolutely embarked on his journey to Gongxin City. This city, nestled within the vast expanse of the Xinghua Empire, lies in stark contrast to Longxing City. While Longxing City is situated in the southeastern part of the Tiando Empire, Gongxin City is located in the southwestern heart of the Xinghua Empire, closer to the inland region. Such a considerable distance ensures that this journey will be anything but brief. Despite the relentless pace at which Li Xiaobo and his companions pressed forward, exhausting their efforts, nearly a month had elapsed by the time they finally reached Gongxin City. The protracted journey not only tested their physical strength and endurance, but also served as a rigorous trial of their determination and resolve. Nevertheless, no matter the difficulties encountered along the way, they could not deter Li Xiaobo from steadfastly advancing towards his goal. Although Gongxin City is esteemed as one of the principal cities of the Xinghua Empire, its reputation and status pale in comparison to other renowned cities. Among the numerous main cities, it can only be regarded as mid-tier at best. After all, the Douluo continent is a world completely dominated by soul masters. As a city primarily focused on the metal industry, it is hardly surprising that Gongxin City receives little attention. It is essential to recognize that in this world, the social standing of blacksmiths is virtually indistinguishable from that of commoners. In contrast, the Spirit Hall, which holds sway over the fates of countless soul masters and can influence the trajectory of the entire continent, appears immensely powerful and authoritative. The stark disparity between blacksmiths and soul masters is thus readily apparent. However, Li Xiaobo is acutely aware that, generally speaking, the more skilled a blacksmith is, the greater the likelihood of their becoming a soul master. This is due to the extraordinary abilities possessed by soul masters, which allow the art of forging to reach unparalleled levels of intricacy and excellence. However, in the realm of life, absolutes are scarce. There exist certain exceptionally gifted blacksmiths who, even without the aid of a martial soul, manage to carve out a niche for themselves in the blacksmithing industry through their unique insights into the craft and relentless dedication to their studies, ultimately achieving remarkable and noteworthy accomplishments. Gazing into the distance, Gongxin City stands like a colossal fortress on the horizon, its outline becoming increasingly discernible. As the crowd disembarks from their carriages, a sense of grounding envelopes them the moment their feet touch the earth. With an expansive view, the towering city walls come into sight, their somber and weighty iron gray hue suggesting an impregnable metal casting, delivering a striking visual impact that conveys invincibility. Although they have yet to truly enter the city, the faint metallic aura exudes an invisible force that piques curiosity and anticipation about this metropolis. Yin Yuesher's face radiates excitement and joy. She flits alongside Li Xiaobo like a jubilant bird, playfully exclaiming, "Ah, we have finally arrived. This carriage ride has nearly left my bones in disarray." Even within the comforts of the Li family's opulent carriage, a month-long journey would weary anyone. Nevertheless, reflecting on the journey thus far, it has not been without its merits. Ma Ronghua has evidently begun to strive earnestly, perhaps in an effort to keep pace with Li Xiaobo and others. Thanks to the abundant and continuous support from the Li family's diverse resources, he has successfully ascended to the Soul Emperor realm, significantly enhancing his strength. Li Xiaobo once remarked to Yin Yuesher, "When your soul power successfully breaks through to level 70 and you can freely manifest your martial spirit's true form, you will step into an entirely new realm. Only by reaching that point can your enigmatic 5-Fire-7 Birds fan martial spirit unleash its formidable power without reservation. His words served as a beacon, illuminating the path ahead for Yan Yuesher, igniting a fierce determination within her heart. Now, Yan Yuesher resolutely strides forward along this challenging yet opportunistic path of cultivation. Each training session and every drop of sweat represents a steadfast step towards her goal. It is worth noting that within the vastly residents, aside from the younger members of the clan, the rest of the younger generation's cultivation levels far exceed those of so-called geniuses from the outside world. With their exceptional talents and relentless efforts, they shine brightly in the martial world of Douluo continent. As for Li Xiaobo's arrival in Gengxin City, it was not merely because he had discovered that the soul beasts he sought were residing here. In truth, he bore another significant mission to procure a batch of rare metallic materials. Due to the long-lost manufacturing techniques of soul-guiding devices on Douluo continent, these once incredibly precious metals are comparatively more affordable than other exotic treasures. However, for Li Xiaobo, this presents a rare opportunity. Within the ancient legacy he inherited lies an exquisite crafting technique. By utilizing these rare metals, he hopes to forge powerful magical artifacts, thereby further enhancing his own strength and the foundational legacy of his entire family. Thus, this journey to Gengxin City holds profound significance for both Li Xiaobo and his clan. Upon their smooth entry into Gengxin City, the metallic aura that greeted them at the city gates bestowed a distinctive sensation. Once inside, they disembarked from their carriages and curiously surveyed the unique landscape of the city. Ma Ronghua's mood visibly brightened as he enthusiastically pointed out the surrounding architecture. Gengxin City is renowned for having the highest number of blacksmith shops, and it is within this city that blacksmiths are truly valued. It is said that there are over 1,000 blacksmith shops within Gengxin City alone, with countless blacksmiths. Many blacksmiths from other cities come here to take the blacksmith assessment. If they pass the advanced blacksmith examination, they can remain in this city. In simpler terms, this place is a paradise for blacksmiths. Although blacksmiths are not highly regarded by the two great empires, their involvement is crucial in the production of military weaponry, agricultural tools, construction, and furniture. The more advanced the blacksmith, the more valuable the items they forge. Yan Yuesher, astonished, inquired, "Is it true that blacksmiths are categorized into levels?" Ma Ronghua nodded and responded, "Not as intricately as we soul masters do, but generally, blacksmiths are divided into 7 grades. From lowest to highest, they are junior blacksmith, intermediate blacksmith, advanced blacksmith, master blacksmith, grandmaster blacksmith, and divine blacksmith." At that moment, the crowd suddenly heard a resounding voice calling out from the front. Don't miss this opportunity. The current president of the Blacksmith Association, Master Lu Gao, has personally crafted a magnificent silver armor, and this is the only piece available. It is being offered at a special price. Lu Gao? Li Xiaobo pondered, somewhat perplexed. Does even a master blacksmith need to hawk their wares on the streets? Come, let us take a look. By this time, a considerable gathering had formed around the source of the commotion. Li Xiaobo and his companions pushed through the throng to witness the scene within. Before them stood an unassuming blacksmith shop, where a bronze-skinned young man, bare-chested and muscular, was energetically promoting the armor. Seated in front of the shop was a middle-aged man, appearing to be around 30, with his eyes closed in a serene manner, exuding an air of wisdom. Beside him lay an exquisite piece of armor, gleaming in bright silver, radiating brilliance under the sunlight. The craftsmanship was extraordinarily exquisite. It was evident that each piece of armor had been meticulously polished, with a large transparent crystal embedded in the breastplate, reflecting the sunlight and casting a dazzling glow alongside the armor itself. Li Xiaobo cast a fleeting glance at the armor, his brow furrowing in disdain as he uttered a mere 2 words, "Trash." The gleaming silver plates of armor were crafted from iron. Yet each plate was so thin that it evidently boasted little defensive capability. However, its corresponding lightweight might be its singular advantage. Adorning oneself with such armor would likely serve no purpose other than to exhibit a facade of grandeur. As for its utility on the battlefield, that was a notion best left unconsidered. Even a moderately strong infantryman could cleave through it with ease. Having spoken his mind, he turned away and strode towards the street. In the vast and enigmatic land of Douluo continent, rare metals gleamed like precious treasures, captivating the attention of countless soul masters and blacksmiths. Gengxin City, as one of the largest metal trading markets in Douluo, was perpetually bustling with life and vibrancy. The shops here varied widely, from humble blacksmiths to the esteemed rare metals pavilion, offering an extensive array of goods. Upon entering the marketplace, one was enveloped by the unmistakable chill of metal, making each breath feel heavier. In a corner of the market stood a particularly eye-catching establishment known as the Heavenly Gold Pavilion. The proprietor, Elder Tianjin, was renowned for his discerning eye and vast experience, holding a prestigious reputation in the realm of rare metal trading. It was said that he had personally brokered a transaction for a fabled piece of starlight silver, an exceedingly rare metal imbued with the power of the stars, capable of significantly enhancing the might of weaponry. On this day, the Heavenly Gold Pavilion welcomed a special clientele. Clad in simple robes, they bore an air of fatigue, yet their eyes sparkled with unwavering determination. Their purpose for visiting was to seek a rare metal known as deep-sea sinking silver, a substance sourced from the depths of the ocean, rich in pure water elemental power. As Li Xiaobo and his companions entered the Tianjin Pavilion, the venerable elder sat behind the counter, eyes closed in tranquil contemplation. Upon sensing their arrival, he gradually opened his eyes, his gaze sweeping over Tangsan, momentarily taken aback. A subtle smile then graced his lips as he spoke. "Young friend, have you come in pursuit of the sunken silver of the deep sea?" Li Xiaobo felt a shiver run through him, surprised that the elder Tianjin had discerned his intentions with a mere glance. He nodded slightly and respectfully said, "Indeed. I have heard that you possess a piece of deep-sea sunken silver, and I have come to seek your esteemed presence." Elder Tianjin pondered for a moment, then slowly rose to his feet, retrieving a metal object encased in a brocade box from behind the counter. The metal was a lustrous silver white, emanating a faint glow, as if water were gently flowing within it. Li Xiaobo's gaze was instantly captivated. He could sense the extraordinarily pure elemental power of water contained within. Precisely the deep-sea sunken silver he had been searching for. "Young friend," Elder Tianjin remarked, "this deep-sea sunken silver is indeed in my possession. Yet its value is something you must be well aware of. I require a suitable price, as well as an individual capable of unlocking its utmost potential." Li Xiaobo comprehended the meaning behind the words of the venerable Tianjin elder. The rare metal known as deep-sea sunken silver undoubtedly commands a considerable price. However, its scarcity is profound. With unwavering determination, he declared, "Esteemed elder, I am willing to exchange a millennium's soul bone for this deep-sea sunken silver, and I assure you it will yield its utmost value in my possession." The Tianjin elder regarded Li Xiaobo's steadfast gaze and nodded slightly. In this young man, he perceived a semblance of something familiar, a fervent yearning for power, an insatiable pursuit of dreams, and an unwavering commitment to aspirations. A gentle smile graced his lips as he replied, "Very well, young friend. I entrust this deep-sea sunken silver to you. May you harness it to create your own brilliance." Li Xiaobo took the ornate box into his hands, fully aware that this piece of deep-sea sunken silver was not merely a precious material, but also a testament to his family's heritage. Stepping out of the Tianjin Pavilion, he carefully cradled the box containing the deep-sea silver. Yan Yuesher approached, her curiosity piqued as she examined it. "Xiaobo, this sunken silver appears truly extraordinary," she remarked. "Indeed. It is a crucial element. With it, I can finally embark on the creation of the artifact I have envisioned for so long," Li Xiaobo replied with a serious demeanor. At that moment, a sudden commotion erupted within the crowd. Several burly men approached with intimidating strides. The leader, his face adorned with a multitude of flesh, bellowed at Li Xiaobo, "You there? I heard you just traded a millennium-old soul bone for a piece of sunken silver? Hand it over if you know what's good for you, or you will not leave Gingxin City alive today." Li Xiaobo let out a cold laugh as he extended the brocade box towards Yan Yuesher. "Yuesher, hold on to this and keep your distance." He then turned to face the group of ruffians. "If you wish to seize my belongings, you must first seek my consent." Ma Ronghua stepped beside Li Xiaobo, declaring, "Brother Xiaobo, let us teach this band of greedy miscreants a lesson today." As tensions mounted, a clear and chilling voice pierced the air. "How dare you openly attempt to rob in Gingxin City? Is there no law remaining?" The crowd turned to see a woman clad in white gracefully approaching, exuding a formidable aura that instilled fear in the hearts of the miscreants. As she drew near, the ruffians instinctively took a few steps back. "Do you know what punishment awaits those who engage in extortion in Gingxin City?" The icy gaze of the woman swept over them. The leader of the thugs, summoning his courage, shouted, "Who are you to meddle in my affairs?" With a cold snort, the woman conjured a long sword from thin air, its blade gleaming with a fierce chill. "I am Bai Shuang, the enforcer of Gingxin City." Gasps of surprise filled the air. Enforcers were known for their unwavering impartiality. The faces of the ruffians turned pale, and they attempted to sneak away, but Bai Shuang would not permit their escape. In the blink of an eye, she positioned herself before them, her swordplay swift as the wind, swiftly subduing the miscreants. Li Xiaobo stepped forward, clasping his fist in a gesture of respect. "Thank you, miss, for your assistance." Bai Shuang glanced at him and replied, "You outsiders must not allow these petty individuals to bully you. However, you should take great care of that sunken silver from the deep sea. Do not provoke such disputes again." Li Xiaobo nodded, assuring the young lady not to worry, for he would exercise utmost caution. The kindness shown today would surely be repaid in the future. Bai Shuang waved her hand dismissively, stating that maintaining order in Gingxin City was indeed her duty. With that, she escorted the group of wrongdoers away. Li Xiaobo and his companions continued on their planned course, seeking a tranquil spot to recuperate. They found a tavern to stay in. As night fell, Li Xiaobo found himself alone in his room, examining the piece of deep-sea sunken silver. He infused it with his soul power and discovered that the elemental water energy within was more abundant than he had anticipated. Just then, a shadow flitted past the window. Li Xiaobo became alert and swiftly concealed the silver. He quietly opened the door and pursued the shadow, which was heading towards the city's outskirts. Utilizing his soul power, he followed closely behind. Upon reaching a grove, the shadow came to a halt and turned around, revealing itself to be the robust young man who had been hawking armor earlier in the day. "Why are you following me?" Li Xiaobo demanded. The man chuckled. "I could tell you were extraordinary from the moment I laid eyes on you. That deep-sea silver must possess significant value. I wish to borrow it for a time." With that, he lunged toward Li Xiaobo. Li Xiaobo sidestepped, summoning the reverse divine spear to engage in battle. After several exchanges, the burly man began to falter. At that moment, a group of individuals rushed from afar. It was Ma Ronghua and Yin Yuesher, who had come in concern for Li Xiaobo's safety. Seeing the situation turn against him, the man attempted to flee, but was quickly subdued by the collective effort of the others. "Humph, you think you can easily target me?" Li Xiaobo retrieved the package that had been stolen by the man, finding the deep-sea silver within to be completely intact. The group escorted the burly man back to the city to be dealt with by the enforcers, after which they could rest peacefully and prepare for further exploration of Gingxin City the following day. On the next morning, Li Xiaobo and his companions rose early, ready to continue their quest in Gingxin City. They first visited several renowned blacksmith shops in hopes of discovering more suitable materials for crafting artifacts. In an esteemed, long-established blacksmith shop, Li Xiaobo stumbled upon a peculiar metallic ore known as flame crystal iron. This ore contained a potent flame energy, and if combined with deep-sea silver, it could yield unforeseen results. Just as Li Xiaobo intended to purchase the flame crystal iron, the shopkeeper presented a condition. He wished for Li Xiaobo to assist in resolving a long-standing dilemma: how to perfectly integrate the flame energy of the flame crystal iron into weapons without losing control. After a moment of contemplation, Li Xiaobo decided to take on the challenge. Utilizing his knowledge of forging, he labored for several hours and ultimately discovered the solution. The shopkeeper, greatly astonished, not only sold the flame crystal iron to Li Xiaobo at a reduced price, but also gifted him some other rare materials. With an abundance of treasures in hand, Li Xiaobo and his companions resolved to return. Along the way, they discussed their plans for crafting upon their return, filled with anticipation for the future. Chapter 67. Gungjin White Tiger. Gingxin City, situated in the southwestern region of the Xinglua Empire, is renowned for its abundant metallic resources and rich blacksmith culture. Despite the overshadowing dominance of soul masters in the world, Gingxin City has established itself as an undeniable steel metropolis, thanks to its distinctive metallic atmosphere and exceptional blacksmithing skills. The architecture of the city is both ancient and robust, with iron-gray walls that seem to be forged directly from metal, imparting an impression of invincibility. Upon entering the city, the air is thick with the distinctive scent of metal, while the buildings lining the streets are constructed from a mixture of stone and metal, exuding a strong industrial aura. There are no extravagant decorations. Every brick and tile reflects practicality and durability. The geographic location of Gingxin City is somewhat remote, nestled within the inland regions of the Xinglua Empire, far from bustling urban centers. However, this seclusion has fostered its unique metallic culture. The headquarters of the continent's Blacksmith Association is located here, rendering this city a sanctuary for blacksmiths. Blacksmith shops are ubiquitous throughout the city, with the sounds of hammering echoing day and night, sparks flying to illuminate the diligent figures of the blacksmiths at work. The layout of the city is simple yet orderly. with the center featuring the headquarters of the Blacksmith Association, surrounded by 4 large marketplaces. These markets, governed by the Blacksmith Association, gather artisans and merchants from various regions, trading goods that range from common ironware to rare metallic materials. In this vibrant locale, one can witness blacksmiths proudly showcasing their meticulously crafted creations, their enthusiastic calls echoing in a harmonious cacophony amidst a bustling throng of people, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled excitement. Beneath the surface of Gengxin City lies a wealth of metallic ores, providing an unending supply of raw materials for the blacksmithing trade. The extraction and smelting of metals stand as the backbone of the city's economy, with towering chimneys and industrious mines dotting the landscape. However, due to the Soul Hall's far greater reverence for soul masters than for blacksmiths, the latter's status on the Douluo continent remains rather lowly. It is only within Gengxin City that blacksmiths receive the respect and admiration they rightfully deserve. This city is home to many prodigious blacksmiths, who have achieved remarkable feats through their skill. Among them, the most illustrious is the divine craftsman, Lu Gao, whose esteemed rank in the blacksmithing hierarchy greatly bolstered the development of the Tang sect. Lu Gao's unwavering dedication to the crafting of hidden weapons and his artisan spirit have rendered Gengxin City pivotal in the ascendance of the Tang sect. Though modest in size, Gengxin City possesses a unique charm, shaped by its metals and blacksmiths. Here, artisans forge their dreams with their hands, breathing new life into metal through the interplay of fire and hammer. Despite the external world's scant interest in blacksmithing, Gengxin City steadfastly upholds its cultural heritage and traditions, contributing indispensable metallic strength to the Douluo continent. This significance is further amplified by the geographical influence, as the surrounding soul beast forest is predominantly inhabited by metal attribute soul beasts. The Gengxin forest unfolds like an endless green sea, extending towards the horizon. This vast woodland serves as both a joyous haven for metal attribute soul beasts and a coveted trial ground for countless soul masters. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy, cascading like golden threads onto the forest floor, casting a mosaic of dappled light and shadow. A gentle breeze stirs, causing the leaves to rustle in a melodious symphony, as though nature itself is orchestrating a magnificent concerto. Simultaneously, the air carries the earthy fragrance of soil mingled with the fresh scent of various flowers and grasses, invigorating the spirit. Amidst this tranquil and enigmatic forest, 3 figures silently navigate through the underbrush. Leading the way is the seasoned and composed elder, Zhang, whose piercing gaze sweeps the surroundings like that of a hawk, leaving no subtle movement unnoticed. Following closely is Li Xiaobo, bearing the reverse divine spear, his hands firmly gripping the weapon, his body taut, with soul power circulating quietly within him, poised for action. Bringing up the rear is Yin Yuesher, her large, expressive eyes brimming with curiosity about the unknown, though the slight tremor of her eyelashes betrays an underlying tension. As they venture deeper into the forest, the distinct aura of the soul beasts intensifies, enveloping them